My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 239 to Chapter 297. On the way back to the villa at Dragon Garden, Mother Wang started sneezing from the moment she got in the car. It was obvious that she had caught a cold. Back in the living room, Lin Ruoshi said worriedly, "Mother Wang, take some medicine and sleep." Mother Wang smiled and shook her hand with a pale face. "There's no need, miss, go back to your room and rest. You have to work, you can't get sick like me. My body is tough, this small cold is nothing. After all the commotion at home, I have to check if I lost anything valuable." "Mother Wang, don't check first. Look, everything is fine. This family doesn't lack money, why do you care about that? Listen to Ruoshi, take your medicine and rest first," Yangqing comforted her. Mother Wang thought about it and agreed. Seeing that nothing had changed, she felt dizzy and said, "Young master, there were only the two of us in the house before and we didn't prepare any medicine. I'll have to trouble young master to make some." Yangchen naturally didn't have any objections. "Then Wang Ma, you and Ruoshi go upstairs to take a shower and change your clothes, I'll go out and buy some medicine before coming back." With that said, he hurriedly ran out the door. Wang Ma pursed her lips into a smile and said to Lin Ruoshi, "Miss, young master must be blaming himself. Anyone would be heartbroken to see him like that in the police station." "Is that so?" "I didn't pay much attention," Lin Ruoshi said plainly. "I said I don't blame him. If he thinks that way, there's nothing I can do. That's because young miss isn't usually warm to young master. Young miss suddenly being so considerate to young master must feel sorry for young miss," Mother Wang coughed and said with a smile. Lin Ruoshi frowned. "I don't usually treat him well, so shouldn't he be happy that I'm considerate to him now? This is where the son-in-law is different from other men. He doesn't take it to heart when miss doesn't treat him well. That's why he became like this." Mother Wang sighed softly and slowly walked upstairs. Lin Ruoshi stood in silence for a while before following him upstairs. At the same time, Yangqing, who was driving away from the villa, was thinking about what medicine to buy for the two of them. Since he wouldn't fall sick at all, Yangqing had no idea what medicine would be effective. He arrived at a private pharmacy and was about to enter when someone called out to him from behind. "Son-in-law, don't buy the medicine here," a slightly aged voice shouted. Yangqing turned around. Standing in front of him was an old man dressed in a gray robe. Walking on the road with this kind of attire, although it couldn't be said to be too unusual, it still attracted a lot of attention. "It's you." Yangqing narrowed his eyes. This person was Grey Robe, who was always by Lin Jigua's side. Since Grey Robe was already in Zhonghai, it meant that Lin Jigua was here as well. The power of the God Stone was indeed great. It actually made the leader of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade rush over to Zhonghai. Grey Robe's expression was very kind, as if he was looking at an ordinary junior. "Medicine is better. There's one nearby, I'll bring the son-in-law there." Yangqing was silent for a while and nodded. Although he didn't like Lin Jigua, it didn't mean that he would reject this old man's kindness for no reason. Even though Yangqing was a layman in pharmacology, he knew that Chinese medicine was better for conditioning the body. After following Grey Robe through a street, he turned at a crossroad and found an old Chinese medicine shop. After entering the shop, Grey Robe reported a prescription in a familiar manner. After the old doctor packaged it, he passed it to Yangqing. Yangqing took out some money to pay the bill and said, "Thank you." "You don't have to thank me, son-in-law. This is what I should do." Grey Robe sighed. "Miss was kidnapped by the Yamada sect, we are also responsible. Master asked me to express my gratitude to you. Doesn't he hate me for giving the God Stone to the Yamada sect?" Yangqing asked mockingly. Grey Robe shook his head. "Master is indeed angry. The God Stone is very important. It can affect the distribution of power in the world. If it isn't handled properly, be it the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade or the organizations from other countries, it will be a disaster. The ninjas of the Yamada sect are best at hiding and escaping. You guys might not be able to catch them," Yangqing said with a smile. "This is the other reason why I'm here," Grey Robe said solemnly. "We hope that you can help us track down the God Stone and help us kill the 3 people. I don't want to have anything to do with the God Stone anymore, and I don't want others to think that I'm working with you." Yangqing rejected. "The God Stone has nothing to do with me now. If you guys have the ability to get the God Stone, it means that you guys are fated to get it. If the Yamada sect makes use of it, it can only mean that their luck is better than yours. Grey Robe's eyes lit up. Master, you mean that you won't care no matter who the God Stone ends up with? That's right, I'll withdraw from the fight, Xianxia nodded. Alright, it's a deal. Grey Robe let out a long sigh. Actually, Old Master also has his concerns. He's worried that if the son-in-law interferes and takes back the God Stone, our large-scale search would be for naught. Since you don't plan to get the God Stone back, we can take a gamble. There's no use for me to get the God Stone, I'll only cause trouble for the people around me. Xianxia smiled bitterly and waved his hand. You guys go ahead and fight, I'm leaving now, I still have to brew medicine. Grey Robe nodded with a smile. Brew the medicine according to the method written on the prescription, you'll only need one night to get rid of the cold. Send my regards to Miss Ruashi. Xianxia nodded knowingly and left the pharmacy. After Xianxia left, Grey Robe took out his communication device, connected it, and reported, Master, the young master has agreed not to participate in the fight for the God Stone. That's not surprising, after all, the God Stone doesn't mean much to him anymore, but I didn't think that he would really give up on the God Stone for Ruashi. Master. Then next. Come back, since Xianxia won't interfere, we must seize this opportunity, we can't let Hanya and Tanuki return to Japan. Isn't there still Tengu? Tengu has been poisoned to death by them, his corpse was destroyed by the bone-dissolving powder, we just got the results of the test. Although Tengu is very strong, his escape technique is their weakness, which is also our breakthrough. If it's just Hanya and Tanuki, it'll be much more difficult to catch them. No matter what, whether we can carry out the God creation plan depends on this day and night. If too much time passes, the Yamada sect will definitely send people to help. If the Yamada sect takes it away, it's very likely that they'll create another troublesome enemy, so we can't be careless. Yes. Master. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who was driving back to the villa, was in a good mood, wondering if he should bring back something else. After all, he always felt sorry for the two women at home. After thinking for a while, Xianxia turned the car to another street and bought some small gifts. As for the whereabouts of the God Stone, the secret competition between the Yamada sect and the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade didn't have much meaning to him anymore. His mind was already on decocting the Chinese medicine, which was new and fresh to him, and he had never done it before. Coming to the villa's kitchen, Xianxia took out a crucible according to the steps on the prescription, and started decocting the medicine while studying the steps. After a few minutes, the smell of Chinese medicine had already spread out of the kitchen and drifted to the second floor. After taking a shower and changing their clothes, Lin Ruashi and Mother Wang smelled the smell and walked out of the room to go downstairs. When they saw Xianxia excitedly pouring the medicinal soup into a bowl, Mother Wang was slightly curious, while Lin Ruashi was a little absent-minded. Son-in-law, why did you want to buy Chinese medicine? Did you think of this prescription yourself? Mother Wang asked curiously. Xianxia put the 2 bowls of medicine on the table. I don't know how to write a prescription, it's an old doctor's prescription to expel the cold. Xianxia didn't mention Grey Robe, because he knew very well that if he mentioned Grey Robe, Lin Ruashi definitely wouldn't take the medicine. I haven't taken medicine for many years. I remember when old Madam was still here, whenever someone in the family got sick, old Madam would ask me to buy the medicine, and old Madam would brew it herself. Mother Wang said with nostalgia, I remember at that time, Miss didn't want to take the medicine, and I had to coax her to drink it. Lin Ruashi looked at the light brown medicine on the table and said, Mother Wang, you drink it, I won't drink it. Xianxia was stunned, why not? You have to get rid of the cold, or else your body will be wet. Yes, miss, the young master worked hard to brew it, drink a little, Mother Wang also persuaded. I said I won't drink it, so I won't drink it. I'm afraid of the bitterness, can't I? Lin Ruashi suddenly became a little grumpy, turned around and ran upstairs. Xianxia quickly ran into the kitchen and came out with a small plastic bag, shouting to Lin Ruashi on the stairs, Wife, drink the medicine obediently, and I'll give you glutinous rice balls. Lin Ruashi's footsteps stopped in the middle of the stairs. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she suddenly turned around. Her eyes were red as she shouted, Batty. Then, she ran back into the room without looking back. Yangqing was dumbfounded, he didn't understand what was going on. Didn't this girl love glutinous rice balls the most? On the way back, she specially made a detour to buy it. Was the medicine really so bitter? Mother Wang showed a bit of bitterness and sadness on her face. Seeing Yangqing full of puzzlement, she said, "Young master, old madam used to coax miss with glutinous rice balls in the past, and let miss drink the medicine. What you did made miss remember old madam." Yangqing was silent. He didn't expect that his unintentional action would make Lin Ruoxi feel sad and miss twice. No wonder she seemed to be about to cry. Then, "Mother Wang, you drink the medicine, Ruoxi can't help it if she doesn't drink it." Yangqing smiled helplessly, "I was shot lying down, I guess Ruoxi will roll her eyes at me for a few days." Mother Wang smiled and said, "I don't think so, maybe Miss will like you more." "Because I reminded her of Grandma?" Yangqing asked. "Rather than saying that she remembered old madam, it would be better to say that you let Miss feel that you care about her." "Since you can do this, it means that you really care about Miss," Mother Wang said. Yangqing said embarrassedly, "This sounds a bit mushy, didn't I just buy a few glutinous rice balls? If she eats shark's fin or bird's nest, I won't buy it." But just when Yangqing was about to take Lin Ruoxi's bowl of medicine back to the kitchen and pour it out, the door of Lin Ruoxi's room on the second floor suddenly opened again. Lin Ruoxi, whose eyes were still red, looked down from upstairs, her bright red lips slightly pouting, as if she had just been crying. Compared to her usual cold appearance, she looked a bit cuter. "Yangqing, what are you doing? Are you going to pour it out?" "I haven't drunk it yet, do you want me to be sick and unable to get up?" Listening to Lin Ruoxi, she was going to drink it again. Yangqing suddenly froze on the spot. Xianxia put the soup bowl back on the table and said with a bitter smile, "How could that be? My dear Ruoxi baby, come and drink it. Drink a mouthful and eat a meatball, then it won't be bitter anymore." Lin Ruoxi walked down from upstairs and picked up the soup bowl on the table. The corners of her mouth raised slightly as if she was trying not to laugh. "Are you lying to a child?" "I'm not a 3-year-old child, so I'll drink it." Yangqing grinned and said, "In my eyes, aren't you a child? You'll always be a child." Lin Ruoxi was a little unhappy. "What are you talking about? You're not older than me. Isn't it good to take care of you like a child?" Yangqing said. Lin Ruoxi's pretty face was dyed pink. "I'm not talking to you, you're not serious." Mother Wang, who had already finished drinking the medicine, saw the two young people together and walked back upstairs with a smile. Lin Ruoxi lowered her head and drank a mouthful of medicine. Before she could drink a second mouthful, she spat out her tongue from the bitterness and frowned. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. He opened the plastic bag and took out the fresh glutinous rice balls and handed them to Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi stared at it for a while, but in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation. She took it from Yangqing's hand and took a bite, but she seemed to feel embarrassed and explained while chewing, "I just don't like to waste, so I have to finish it." I know. Thrifty housekeeping," Yangqing said with a face full of confidence. Lin Ruoxi muttered, "It's good that you know." Then she continued to drink the medicine and eat the meatballs. By the time Lin Ruoxi finished drinking the medicine, almost all the meatballs in the box had been eaten. Yangqing felt that if there was a meatball eating competition, Lin Ruoxi could at least enter the top 8. Carrying the empty bowl of medicine, Yangqing walked into the kitchen, and even the pot used to boil the medicine began to be cleaned. Lin Ruoxi stood at the door of the kitchen, watching Yangqing's back as he busied himself. Suddenly, she felt warm in her heart. She stared at him in a daze, hoping that this moment would last forever. When Yangqing finished washing everything and turned around, Lin Ruoxi suddenly realized what she was doing. She turned her head and pretended that nothing had happened. Puzzled, Yangqing asked, "Ruoxi babe, aren't you going to take a break?" I have something to tell you." Lin Ruoxi immediately thought of an excuse she could use. "What's the matter?" Yangqing asked. "You heard what I said to Yonian at the police station just now. It's a party next Friday night. I want you to go with me," Lin Ruoxi said. Yangqing was surprised. Based on his understanding of Lin Ruoxi rarely participated in such public events. She almost never socialized. Lin Ruoxi said, "I know what you're thinking. I didn't go to such events before, but it's different now. Although it doesn't matter if I go or not, if you can go to such a large-scale event, you can get to know a lot of people who will help you develop in Xianxia in the future. Yangqing suddenly realized that Lin Ruoxi was trying to find a network for him. That's why she wanted him to go. I don't think it's necessary. It's good like this. I don't expect to get a high salary. You're tired enough managing Yulei. If I'm busy, life will be too boring. Yangqing said. Lin Ruoxi said faintly, since you know I'm tired, why don't you help me share some of the burden? Other families have men working hard outside. Why are you idling around all day? Why do you feel so at ease? Yangqing was speechless. Indeed, according to the common sense, he was living off a woman. He lived in his wife's house, drove his wife's car, and his job was arranged by his wife. He wouldn't be fired even if he idled around. Lin Ruoxi thought that her words had hurt Yangqing's self-esteem. Apologetically, she said, I'm not saying that you're not good or bad. I just feel that you're obviously capable of doing it, so why are you always willing to fall behind others? I don't expect you to have a meteoric rise in your career. I only hope that one day, I can hand the company over to you. I'm not the kind of woman who has a strong career ambition. If possible, I'd rather stay at home and not go out. I don't want to fight with those people every day. Just like the game with my senior last time. To be honest, if I wasn't the CEO of Yulei, I wouldn't want to attack Changlin Media. But sitting in my position, even if I'm not willing, I have to consider too many people and bear too much responsibility. Do you understand what I mean? Yangqing nodded and said with a smile, I understand. I'll listen to your arrangements. I'll go with you. Take over Yulei International? Of course, Yangqing wouldn't do that. But in the current situation, if he rejected Lin Ruoxi, it would obviously cause the relationship between the two of them that had just eased to become rigid. Lin Ruoxi's face lit up. You don't have to feel too much pressure. Just take it slow. This banquet is hosted by the second largest family in Xianxia, the Liu family. The Liu family's main business is the Jade Clouds Group. Although it's not as well off as the Yuan family, it's still a well-known family in Xianxia. Liu family? Jade Clouds Group? Yangqing suddenly remembered that Anqin's fiancé, the guy who argued with him in front of the police station for Anqin, was the young master of the Liu family? If he remembered correctly, his name was Liu Yun. He didn't expect Liu Yun to have such a powerful family background. No wonder Anqin's father pestered Anqin to marry Liu Yun. This is a charity auction. There will be a ball first and then an auction. It will be held at the Jade Clouds Hotel of the Liu family. Almost all of the influential businessmen and politicians in Xianxia will be there. You will be able to get to know them and it will be of great help to you next time. Lin Ruoxi explained. Yangqing nodded and said, with you there, I think it's hard not to know anyone. Lin Ruoxi knew what Yangqing meant. Indeed, she rarely appeared in public, and many people had never seen her in person. Therefore, her appearance would definitely attract a large number of guests. Don't think too much. As long as you work hard, one day, everyone will approach you because of you. Lin Ruoxi said. I just don't like my woman being surrounded by people. Yangqing winked at Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi glared at Yangqing. Can't you say something serious? How am I not serious? Yangqing said gloomily. You are not serious at all. Lin Ruoxi snorted angrily. She ran back upstairs in her fluffy rabbit slippers. Yangqing packed up all of his things. He didn't plan on going to work, so he went back to his room upstairs. After turning on his computer, Yangqing took out a cigarette and lit it. Many emotions flashed through his eyes. Finally, he took a deep breath as if he had made some kind of decision. With the cigarette in his mouth, Yangqing quickly typed on the keyboard and entered a complicated and irregular website address in the browser. After hitting the enter key, the web page directly entered a video chat box. On the other side's video page was a soaring Azure Eagle. The system, waiting to connect. Yangqing waited for about a minute. The Azure Eagle disappeared, and the handsome face of a Caucasian man appeared on the computer screen. The man had a tattoo that looked like a number tag on his face. His green eyes were like a leopard searching for its prey. He wore a British military cap on his reddish-brown hair. Pluto, Sauron reporting for duty. The man used English with a thick nasal accent to greet Yang Chen, and made a standard aristocratic bow. His gaze towards Yang Chen was actually filled with surging flames. Hearing the straight and old-fashioned voice, a trace of nostalgia flashed through Yang Chen's eyes. He said in English, "Sauron, long time no see. How is everyone?" "Other than missing your majesty Pluto, everyone is having a good time." Sauron seemed to be smiling, but his face seemed to be made of metal. It was very uncoordinated and strange. Yang Chen puffed out a ring of smoke. "Sauron, I've told you many times. You're not my slave, not my servant. You're my friend. Relax." Sauron grinned, revealing his black teeth. "Your Majesty Pluto, I'm already very relaxed. But you should understand that as my benefactor, I have to pay my respects to you. I think most of my brothers and the rest of your friends feel the same way. Please believe me, we're very happy to be friends with a strong person like you. It's just that, the process is a little difficult, and you never give us time to adapt." Alright. Seems like you've been with that old man Constantine for a long time. You're starting to nag. Yang Chen smiled. Sauron laughed. "Ron is an interesting man, but he's too stingy. When I came back from Italy last week, he only gave me 2 bottles of margaritas from the 1980s. I clearly saw that he had a bottle of champagne from the 19th century that he salvaged from the shipwreck. Don't you know Ron's philosophy?" "I know. Money has to be saved." "Oh. I hope Satan will forgive this damn old man. Even his stinginess won't make the devil like him. He's a Catholic." "You don't have to worry about the one you believe in not liking him," Yang Chen said. Sauron shook his head. No. Please believe me, Your Majesty Pluto. Ron is definitely a fake Catholic. He knows very well that he can't go to heaven. His clothes can only be used to deceive women who only know how to dress up all day. In my eyes, they're no different from rags. But he still wants to earn money for intercontinental missiles. I'm angry about this." Yang Chen saw Sauron's angry face and could not help but laugh. "You guys are still so interesting." "Yes, Your Majesty Pluto. Although we think this is very serious, since you think it's interesting, why do you want to go back to Xianxia?" "I hate countries that need to ask the government for help when they're firing machine guns," Sauron said. "Sauron, no country can satisfy your interest for the time being. So I don't want to explain why I went back to Xianxia. I'm looking for you today because I hope you can help me with something." Sauron's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty Pluto, are you finally going to stretch out your claws again? Tell me, is it the Middle East? North Africa? Or the Amazon rainforest? Oh, damn it. My blood is boiling. If there's a sea war, I think I can get a few nuclear submarines. Those modified ones are too powerful." Yang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Sauron, the world has been peaceful these few years. I don't want to be the one to start a war." "Oh. I'm sorry, I forgot. Your Majesty Pluto is already at the divine level. Indeed, you can't get involved in these things. May I know what the mission is? My friends and I will be happy to help you." "Thank you, Sauron. Actually, it's very simple. I hope you can send a small team of sea eagles to Xiaxia's Zhonghai. I need team members who are good at disguise and communication. They don't need to be too powerful. Also, I need you to help me find the whereabouts of a person, but it must be kept secret. I will send you the information of that person and my contact information." Yang Chen made a direct request. Sauron gave a standard Navy salute. "I will complete the mission with honor." "Thank you." Yang Chen smiled and cut off the communication. Then, he sent the prepared information over. After the matter was settled, Yang Chen sat back on the bed and planned to lie down for an afternoon nap. At this moment, his phone vibrated again. Yang Chen took the phone and saw that it was another unfamiliar number, but he still picked it up gloomily. "Is this Yang Chen?" A familiar female voice came from the other side. Yang Chen was stunned. He couldn't remember who it was for a while, but after careful consideration, he remembered that it was Abbess Yunmiao's voice. Yangqing didn't want to be too intimate with this junior sister of Song Tianqing, but he couldn't be too cold either. After all, Song Tianqing was half a master to him. When they parted in Tibet, Yangqing thought that they would never cross paths again in this life. He didn't expect that she would take the initiative to call him. While he was surprised, he was also a little perturbed. Abbess Yunmiao, I thought that I would never cross paths with you again in this life, Yangqing said slowly. Abbess Yunmiao snorted coldly, Yangqing, I've already said that I will take good care of you on behalf of senior brother Song. Don't think that I'm just making empty promises. Abbess, Song Tianqing and I aren't even considered master and disciple. I respect him and am grateful to him, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Yangqing said. Since you've cultivated the endless resolve restoration scripture, you're the successor of Shushan. According to seniority, you're my junior nephew. How can it not have anything to do with me? Weren't you and Lin Jigua the ones who pushed Song Tianqing into the fire pit? Yangqing cursed in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, this old Taoist nun would come up with a lot of reasons to humiliate him. For Song Tianqing's sake, he couldn't just kill her. Abbess, the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade should be busy capturing the 2 Jinins of Yamada sect now. How can an expert like you have time to call me? Humph, Abbess Yunmiao snorted, I don't care about the actions of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. The group of 8 can choose not to participate in the activities. I don't want to act with people like Lin Jigua. I called you today to remind you of something. Yangqing asked, what is it? I've said it before, I want Hui Lin to be your wife. Yangqing was slightly stunned. The image of Hui Lin's shy and beautiful face appeared in his mind. She was beautiful, but how could she give it to him so easily? Reverend, I've only met Hui Lin once. Why don't you let her be my wife? Don't you think about your own granddaughter? Her lifelong happiness is not a joke. Yangqing advised. She's my precious granddaughter. I won't let her suffer. After all, the eyes of an old man are still more accurate. Yangqing snickered inwardly. You're the one who misjudged me. Ahem. Yangqing said solemnly, Abbess, you should give up that idea. A wife is not a pair of clothes or pants that you can change at will. I appreciate your kindness, but you can keep her. Why don't you accept it? Do you think that Hui Lin isn't as good as Lin Ruoxi? Yunmiao questioned angrily. You can't say that. I've said that Hui Lin is good. But since I've been married to Ruoxi for so long and we've just settled down, how can I change her just like that? It's irresponsible to both Hui Lin and Ruoxi. Moreover, I don't know Hui Lin at all, and Hui Lin doesn't know what kind of person I am, Yangqing said. Yunmiao couldn't deny it. Do you think that Lin Ruoxi knows? You're not using your real identity to face the people around you. These are all excuses. Since I've chosen you to be my granddaughter's husband, I have my reasons. You don't have to make excuses. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down a bridge than to break up a marriage. Abbess, why do you have to be so forceful? Yangqing frowned. Yunmiao smiled. I didn't say I want to tear down the bridge. I just want to change the other side before the bridge is built. I don't have any feelings for Hui Lin. What good can come out of it if she directly interferes with me and Ruoxi? Abbess Yunmiao argued, don't tell me that Lin Ruoxi married you because you had feelings for her? From what I know, that's not the case. Abbess Yunmiao, you can say whatever you want, but I won't accept it, Yangqing said hesitantly. Abbess Yunmiao was silent for a while. Alright, I'll ask you one last question. If you can answer me with certainty, I'll give up on my idea. Ask away. Yangqing's nerves tightened. I'll only ask you this. Do you think that Lin Ruoxi loves you? Does Lin Ruoxi love me? This question was too sudden. Yangqing wasn't prepared for it at all. If you answer that she loves you, then I won't hold you up any longer. At this moment, Yangqing felt his mind go blank. Countless scenes unfolded in his mind like a scroll. Every scene and sentence caused him to sink into deep thought. Do you really think I'm willing to marry you? If you cooperate with me, after 3 years at most, when my career is completely stable, we'll go our separate ways. You don't have to bear any responsibilities. You think I'm willing to bring you along? You're a shameless person who would spout nonsense. I'll give you a huge reward, more than what you can sell mutton skewers for the rest of your life. When I, Lin Ruashi, have decided on something, I won't go back on it. Just follow the agreement and cooperate with me for 3 years. Don't cause trouble for me. I'm not going to follow the Lin family's stupid rules. I won't be so thick-skinned as to not let you go. Once the contract is up, it's up to you whether you want to stay or leave. You're useless. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Yangqing was a little confused. He didn't know how to answer this question. Abbess Yun Miao laughed on the other end of the phone. How is it? You can't bring yourself to say it, can you? This has nothing to do with Hui Lin. Yangqing hesitated for a moment before sighing. How is it unrelated? This concerns my granddaughter's lifelong happiness and my wish for the rest of my life, Abbess Yun Miao said loudly. I've already decided to let Hui Lin come to Zhonghai next month. What? Yangqing couldn't believe it. You heard it right. Next month, Hui Lin will go to Zhonghai alone to look for you. This is her cultivation. As for the results of her cultivation, neither you nor I know. I'm only asking her to look for you once she arrives in Zhonghai. As for the arrangements after that, it's up to you. In any case, you can't mistreat Hui Lin. Otherwise, I'll settle the score with you even if it costs me my life. Abbess Yun Miao said firmly. Yangqing was about to cry on his bed. What kind of arrangements are these? She's coming next month? And it's only Hui Lin? How am I supposed to deal with a living person like her? I can't possibly let Hui Lin end up like Chen Rong, going to Chengwei's bar to be a waiter or even a gangster. That's all I want to say. Let's keep in touch next time. Wait. Yangqing still wanted to decline, but Abbess Yun Miao had already hung up. Yangqing threw his phone away and sat on his bed dejectedly. He frowned as he thought about how Hui Lin, that little nun, would suddenly appear by his side next month. His head hurt tremendously. However, the question that Abbess Yun Miao asked just now kept circling around in Yangqing's mind, making it hard for him to sleep peacefully in the afternoon. Since he was no longer sleepy, Yangqing didn't intend to force himself to sleep. He sat on his bed and watched television until the evening. Mother Wang called him for dinner. When he walked downstairs, Lin Ruashi was already sitting there, eating slowly as usual. Seeing Yangqing sit down, she simply nodded. Yangqing sat face to face with her and looked at her silently. Lin Ruashi seemed to feel uncomfortable under Yangqing's gaze. She frowned and said, "Let's eat." Ruashi, we're husband and wife, right? Yangqing asked. Lin Ruashi's movements froze. Doubt and confusion flashed across her eyes. She looked at Yangqing for a long time with a complicated expression. In the end, she didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "Did something happen?" Yangqing was slightly disappointed. He forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about how much time we have left before we can divorce according to the contract." Lin Ruashi's hand, which was holding the bowl, trembled slightly. She said, "Oh." She didn't say anything else and continued eating. Yangqing shook his head. He picked up a bowl and scooped some rice for himself. Throughout the meal, both of them had their own thoughts. They didn't even know what they had eaten. The next day, Yangqing finally went to work as usual. After a leisurely morning, he had a meal with Zhao Hongyan and Zhang Kai at the staff cafeteria. Lu Mingyu was promoted to the department head. Although she was reluctant, everyone in the company did the same, so she could only go to the designated area to eat with the other executives. After Zhao Hongyan became single again, her family's problems were solved, so she was in a good mood. Although her salary was halved, it didn't affect her too much since she wasn't from the Moonlight clan. She chatted and laughed with Zhang Kai, and the time it took to have a meal was quite long. Yangqing buried his head in his food and realized that the two ladies had only eaten a little when he was halfway through. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You guys can talk in the office. If you keep eating like this, I won't even have time to take a nap." "Humph, you're the only one taking a nap, we're working in the office," Zhang Kai said unhappily. Zhao Hongyan took a chicken drumstick from her plate and gave it to Yangqing. Eat your food. I've had enough, you eat it yourself. Yangqing said. Do you want me to take it back? Just eat it when I tell you to. Zhao Hongyan rolled her eyes and continued talking to Zhang Kai. Yangqing enjoyed the warmth in his daily life, so he didn't say anything to the two ladies and continued eating. After returning to the office, Yangqing realized that Yuan Yi was calling him on MSN. This guy recovered pretty quickly, Yangqing thought as he opened the chat. You can go online now? Yangqing asked. Yuan Yi sent a laughing emoji. I'm still in the hospital, but the wireless network is pretty fast. I was bored and wanted to play Warcraft with you. Your chest was shot, and the doctor said you can play games? Yangqing was worried that his wound would split open. Don't worry, the doctor said that as long as I don't do heavy physical labor, there won't be any problems. I don't know what happened, but once the bullet was taken out, my wound healed faster than anyone else. The doctor thought that this speed was quite scary. He said that he would recover in less than a month. Yuan Yi said in a good mood. Yangqing snickered to himself. It seemed like the true chi of the endless resolve restoration scripture that he had left in his body was still effective. Due to his special physique, he was still unable to feel how effective the endless resolve restoration scripture was for ordinary people. But now, it seemed like the endless resolve restoration scripture was also extremely fast for ordinary people. Since Yuan Yi was fine, Yangqing had nothing better to do, so he played a few rounds of online games with him. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Yuan Yi said, I've just recovered from a serious illness, so I'm a little tired. Let's call it a day. I have to deal with some club matters. Then take care. I'm going to take a nap. Without waiting for Yangqing to log off, Yuan Yi suddenly sent another message. Wait, my mom is next to me. She said she has something to tell you. Your mother? Yangqing was stunned. Yuan Yi's mother was naturally Yang Jieyu, the woman that made him feel uneasy and unwilling to think about her. My mom said that she wants to buy you a cup of coffee and ask you some things. Is that okay? It's fine if you don't want to, she's just curious about you. You know, I don't have many friends. She hasn't formally thanked you for saving me this time. Yuan Yi said. Yangqing thought about it and felt that there was no reason to reject. Okay then, when and where? It's at the Blue Dream Cafe near Yulei. You should pass by on your way to and from work. Let's meet there in an hour. Yangqing did know that cafe. It was in a good location, but because of the high prices, there weren't many customers. After accepting Yang Jieyu's invitation, Yangqing felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what she would say to him. He was a little afraid, but also a little hopeful. His feelings were very complicated. After staying in the office for half an hour, Yangqing set off for the Blue Dream Cafe. Because it was downtown, parking was very inconvenient, so Yangqing didn't plan to drive there himself. From the Yulei bus stop in front of the company, he could directly take a bus that was 10 minutes away. After waiting for 5 minutes, a red bus with advertisements all over it stopped. Because it was afternoon, many white-collar workers had eaten outside and were returning to the company. There were quite a lot of people on the bus. There were no seats, so the bus was crowded with people standing on it. Yangqing didn't care. After returning to China for so long, he had already experienced Huaxia's population problem. After getting on the bus, he took out a stack of cash from his trouser pocket, took out 2 bills and stuffed them into the cashier box. Then he walked to the standing passengers. Because he would get off in 2 more stops, Yangqing directly went to the back of the car door. Yangqing grabbed a railing. His mouth and nose were filled with the stuffy smell of the car. He frowned and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was better to walk over by himself. Anyway, the temperature wasn't high, so he wouldn't sweat. Just as Yangqing was feeling depressed, a clear voice beside him said, "Big brother, are you not feeling well? Are you squeezed?" Yangqing turned around and saw a petite young girl, about 18 or 19 years old. She had shoulder-length black hair, fair and clean skin, and a small oval face. Her facial features were exquisite, especially her big eyes and thick and delicate curved eyebrows. At this moment, she was looking at him with a slightly guilty expression, making people feel pity for her. The girl was wearing an old brown coat and black tight jeans. In front of her was a large plastic bucket that looked like vegetable oil. Although the girl looked delicate and pretty, one could tell at a glance that she was a foreign working girl. She exuded a smell of miscellaneous food. Most people chose to keep their distance after a glance. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. No, I just feel a little stuffy. It's none of your business. The girl nodded timidly. Oh, then I'll move the oil bucket away a little. The girl still felt that Xianxia was unhappy because of her oil bucket, so she moved the white oil bucket slightly to the side. My pants. A white-collared woman with heavy makeup happened to be standing there. Her light yellow trousers were rubbed against the oil barrel. Although there was no trace, it still made her furious. She scolded, "You wicked girl. Where did this wild child come from? How can you leave things in the car like this? If my pants are dirty, can you afford to pay for it? Little bitch, you're so unlucky." I'm sorry. The girl was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She kept saying sorry and even bowed to the woman with her head lowered. However, the car braked slightly, and the girl's heart skipped a beat. She hit the railing next to her. The girl was in pain. She covered her head, and her eyes were red as if she was going to cry at any time. Retribution, who told you to touch my pants? It's a few thousand yuan, can a sour girl like you pay for it? The white-collared woman seemed to be in a bad mood. The girl hit the muzzle again and taunted a few more times. Xianxia sighed and silently pulled the girl's arm. He said, "Come closer to me and stand behind me." The girl hurriedly waved her hand. "No, big brother, you're already stuffy. I'll just stand here. If you touch my pants again, I'll take a knife and stab you to death. Come here." Xianxia pulled the girl closer to him and bent down to pull the heavy oil bucket to his feet. The girl looked at Xianxia gratefully and said thank you many times. Xianxia gently smiled. "Why do you have so much oil? Is it for cooking?" The girl's white face blushed a little. She said in a low voice, "It's for small business. There's an oil store over there that sells cheap oil, so I took the bus to buy it." "Oh. It's not easy for you to do business at such a young age," Xianxia said. The girl softly responded. Her expression was a little gloomy and she didn't say anything else. Xianxia turned his head and the corner of his mouth revealed a playful and helpless smile. 5 minutes later, the bus stopped at a bus stop. The girl bent down to pick up the oil bucket and waved at Xianxia. "Big brother, thank you. I'm getting off." "Oh, I'm getting off too." Xianxia jumped off the bus with the girl. There was no one else at the bus stop. Xianxia and the girl walked to the side of the road and the bus slowly drove away. When the girl saw Xianxia coming down, her expression became slightly unnatural. She faintly smiled and said, "Big brother, are you getting off here too? Where are you going? Are you going in the opposite direction of where I go?" Xianxia asked with a smile. The girl's pretty face paled. The timid and innocent smile on her face disappeared. Her expression became cold and helpless. "Uncle, you really have some skills." The girl suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person as she said directly. Xianxia reached out to touch his pants pocket. With a light flip, there was a hole in his pants pocket. "Little sister, give me back my money and phone. I'm in a hurry, so I won't trouble you," Xianxia said with a faint smile. The girl was also very straightforward. She directly took out Xianxia's phone and a stack of cash from her coat pocket and gave them to Xianxia. "So straightforward?" Xianxia was a little surprised as he asked as he received it. The girl snorted, "You saw through me in the car and didn't hand me over to the police. I owe you, and now I'll return it to you. We don't owe each other anything." "Yaya, little sister, you're very cute." Xianxia felt that this little girl was quite interesting. Just now in the car, after this girl tested Xianxia's sympathy, she went to provoke other people's disgust and made Xianxia take the initiative to accept her approach. After that, through skillful methods, she secretly cut open Xianxia's pants pocket and stole the cash and phone. All of this would have been a perfect plan and operation, but unfortunately, Xianxia's senses were much higher than ordinary people's, and he easily sensed the girl's true thoughts. Don't call me little sister. I'm already 20 years old, and according to the law, I can get married. Let me ask you, did you know I was a pickpocket from the beginning? The girl was obviously puzzled by her failure, so she asked doubtfully. Yangqing shrugged and winked at her. It's a secret. TCH, forget it if you don't want to say it. Uncle will never see you again. The girl was still as straightforward as ever. Without any hesitation, she turned around, picked up the large barrel of oil, and strode away. Her strength was not weak. Lifting the large barrel of oil didn't seem to be strenuous at all. Obviously, the situation in the car was also faked. Yangqing looked at the girl's back as she walked away and smiled. This world is full of all kinds of people. If you interact more, you can always find interesting things. There were still 10 minutes before the appointment with Yang Jieyu. Yangqing didn't want to be delayed by this little episode, so he quickly walked to the Blue Dream Cafe. About 2 minutes before the appointment, Yangqing entered the cafe on time. He asked the waiter, and Yang Jieyu indeed made a reservation. Yangchen walked to the southernmost window of the magnificently decorated cafe. Yang Jieyu, who was dressed rather fashionably, was already sitting there, drinking the fragrant coffee with a graceful posture. She was wearing a dark red suit jacket and a white sweater. You're here? Yang Jieyu heard the footsteps and stood up with a smile. I had a little trouble, but I'm not late. Yangqing smiled and sat down. Yang Jieyu didn't ask any more questions and asked, what would you like to drink? Anything? Yangqing said. Yang Jieyu suggested, there is no cure that can't be found anywhere else. Would you like a cup? Yangqing was stunned. Is there really no? Although it's a little expensive, you saved Xiaoyi. It's not a problem to buy you a cup of coffee. Yang Jieyu smiled. Yangqing waved his hand. Forget it. I know that kind of coffee, but I probably won't drink it in my life. It's better to make it simple. Why? Have you drunk it before? Yang Jieyu asked doubtfully. Yangqing smiled and said, don't you know how Nope coffee came about? I only know that it is the most expensive coffee in the world. It can reach thousands of dollars per pound. Is there anything special about it? Yang Jieyu asked. Yangchen adjusted his sitting posture, nodded, and said with confidence, you're right. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Nouveau is the rarest coffee in existence, and its price can be said to be the gold of coffee. It is produced in Sumatra, Indonesia, and it is a local coffee bean. You seem to know it very well? Yang Jieyu asked. Yangqing smiled easily. I went there for a while, and a local friend gave me a small bag. I thought it was very fragrant and liked it very much, but after he told me the process of making the coffee, I returned it to him. What's the process? When the coffee berries are ripe, the local farmers will let the only local palm cat into the coffee garden. That cat likes to eat coffee beans. When the cat has diarrhea, the local farmers will look for the palm cat's feces. They will pick out the undigested coffee beans from the feces. These coffee beans are of the highest quality, and the coffee made from them is called Nope coffee. Yangqing explained, that's why I say that the most expensive and luxurious coffee in the world is actually cat feces. Isn't it ridiculous? Most people are proud of being able to have a sip of it. Maybe I think differently, but I don't like it. As expected, Yang Jieyu's expression changed slightly. She covered her mouth and looked at the empty coffee cup. She bitterly smiled and said, I regret listening to you. Sorry, I didn't know you were drinking it. Yangqing smiled embarrassedly. Yang Jieyu called the waiter over and got them 2 glasses of orange juice. Only then did they feel better. I heard from Xiaoyi that you're a Harvard master's student from abroad. Looks like you're really knowledgeable, Yang Jieyu said calmly. It's just SOSO. The requirements for a foreign university are actually not high. I can only say that I can graduate just by muddling through. Yangqing lied through his teeth. Yang Jieyu nodded and said, you're really modest. But based on the way you dealt with those terrorists the other day, you're not as simple as a foreign returnee. I learned some martial arts in the past and participated in some military training. I might be better than others, but I'm actually dying and was forced to unleash my potential. It's not that bad, Yangqing answered cautiously. He was thinking about the reason why Yang Jieyu asked him to come out today. Yang Jieyu asked some more about Yangqing's experiences abroad. Yangqing made up a lot of things and there weren't any flaws. Yangqing, you're a very good young man. Our Yuan Yi lacks friends like you. I wonder if you have any family members? Why don't you come to our house together next time? Yang Jieyu smiled and invited. Yangqing said without changing his expression, no need, I'm alone. My adoptive parents have passed away. Your adoptive parents? Then what about your biological parents? Yang Jieyu stared at Yangqing with a burning gaze. Yangqing sighed and said with a faint smile, I don't know. I was adopted when I was very young. I don't know who my biological parents are. Yang Jieyu's eyes flashed with a strange light as she said with a sad expression, I'm sorry. It must have been hard for you to be alone for so many years. If it's because I don't have parents, then I don't think so. I'm already used to being alone. It's good like this. Yangqing said without any expression. Yang Jieyu's face froze, but she still forced a smile and nodded her head, I see. That's right. It's wrong for parents to abandon such a young child. I don't think they're still in this world. Yangqing said. Yang Jieyu was stunned, why do you say that? If they're still in this world, then it's hard for me to understand why they still have the face to live. Yangqing said as he picked up the juice and gulped it down. Seeing that Yangqing stood up, Yang Jieyu anxiously said, perhaps your parents have their own difficulties? Yangqing chuckled, perhaps. But it doesn't matter to me anymore. I still have to go to work in the afternoon, so I'll take my leave first. Yang Jieyu wanted to urge him to stay, but Yangqing had already walked out of the door. She could only helplessly return to her seat. Not long after Yangqing left, a handsome man wearing a suit walked out from another seat that was blocked. He had a deep gaze and a meticulous military temperament. He came to the seat opposite Yang Jieyu, where Yangqing was originally sitting. Yang Jieyu raised her head and smiled at the man, brother, he really looks like you when you were young. Whether it's the way he speaks or the way he looks. The man sat with his back straight, his face expressionless. Jieyu, let's pretend today's matter never happened. Don't get close to him in the future. Why? Yang Jieyu asked puzzledly, because we abandoned Yangqing that year. Sister-in-law hasn't been happy ever since she married into our family. Brother, don't you want your family to be complete? He's your and sister-in-law's flesh and blood. There was no news of him in the past. But now he's clearly in front of you and has become so outstanding. Why don't you want to acknowledge him? It's because he suddenly appeared, and according to what you said, he's become an extraordinary person. That's why we have to pay more attention to him. Our Yang family isn't an ordinary family. This year and next year will be an important time for the transition. Whether it's the family's conduct or the family's conduct, it must be watertight. We can't let our competitors have any chance to take advantage of us. If we suddenly have a son, it will definitely bring about a huge negative impact. The man said solemnly. Brother. Is an official position more important than your own flesh and blood? Yang Jieyu said agitatedly. Jieyu. You're the eldest daughter of our Yang family. Don't you even have this bit of propriety? I have to consider the entire family and all those who are under the banner of our Yang family. If we fall, then it will collapse 1,000 miles away. At this time, how can I make another mistake for a mistake that I made more than 20 years ago? The man said. Mistake? That's the mistake that Big Brother made. Why should the child bear it? Yang Jieyu said with tears in her eyes, every time I see Yangqing's face, it's like seeing Big Brother when you were young. He's more easygoing, humble, and kind than Big Brother. Don't you feel guilty when you see him? The man took a deep breath and said with a cold expression, Jieyu, those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Our Yang family has always been strict and upright since the founding of our country. The reason why we can be like this is because the things we've given up are far beyond what others can imagine. You don't need to persuade me anymore. You're not allowed to mention this matter to your sister-in-law. The successor of our Yang family only needs a clean and innocent child. Haha, clean and innocent. Yang Jieyu sneered and stood up, clean and innocent on the surface, can only make people feel how dirty their hearts are. Yang Pejuan, I'm really disappointed in you. After saying that, Yang Jieyu turned around and was about to leave. Yang Jieyu. Do you want to rebel? Yang Pejuan said angrily. Yang Jieyu stopped abruptly and said without turning her head, don't worry, I'll pretend that nothing happened. I won't affect Big Brother's great future. This is your sin, and you'll regret it one day. After saying that, Yang Jieyu quickly left the coffee shop. Yang Pejuan sat in his seat with a sullen face. His expression kept changing, and his eyes faintly showed all kinds of past events. Time was like a yellowed piece of paper, flipping to 20 years ago. On a snowy night, a military jeep stopped in front of an orphanage in a small town in the north of Xianxia. A couple, wrapped in military coats, handed a sleeping child of 2 to 3 years old to the arms of an old woman. The child was sleeping soundly. On a windy night, the child was curled up in a fluffy blanket. In the warmth, the sobbing of the young woman could not be heard. After the old woman received a heavy envelope, she smiled flatteringly and hugged the child. Then she turned around and returned to the orphanage. The young couple watched the woman carry their child back to the courtyard. Then they reluctantly got into the car and left in the snowy night with difficulty. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. When the couple came to the orphanage again, they were surprised to find that the remote courtyard had been demolished. There was no news of the children here. They didn't even leave any contact information. It was as if these people had disappeared into thin air. The young woman held her slightly bulging abdomen and leaned into her husband's arms. She cried until she fainted. Yang Qing, who was walking out of the coffee shop and heading back to Yulei, was completely unaware of all this. The emotions that Yang Jieyu had revealed to him at the end made him feel very uncomfortable. Even though he had experienced so many storms, anything that involved some of the fragmented memories of his childhood would always make it difficult for Yang Qing to calm down. Just as he was walking absent-mindedly, the mobile phone in his pocket vibrated because his pants pocket was torn. Yang Qing took it out and was slightly surprised. It turned out to be Lin Ruoshi calling him. If Lin Ruoshi took the initiative to call him, there must be something to tell him. Yang Qing smiled and picked up the phone. Darling Ruoshi, could it be that you didn't eat enough for lunch and want to eat some snacks? It's not normal for you to suddenly call me at this time. Yang Qing said jokingly. Lin Ruoshi ignored Yang Qing's joke and directly said, accompany me to a place after work today. Where are we going? I'll tell you when the time comes. Lin Ruoshi said. You still know how to be mysterious with your husband? Yang Qing said mischievously. Lin Ruoshi was speechless for a moment. I'm asking if you want to go or not. I'm going. I'll wait for you at your designated parking space after work. Yang Qing knew that the girl was definitely shy again, so his tone was particularly harsh. After returning to Yulei International, he chatted with a few female public relations people in the office for a while and helped Zhao Hongyan and Zhang Kai deal with some groceries. Originally, he wanted to go to the minister's office to take advantage of Lu Mingyu, but he didn't know if this girl was deliberately avoiding him because she was shy. She was in a meeting with several public relations people in the afternoon. When he brought her a cup of coffee, she didn't even glance at him. When it was finally time to get off work, Yang Qing went to the CEO's designated parking space in the underground parking lot. Lin Ruoshi usually parked here. When he came to the side of the red Bentley, Lin Ruoshi was already sitting in the driver's seat. Obviously, she didn't give Yang Qing a chance to drive. After Yang Qing sat, he looked at Lin Ruoshi with an indifferent expression and asked with a smile, do you want to go on a date like last time? Lin Ruoshi's face reddened slightly. When it came to dates, she would always think of the time when Yang Chen kissed her in Starbucks under the pretense of wiping cream. Subconsciously, she started the car immediately, not wanting to talk about this topic with Yang Chen. Yang Qing fastened his seat belt and looked at the back seat. He found a big cardboard box and asked, what's that? Lin Ruoshi, who was driving the car, said faintly, it's a gift. You'll know later. Yang Qing didn't ask any more. Even if he did, Lin Ruoshi wouldn't tell him where they were going or what they were going to do. After more than half an hour, Yang Qing was shocked to find that the place Lin Ruoshi drove to was actually the place he had been to before, New Hope Orphanage. It was the same old buildings and the same dense trees. The only difference was the yellowed leaves and the fiery red maple leaves. Previously, he had come with Li Jingjing. At that time, the two of them were still as close as siblings. But now, even when they met, it was as if they were strangers. They had nothing to say to each other. While Yangqing was sighing with emotion, Lin Ruoshi stopped the car and said to Yangqing, "Help me move the box. Let's go in." "Did you come here to give gifts to the children?" Yangqing was puzzled. "It's getting cold soon. If we continue like this, it might snow. I'm going to give the children some new thermal underwear," Lin Ruoshi said. Yangqing looked at her in surprise. He didn't dare to believe it. Lin Ruoshi felt uncomfortable under Yangqing's gaze. She frowned and said, "What, I can't give gifts to the children?" "No, I always thought that you were so cold to everyone. I didn't expect that you would think of the children in the orphanage. It turns out that our family's Ruoshi is a kind big sister," Yangqing said with a warm smile. Lin Ruoshi looked bashful. She rolled her eyes at Yangqing. "Hurry up. What are you nagging about? Do I have to move it? Call me good brother and I'll move it for you," Yangqing said. "You." Without waiting for Lin Ruoshi to flip out, Yangqing immediately chuckled and got off the car. He opened the back door and took out the box. It was quite heavy. It seemed that he had put a lot of underwear inside. Following Lin Ruoshi, who was fuming, he walked into the orphanage. Hearing the commotion, Principal Cha came out to welcome them. Seeing Lin Ruoshi and Yangqing, he revealed a happy and confused expression. "Ruoshi, you're here. Mister, long time no see." Principal Cha smiled and greeted them. After Lin Ruoshi greeted the old Principal Cha, she asked curiously, "Principal, do you know Yangqing?" "Oh, Mr. Yangqing came here not long ago." Principal Cha only said that Yangqing came here before, but didn't mention that Li Jingjing came with him. It could be said that he was old and experienced. He knew that it was better not to say such things. After all, it could be related to other people's privacy. Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing in disbelief and said, "At least you're sympathetic." Then she walked inside. Yangqing smiled helplessly and winked at Principal Cha. "Thank you, Principal Cha. You really know how to talk." "Hee, Mr. Yang, it's better for a man to know his limits. I see that you're a good person, so I can only help you a little. However, you might have to bear some responsibility later." Principal Cha smiled mysteriously and followed him into the courtyard. Yangqing thought about what Principal Cha meant and followed him into the courtyard. From afar, he could hear the children's laughter. When he walked closer to take a look, Yangqing's scalp went numb. He saw a group of children surrounding two young ladies and calling out, "Big sister." They were begging the two ladies to tell them stories and play games with them. One of them was Lin Ruoshi. However, at this moment, Lin Ruoshi wasn't as cold as usual. Instead, she was smiling brightly and was as gentle and beautiful as the sun in spring. The other person was none other than Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing was wearing a light pink vest, her hair was tied up in a ponytail and she wore light makeup. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Lin Ruoshi, her gentle aura made it easier for the children to get close to her. When Li Jingjing saw Yangqing carrying a big box into the courtyard, her gaze froze and she pursed her lips. However, she didn't show any changes and acted as if she didn't know him. Lin Ruoshi didn't notice anything strange and ordered Yangqing, "Put the box there. I'll give it to the children." "Big sister Ruoshi, are these gifts for us?" a cute girl with a ponytail asked. "Yes, they are new clothes. Xiaoying will feel warm in winter after wearing them." Lin Ruoshi pinched the little girl's face and was actually able to call out the child's name. Li Jingjing seemed to come back to her senses. She smiled and stroked the heads of the two children beside her. "Big sister Ruoshi, is that person brother-in-law?" Lin Ruoshi's expression was slightly unnatural, as if it was difficult for her to speak. However, she still nodded. "Yes, I can't stand you always bothering me. Today, I brought him here to meet you. His name is Yangqing. I heard that he came here once before. However, looking at his carefree appearance, I find it hard to believe." Li Jingjing's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. She forced a smile and said, "He looks quite reliable." How can he be carefree? When Lin Ruoxi heard Li Jingjing's praise, she faintly smiled and turned to Yangqing. Yangqing, she is called Li Jingjing. She is a good friend that I met here. Today, I mainly brought you here to meet her. She has always been curious about what you look like. Yangqing bitterly smiled in his heart. Li Jingjing had clearly chosen to pretend that she didn't know him. He naturally wouldn't mindlessly let Lin Ruoxi see that something was wrong. His expression didn't change as he said, "It seems that your good friend has better taste than you, Ruoxi. She can see that I am a good and reliable man with one look. Don't talk nonsense in front of the children. You should stand further away," Lin Ruoxi said with dissatisfaction. Li Jingjing looked at the simple exchange between the two. There was a bit of envy in her eyes. However, she didn't let Lin Ruoxi notice. Yangqing shrugged and didn't say anything. He knew that if he talked to Lin Ruoxi more, Li Jingjing would definitely feel more uncomfortable. Yangqing suddenly felt a bit of regret. If he knew that Li Jingjing was here, he wouldn't have come. The group of children looked at Yangqing and seemed to recognize him. However, after all, the last time Yangqing came, he didn't have much contact with the children. After this period of time, they didn't remember much. Moreover, with Lin Ruoxi and Li Jingjing present, they chose to ignore Yangqing. This saved Yangqing some trouble. Soon, Lin Ruoxi and Li Jingjing were talking and laughing as they gave the children new clothes. Yangqing stood at a corner and watched from afar. Many thoughts ran through his mind. President Cha slowly walked to Yangqing's side and said with a smile, "Mr. Yang, something seems to have happened between you and that child, Jingjing. I'm old, so I have to be thick-skinned and say some things. Since Mr. Yang already married such a beautiful wife like Ruoxi, it's better for you to restrain yourself. Otherwise, you'll be too greedy." Yangqing nodded, "Yeah, I also think that I'm greedy sometimes. However, I've already promised Jingjing's parents that I won't interfere with her life. That's not a bad outcome." President Cha nodded and said, "However, I really didn't expect Ruoxi's husband to be Mr. Yang." Yangqing asked curiously, "President, my wife seems to be very familiar with this place. She even knows the children's names. Does she come here often?" "Yeah, didn't Ruoxi mention this to Mr. Yang?" President Cha was puzzled and said with a smile, "I thought that Ruoxi would at least tell her family about this place. This child. Hee, Ruoxi often came here with her grandmother and mother when she was young. Later on, the old madam and madam passed away. Ruoxi came here alone. She really likes the children here and often gives them gifts. During festivals, she would come here to play games with the children and tell them stories when she's free. The children liked her very much, and so did I. In this world, there are too few people like her who have a good family background, love, and treat these poor children with sincerity. Some people donate money just to gain popularity in society. They're afraid that others don't know about it. Ruoxi has done so much for the children here, but she has never advertised anything. I know that she's the CEO of Yulei International. It's really rare to see someone like her who does good deeds silently." Yangqing finally understood why Lin Ruoxi always went out to do things for no reason. She didn't socialize and didn't have any relatives. He couldn't figure out why she wore flat shoes and why she went out. It turned out that she was going to the orphanage to look after the children. So, when Li Jingjing told him that she met a beautiful sister and they became good friends, that person was actually Lin Ruoxi? Just as Yangqing solved his doubts, Lin Ruoxi, who had finished giving out clothes to the children, shouted to Yangqing, "Yangqing, I'm not going home for dinner today. I've already called Mother Wang. If you don't want to wait, you can take a taxi back first." At this moment, Lin Ruoxi was surrounded by a bunch of laughing children. She couldn't easily get away, so naturally, she couldn't care about Yangqing. Yangqing felt that this scene was amusing and smiled. "Then, you can play with the children. I'll be leaving first." He didn't want to stay any longer because Li Jingjing would occasionally look at him with a faint gaze. Although it was only for a short moment, Yangqing didn't feel good in his heart. After Yangqing said goodbye to President Cha, he walked out of the courtyard alone. Li Jingjing silently looked at Yangqing's back as he left. Her face became paler, but there was a trace of determination in her eyes. However, Lin Ruoshi, who was immersed in the joy of playing with the children, didn't notice. After Yangqing left, Lin Ruoshi and Li Jingjing played with the children for almost an hour before the children were urged by Principal Cha to eat. Lin Ruoshi and Li Jingjing were finally able to leave. Although they were reluctant, they were girls after all and their physical strength was about the same. After saying goodbye to Principal Cha, they left the orphanage together. Walking out of the courtyard, Lin Ruoshi said to Li Jingjing, "Jingjing, I'll send you back. It's getting dark." Li Jingjing smiled and shook her head, "No need, Sister Ruoshi, it's only a short distance for me to walk back. You'll be home much later than me, so you should drive home first." Lin Ruoshi also knew that Li Jingjing's rented house wasn't far, so she nodded and said, "Do you want to have dinner together? I bought some ingredients yesterday and haven't finished cooking. Let's go back and eat." "Sister Ruoshi, why don't you come over to my place and have a seat? My cooking skills are pretty good," Li Jingjing suggested. Lin Ruoshi's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. "Jingjing, are you good at cooking?" "Yes, what's wrong? Can you teach me? I can pay for the ingredients," Lin Ruoshi said. Li Jingjing doubtfully said, "Sister Ruoshi, didn't you say that your mother Wang is good at cooking?" "Yes, but I'm afraid of being seen by that annoying guy," Lin Ruoshi said embarrassedly. Li Jingjing lowered her head and was silent for a while, then said, "Okay, but Sister Ruoshi, if you learn how to cook next time, you must let me go to your house to eat a few times. Just treat it as a thank you gift to your little master." Lin Ruoshi happily nodded, "Of course, but you have to teach me. I really don't know how to cook at all." "Then it's a deal." Li Jingjing stretched out her little finger. Lin Ruoshi smiled sweetly and made a pinky promise with her. The two of them laughed like little girls. At the same time, Yangqing, who didn't go home for dinner, was wandering around the deserted streets of Dongqing district. After meeting Yang Jieyu and Li Jingjing for the whole day, he felt as if there was a stone pressing on his heart. He didn't have much of an appetite. After saying goodbye to Mother Wang, he wandered around the city on foot. Since he was not in a good mood, Yangqing was too lazy to go to the annoying night market. He chose an old street with the least amount of people. It was the place where some old residents of Shanghai stayed. At night, there were only a few residents going in and out. The cold wind of the night poured into his collar, but Yangqing didn't care at all. He walked alone on the dimly lit street. If one didn't look closely, they would think he was a tramp. Just when Yangqing's mind was empty, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Yangqing took it out and saw that it was a call from Mo Qianni. After returning from Sichuan province, this workaholic like Lin Ruoshi rarely contacted him. Although they were clingy in private, when they bumped into each other in the company, she pretended not to see him. This made Yangqing smile bitterly. Picking up the phone, Mo Qianni's sweet voice came through. "Sweetheart, where are you?" This woman was acting coquettishly again. Yangqing smiled and leaned against a pole on the side of the road. He took a deep breath of the cold air. "In your heart." Mo Qianni didn't say anything for a long time on the other end of the phone. Finally, she burst into laughter. "What should I do? You make me have the urge to sacrifice myself." Yangqing's eyes lit up. "Really? Then don't be impulsive. Put it into practice." "Then if you say a few more words that make me impulsive, I will put it into practice," Mo Qianni said unwillingly. "Grandaunt, these words can only be said when love is strong. You want me to say it out loud?" "How can I say it out loud?" Yangqing said dejectedly. Mo Qianni giggled. "I won't joke with you anymore. I have something serious to ask you." "How can this be a joke?" Yangqing gloomily thought. "What is it?" "It's almost the end of the year." "Where are you? Going for the company's year-end trip?" Mo Qianni asked. Yangqing thought for a moment and said. "Last time the public relations department helped me sign up. I remember it's Japan." "What's wrong?" Mo Qianni sighed in a low voice. "The people from the Ministry of Finance are all in the country. I can't go with you." "What a pity." Yangqing smiled. "It was actually because of this matter." "Why? Are you happy that no one is controlling you and you can go and provoke Japanese women?" Mo Qianni heard Yang Cheng smile and immediately said in an unhappy tone. What are you thinking? Am I that thirsty? Yes. Mo Qianni said with certainty. Yang Chen almost choked. He couldn't say a word. Seeing Yang Chen not saying anything, Mo Qianni faintly said. Actually, it's none of my business if you want to provoke them. In any case, they're both mistresses. Reaching out is just asking for trouble. I was just casually saying it. If you really provoke them, you can only swallow your anger. Yang Cheng's nerves tensed up. He smiled and comforted her. How can you say that? It's my honor to be controlled by little Xianxia. I'm happy in my heart. Really? Fake. Yang Cheng thought in his heart and said, of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? After chatting with Mo Qianni for a long time, he finally made her happy and hung up the phone. Yang Cheng felt that it was tiring to deal with women. He did not feel hungry just now, but his stomach was rumbling after the phone call. He looked around and saw that most of the shops were closed. There were only a few small restaurants that looked dirty and uncomfortable. After walking for a while, Yang Chen found a food stall with a trolley at the intersection of a street corner. Yang Chen often went to this kind of spicy and fried food cart stall in the past. Although it wasn't very hygienic, it was cheap and there were a lot of varieties that Yang Chen liked. There was no one in front of the cart stall. There were 3 plastic stools and a box of liquor of unknown brand. It was a good choice to eat snacks and drink liquor on a cold day. Sir, what would you like to order? The voice of the stall owner was very clear. It was actually a young girl. Yang Chen pulled a stool and sat down. He did not notice at first, but when he looked up, he almost laughed out loud. Why is it you, little sister? The girl in front of him was the girl who pickpocketed on the bus during the day. He did not expect that she would set up a food cart stall here. It seemed that the barrel of oil during the day was indeed used by her for business. When the girl saw Yang Cheng, she was also stunned for a moment. Then she asked warily, Uncle, are you following me? Why would I follow you? To send you to the police station? If I did, I would have caught you on the bus during the day. I was just walking around and was hungry. I did not expect to meet you. As Yang Cheng spoke, he took out a string of spicy kelp and took a bite. It tastes good. Since we are friends, can you give me a discount? I also brought a string of 1 piece, the girl said ruthlessly. You child, you can't be so stingy when doing business. Give me a discount when you should. Yang Cheng said with a smile. I said, I am not a child. Uncle, if you want to eat then eat. Don't grumble. If you don't want to eat then leave. Leave the kelp money. The girl said unhappily. Yang Chen felt that this girl was rather interesting. She was born tender and fair, making her look petite and adorable. But when she spoke, the expression on her face made her look like a little chili pepper. Especially when she stared at him with her big black eyes, it made him feel happy. Okay, I will eat. I am giving you money but your attitude is so bad. Yang Chen sighed and took out a small bottle of white wine from the liquor box beside him. Casually, he took a plastic cup and poured himself a glass. Liquor is $5 a bottle. The girl said again. Yang Chen smiled and shook his head. He took out a few skewers of other snacks. As Yang Chen took them, the girl quoted the price. After eating a dozen skewers, Yang Chen also drank 2 mouthfuls of the spicy liquor. His stomach felt warm. He saw the girl stir-frying some red and white food on a metal plate. There seemed to be some spicy sauce and vegetables. A sour and spicy smell wafted over. He asked curiously, what are you stir-frying? The girl did not even raise her head and said, fried rice cake. I have eaten fried rice cake before. I have never seen something like this. Yang Chen was puzzled. This is a Korean-style fried rice cake. My mother taught me how to make it. She added kimchi and Korean spicy sauce. The girl said. Yang Chen smiled, could it be that your mother is Korean? The girl raised her head, her brows arched and her eyes filled with impatience. Uncle, you talk too much. Can't my mother be Korean? Yang Chen smiled and waved his hand, that's not what I meant. I was just talking about you. You don't look like a Xianxia person. Your temperament is also different. So you are a mixed-blood Korean. Mixed blood? Temperament? Uncle, you really know how to talk. Don't Xianxia people like to call Koreans Bangsi? What temperament could they have? The girl laughed. You can't be so harsh. At least I know that Koreans respect their elders. I say, little sister, why are you so fierce to me? Yangqing smiled and asked. The girl fiercely stared at Yangqing. I will say it for the last time. I am not a little sister. I am 20 years old. Okay. Can I call you miss? Yangqing said with a bitter smile. Do you think I am a prostitute? I don't have money and I am poor, but I will not sell my body. Then what should I call you? Yangqing said helplessly. The girl let out a long sigh. She seemed to be annoyed by Yangqing. My name is Xianxia. You can call me Xiao. Xiao? No, not cute enough. I will call you Xianxia. This name is quite Korean. Did your mother give you that name? N. My name is Yangqing. You can call me uncle or Yangqing. Yangqing said with a smile. Xianxia's mouth suddenly twitched. She seemed to want to laugh but didn't. Uncle, did I ask what your name is? Why are you so eager and proactive? Don't think that I don't know anything. I have seen many men like you. Are you trying to pick me up? Let me tell you, I am very busy now. I don't have time to date an uncle who has nothing better to do. If you want to eat, then hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my business. This girl was really direct. Although she was very beautiful, Yangqing really did not have any thoughts about her. He just liked the atmosphere of talking to her. So Xianxia said with a smile, Xianxia, I am very free, but I really don't have any thoughts about you. I am just in a bad mood today. I don't know why I feel comfortable talking to you. I will not disturb you. You can continue, hee. Xianxia seemed to have no way to deal with Yangqing. She sighed and shook her head. Just as she was about to continue processing her Korean rice cake, she suddenly frowned. She looked behind Yangqing. Vroom, vroom vroom. The engines of the modified motorcycles roared as 3 motorcycles with their headlights on approached the cart stall from afar. On each motorcycle was a rider wearing a black trench coat and a helmet. 2 of the riders lifted the front wheels of their motorcycles and began to spin in circles with only the rear wheels on the ground. The other rider landed on the ground with its front wheels and swung its tail like a dragon. If a young person who liked thrills were to pass by here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise. Yangqing did not notice before, but following Xianxia's gaze, he saw that it was actually the 3 motorcycle gangs that gave the Zhonghai police a headache. Xianxia's expression was somewhat dignified as she suddenly took off her white gloves that were convenient for cooking and said to Yangqing, Uncle, if something happens, you hide behind the cart and don't do anything stupid. Why? Are they looking for you? Yangqing asked doubtfully. Don't ask any more. In short, do as I say. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if you get hurt. Xianxia said very cleanly. Without waiting for Yangqing to ask anything, Xianxia walked forward and came to the side of the road to face the 3 riders. The 3 riders stopped their motorcycles and took off their helmets, revealing 3 young but arrogant faces. They were all wearing earrings and had avant-garde hairstyles. The leading man had long hair and a sparse beard. He looked somewhat rough and handsome, but there was a black shark tattooed on his neck. It opened its bloody mouth, making people feel a sense of hostility. Yangqing was intrigued and curious at the same time. He drank while watching the confrontation between Xianxia and the 3 people. Xianxia, it's really not easy to find you. The man said with an evil smile. Shark, I have already said many times that I have already quit and have nothing to do with you. Why don't you let me go? Xianxia's face was cold and firm as she said. Shark snorted and laughed, quit? Su Xianxia, once you enter this line of work, you can forget about leaving unscathed in this lifetime. What's so bad about working with us? We'll have wine to drink and meat to eat. It's so much better than your crappy midnight snack stall. That's what you think. I just want to be a good person now, Xianxia said. You want to abandon us brothers and be your people? Su Xianxia, don't be so naive. Do you think others will believe you? Would the police believe it? Would those fools in society believe it? Who would dare hire you? Other than us, who would dare to be friends with you? Who would dare to trust you? Shark sneered. That's my business. You guys can go, and don't come looking for me in the future. Xianxia turned around with a hint of sadness in her eyes, but no one saw it. Shark laughed sinisterly. Su Xianxia, the woman that I, Shark, want has never escaped from my palm. I have already given you enough time. Since you still can't understand, I will help you. After saying that, Shark got back on the motorcycle and started it. He turned the motorcycle around and was actually going to rush towards Xianxia's cart. Xianxia's reaction was extremely fast. She appeared next to Shark in a flash. Her two white and slender hands grabbed onto Shark's shoulder and pulled him to the side. Shark's strong body was actually pulled to the ground by Xianxia. Brother Shark. The two bikers shouted and immediately rushed up to fight with Xianxia. Xianxia finally had anger in her eyes. She rushed up and started punching and kicking the two. Yangqing didn't make a move. He listened to the conversation between Xianxia and Shark. He more or less understood that Xianxia should have been a member of the biker gang, or maybe even more than just a biker gang. Now Xianxia probably wanted to quit, but those people didn't want to let her go. Looking at Xianxia's fighting posture, it was definitely not something that could be practiced in a year or two. Although there was no technique, she could instinctively react. That was something that only people who had fought countless times could do. Every move was ruthless and she seized every opportunity. However, Xianxia was a girl after all. Although her strength was much stronger than ordinary girls, it was still a bit difficult to fight against three men. After Shark got up angrily, Xianxia continued to fight for several rounds. Finally, she was careless and was kicked in the back by a biker gang member. Ah! Xianxia screamed in pain and fell to Yangqing's side. Yangqing caught her and held her in his arms. After making sure that she was not seriously injured, he said to the three men in front of him, "Don't lose face. Do you think it's interesting for a man to beat a woman 3 against 1? Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Get out of the way, or I will stab you," Shark said fiercely. Xianxia was held in Yangqing's arms. She was ashamed and wanted to break free, but she couldn't leave Yangqing's arms. Feeling a hot arm around her waist, Xianxia was so sensitive that she could hear her heartbeat. "Uncle, get out of the way. Don't get involved," Xianxia shouted anxiously. Yangqing stretched out his other hand and touched Xianxia's white and elastic face. "It's not good for girls to fight. Since you have decided to be a good person, learn to be a girl." Xianxia was shocked by the sudden intimate action. For a moment, she was stunned, as if she had forgotten everything around her. Shark's eyes were full of malice. "Xianxia, is this the new rich guy you found? He doesn't look like much." Xianxia's eyes were red, and she struggled frantically. She drilled out of Yangqing's arms and stood in front of Yangqing. "He is just a passing guest. It has nothing to do with me. If you have something to say, just come at me. Today, I will take it all." "Humph, whether it has anything to do with him or not, it's not up to you to decide. Today, neither of you can escape. Xianxia, I will let you know that without us, you are nothing." After saying that, Shark and the other 2 speeder family members rushed forward. The 3 of them surrounded Xianxia. Step by step, Xianxia hurriedly turned around, wanting to let Yangqing escape. But when she turned around, she found that Yangqing was no longer behind her. "Aya!" Hearing 2 wails, Xianxia looked back in panic and saw that the 2 arrogant punks had been thrown to the ground by Yangqing. Yangqing lightly swept a glance at Shark. Without waiting for Shark to punch, he slapped Shark's face. "Pa!" Shark's body tilted and fell to the ground again. He was confused and dizzy, as if he had fainted. Dealing with these 3 little guys, Yangqing could almost touch them to death with his eyes closed. Xianxia couldn't react for a moment, as if she couldn't believe that the amiable uncle just a moment ago had suddenly become so fierce and powerful. Suddenly, a few police sirens came from the corner of the street. 2 patrol police motorcycles, with their siren lights on, roared as they drove over. Presumably, the nearby residents saw the fight and called the police in panic. Xianxia's face turned pale, and she pushed Yangqing a few times. "Uncle, quickly run, the police are here. It'll be bad if you get caught." "Why run, this isn't our responsibility," Yangqing said with a smile. Xianxia didn't have time to explain to Yangqing. She couldn't push Yangqing away, and she couldn't abandon her stall if she ran away. Moreover, Yangqing helped her, so she felt bad and could only stamp her feet anxiously. When the two patrol police got out of the car, they immediately took out their guns and asked, "What's going on?" Without waiting for Yangqing and Xianxia to speak, the two delinquents on the ground shouted, "Brother police, this adulterous couple hit us, quickly arrest them." "No. They were the ones who started it," Xianxia quickly explained. The two patrol police frowned and looked at Xianxia and Yangqing, then looked at the three modified motorcycles behind them, and sneered, "Don't say anything, all of you go back to the police station." Soon, the patrol police called a van on duty and a tow truck to take Yangqing and the other four to the police station. Xianxia's cart and the three people's motorcycles were all taken away by the police. 10 minutes later, the 5 people were pushed out of the car by the police. Xianxia saw that Yangqing was also taken to the police station, so she felt bad and whispered to Yangqing, "I'm sorry." Yangqing smiled indifferently, "You don't have to say that, just don't charge me for dinner." The originally gloomy Xianxia finally smiled, "Thank you, uncle." In fact, Yangqing was also laughing at himself in his heart. Why did he come to the police station again? It seemed that he had a special affinity with the police station when he returned to China. Arriving at the familiar office, many police officers on duty looked at Yangqing with strange gazes. Obviously, they were puzzled as to why this fellow was here again. The 3 motorcycle gang members were obviously the focus of attention. Just by looking at their clothes, it was obvious that they were taken to a special interrogation room by the police officers. No matter how arrogant the shark was before, it became obedient after coming to the police station. It seemed that it had suffered before. Yangqing and Xianxia sat opposite the 2 police officers and began the boring questions and answers according to the procedure. At this time, Choi Yan, who was talking to a few police officers and walking back to the office, saw Yangqing. Seeing that Yangqing was being interrogated with another girl she didn't know, she frowned and asked the others to go to work first. She walked up and asked with concern, "Yangqing, what happened to you?" When Yangqing saw Choi Yan, he was a little embarrassed. He smiled softly and told her what had just happened. When Xianxia saw Choi Yan, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. She lowered her head so much that it almost touched her chest. Seeing Yangqing and Choi Yan chatting easily, she was slightly surprised. After listening, Choi Yan suddenly smiled and patted Xianxia's shoulder. "Xianxia, this is the 4th time you've come here." Xianxia pouted and didn't dare to look at Choi Yan. Her eyes were a little wet, and she said faintly, "Bureau Chief Kai. I didn't mean it." "The 4th time?" Yangqing was stunned. It seemed like this girl wasn't easy to deal with either. When Xianxia saw the surprised look on Yangqing's face, she only thought that Yangqing was disgusted with her. Her face became even more gloomy, and she drooped her head listlessly. When Choi Yan saw this, she looked at Yangqing with a strange look. She leaned close to Yangqing's ear and said, "Yangqing, why don't you let go of a little girl like Xianxia? She just turned 18. Didn't she say she was 20? So it was a false age." Yangqing smiled bitterly and said, "What are you talking about? I just met her today." Xianxia thought that Yangqing wanted to disassociate himself from her. Her heart ached, but she immediately echoed, "Bureau Chief Kai, uncle is a customer who passed by my stall. He has nothing to do with this matter. Please let uncle go back." Yangqing and Choi Yan were stunned. They didn't expect that Xianxia still wanted to let Yangqing get away quickly at this time. Looking at Xianxia's sincere and worried look, Choi Yan didn't believe Yangqing's words at all. She sighed and looked at Yangqing with dissatisfaction. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Xianxia saw that Choi Yan didn't say anything and thought that she wasn't willing to let Yangqing go. She turned her head and looked at Yangqing with a dejected face. "Uncle, it's my fault, I've harmed you." Yangqing bitterly smiled as he reached out and pinched Xianxia's soft cheeks. "Silly girl, what are you talking about? Xianxia was at a loss for what to do. Her cheeks were touched by Yangqing, causing her cheeks to turn slightly red. Choi Yan, give me some face. This girl's nature isn't bad. Whatever she did in the past, let's write it all off. Let her go today. The main troublemakers were those three fellows. Teach them a good lesson and don't let them provoke Xianxia again. Yangqing said. Choi Yan playfully smiled and said, you also need me to give you face? Isn't that so? You're the bureau chief and I'm just a commoner. We're not on the same level. Yangqing said. I can give you face, but you have to give me other reasons. I don't think that I have to give you face just because you're a commoner. There are commoners everywhere, do you think I have to give them all face? Choi Yan crossed her arms in front of her chest, causing her full chest to bulge out. Yangqing subconsciously glanced at her, coughed twice and said, all right, no matter what, we're still friends, right? At this point, Yangqing could only lower his face and try to get close to her. Choi Yan seemed to be quite happy and nodded, all right, since you've helped me a lot and I know you well, I'll forget about today's matter. Hearing Choi Yan say that she would forget about the matter, Xianxia, who was still gloomy, seemed to be in a fog and didn't dare to believe it. Xianxia, Choi Yan turned and said to Xianxia in a serious tone, Xianxia, the first time you came here, you were still a girl who wasn't even 18 years old. A burglary, a speeding car, a group brawl. I remember it all. These resumes are not very impressive for a girl of your age. Today, Yangqing helped you. I believe that you have the determination to repent and turn over a new leaf. That's why I'm making an exception for you this time. Don't think that it's that simple. If you don't perform well in the future and I see you here again, I'll definitely punish you more severely. Xianxia bit her thin lips and her big watery eyes were full of tears. She stood up and bowed to Choi Yan 3 times in a row gratefully. Director Kai, thank you. I will definitely be a good person. I will never do anything illegal again. Choi Yan smiled and touched Xianxia's hair. If you want to thank someone, thank the uncle who always causes trouble. You heard it just now, I'm buying his account. Hearing that, Xianxia smiled through her tears and looked at Yangqing with a different kind of warmth. With Choi Yan's help, everything was naturally over. Yangqing felt that it was not bad to have a friend with a high position, although this person had always brought him a lot of trouble. After everything was settled, Choi Yan helped Xianxia find the small cart. Xianxia was grateful again. In the process of handling the matter, Yangqing had nothing to do, so he asked Choi Yan about Xianxia's past. Choi Yan briefly told Yangqing about Xianxia's background, which was what he knew when he dealt with Xianxia's case in the past. It turned out that Xianxia's mother was Korean, and her father was a businessman from Xianxia. After they got married, they unexpectedly made a mistake in investing and went bankrupt. Then, they left Xianxia and her mother behind. Xianxia's mother died of uterine cancer when Xianxia was very young. Xianxia grew up in an orphanage. After being bullied, she was forced to go on a crooked path. She was repeatedly sent to the police station to be criticized and educated. Only then did she slowly get better. Choi Yan talked about Xianxia's past. It was not known if Xianxia was listening. She was going through the procedures with several police officers and did not seem to care. When the matter was over, Choi Yan sent the 2 of them out of the police station. At this time, Xianxia blushed and pulled Yangqing's hand. She wanted to say something but stopped. Yangqing felt that it was a little interesting. This little hot pepper seemed to have become a good girl. She had to think twice before speaking. Say it. What's the matter, girl? Yangqing asked. Xianxia gritted her teeth and pulled Yangqing to a corner to avoid the sight of Choi Yan and the other police officers. She took off a pendant with a red string from her neck. It was a metal ornament that looked a little old. It was crescent-shaped and reflected a soft light under the faint light. Xianxia stuffed the crescent-shaped pendant into Yangqing's hand. There was shyness, determination, and joy in her sparkling eyes. Uncle, this is for you. What is it? Yangqing asked with an evil smile. It can't be a token of love, right? Miss Xianxia, I'm actually married. You're tempting me to cheat. Xianxia made a cute face and bared her teeth. What are you talking about? Who's in love with you? This was left to me by my mother. She said it's an amulet. I'm giving it to you now. Yangcheng put away his joking expression and said with a smile, how can I accept such a precious thing? Uncle is the first person who is willing to come forward to protect me and make me feel like I'm being treated well. I used to think that it was this amulet that protected me. Now, I feel that as long as I have Uncle, I don't have to be afraid. Xianxia said seriously. Silly girl, I can't hang it on your chest. How can I be an amulet? Yangcheng touched Xianxia's head. He did such a simple thing, but it made Xianxia feel so much. Being treated well? Could it be that the treatment she received in the past was inhuman? Xianxia pouted, as long as I think of Uncle, Uncle can protect me. Uncle, take it. Let Xianxia feel that Uncle will remember me. A trace of warmth flowed through Yangcheng's heart. He took the crescent moon pendant. Well, I'll keep it for you. But you have to leave your contact information. I don't want to not see you in the future. I want to see if you do anything bad. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and then she said gloomily, I don't have a contact number. How about this, I'll set up a stall near the street where I set up my stall today to sell breakfast and supper. If Uncle has time, you can go there to find me. I'll be obedient. At that time, you won't haggle with me about the fees, right? Yangcheng pretended to ask. Xianxia giggled and said, if Uncle brings sister-in-law to see me, I'll give Uncle a discount. But Uncle, do you really have a wife? Can this be used to deceive people? Yangcheng said with a smile. Xianxia said in a low voice, oh. She didn't show any expression. Then Uncle, if you come with sister-in-law, I'll give you a discount. 5% off. How about it? I'm very generous, right? Miser. Yangcheng poked Xianxia's forehead, which made her pout coquettishly. Yangcheng felt very comfortable in his heart. He thought it was not bad. Perhaps it was because he knew that Xianxia was also an orphan with a dark past. Yangcheng had a special feeling of love, and he really didn't want to see her again. After Xianxia gave the gift, she left reluctantly. Yangcheng could still feel that after the cold shell like an umbrella melted, Xianxia was really just an 18-year-old cute girl. Looking at the pendant in his hand that was still exuding Xianxia's natural body fragrance, Yangcheng was a little surprised. He didn't notice it before, but when he looked carefully, it turned out to be a platinum crescent moon. But knowing that Xianxia's parents used to be merchants, it made sense. At this time only Choi Yan and Yangcheng were left at the entrance of the police station. Choi Yan coughed a little mischievously, Uncle Yang, it seems that another little sister has taken the bait. How do you feel? Yangcheng carefully put away the pendant and smiled helplessly, Choi Yan, you can't say that. Although I'm not a good person, I really don't have any ideas about Xianxia. Don't tell me that you only feel like siblings with her, Choi Yan squinted and said. Hiss. Yangcheng thought for a while, it seems so. If she was my sister, I would quite like it. Who would believe you? Choi Yan muttered and suddenly took out a black box from behind her and put it in front of Yangcheng. Here, this is for you. Seeing that Choi Yan suddenly took out a treasure like Doraemon, Yangcheng was slightly stunned. What is it? Take it and you'll know. Choi Yan looked a little unnatural and said vaguely. Yangcheng cautiously took the box and felt that it was heavy. He opened it and was suddenly speechless. Inside the box, on a pale golden gauze, was an exquisitely made Rolex watch. It wasn't a priceless item, but it was still a fine product with a lot of gold and a certain amount of broken diamonds, so it wasn't cheap. Choi Yan saw that Yangcheng was looking at the watch and didn't speak. She asked a little nervously, do you like it? Yangcheng raised his head and looked at Choi Yan inexplicably. For me? Don't tell me I bought it for myself, it's for a man. Choi Yan put both her hands in her jacket pockets, lowered her head and played with her toes unnaturally. She was obviously not calm. Yangcheng closed the box and smiled. Thank you, but I can't accept it, it's too expensive. It's just a watch, what's so expensive about it? I saw that you saved me last time, so I wanted to thank you. I saw that you've never worn a watch before, so I wanted to buy you one, Choi Yan hurriedly explained. Yangcheng shook his head, you can't just give a watch to me. Since you gave it to me, I have to wear it, but if I wear it, people will always ask who gave it to me. We're just ordinary friends, this will cause misunderstandings. Choi Yun's face paled. Do you think it's embarrassing? Do you think it's embarrassing that I gave you a watch? Yangqing frowned. You know that's not what I meant, it's just that it's not appropriate. I knew it. Choi Yun's eyes were slightly moist. You say that we're friends, but you still hate me in your heart. You think that I'm stupid, you think that I'm useless, you think that I'm not worthy of being your friend, and I'm not worthy of giving you a gift, right? Yangqing smiled bitterly. What was this? Choi Yun, I really didn't think too much about it. I can't accept this watch, it's not an ordinary gift, I don't have any other intentions. Yangqing didn't know how to explain. Give it to me. Choi Yun snatched back the watch box, angrily glared at Yangqing, turned around and walked away quickly. As she walked, she muttered, Damn Yangqing, stinky Yangqing. This is the first time this young miss has given a gift to a man, and you dare to refuse. Next time I see you, I'll catch you. Damn Yangqing, stinky Yangqing. Yangqing saw that Choi Yun had left, and he sighed with bitterness in his mouth. Other women could be more relaxed, but Choi Yun definitely couldn't. She was Lin Ruoxi's best friend. His relationship with Mo Qianni was already very difficult. If Choi Yun was involved, then Lin Ruoxi would probably die of anger. Moreover, he didn't have any feelings for Choi Yun, so it was better to break it off. After so many things had happened throughout the day, Yangqing felt quite fulfilled when he returned home. In the dead of the night, Lin Ruoxi and Mother Wang had already gone to bed. Yangqing took a shower and turned on his computer in his room. He had arranged to meet Sauron that night. After entering the long string of complex and untraceable URL, the video chat box popped up again. As expected, the video was already flashing. However, what surprised Yangchen was that there were actually two flashing signals. Other than the blue eagle, there was also a picture of a red pirate ship flashing. The corners of Yangchen's lips curled into a smile as he clicked on the two videos. The avatars of two men appeared on the computer screen. Other than the red-haired Sauron who was wearing a military uniform, the other man was wearing a white nightgown. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His mustache was curled up, and his yellowish-brown hair was very sparse, revealing a large portion of his bald head. He wore a black eye patch, and was also smiling at Yangchen with goodwill. However, even if these two men were smiling, most people wouldn't think that they were very kind. Your Majesty Pluto, Maekdon sends his regards. The one-eyed Maekdon greeted Yangqing in fluent Hebrew while holding a steaming cup of unknown beverage. Yangqing leaned against the headboard and looked at the leisurely guy on the screen. He smiled and said, Maekdon, it should be noon over there. Are you hungover again? Of course not, I'm just experiencing a different time zone, Maekdon said with a grin. The red-haired Sauron snorted in disdain. Bullsh *T, you vulture. Other than wine and oak barrels, all you think about are those barrel-waisted women. Your Majesty Pluto, I strongly request that you hand over all his intelligence network to me. He's simply wasting the space you've given him. You rude red-haired eagle. You're just being jealous. My children have the most devout faith and the most steadfast belief. No one can lead them through the waves except me. Maekdon said in English with disdain. Yangqing advised, Sauron, you should be used to Macedonia by now, and you should also know that Mossad is the least likely to transfer their faith. No one can replace Macedonia's work. Your Majesty Pluto, I know it's very difficult. That's why I gave him the task of investigating. I just think the old man is getting fatter and fatter, and his hair is getting thinner and thinner, Sauron said unhappily. Hi. Red-haired eagle, today is the day to report the results to His Majesty Pluto King. Do you want to fight? Do you think my nuclear warhead will be afraid of your pirate ship? Soren said disdainfully. Enough. Do you have to quarrel every time you see each other? Yangchen stopped the two of them gloomily. Rubbing his forehead, he said, Sauron, tell me what's the situation. Only then did Soren become more serious. Your Majesty Pluto King, although you requested to only send the Sea Eagles, who are good at camouflage and communication, to Xianxia, I really can't choose ordinary members. My Sea Eagles have the combat power of the world's top agents. The first group of 12 will arrive at Xianxia's southeast port in Zhonghai tomorrow night. Very good. Did you give them the method to contact them? Yangqing asked. Yes, but... Sauron frowned. But Huaxia's Yellow Flame Iron Brigade has already detected the whereabouts of our frigate. I think we need Your Majesty Pluto King to go and receive them tomorrow night. Although it's rude, it's not like that. I'm worried that our members will be in danger. Oh. Please believe me, Your Majesty Pluto King. Yellow Flame Iron Brigade may not be the most secretive defense organization, but they are definitely the most difficult to deal with. Xianxia smiled. It seemed that the people from the dragon team didn't give Sauron any trouble. He nodded to show that he understood. He then asked Maekdan, what about the investigation? Maekdan picked up a piece of paper from the short mahogany table beside the rocking chair. He looked at it and said, Your Majesty Pluto King, according to the investigation, the leader of Yamada sect, Nariko Okawa, is an expert who has reached the peak of Chinin. Preliminary estimates say that he has the combat power of 800 top agents. Of course, due to the variability of Japanese ninjutsu, this is only a conservative estimate. What's worth paying attention to is that Okawa used to be one of the core killers of the original Zero. This also means that he might have a sufficient understanding of God's stone. There was a flash of light in Xianxia's eyes. He said expressionlessly, although the original Zero no longer exists, there are indeed too many branches. I can't eradicate them all. If Okawa wants to end his own life, it's not a bad thing. Maekdan and Sauron had a solemn look on their faces as they agreed with him. As for the other investigation, Your Majesty Pluto King, I feel that this job is too easy. The Miss Anshin that you're looking for is currently steadily participating in international flights. Her main flight route is between Tokyo, Japan, and Paris, France. I think it won't be difficult for you to find her, Maekdan said with a meaningful smile. Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. He only wanted to make sure that Anshin wasn't in trouble. It seemed like she was living a carefree life. Keep an eye on her surroundings for me to see if there are any abnormalities, Xianxia said. It's my pleasure to serve you, Your Majesty Pluto, Maekdan chuckled. Xianxia thought for a while and decided that there was nothing else. Just as he was about to bid farewell to the two buffoons, Maekdan said, Your Majesty Pluto King, there's one more thing. Since you're living in Huaxia, and you're in an international coastal city like Shanghai, I have to remind you. What is it? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Something that could make this seemingly cynical pirate leader, the king of intelligence, mention it seriously was definitely not a simple matter. Maekdan stopped smiling and said, According to the information collected by my intelligence network, the Holy Grail has finally appeared, and the location is in Huaxia. Xianxia's expression froze for a moment, and then he felt a little ridiculous. Does that thing really exist? Maekdan frowned for a while and said, Legend has it that the cup used by Jesus Christ at the Last Supper was filled with his blood after he was crucified. Legend has it that if the Holy Grail is filled with holy water, anyone who drinks it will gain eternal life. Vulture, how could such a thing exist? Even if it exists, it must be in the Balkans, the Mediterranean, or the Middle East. How could it be in Huaxia in the Far East? Maekdan snorted and said, Before you met Your Majesty Pluto King, did you believe in the gods and the legendary Treaty of the Gods? Soren was stunned, and then he shut his mouth. Xianxia sighed. The gods aren't really gods. At the very least, I can't achieve immortality. However, there are indeed some unimaginable things in this world. Go on, Maekdan. Yes, Your Excellency. At first, I didn't believe this information because it was too incredible. According to the information, the Holy Grail was actually brought back to Huaxia by the Mongolian cavalry during the Yuan dynasty of Huaxia from a noble's treasure house in the Middle East. After that, it was buried in the cemetery of a noble in Huaxia. Recent archaeological excavations found that cemetery near Zhonghai, and it was found by devout Christians that it was exactly the same as the legendary Holy Grail. That was how the news reached the Vatican, Maekdan said. How can we determine if the Holy Grail really exists if that's all? Xianxia asked. Maekdan said, Although we can't know the history of the Holy Grail, the Vatican and its enemies are obviously the most familiar with the Holy Grail. Are you talking about the Dark Parliament? Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Maekdan was obviously stunned. Your Excellency Pluto, could it be that you've dealt with them before? I always thought that you didn't know of their existence. Many years ago, I met them when I was carrying out a mission. Those guys aren't as exaggerated as the rumors say, but because of their special bloodline, they have some powerful abilities. Ordinary agents are definitely no match for them. If the Vatican's papal guards and crusaders really treat them as opponents, then the Vatican does indeed have the power to intimidate the European countries. Xianxia recalled the few encounters he had many years ago, and he couldn't help but feel troubled. If those people came to Xianxia, he would definitely have to step in. Otherwise, those people from the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade would definitely suffer. If they suffered, Xiaxia's protection would be gone. If Xiaxia's protection weakened, then he wouldn't be able to live comfortably in this country anymore. However, it wouldn't be easy to deal with those guys. As expected of Your Excellency Pluto. My intelligence network can't track their specific movements at all. I only noticed that the Dark Parliament and the Vatican have sent their elites to Xianxia. From this, it can be seen that the Holy Grail isn't just a rumor. Maekdan suddenly grinned. I hope that the Easterners still have enough mysterious power. Otherwise, this might be a battle of great disparity in combat power. If that's really the case, where is the Holy Grail now? Xianxia asked. If he could throw the Holy Grail into another country, even if it was thrown into the sea, he could avoid a pointless battle. Who could live forever? He didn't care at all. Maekdan said with a bitter smile, I'm very sorry, Your Excellency Pluto. My intelligence network in Xianxia is especially weak. The Yellow Flame Iron Brigade is really hard to deal with. On this point, I have the same opinion as the red-haired eagle. What's the use of being hard to deal with? The traditional method of increasing combat power in Xianxia is destined to be unable to quickly produce powerhouses. This is very different from the mutants in the West. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Your information is very useful. I will take note of it. From now on, we have to pay close attention to it. Regardless of whether the Holy Grail is really that magical, the fight for that thing must not break the balance between the various organizations in the world. Your Excellency Pluto, I'm very curious, Maekdan said. What is it? Xianxia said with a smile. Maekdan hesitated for a while and asked, Your Excellency Pluto, since the gods exist, why can't the other main gods be like you and stand up to restrain the chaotic forces in the world? Wouldn't that be more helpful to the stability of the world? Xianxia lowered his head and smiled. Do you think I'm willing to stand up? Have you ever seen me voluntarily ask anyone or any force to obey me? Sauron and Maekdan were stunned and then shook their heads. They were all willing. When I took off the ring of Pluto, I asked the previous Pluto this question, Xianxia said. The previous Pluto? Maekdan and Sauron shouted at the same time. It was obvious that they didn't know about the previous Pluto. Actually, the answer is very simple, but also very complicated. Xianxia seemed to be talking to himself. He said plainly, if there really is a reason, it would be, we, more than anyone else, deeply love this world. The next morning, just as Xianxia walked into the PR department with a large pile of breakfast, he saw a group of female PR workers with different makeup gathered together, laughing and discussing something. Yang Chen, who was ignored once again, placed his breakfast on his desk, and moved closer to the group of women, causing a few pretty ladies to pout coquettishly. Taking advantage of women so early in the morning, Xianxia, you're too shameless. A pretty girl said with a red face. Xianxia chuckled, accidentally rubbing his arm against someone's chest, but he pretended not to know anything. Carefully looking at the surrounded computer, on the screen was a PDF document with the words Yulei International Entertainment and Culture Company Draft written on it. Puzzled, Xianxia asked Zhao Hongyan, who was also watching excitedly, Hongyan, what is this? Zhao Hongyan rolled her eyes, can't you read? This is the establishment draft of a new company. New company? Yeah, our Yulei only has a model management company, but next month we will officially invest in an entertainment and culture company. I heard that we will sign many famous managers, singers, and actors. Another pretty girl said happily. What does this have to do with you? Xianxia asked. How is it not our business? If the celebrities I like are signed, then they will become our colleagues, and the meaning will be completely different. A pretty girl said. Yangqing laughed, isn't it a separate company? Even if they sign them, they will work elsewhere and not in the PR department. Humph, can't you let us imagine more? That pretty girl said with dissatisfaction. Yangqing listened to the group of young female PR workers enthusiastically discussing who to sign, as if they were the ones opening the company, and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Zhang Kai was very honest, and when she saw Yangqing arrive, she immediately searched for the location of breakfast and ran over to pick up a few buns. As she chewed on them, she chatted with the women. Sure enough, young women's immunity to handsome celebrities was different. Yangqing didn't expect Lin Ruoxi to start an entertainment company right after defeating the Su family and Changlin Media and obtaining the future economic benefits of the new material. As far as Yangqing knew, this kind of company definitely needed to consume a lot of money. Lin Ruoxi could be considered to have put in a lot of money. However, now that the Su family had been defeated by the Yuan family, they only existed in name, and there were no other companies in the country that could compete with Yulei. It was understandable that Lin Ruoxi wanted to find a new field. With Yulei's reputation in Xianxia and the world's fashion industry, if they invested in an entertainment company, it would be a golden brand. It would be a sure win and no loss. It all depended on how to maximize the profits. Lin Ruoxi was well versed in the fact that entrepreneurs always invested after starting a business and continued to invest after starting a business. Just as the office was bustling with noise, a slender figure walked in from the door and coughed coldly at the group of frolicking female public relations workers. The female public relations workers seemed to have heard the alarm and immediately ran back to their seats. Yangqing turned around and saw that it was actually Lin Ruoxi's assistant, Wu Yu, who had suddenly arrived. That airport-like figure and ice-cold expression made her stand out from the crowd no matter how one looked at her. Wu Yu saw that Yangqing was very calm with two knives in his hands. She couldn't help but frown. Yangqing, come with me. Where? Yangqing asked. CEO's office, Wu Yu said coldly. Yangqing didn't ask where they were going. He was sure that she wouldn't tell him. Therefore, he chewed on his steamed bun and followed Wu Yu upstairs. When they arrived at the door of Lin Ruoxi's office, Yangqing had just finished eating his steamed bun and followed Wu Yu into the office. Yangqing was depressed. Couldn't they just talk about it at home? He even made me go to the office and waste my time playing games. When they walked in, Lin Ruoxi was sitting at her big desk and writing something quickly. She looked very serious and didn't even raise her head when they entered. Wu Yu stood respectfully. General Lin, Yangqing is here. Lin Ruoxi put a stack of signed documents aside and looked up. She said expressionlessly, okay, you can leave. Wu Yu bowed and quietly walked out of the office and closed the door. Lin Ruoxi suddenly stood up and pointed to the sofa beside the floor-to-ceiling window to Yangqing. A man and a woman were already sitting there. When the man and woman saw Lin Ruoxi pointing at them, they immediately stood up with a smile and nodded to Yangqing in a friendly manner. The man looked to be in his 30s. He had short hair and wore a pair of gold-framed glasses. He looked gentle. The woman was also in her early 30s. She was wearing a pink professional suit and looked elegant. This is Zhao Teng and this is Wang Jia. From today onwards, they will be your assistants, Lin Ruoxi introduced them directly. Yangqing was stunned. He had a bad feeling and asked with a stiff smile, what do you mean? The new Yulei International Entertainment and Culture Company draft. You should have seen it this morning, right? Lin Ruoxi said. Yangqing nodded, I just glanced at it. This will be the highlight of Yulei for the next few years. We will mainly start with music, TV, and advertising. We will strive to use our superior resources and reputation to build a national and even world-class entertainment and culture company in 5 years, Lin Ruoxi explained. Oh, that's a good thing. But what does this have to do with them being my assistants, that? General Lin, you can't be. Before Yangqing could ask, Lin Ruoxi nodded and said, that's right. You will be the director of this company and be responsible for the main decision-making work of Yulei Entertainment. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia will be your right-hand men as the executive manager and business manager respectively. Yangqing wailed in his heart. This was like a bolt from the blue. The last time he went to Hong Kong to negotiate was enough to give him a headache. This time, a company that was still in the process of being built was thrown into his hands. General Lin, it's not that I'm humble, but I really don't know how to do this. Yangqing winked, hoping that Lin Ruoxi would be merciful and stop tormenting him. Lin Ruoxi didn't seem to see anything. She smiled and looked at Zhao Teng and Wang Jia. Both of you are veterans in the company and have enough work experience. This time, I will let you two be Yang Cheng's assistants. I hope you can give him some advice and guidance. Although he is capable, he doesn't have enough practical experience. You will have to put in more effort in this aspect. Don't worry, General Lin. Your arrangements must have your reasons. We know what to do, Zhao Ting said humbly. Wang Jia also smiled kindly. Director Yang, you are able to get General Lin's appreciation at such a young age. There must be something extraordinary about you. I hope we can learn from each other in the future and do a good job in the company. Yang Chen groaned in his heart. What's so special about it? It would be much easier for me to go to the CIA and get rid of their director than to manage an entertainment company. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia obviously had blind admiration for Lin Ruoxi. They would do whatever Lin Ruoxi said. Now I'm in for it. However, Yangqing didn't know that Lin Ruoxi didn't just use her prestige in the eyes of the employees. She also told them about Yang Cheng's secret trip to Hong Kong to negotiate with Muyun Corporation. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia were both Yulei International's up-and-coming executives that Lin Ruoxi thought highly of. Naturally, they knew how much profit Yulei International would get from the new material technology. They never imagined that such a huge share of profit was actually obtained by the unknown Yangqing. In their eyes, Muyun Corporation's Li Muhua was undoubtedly a superstar in the business world. If Yangqing could get a piece of meat out of Li Muhua's mouth, there was no doubt about his ability. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Cheng's flinching and unwilling expression, in their eyes, was the humble attitude of a truly capable person. This made them sincerely admire him. If Yang Cheng knew what they were thinking at this moment, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. After the matter was settled, Zhao Teng and Wang Jia left the office first to prepare for work at the new company that would start next week. Yang Cheng didn't leave. He got closer to Lin Ruoxi and said softly, "My good wife, please let me go. I'm really not interested in being a director." "Why? I don't understand at all. How can I be a director?" Yang Cheng said. Lin Ruoxi said indifferently, "If you don't understand, you can learn. You can even learn so many foreign languages, so it's not a problem for you to do some human resources and administrative management. Moreover, Zhao Teng and Wang Jia can completely take on the responsibility. Normally, you only need to sit in the office and approve some documents and make some big decisions. You don't have to worry about anything else." Yang Cheng smiled bitterly. This was really a good job, but he still shook his head. "I'm still used to working in the PR office." "You're talking about playing games?" Lin Ruoxi frowned in dissatisfaction. "Hee hee. Ruoxi baby, you know me very well," Yang Cheng said with a smile. Lin Ruoxi clenched her teeth as if she had made up her mind. "If you don't do as I say and do your job as a director, I'll make your favorite PR colleagues leave the company." "What?" Yang Cheng was shocked. Lin Ruoxi snorted. "Besides Zhao Hongyan, Lu Mingyu and Zhang Kai seem to have a good relationship with you. If they are fired because you don't want to be promoted, what do you think the result will be? This girl is really vicious. Do you have to do this? How can you fire people so casually?" Yang Cheng said gloomily. "You should know me. I can do even more vicious things. As long as you can stand in a higher position, I can choose to do anything. Moreover, 90% of Yulei's shares are in my hands now. What can't I do?" Lin Ruoxi said coldly. Yang Cheng looked at Lin Ruoxi meaningfully. "You're spending so much effort for my job. Have you decided to follow me for the rest of your life?" Lin Ruoxi's eyes showed a trace of panic, but it was soon covered by indifference. "Make the best use of everything. As for the rest, it depends on your performance." Yang Cheng lowered his head and smiled. When he looked up again, he agreed. "Okay, if you're not afraid of losing money, I'll be the director. Don't worry. I'll pay more attention. You can do whatever you want." Lin Ruoxi seemed to have finally relaxed. "The new office is in the new office building opposite our Yulei building. I've already bought the top 10 floors. I have a request. Xianxia said with a smile. Say it. Lin Ruoshi was a little uneasy. Can I still work part-time in the PR department? I can't bear to part with the girls. Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Ruoshi's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. But to prevent any more problems, she hardened her heart. Okay, I promise you. Except for the director of Yulei Entertainment, I will work part-time in the PR department. After getting this ridiculous position, Xianxia returned to the PR department and didn't do anything. He requested that the appointment and dismissal process be handled in a low-key manner and didn't announce it to the entire company. He had made up his mind to let Zhao Teng and Wang Jia handle these matters in the future. He would occasionally go to the office and usually stay in the PR department's big office. After all, there were a bunch of beautiful women here, which was better than sitting in the boring office. Although with the development of the company, the fact that he was the director would definitely be known by others, if he sat in the PR department's office every day, people would get used to it and it wouldn't be too special. After work, Xianxia went home on time for dinner, but he ate much faster than usual. Lin Ruoshi saw Xianxia wolfing down 2 bowls of rice and frowned. Are you hungry after playing games all day long? Xianxia didn't explain much. I have something urgent to attend to tonight. I won't be back tonight. Don't wait for me. Lin Ruoshi heard this and remembered the day she waited for him until midnight. She blushed slightly. Now that she thought about it, the conversation that day was too embarrassing. How could she say something like that? It sounded like a resentful wife. Who's going to wait for you? If you want to leave, then leave, Lin Ruoshi said casually. I'll remember what I promised. I'll report what I have to, Xianxia said sincerely before he left. There were indeed many things to do tonight. Just picking up the 12 Sea Eagles members and settling them down in Zhonghai was not an easy task. Xianxia drove all the way to the southeast port of Zhonghai. At the same time, he called Qiangwei to prepare a medium-sized bus to be on standby at the intersection of the port. He also arranged for a hidden residence of the Red Thorns Society that could accommodate about 20 people. Qiangwei didn't ask why and immediately took care of these 2 matters. After arriving at the southeast port, Xianxia parked the car on the vast land surface of the port. At this moment, the port was empty and not a single person could be seen. Under the ink-like sky, Xianxia's white BMW was particularly eye-catching. Xianxia took out his phone and dialed a number. After a long time, the call did not go through. Instead, there was a chaotic mix of voices. Xianxia frowned. He did not expect himself to be late. It seemed like the Sea Eagles team had been attacked by the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade and their communication signal had been cut off. He just didn't know if the Sea Eagles had landed yet. After thinking about it carefully, Xianxia felt that it was unlikely that they hadn't landed yet. If there was a conflict on the sea, then the ships escorting the Sea Eagles would clash with the military's fleet. That would make things worse, and the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade would definitely choose the safer method. Thinking about it, the Sea Eagles should have already landed somewhere at the port, but the situation would not be good. Xianxia started the car again and drove to the edge of the coastline. He began to search for traces of anyone along the way. After driving for more than 5 minutes, Xianxia finally found an unusual situation at the end of the southeast port. 3 amphibious armored vehicles surrounded a port container storage area. In the dark of the night, the sharp armored vehicles used their searchlights to illuminate the entire area. No less than 30 soldiers in black Special Forces combat uniforms, armed with heavy firearms, aimed at the pile of containers. 7 or 8 men and women in different uniforms stood in front of the Special Forces. They were obviously the leaders of this armed operation. As soon as Xianxia's car entered everyone's field of vision, he was closely watched. Even 2 assault rifles were aimed at Xianxia. The red laser aiming landed near the fuel tank of Xianxia's car. Xianxia knew that if he continued to drive forward, his car would definitely be destroyed by the group of people. He wouldn't do such a losing deal. Therefore, when there were still more than 200 meters left, Xianxia stopped the car. Opening the door, Xianxia welcomed the bone-chilling winter wind. He took out a low-quality cigarette that he bought on the road and flicked the lighter several times before finally lighting it up. Exhaling a long puff of white smoke, Yangqing strode toward the group of solemn special forces. As Yangqing approached, the two special forces aimed their guns at Yangqing's forehead. The chilling murderous aura could be felt from dozens of meters away. On the contrary, Yangqing was used to this kind of aura. He leisurely walked to a place that was more than 10 meters away from the special forces. The special forces that were wrapped in darkness moved slightly in the middle, revealing a path. The few men and women in different uniforms walked in front of Yangqing. What made Yangqing astonished was that among them were Flower Rain and Grey Robe from the group of 8 whom he had met before. The other 7 members were all unfamiliar faces. However, their aura was no weaker than Cannon, Bigfoot, and the other members of Dragon Group that he had met before. Grey Robe saw Yangqing walking over and smiled warmly. "Pluto, your movements this time are too big. This is making things difficult for us." When Flower Rain saw Yangqing, her eyes revealed some complicated emotions. However, it was quickly covered up by coldness. "Senior Grey Robe, is he Pluto?" A handsome man who looked to be less than 30 years old and was dressed in a blue military uniform said with a hint of arrogance, "You don't look like much." "Pluto, I'm Yongyi, the leader of Second Dragon Group. I've heard some things about you, but I'm a little disappointed in you." Yangqing ignored Yongyi and said to Grey Robe, "Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. They're here to help me settle some personal matters. How about giving me some face and treating you to a meal next time?" Being ignored, Yongyi's face darkened. "Pluto, don't be too arrogant. We're the ones who have the initiative now. Are you provoking us?" Yangqing glanced at the group of special forces that were silent and had a murderous aura like statues. He smiled and said, "This must be the water dragon special forces that Xianxia has hidden outside of the 7 military regions. It seems like they've killed many people in the South China Sea. This murderous aura isn't something that can be accumulated in a day or two." "Humph, are you afraid now?" Yongyi sneered. Grey Robe frowned and glanced at Yongyi. He sighed and said, "Pluto, let them go. Our Xianxia doesn't allow mercenaries like the sea eagles to come ashore." "Senior Grey Robe, what do you mean by that? Are we afraid of them? Can't you see that the so-called sea eagles are being locked inside by our water dragon?" Yongyi said unhappily. Yangqing took 2 puffs of his cigarette and pinched the butt. "Can't you make an exception?" "No," Yongyi said quickly. After being ignored continuously, his pride couldn't take it anymore. He was furious. "I don't care if you're Pluto or God. Don't even think about taking these people away. Since they're here, don't even think about going back to the sea." Yangqing, who had his head lowered, suddenly looked up. In the darkness, his eyes seemed to be dyed with a layer of blood. The chilling aura was like 10,000-year-old ice. When Grey Robe and the others, who were 10 meters away, realized that something was wrong, Yangqing had already disappeared from where he was standing. "You're annoying." His voice was like the grinding of gears. When Yangqing appeared again, he had moved to Yongyi's side without anyone noticing. Yongyi didn't even have time to react before his neck was grabbed by Yangqing's hand. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of pairs of eyes, Yongyi was subdued with his own strength alone. All of the special forces finally showed signs of loosening up, and the members of Second Dragon Group were shocked to see that their team leader's HP had been inexplicably restricted by a single skill. This man, how did he do it? Yongyi didn't even dare to swallow his saliva. He could feel that Yangqing's aura was darker than the night. It made goosebumps appear all over his body. His body was so cold that it felt like his blood was about to freeze. He could become the team leader of Second Dragon Group not only because of his background and experience, but also because of his outstanding combat skills. Ordinary top-notch agents definitely couldn't compare to him. But at this moment, all his mental strength and combat skills had turned into powder. In front of this man, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. No one dared to act rashly because they didn't know how strong Yangqing was. But they were sure that if he wanted to kill Yongyi, it would only take an instant. "I don't care who your father is, who your mother is, or who you are. When I'm talking, you better not interrupt. In my eyes, your strength is like the throat in my hand. As long as I squeeze it lightly, it will be fragile and broken." As soon as Yangqing finished speaking, he casually threw Yongyi 7 to 8 meters away. Yongyi tumbled a few times before stopping. The water dragon troops immediately aimed their guns at Yongqing, but no one dared to shoot, even if he didn't have any hostages in his hands, even if his body was just inches away. Under everyone's hesitant and unwilling gaze, Yongqing walked towards the container stacks at the back. In the darkness, this ordinary back view emitted a terrifying pressure that shocked everyone. Grey Robe let out a long sigh. He turned around and looked at Yongyi, who was lying on the ground with his head down. His eyes were a little disappointed. Then, he ordered Water Dragon, "Put away your weapons, don't aim anymore." Flower Rain turned around and looked at Grey Robe, who seemed to have used up all his strength. There were some complicated emotions in her eyes. At this moment, Yongqing had already walked in front of a row of huge containers. He looked at the gap in the middle and coughed twice. He smiled and said in English, "Come out, how long do you guys want to watch the show?" As soon as Yongqing finished his sentence, a few silhouettes walked out from the small passageway where the containers were stacked. The first to walk out was a middle-aged Caucasian man. He had chestnut-colored curly hair and was about 1.8 meters tall. He looked rather strong and was dressed in a casual leather jacket and dark-colored jeans. He carried a small travel bag in his hand and looked like a foreign tourist in Xianxia. There was no sense of danger from him at all. "Your Majesty Pluto, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Moulin Schlaus, the captain of Sea Eagles Division 3, Moulin's eyes burst with undisguised joy when he saw Yongqing. Yongqing shook hands with him. "Moulin, I like your attire this time." Just like Moulin, there were 11 members of different skin colors following closely behind him. There were 8 men and 3 women. There were Black and Asian people, and they were all dressed in casual autumn and winter clothing. Some of them were carrying small suitcases, while others were carrying backpacks. They did not look like elite mercenaries at all. "Your Majesty Pluto, the people of Yellow Flame Iron Brigade are too hospitable. We didn't dare to come out all this time." "Luckily you arrived in time," Moulin spread his hands and laughed along with his teammates. Yongqing looked at the group of people who were staring at him excitedly. He felt rather emotional. The people sent by Sauron were indeed not bad. Even if he met them on the street, he wouldn't be able to tell that they were mercenaries. "Have you guys had dinner?" Yongqing asked. A Caucasian woman with a high-nose bridge and exquisite facial features said happily in Italian, "Is our idol Pluto going to treat us to dinner?" "Adeline, didn't you eat 3 German meat floss buns already?" Another relatively petite female member giggled and said, "Your diet plan will fail if you keep going like this." "Oh, Fanny, thank you for reminding me. I'll just drink juice then," Adeline said gloomily. Very soon, a group of Sea Eagles members began to talk about a few of Huaxia's famous dishes, asking Yongqing what he would bring them to eat. They did not care about the group of armed special forces and the few Yellow Flame Iron Brigade members at all, even if they were unarmed. Signaling them to be quiet, Yongqing bitterly smiled. "I know that you guys are very prideful, but I suggest that you guys don't get too excited if you want to eat the delicacies earlier. They might not have eaten dinner since they came out at night and pointed their guns at you." Moulin chuckled and told his team members to remain silent. Everyone immediately stopped talking. Yongqing asked them to follow him. When they passed by the water dragon troops, everyone watched silently as Yongqing led the group of people away. Yongyi stood up with a gloomy expression on his face. His eyes were filled with gloom, but he didn't dare to flare up. When Yongqing left with the 12 Sea Eagles, Yongyi gritted his teeth and asked the man in gray, "Why didn't you stop them? Are you afraid?" "They don't have murderous intent on them," Grey Robe said calmly. "They have hidden murderous intent. They are scarier than the special forces with murderous intent." Yongyi said angrily, "How can we let these 12 people stay in Zhonghai?" Grey Robe looked at him coldly, "Yongyi, your parents are both important figures in the military and the political world. You are also from a prestigious family, but don't think that you are better than others." "I'm afraid?" "That's right, I admit that I can't do anything to Yongqing's strength, but aren't you afraid?" Yongyi was at a loss for words. Flower Rain said in a clear voice, "They didn't bring any weapons into Zhonghai to show us that they are not hostile. We shouldn't act rashly for now." Yongyi looked at the cold and elegant Flower Rain with a strange glow in his eyes. "All right, since Ning Er said so, we'll let them go for now." Flower Rain frowned. Yongyi, you better watch your words. This is official business. Ah. Okay, Ning. Oh no, Flower Rain, I won't do it next time. Yongye's temper was surprisingly much better. His smile was even a little flattering. A few members of the dragon group looked helpless. Obviously, their leader's unrequited love made them feel sad. 10 minutes later, Yangqing called Xianxia to prepare a bus to the port and picked up the 12 members. Yangqing took the lead and left the port for Zhonghai City. Yangchen wasn't in the mood to bring a large group of people to some high-end restaurant. He directly parked the car at a roadside stall by the river, and brought the group of excited foreigners into the street of roadside stalls. He had eaten here with Mo Qianni a few times before, but it had been a while since he last came here. Although the conditions were a little bad, it was winter and the cold wind was blowing. But because there were many people eating supper, coupled with the fact that there were constantly piping hot dishes, the food stall seemed a little warmer. Molan and the others had never seen such a scene. They were surprised at first, but after eating the coarse but fresh food, they wolfed down the food. When Yangqing said that this was Huaxia's most basic restaurant, Molan and the others fell in love with this piece of land. Yangqing, who grew up abroad, knew that the food abroad was indeed much worse than Huaxia's. So, their reaction was expected. After eating their fill, Yangqing brought them to an apartment that Xianxia had prepared. It was located in the Red Thorns Society's real estate. There was a secret base of the Red Thorns Society there. Many elite members of the Red Thorns Society lived there. They arrived at a well-renovated apartment that looked like a 5-star hotel. Xianxia was already waiting inside with a few of her trusted subordinates. When she saw Yangqing leading more than 10 foreigners in, Xianxia immediately felt that this group of people was not simple. So, she stood up with her subordinates to greet Molan and the others respectfully. When Molan and the others saw Xianxia, their eyes lit up. They immediately asked, "Your Majesty Pluto, is this the rumored Queen Persephone?" Yangqing frowned. "Who told you that I'm married?" Molan chuckled. "Miss Jane came to our headquarters to meet the leader a while ago. She said that Your Majesty Pluto has chosen the Queen. But Your Majesty Pluto is really not generous. You should let everyone see the Queen's beauty. After all, she is everyone's Queen. This is Xianxia. She is also my woman, but not the Queen," Yangqing said helplessly. He secretly thought that Jane was too unkind. If she told a blabbermouth like Sauron, all his other friends would probably find out. He would probably be in trouble in the future. Molan and his team members nodded in understanding. However, they still expressed their strong interest and sincere respect. They walked up to Xianxia and greeted her in broken Huaxia language. Xianxia asked Yangqing, "You asked me to do this and that in the middle of the night. So you're here to welcome friends from afar. Aren't you going to introduce us? This is Molan, and these are his team members." Actually, this is my first time meeting them. They were sent by a friend of mine to help us deal with some problems. They are also my friends." Yangqing did not know the names of these team members. The female team member named Fanny smiled. "Miss Xianxia, you're very beautiful. It's rare to see an Eastern woman as beautiful as you. Don't embarrass yourself, Fanny. You've spent 80% of your life in Northern Europe. How many Eastern women have you seen?" Another team member laughed. Fanny's face turned red. She kicked the man's butt and said, "I'll kick you with my heels next time." Since Xianxia did not know much about foreign languages, Yangqing had to translate for her team members. After listening to them, she thanked them. After that, she was troubled about how she should speak. Yangqing smiled and said to Molan and the others, "My baby Xianxia doesn't know much about foreign languages. From today onwards, you'll have to rely on Xianxia to take care of you. So, I advise you to practice Huaxia language as hard as you can from now on." Molan used his choppy accent to say in Huaxia language, "Miss Xianxia, I'm really sorry. Although learning Huaxia language is too difficult, we'll try our best. This is what His Majesty Pluto asked us to do." Xianxia couldn't help but smile when she heard this strange accent. "Just speak slowly. You'll be living in this apartment from now on. All the floors are yours. If you need anything, you can tell me directly." I'll be responsible for taking care of you because you're my lover's friends. Then can we eat at the food stall every day? Mullen asked curiously. Food stall? Xianxia was clearly stunned. Yangqing coughed a few times and awkwardly explained what had happened before. Xianxia was laughing so hard that she was rocking back and forth. She rolled her eyes at Yangqing coquettishly. Only this guy could bring foreigners from afar to eat at the food stall the moment they arrived. Yet, these foreigners were still thinking about it. I'll let you eat something even more delicious, Xianxia said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The members of Sea Eagles immediately looked at Xianxia. I think the Virgin Mary should look like you, Miss Xianxia. Arranging food, accommodation, and work for the 12 members of Sea Eagles from different cultures was definitely not something that could be done easily. Although the members of Sea Eagles were very adaptable, as the host, Xianxia felt that it was necessary to make them feel as comfortable as possible. Therefore, after Mullen and the other 12 people had their luggage packed and found their rooms, they began to discuss the specific requirements with Xianxia in detail. Yangqing saw that Xianxia was chatting happily with the team members. Although she often needed to translate, the effect was surprisingly good. Soon, Xianxia became very familiar with the team members. Just as the conversation was about to end, the members of Red Thorn's society suddenly ran up to the apartment building to report that a truck claiming to be delivering mineral water was parked downstairs, and they were asking for people to move it. Who would believe that it was delivering mineral water in the middle of the night? Mullen and the others looked at each other and nodded in confirmation. Mullen said, Your Majesty Pluto, it seems that our equipment has been delivered. Yangqing smiled in satisfaction and said to Xianxia, My dear, help them arrange an absolutely quiet and secluded basement or workshop. It should be a little more spacious. Just put the equipment there. Equipment? What equipment? Xianxia was confused. The mineral water in the truck. I asked someone to deliver it from abroad through a special channel. With them, the members of Sea Eagles can display their true strength, said Yangqing. It can't be advanced firearms, right? Xianxia's eyes lit up as if the violent elements in her body were ignited. Mullen and the others quickly waved their hands. Miss Xianxia, we don't plan to use firearms in Xianxia this time. We are just following His Majesty Pluto's request to do some surveillance and detection work. I see. Xianxia was a little disappointed. Yangqing smiled bitterly. This is very important, isn't it? Fortunately, you told me in time last time. Otherwise, some troublesome people wouldn't have killed my family. I asked the Sea Eagles to come here to prevent that from happening. With their professional skills, they will be able to control the overall situation. At the very least, no one will be able to take advantage of the situation and we will be able to detect any movements in Zhonghai. Xianxia curled her lips sourly and said, So it's for the Empress. You've gathered a large group of people, but I'm the one helping to receive them. Yangqing blushed with shame. These people will be under your command in the future. They will also be responsible for your safety and help you train the elites so that your subordinates will have the strength of the top special forces. How about it? Xianxia pouted and rolled her eyes at him. Do you mean it? Of course. Yangqing nodded. Xianxia smiled from ear to ear. If there weren't so many people present, she would have hugged Yangqing's neck and kissed him. After settling all the arrangements, Yangqing and Xianxia bade farewell to Mullen and the others. Starting tomorrow, Mullen and the others would officially start working. With such a small team in Zhonghai, Yangqing could feel much more at ease. When they arrived at the apartment building, Xianxia stared at Yangqing with her watery eyes. Are you going back to sleep tonight? Go back to where? Yangqing asked with an evil smile. What do you think? No, it's getting late. Yangqing looked at the half-moon in the sky. Let's go to your place and lie down for a while. Yeah, I think so too. Xianxia smiled. You're too tired to go back so late at night. Half an hour later, Yangqing and Xianxia returned to the large bedroom at the back of Rose's bar. It had been a long time since he had made out with Xianxia. On the way back, Yangqing's inner fire was burning. When he smelled the rich fragrance in the air, he couldn't help but hug Xianxia. His hands caressed and kneaded Xianxia's back and perky but as he kissed her passionately. Xiang Wei swallowed a few times and struggled out of Yang Cheng's embrace. Her face was flushed. Shower first. You have to shower too. Why do you care so much in the middle of winter? Yang Cheng felt that he could skip some steps. No, I have to wash myself clean. Women always like to be clean. Yang Cheng didn't say anything else and rushed into the bathroom. After a simple shower, he put on a white bathrobe that was prepared for him and jumped onto the bed, waiting for Xiang Wei to shower. Xiang Wei didn't waste too much time. She dried her hair and walked out of the steaming shower. She had a white towel wrapped around her body. Her towering breasts revealed two hemispherical shapes. The gap in the middle was like a tempting abyss. Yang Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at Rose's pair of snow-white arms as she coquettishly bent her back to wipe her jet-black hair. Her slim and graceful figure made his little brother immediately salute. Xiang Wei pretended that she didn't see anything. She slowly climbed onto the bed and softly laid on Yang Cheng's chest. Her body exuded the fragrance from the shower and her own body fragrance. The sweet scent stimulated Yang Cheng's brain and ignited an uncontrollable fire in him. Can we start now? Yang Cheng reached out and stroked Xiang Wei's white and tender face. The texture made Yang Cheng unable to let go. Xiang Wei pretended not to understand. What start? She said with an innocent expression. Yang Cheng smiled strangely. Of course, it's to start doing what you like to do. Xiang Wei snorted charmingly. She turned over, and the soft and delicate breasts clung to Yang Cheng's lower abdomen. Her palm stroked Yang Cheng's thigh, and a finger drew circles on the thigh. What do I want to do? Yang Cheng smiled evilly. Want to do? Bad guy. Xiang Wei scolded with a smile. She raised her head and drew a wet mark on Yang Cheng's chest with the tip of her pink tongue. Yang Cheng's whole body quivered. He turned over and pressed Xiang Wei under his body. The two wantonly ignited the ambiguity of the entire bedroom. The longing and accumulated desire that they hadn't seen each other for a long time were released together. After a long time, the two of them stopped moving. Xiang Wei's whole body was aching as she laid on Yang Cheng's chest. In the final sprint, although Yang Cheng was below her, Xiang Wei was like a doll that was pushed up to the sky. After reaching the peak unwillingly, she finally lay down and was exhausted. I'm too tired. Let me rest for a while. Xiang Wei said as she panted. Yang Cheng hugged her tightly in his arms. One of his hands was reluctant to part with her pink flesh. He said in high spirits, in the future, I can go to work more leisurely. At that time I will accompany you more often. Xiang Wei asked in doubt, why? Because I got promoted. Yang Cheng smiled and told her about the new position that Lin Ruashi gave him during the day. Xiang Wei's eyes revealed a bit of thinking. After a long time, she said, Hubby, since you are the director of Yulei Entertainment, if we want to cooperate with other companies, can you make the decision? That's right. But I plan to delegate power to the two guys below me. Sitting in the office for meetings and correcting documents is more uncomfortable than letting me blow up the Pentagon. Yang Cheng said gloomily. Xiang Wei suddenly said with a smile, Hubby, how about cooperating with me on a project? Cooperate with you? What do you mean? Yang Cheng was puzzled. Didn't I say it before? Our Red Thorns Society is not like the previous West Union Society and Dongxing Society, which rely on smuggling, drug trafficking, arms, and human trafficking to earn a lot of money. We don't do that. We only do some traditional underworld business. In fact, a small part of our funding comes from legal businesses. It's just that we haven't been able to expand, so we are a little short of money. But I can't find a good legal business partner. So, if I use the resources and cash on hand to invest in this new company of Yulei and cooperate with some projects, I might be able to get a good return. Anyway, the director is you, Hubby, so I don't have to worry about the conflict of interests. Xiang Wei said. Yang Cheng was stunned. He didn't expect that Xiang Wei could still think of a way to benefit herself at this time. It could be seen that being the boss of an underworld gang and being the principal of a world-famous school actually had one thing in common: finding ways to make money to support their families. What do you want to invest in? Yang Cheng didn't care. Xiang Wei's approach was actually to invest in Yulei Entertainment. this would only be good for Yulei Entertainment. From a long-term perspective, with a financing partner, Xiangwei would be a great help to Yangqing. Well, the recording industry is not doing well now, but we can do some commercial singing talent shows. With Yulei's golden name, we can attract a large number of advertisers and enterprises to join us, or invest in movies and TV series. This will have to wait until the company is established and see the actual human resources. Xiangwei said seriously. Yangqing lovingly scratched Xiangwei's nose. What you said is really clear and logical. It seems that my baby Xiangwei will also be a female entrepreneur in the future. Humph, Xiangwei wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction and said coquettishly, I'm not talking anymore. I want to fight with you for another 100 rounds. Yangqing pitifully patted Xiangwei's butt, which was full of elasticity, and advised, forget it. You've already tried so many times. You can't defeat me by yourself. Xiangwei climbed up from Yangqing's body and pressed her butt against Yangqing's crotch. After moving her pink and tender butt to give Yangqing pleasure, Yangqing immediately responded. Hubby, do you know what the strongest creature in the world is? Xiangwei asked with a charming smile. What? It's women. Because women bleed every month, but we still live well and strong. Xiangwei said proudly, so I won't easily surrender. Yangqing laughed and said, Baby Xiangwei, you have to know that your man is not an ordinary man. Other people have one man guarding the pass against 10,000 enemies, but I have one man sleeping on the bed against 10,000 women. It's true that you have the thickest skin. Xiangwei smiled and straightened her back like a queen. She looked down disdainfully and began a new round of tenacious resistance. It was the weekend again, and it was on such a day that Yulei International Entertainment and Culture Company was officially listed. It appeared in the city center of Zhonghai, right across from Yulei Tower. Even so, there were still quite a few newspapers reporting this news. As for the press conference, only Zhao Teng and Wang Jia appeared. As the director, Yangqing only appeared as a name. At the press conference, Wang Jia briefly explained the future development of the company and made an announcement. Some of the famous models from Yulei International's model department had already signed a contract with the company. In the future, they would participate in some variety activities as artists, and participate in some film and television productions. From the beginning to the end, Yangqing, the theoretical leader, didn't make an appearance. The outside world was full of doubts, but the employees of Yulei International still knew Yangqing. However, those who knew him found it hard to believe that this guy who was rumored to never do proper work was actually the director of the new company. According to the hierarchy, this was a position that was one level higher than the internal department heads of the company. However, Yangqing himself didn't have any reaction, so things developed relatively smoothly in the awkward atmosphere. On Saturday morning, as if nothing had happened, Yangqing still had a good appetite and ate most of the breakfast prepared by Mother Wang. This made Mother Wang so happy that she couldn't close her mouth, and made Lin Ruoshi roll her eyes. Are you a pig? Won't you get indigestion after eating so much? Lin Ruoshi asked. If I'm a pig, then you're a sow, said Yangqing. Lin Ruoshi ignored him. Have you considered the future development of the company? The actual project is about to start soon. Are you anxious now? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Yangqing said with a smile. I, Lin Ruoshi, will never do anything that I regret. I'm just asking as your superior. Lin Ruoshi frowned. In the near future, we might cooperate with other companies to invest and plan some projects. However, I heard from Wang Jia that we need to sign some artists to expand the company's resources and make a name for ourselves, so there's no rush, said Yangqing. From Wang Jia? What do you think? Lin Ruoshi said with dissatisfaction. My idea is to strive to not lose money, Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi gnashed her teeth in anger. She looked like she was holding back a little. After finishing the last mouthful of porridge in her bowl, she turned around and left, intending to go upstairs. Yangqing sighed. Are you going back to the study? Can't I? Lin Ruoshi stopped and asked in displeasure. Today is Saturday. Look outside. Although it's a bit cold, the sun is shining brightly. Why do you have to stay in the study and bury yourself in work? There are actually many fun things in life. Yangqing advised. Lin Ruoxi sneered, I'm not as free as you. I have a lot of documents to read and a lot of reports to analyze. You can enjoy life by yourself. Doing this is not good for your body. You are still young and in the future you will fall ill. Yangqing said seriously. Lin Ruoxi didn't reply. She turned around and continued to go upstairs. Yangqing curled his lips and left his seat. He followed closely behind Lin Ruoxi and ran upstairs. He walked to the door of Lin Ruoxi's study and blocked Lin Ruoxi from entering. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Lin Ruoxi said with a cold face. Ruoxi babe, I think you should stop working. I ate a lot and my stomach is a bit full. I want to go to the gym and exercise. Come with me. Exercise can make your figure more beautiful. Yangqing winked at her. Lin Ruoxi stared at Yangqing and said bluntly, I'm not interested. Get out of my way. Yangqing sighed. If you don't listen to me, I will make a move. Lin Ruoxi said angrily, do you want to hit me? Why would I hit you? Yangqing laughed evilly. Suddenly his body flashed and his two hands reached out to Lin Ruoxi's back and legs. He directly carried Lin Ruoxi in his arms. Lin Ruoxi was shocked. She subconsciously wrapped her arms around Yangqing's neck to maintain balance. But she soon realized that this position was too ambiguous. Her face was stuck to the side of Yangqing's cheek. Yangqing lowered his head and their eyes met. You. Lin Ruoxi was scared. Ever since they got married, Yangqing had never touched her without permission. This was such an intimate action. She couldn't even speak. Yangqing carried her and walked towards the gym. There was a gym and swimming pool in this huge villa. It was just that no one usually used it. Wouldn't it be fine if you just listened to me? Why do I have to carry you over? Yangqing shook his head and sighed. Lin Ruoxi's face turned red. She wanted to resist but was afraid of falling to the ground. She closed her beautiful eyes and her heart was beating fast. Feeling Yangqing's hot arms hugging her, a strange feeling grew in her heart. It made her head spin and she didn't know what was wrong with her. Only when they entered the gym did Yangqing put the stiff Lin Ruoxi on the ground. Lin Ruoxi stumbled slightly and almost lost her balance. Yangqing locked the gym door and stood guard by the door. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and looked at the distracted Lin Ruoxi with a smile. Be good and find some equipment to train. I said that you can only go out when you have enough. Lin Ruoxi came back to her senses and angrily shouted, how can you treat me like this? This is my home. Why should I listen to you? Yangqing smacked his lips and sighed. It seems like you still haven't learned your lesson. Don't tell me you want me to carry you again? Lin Ruoxi immediately took 3 steps back and looked at Yangqing with vigilance. Her watery eyes were filled with grievance and unwillingness, but there was nothing she could do. Since she was a child, Lin Ruoxi hated Yangqing to the core. However, she didn't even know how to curse at him. She could only stare and pant. My good wife, I'm not asking you to drink poison. I'm just training your body. Look, there is so much equipment here. You can train from head to toe. You don't need to waste it. Yangqing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, don't you know how to use these equipment? Do you want me to teach you? Hearing the words hand by hand, Lin Ruoxi's heart trembled and her little face suddenly turned red. Could it be that this bad guy was going to do something even more embarrassing than hugging her? Lin Ruoxi was afraid. She pouted and angrily found the nearest treadmill and began to walk on it. Yangqing, you will regret treating me like this. Lin Ruoxi felt that she had lost too much face. She couldn't help but say this. Yangqing didn't take it to heart. He walked to Lin Ruoxi's side and reached out to press the speed-up button on the treadmill a few times. The treadmill suddenly sped up. Lin Ruoxi had no choice but to start jogging on it. It was Yangqing's first time seeing Lin Ruoxi running. Since there was a heater in the house, she wore a relatively loose set of white cotton casual clothes. Her fine black hair fluttered as she ran, and her captivating red lips opened and exhaled. Following the rhythm, the 2 lumps on her chest that didn't seem shocking, but were in fact very impressive, also trembled, causing Yangqing's blood to boil. Usually, Yangqing didn't have that kind of thought, or he didn't give Xianxia a chance to think about it. In fact, the most beautiful woman around him was his legal wife, who he saw almost every day. However, because of various reasons, ever since the first drunken accident, Xianxia, who deliberately avoided and restrained himself, didn't pay much attention to Lin Ruoxi's appearance and figure. At this moment, watching Lin Ruoxi run at such a close distance, Xianxia was slightly absent-minded. Lin Ruoxi noticed Xianxia's unwavering gaze and inexplicably felt a little happy in her heart. In fact, no matter how much she disliked Xianxia and was often angry for Xianxia, she had already silently regarded this man as her husband. As a woman, it was a very painful thing to not get her husband's approval. Lin Ruoxi knew how fatal her appearance was to men since she was young, and it was a fact now. However, she could attract countless gazes outside, but when she returned home, she couldn't attract this guy's attention. Moreover, this guy even blatantly went to look for other women. For the confident Lin Ruoxi, this was undoubtedly a kind of regret and unwillingness. However, she would never say these feelings, and would only pretend that it didn't matter. After all, from the bottom of her heart, Lin Ruoxi couldn't completely accept Xianxia. Moreover, there were many knots between them that couldn't be solved in a short time. She still needed time to think and feel. At this time, Xianxia kept staring at her. It was okay for a while, but after a long time, Lin Ruoxi really couldn't bear it. In the end, she could only pretend that she didn't see anything. The flush on her face was hard to fade, not knowing whether it was because of running or shyness. After nearly a mile of jogging, Lin Ruoxi was panting, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Xianxia chuckled, stopped the treadmill, and said, "Good girl. Next, it's my turn to exercise. Honey, help me." Lin Ruoxi was a little confused. When she heard Xianxia said that he would help her, she timidly responded. It was rare for her to be so obedient, really like a well-behaved wife. "What exercise?" Lin Ruoxi asked softly. Xianxia lay down on a blanket on the ground. "Do sit-ups. You help me hold my feet. Just a simple pressure will do. You should have learned it in physical education when you were a child, right?" Lin Ruoxi answered with an N. She still knew sit-ups. After all, physical education scores were also needed for college entrance examination. She was not a complete princess. However, when she thought of using her hands or knees to hold Xianxia's feet in place, Lin Ruoxi was still a little embarrassed. She didn't dare to step forward. Xianxia, who was lying down, saw that Lin Ruoxi didn't move. He laughed in his heart. He felt that this woman who was scared at this time was cute. He pretended to be displeased and said, "Baby Ruoxi, if you don't cooperate with me, then I have to do it for you. Do you want me to hold your legs?" "No." Lin Ruoxi immediately knelt down, stretched out her arms around Xianxia's calf, and put her knees on Xianxia's feet. Her pink cheeks were full of blush, and she shyly lowered her head. You do it, I don't want to do it." Xianxia tried hard not to laugh. In fact, he didn't need to exercise. He was purely teasing Lin Ruoxi to feel happy. This could also let this workaholic girl experience the taste of life and cultivate their relationship. Why not? I'm going to start. N. Xianxia's sit-up frequency was not fast. Get up, lie down, get up, lie down. Every time he got up, his forehead was almost touching Lin Ruoxi's forehead. Face to face, the two could smell each other's breath. Lin Ruoxi felt the warmth. She slightly raised her head, and she could look into Xianxia's eyes. They could see themselves in each other's eyes. With Xianxia's rise and fall, the two met again and again, separated, met again, separated again. Later, Xianxia was getting slower and slower. Each time he and Lin Ruoxi looked at each other for a longer time. Lin Ruoxi's blushing face slowly became a little absent-minded. Her clear eyes were full of complex emotions. There was sweetness, annoyance, bitterness, helplessness, all sorts of emotions. When Xianxia didn't know how many times he had done it, Xianxia stopped. His cheeks were close to Lin Ruoxi's. Their eyes reflected each other's face. "That's great. In your eyes, there's only me," Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Ruoxi was startled, and immediately turned her head. Her breathing became a bit faster. "Are you done?" "No," Xianxia said. Lin Ruoshi turned her head, then you. The fiery breath drowned out Lin Ruoshi's unspoken words. Lin Ruoshi's cold thin lips were suddenly swallowed by Yang Cheng's sudden kiss. Yang Cheng really wanted to stick out his tongue to peek at Lin Ruoshi's fragrant room. He really wanted to kiss her passionately for the entire morning, letting the unique fragrance of a woman fill his soul. However, he didn't want to stay. After kissing her passionately, he quickly let go of Lin Ruoshi's cherry lips. Lin Ruoshi was in a daze. Her mind was blank, and her eyes seemed a bit empty. Everything was a mess. She was kissed again in a situation where she was completely unprepared. Last time at the coffee shop, this time at the gym. Where would it be next time? Pa. Without any warning, Lin Ruoshi suddenly threw a slap at Yang Cheng's face. A light red mark appeared on the ground. Yang Cheng smiled and didn't say anything. He had guessed that this would be the result, and he didn't think of avoiding it. Lin Ruoshi's eyes were a bit watery. She slowly stood up, suppressed all the complicated emotions, and returned to her cold face. Do you think it's fun to tease me? Do you think it's fun to do this? Not all of them, Yang Chen said with a bitter smile. Then why? It's because I don't want to hear it. Lin Ruoshi shook her head, turned around, and ran to the gym door. She unlocked the door and rushed out. Hearing the sound of Lin Ruoshi slamming the door, Yang Cheng sighed helplessly. Silly girl, husband and wife kiss, what's there to be shy about? If you want to hit me, at least be gentle. After the incident at the gym, Lin Ruoshi didn't say a word to Yang Cheng for the entire weekend. Yang Cheng looked at the woman who was frozen all over again and couldn't help but feel that there was still a long way to go before he thawed. At least, Lin Ruoshi saw him as a hooligan again. Although he wasn't considered a hooligan legally, he couldn't do anything about it since she saw it this way. On Monday, Yang Cheng went to work and bought breakfast for the women in the PR department as usual. He chatted with Zhao Hongyan and the others for a while, then he left the headquarters of Yulei and ran to the newly built office building opposite. He took the elevator all the way to the 50th floor. When he walked out of the elevator, he was greeted by the eye-catching bright signboard of Yulei Entertainment Culture Company. There were two sweet and dignified young girls sitting at the front desk. They looked to be around 23 or 24 years old, most likely freshmen. Director Yang, you're here, Wang Jia, who was wearing a light blue business suit, smiled as usual and was already waiting for him at the door. Beside her was Zhao Teng, who was also nodding at Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng didn't expect his two assistants to really think so highly of him. They were waiting for him at the company's door so early in the morning. Fortunately, he wasn't late and came at the appointed time. Otherwise, he would be letting down these two colleagues who were working hard. Seeing that his subordinates respected him so much, Yang Cheng subconsciously made up his mind. He couldn't say that he would do everything himself, but he would do what he had to do seriously. At the very least, he couldn't be a burden to these two good colleagues who were working hard for the company's future. Have you had breakfast? Yang Cheng asked with a smile. Wang Jia and Zhao Teng were stunned. They didn't expect Yang Cheng to say such a thing. Moreover, he was smiling and didn't have the slightest arrogance of a superior. From their point of view, Yang Cheng was able to sit in such a high position at such a young age and still be so indifferent and peaceful. As a result, Yang Cheng was unconsciously looked up to by them. The two of them nodded. Zhao Teng smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Director Yang, let me show you your office. You were busy last week and couldn't make it. Let me introduce you to our departments. Although Yang Cheng was not interested, he still responded and followed Zhao Teng and Wang Jia to inspect the company. Because it was an entertainment company, other than the administrative staff, there were also many entertainment workers, producers, and of course, some training rooms and artist studios. Therefore, it was necessary for Yulei to buy the 10-story office building. Yang Cheng followed Zhao Teng and Zhao Teng to 7 floors before arriving at the executive floor where he worked. Walking into the bright and tidy office hall, many busy employees looked at Yang Cheng curiously. Everyone was wondering who the young man was that needed the company's 2 managers to accompany him was. When Yang Cheng walked into his director's office, almost everyone's eyes fell out. This seemingly ordinary and rash young man with a smile was actually the company's real leader, the director who had never shown his face. Although Yang Cheng's office was not as big as Lin Ruashi's CEO office, it was still more than 100 square meters. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the bustling scenery of Zhonghai City. Directly opposite was the headquarters of Yulei. Green potted plants were placed around the office. There was a mahogany desk and a leather swivel chair. There were a few black sofas made of hard leather. An Apple computer was turned on. On the desktop was Yulei's logo and below it was the words Entertainment Company. Yang Qing was very satisfied. He suddenly felt that being the director wasn't a bad choice. At least this office was comfortable to look at. It's well decorated, I like it, Yang Qing said to Wang Jia and Zhao Teng. As long as the director likes it. If there's anything you need, feel free to let the secretary know, Zhao Teng said. Oh right, does the director need a secretary or an assistant? We already have enough basic administrative staff, but we're still recruiting assistants. If there's a need, I can help the director find one, or the director can pick one himself. Secretary? Assistant? A saying popped up in Yang Cheng's mind, if there's nothing to do, do the secretary, if there's something to do, do the secretary. Thinking about this, Yang Cheng was really tempted. Unfortunately, the women he could touch now were Lu Mingyu, who was the head of the public relations department, Chiang Wei, who was the boss of the underworld, and he had a lot of things to do. If he were to talk about others, Tang Wan, who hadn't contacted him for a few days, could be touched. Although he hadn't met her yet, she had so many businesses, why would she be his secretary? The most suitable one would be that chick on Sheen. She was definitely cultured. Whether it was doing things or being done, she was very good at it. Unfortunately, she was still playing hide-and-seek on the plane. Although he really wanted to see if there were any beauties suitable to be his secretary, Yang Qing gave up. He had unintentionally provoked so many women, how would he be able to take care of them all if he went to look for them? Forget it, I'm also a lazy person. Don't put too much hope on me. You two will have to work harder to share the daily work. I believe in your abilities. If you really think it's hard to make a decision, or if you need to discuss it with me, then let me know, Yang Qing said. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia looked at each other helplessly, but they still agreed. Yang Qing looked at the desk and saw a stack of documents. He asked, what are these? Zhao Teng immediately explained, Director, although our company is still recruiting artistes and managers, we can't just wait until we have enough people before we start work. Therefore, we plan to start 1 or 2 projects in the near future. These are the projects that we plan to invest in. After all, it's the first official project investment since the company was established. Therefore, I hope that director can directly participate in it. Yang Qing had a headache, but seeing that his 2 assistants were so dedicated, he could only sit down. He pretended to take the pile of documents and casually flipped through them. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia sat on the opposite guest chair, quietly waiting for Yang Qing to speak. Yang Qing's reading speed was still very fast. Although there were some professional things that he didn't understand, it didn't affect him much. After looking through approximately 8 proposals, Yang Qing frowned and asked, the investments for these projects, no matter if it's movies, dramas, commercials, variety shows, or fashion shows, with the current team of our company, they all require the participation of external manpower in order to be completed, right? Yes, Director. Actually, movies can be produced with low cost. Some movies that are produced with an investment of 2 to 3 million can also make a lot of profit, Wang Jia suggested. I think we can look for some good scripts, hire 1 or 2 outstanding A-list movie stars, and make the cost not more than 10 million. That way, the movie that's produced should have a high profit ratio. Yang Qing smiled and said, let me ask you a question. Huh? Wang Jia was stunned. Director, please ask. What's the total scale of our Yulei group? Yang Qing asked. Wang Jia didn't understand, but she still answered, excluding the liquid funds, the total assets are close to 30 billion. Then what's the status of our Yulei in the country? Of course it's the leader in the industry. After 2 years, when the new materials are invested, we'll definitely be one of the top fashion companies in the world, Wang Jia said proudly. Yang Qing nodded. Then, for an entertainment company like us, as a company with a brand like Yulei, if our first investment Our first big move is for a low to medium budget movie. Of course, I'm talking about a low to medium budget movie in our eyes. How would the public view us? Wang Jia and Zhao Ting frowned and thought about it. Director, you're saying? That's right. There are two possibilities. First, we don't have the determination, courage, and confidence. Our leadership is incompetent. Our employees and the outside world will be disappointed. Yulei's board of directors. Although 90% of Yulei's shares are in General Lin's hands, at least General Lin will be disappointed. Second, our peers and the industry will think that we're just playing around, and they won't have the firm intention to cooperate with us. Zhao Ting agreed. Director, what you said makes sense. Since it's our first big project, we have to make a name for ourselves. European and American blockbusters often don't get good reviews, but they do well in the box office. A big part of the reason is because of their big productions. An investment of hundreds of millions is the capital to keep the audience in suspense. Even if we can't earn enough profit, we usually won't lose money. What's important is that the company's reputation and the production team's reputation will spread. But, our company is still in the initial stage. Although General Lin has given us ample funds, if we invest more than 100 million in a project, it might cause a shortfall in our capital chain. That's not good for our operations. After all, we still have to sign many famous artists and teams. Wang Jia, as the head of the marketing department, was a little worried. Zhao Ting added, yeah, Director Yang. Let's not talk about the investment. If we want to get famous teams and stars to participate, the signing fee alone won't be small. Yangqing nodded in understanding. You don't have to worry about this. I can get a good relationship to cooperate with them. If it's done well, we can work together for a long time. Wang Jia and Zhao Ting were stunned. They didn't expect Yangqing to already have a partner. Mr. Yang, could it be a bank loan? That won't be good for our company. Zhao Ting said worriedly, if we cooperate with other entertainment and culture companies, there will probably be disputes over copyrights and many other interests. It's not very appropriate. Yangqing shook his head and said with a smile, as for the specifics of the cooperation, I will give you a communication channel. Wang Jia, you will be in charge of the negotiation. You can rest assured about the other party's ability and trust. However, I will have to negotiate with the other party first. When the time comes, I will have them contact you. Yangqing was naturally referring to Chengwei. Since Chengwei wanted to use Yulei's influence to launder the funds in her hands and gradually build Red Thorn's society's own white industry, Yangqing's help would be beneficial to both parties. Investing heavily in movies and commercials was the best way to launder money, just like opening a casino. Although Wang Jia and Zhao Ting were puzzled, seeing that Yangqing didn't seem to be joking, they were excited and expectant. Following that, the three of them discussed the focus of their work in the near future. Zhao Ting was in charge of staff arrangement, recruitment, and interviews, while Wang Jia was in charge of contacting and negotiating with various parties, recruiting some idol artists, and poaching some talents from other entertainment companies. These were all things that needed to be done at the beginning of the company's establishment. When Yangqing heard that Wang Jia was distressed about headhunting talents, and also complained about those so-called little heavenly kings and little queens asking too much, he couldn't help but suggest, for the time being, if those artists are asking too much, then don't sign them. With Yulei's reputation, we can totally cultivate our own superstars. Director, you mean, a talent show? Wang Jia's brain worked quickly. That's right, but it's not a good season right now. Aren't there such programs all over the world? If we want to do it, we have to do it thoroughly. We want both men and women. But at this time of the year, we should make preparations and wait for the weather to warm up before we officially implement it, Yangqing said. Zhao Ting frowned. Director, a talent show is actually a good idea. But it's not rare to see such a program. We might not be able to make the program popular. If there are not enough contestants and the advertising effect is not strong enough, it will be very difficult for us to get any benefits. You don't have to worry about that. I will naturally have a way to deal with it when the time comes. Yangqing snickered in his heart. Isn't it just a gimmick? At most, I'll just ask a certain heartless old man to find some people who can attract popularity. Wang Jia and Zhao Ting felt that Yang Chen's words were full of mysteriousness, but they also felt that it was very believable, so they didn't say anything more. After all, this matter was just mentioned, and not implemented immediately. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Yang Chen had been talking with his two assistants for a few hours. Even he himself felt that it was unbelievable. He touched his belly and asked the two with a smile, "Are you too hungry?" He smiled. Zhao Ting and Wang, Zhao Yangqing, Zhao Lingqing, Zhao is. Of course, Zhao Ting and Wang Jia wouldn't reject their superior's invitation. They felt that it was very relaxing to talk to Yang Chen. They didn't feel restrained when talking to their previous superiors, so they quickly accepted Yang Chen in their hearts. Along the way, Yang Qing smiled and greeted the employees in the company. He urged them to go for lunch, which surprised many people. Obviously, they felt that this young boss was different. Yang Qing didn't let Zhao Teng and Wang Jia drive. He brought them to the parking lot, got on his white BMW, and drove to the outskirts of the city. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia saw that Yang Qing was driving a car worth more than 1,000,000 yuan. They were sure that Yang Qing must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he have the money to buy a car of this level at such a young age? No one would have thought that it was the result of living off a woman. What made Zhao Teng and Wang Jia even more baffled was the place Yang Chen brought them to eat at. They initially thought that it would be either an exquisite Chinese restaurant or a quiet Western restaurant. Who would have thought that Yang Chen would choose a random hot pot restaurant by the roadside? The small hot pot restaurant was steaming hot. Most of the customers were citizens and migrant workers dressed in rough clothes. Yang Chen walked into the restaurant with Zhao Teng and Zhao Yu. They were all well-dressed, and it was obvious that they were upper-class workers. Many people looked at them in surprise. Especially Wang Jia. She was born in an upper-class family and had never been to a restaurant like this. However, she was too embarrassed to refuse Yang Cheng's kindness. She frowned slightly when she saw the greasy spots on the table, but she didn't dare to say anything. Yang Chen shouted for the lady boss to come over and order the dishes. He continuously ticked dozens of boxes on the hot pot menu, causing Zhao Teng and Wang Jia to stare blankly. "Director, we can't eat so much." "We can't." Zhao Teng tried to persuade him. Yang Qing waved his hand. "What are you afraid of? 100 plates won't even cost 1,000 yuan. I'm a generous person. Don't worry and eat as much as you want." Zhao Teng and Wang Jia were about to cry. "We can't eat even if you order 100 plates. Oh yeah, do you want to drink? The kind of sorghum that costs 10 yuan a bottle is not bad. It has the taste of soju. Do you want 2 bottles? Yang Qing suggested cheerfully. 10 yuan can buy white wine. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia felt like they were aliens. They couldn't understand the situation in front of them. 2 bottles are not enough? Then 3 bottles. 1 bottle for each of us. 1 bottle is 500 g. Don't think that it's a small amount. It's actually 50% alcohol. It's very strong. Yang Qing said as he finished ordering the dishes. He then sat down and faced Zhao Teng and Wang Jia. Zhao Teng gulped and said with a stiff smile, "Director, Wang Jia can drink. She used to work in public relations. I'll get drunk if I drink a little." "Oh, I see. Let me know when you're drunk. I'll drink it for you. Don't worry. I don't mind drinking the leftovers. It's a pity to waste it, but it's an honor to be thrifty," Yang Qing said with a smile. Soon, the hot pot with the pork bone soup base was served. Various seasonings were also served. Since Yang Qing ordered a lot, the proprietress even added a plate of pig's blood and tofu skin. This put Yang Qing in a good mood. It wasn't that Zhao Teng and Wang Jia had never eaten hot pot before. However, it was their first time eating hot pot in such a small restaurant that looked like a bustling city. The surroundings looked dirty. Whether they had a business license or not was still a problem. The hygiene permit might even be a decoration. If they weren't really hungry, they definitely wouldn't dare to eat. Yang Qing ordered too many dishes. A small table and a shelf couldn't even fit all of them. Yang Qing didn't care about the consequences and dragged a table next to his. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia were dumbfounded. It was their first time eating in such a small hot pot restaurant. It was their first time seeing such a bold owner who dragged a table. Hee hee, this is the good thing about a small restaurant. You can eat and play as you please. A big restaurant is too troublesome. You can't talk loudly or smoke. As Xianxia spoke, he took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. With a cigarette in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other, he put all kinds of raw vegetables and meat into the hot pot. Eating hot pot requires this kind of atmosphere. It should be lively. It's best if it's snowing outside. Drink some hard liquor. We're all on the same side, so I just brought it to you. Jiaoting smiled stiffly and said, Director, you're right. This is good. Cough, cough. The smell of inferior tobacco made him cough a few times. However, he smiled bitterly and couldn't say anything. Wang Jia covered her mouth and laughed. Director, you scared us. We've never seen such a scene before. I know. Xianxia said proudly, I brought you guys out to eat today to show you what kind of person I am. Whether I'm a noble person or an ordinary person, I don't care about those superficial things. I'm lazy, I don't have professional knowledge, I like to be straightforward, and I'm just a person. The me you see in the office is real. The me in front of you like an old farmer is also real. About half a year ago, I was still a small vendor selling mutton skewers outside the West District Market. Believe it or not, I do have a master's degree from Harvard, but I'm really selling mutton skewers. Seeing Zhao Teng and Wang Jia staring blankly, Xianxia opened a bottle of native soju and filled it for both of them and himself. He raised his cup and toasted them. Come, have a sip. Don't look at me like an idiot. Selling mutton skewers doesn't reach the threshold of paying personal income tax, so I didn't evade taxes. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia finally laughed and picked up their cups. Although the smell of the wine was pungent, they still took a sip. Wang Jia was fine, but Zhao Teng's throat felt like it was on fire the moment he drank the white wine. He coughed a few times before stopping with a red face. Xianxia laughed out loud. He asked the lady boss to bring him a cup of cold water and stopped him from drinking. Just say it if you can't drink. I'm not an alcoholic, boss. Subordinates who can't drink don't need to look at it. You don't have to force yourself, said Xianxia. Zhao Teng smiled awkwardly. It's not that I can't drink, Director Yang. This wine is too strong. The three of them joked for a while before moving their chopsticks to eat the hot pot. However, Zhao Teng and Wang Jia combined couldn't eat as much as Xianxia. Very soon, the huge pile of food which seemed to be impossible for the two of them to finish was stuffed into Xianxia's stomach like a whirlwind. At this moment, their understanding of Xianxia had changed from clear to vague, and from vague to clear. No matter what, they found that they liked this strange boss even more. Director Yang, it seems like we can't drive after drinking. How are we going back later? Zhao Teng said worriedly. Why don't we call someone from the company to pick us up? Xianxia waved his hand. What's there to be afraid of? I can still race after drinking. I've even been to the police station. I'm more familiar with it than home. Let's go. I'll send you back to the company. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia's faces turned green and white. Is this the director of the company or someone who escaped from prison? However, just as Xianxia paid and was about to leave with Zhao Teng and Wang Jia, a familiar figure suddenly walked past the hot pot restaurant. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of strangeness. He turned around and said to the two of them, wait here for 10 minutes. I'm going to meet an acquaintance. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for Zhao Teng and Wang Jia to ask, Xianxia had already walked out of the hot pot restaurant and turned into a small alley. Xianxia walked through the chilly alleyway and arrived at a small courtyard that was blocked from the sunlight. The courtyard was a little old and the door wasn't locked during the day. The osmanthus and ginkgo trees in the courtyard made the whole courtyard look especially cold. The ground was full of fallen leaves. It seemed that no one had cleaned the place for a long time as there was a moldy smell. At this moment, there were two figures standing in the courtyard. One of them was the gray figure that attracted Xianxia. It was the elder from the group of 8, gray robe. The other person was wearing a dark green military coat. His back was facing the direction of the door and he seemed to be staring blankly at the gray sky of the city in the distance. It was Lin Jigua, Grey Robe's personal bodyguard. After they parted in Tibet that day, Yangqing didn't have a good impression of this man who was over 50 years old. Yangqing wasn't someone who didn't respect his elders. Even if he didn't have any elders, it didn't mean that he would always respect them. At least, Lin Jigua's past and the way he handled things now made Yangqing feel uncomfortable. He could understand why Lin Ruoxi and Yun Miao, as his granddaughter and wife, couldn't accept him. As for the title of General of Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, it was nothing special to Yangqing. Now that he saw Lin Jigua, Yangqing didn't show any friendliness. He just asked faintly, "What's the matter? You asked Grey Robe to lead me here? You seem to be very busy?" Lin Jigua turned around with a serious expression. "Say it. If there's nothing else, I have to send someone off." Yangqing didn't want to say much. In fact, he didn't like people who acted high and mighty just because they were elders. Lin Jigua frowned and said, "Yangqing, I'm your elder. Don't you even have the most basic respect?" Yangqing chuckled and shook his head indifferently. "I'll wait until Ruoxi is willing to admit that you're her elder. Ruoxi is throwing a tantrum with me, can't you see that? All I can see is that you really don't act like an elder." Yangqing was a little impatient. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Lin Jigua glared fiercely and his entire body emitted an awe-inspiring aura. It was as though the aura of the entire courtyard had frozen. "Your attitude disappoints me." Yangqing was not afraid at all. He laughed in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was indeed Lin Ruoxi's blood relative, he would have rushed up and kicked him away for daring to compete with him in terms of aura. "It's best if you don't show me the way you treat those people from the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. My patience has a limit. If you provoke me, it won't do you any good," Yangqing said with a cold gaze. Lin Jigua's face was a little red. It was obvious that he was angry. However, the calmer Yangqing's expression was, the more he didn't dare to flare up. He originally wanted to show the attitude of an elder and make Yangqing admit defeat. However, he didn't expect that Yangqing wouldn't buy it and would completely ignore him. What was worse was that Yangqing seemed to have the same feelings as Lin Ruoxi. They both hated him. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Lin Jigua. He originally hoped to rely on his relationship with Lin Ruoxi to rope in Yangqing. However, it seemed that he had overreached himself. Was he too impatient? Lin Jigua asked himself. The answer was ambiguous. He didn't know either. Sighing helplessly, Lin Jigua retracted his domineering gaze and asked, "Will Hui come to Zhonghai next month?" "Which Hui?" Yangqing asked. "Lin Hui, also known as Hui Lin." "She's my granddaughter," Lin Jigua said. Only then did Yangqing remember that Yun Miao had sent her precious little nun to Zhonghai. Feeling a headache coming on, he said, "That's true. Why don't you discuss it with Abbess Yun Miao? Don't do something so pointless. I'm still dealing with things here. How would I have the time to take care of a living person? Do you think that Yun Miao will listen to me?" Lin Jigua said. Yangqing was stunned. He slapped his forehead and said, "That's true. That's all you can shout at your subordinates." Lin Jigua was obviously unhappy. However, it was the truth and he couldn't do anything about it. "You're already married to Ruoxi. I won't allow you to lay your hands on Hui Lin. Who do you think I am? Why would I find trouble for myself? According to seniority, she's my sister-in-law." "I'm not that free," Yangqing said as he shook his head. "Don't think that I don't know how many women you have outside. If you have one, you'll have a third. I have to be wary of you," Lin Jigua said distrustfully. "When that time comes, how do you plan to arrange for Hui Lin?" Yangqing said in distress, "If I knew, would I be so worried?" "I'll give you a suggestion," Lin Jigua said. "What?" "Let Hui Lin stay with you and Ruoxi," Lin Jigua said. When Yangqing heard this, he was looking forward to seeing Lin Ruoxi's expression when she saw Hui Lin. Logically speaking, one of their grannies was the legal wife and the other was the mistress. They should be enemies too. However, both of them were otherworldly characters. One was quiet and cold, while the other was cute and straightforward, pure and kind. What was worse was that they didn't seem to be interested in his grandfather. Perhaps they had a common enemy and became good sisters? Who's older? Hui Lin or Ruashi? Yangqing had been struggling with this question. A trace of affection flashed in Lin Jigua's eyes. Hui Lin is younger than Ruashi by 10 days. Ruashi is born on the 5th of September and Hui Lin is born on the 15th of September. Why does Hui Lin look a few years younger? Kids who live in the mountains are indeed more innocent, Yangqing sighed. Lin Jigua glared at him. You really have evil intentions towards Hui Lin? Hey, don't slander me. I'm a man who dares to take responsibility for my actions. Even if I do have evil intentions one day, I won't hide it. Unlike you, you don't even want to call your own granddaughter, Yangqing curled his lips and said. You. Lin Jigua was so angry that smoke was coming out from his mouth, but he couldn't say anything to defend himself. How could he be criticized by his juniors for his past love affairs? Yangqing knew that Lin Jigua wanted Hui Lin and Ruashi to be together because he hoped that his descendants wouldn't become incompatible with each other because of the evil deeds he had done in the past. With such an opportunity, he hoped to push the boat along with the current and let his descendants get closer to each other. Yangqing didn't mind this approach, but he had to talk to Lin Ruashi when he got back. Moreover, Hui Lin's identity was a big problem. Although Lin Ruashi would know about it sooner or later, he couldn't tell her directly. Is there anything else? Yangqing took out his phone and looked at the time. There were still 3 minutes left. Lin Jigua pondered for a moment and said, The God Stone is still in your hands. A strange light flashed in Yangqing's eyes. He smiled strangely and said, Didn't Flower Rain see it that day? I've already thrown the God Stone to Yamada sect. That's fake. Lin Jigua looked straight at Yangqing as if he was hoping to find something from Yangqing's facial expression. However, he found that it was futile. Yangqing said without changing his expression, Why do you say that? You should know that the God Stone is more of a burden than a treasure to me. I won't lose anything even if I throw it to Yamada sect. Although the God Stone is useless to you, you should know very well that the world won't be peaceful if the God Stone is in the hands of other organizations. I'm sure you don't want to see such an outcome. That's why you've been carrying the God Stone. Lin Jigua said, Now that you've thrown the fake God Stone to Yamada sect on purpose, you want to make Yamada sect the target of public criticism. Not only will you attract those who covet the God Stone to attack Yamada sect, but it will also give you peace for a period of time so that the people around you won't be implicated. Am I right? Yangqing smiled and said, This is all your speculation. If Yamada sect got the fake one, wouldn't they say it? Not only is Nariko Okawa of Yamada sect a super expert at the ground ninja level, but he's also the leader who made Yamada sect a world-class organization. Even if he got the God Stone, he wouldn't foolishly explain to other organizations that it's a fake. That's because no organization will admit that it's the real one after getting the God Stone. Therefore, it'll only make things worse and attract more attention and enemies. Lin Jigua couldn't help but laugh and said, Tokugawa must be furious now. This time, you brought a lot of trouble to the Yamada sect with your graft. As far as I know, Japan's Takamagara has already made some tentative attacks on Yamada sect. Think whatever you want. Anyway, the God Stone isn't in my hands now. Whether you believe it or not, I hope that the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade won't disturb my life because of the God Stone. You should know that I came back to live a peaceful life, not to fight with you. Moreover, you're no match for me at all, Yangqing said coldly and turned to leave the courtyard. After Yangqing left, Grey Robe, who had been silent, walked up and asked respectfully, Master, is the God Stone given by young Master Yang really fake? Lin Jigua shook his head and said, I don't know. I was just testing him. Ever since Yamada sect got the God Stone, they haven't made any moves. Nariko Okawa is a sly old fox. He knows that whether it's real or fake, staying silent is the best choice. If it's real, then where is the real God Stone? Grey Robe asked. Only Yangqing knows about this. Lin Jigua rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. Let's go, Grey Robe. Let's return to Beijing. This time, we didn't manage to stop Hanya and Tanuki from Yamada sect in Zhonghai. We underestimated Yamada sect's strength. When we return, let the members of Second Dragon Group reflect on themselves and strengthen their training. Master, I don't think Second Dragon Group's Xiong Yi is suitable to be the leader, Grey Robe said carefully. Lin Jigua was stunned. He sighed and said, "How could I not know what you're saying? But our country is different from Europe and America. Although our Yellow Flame Iron Brigade is independent of the country's politics, we are still a department of the country. It's impossible for us to escape the eyes of those pests in the government. Yongyi is still young. Try to train him with a few elders. Since he has the strength, he can slowly change his arrogance." Grey Robe had a helpless look on his face. "Yes, master." "Oh right, I asked you to investigate the matter regarding the Yang family's Yang Pejuan's unusual mobilization of Jiangnan's army and navy. Have you found out?" Lin Jigua asked. Grey Robe nodded, "Yes, master. Yang Pejuan was only following the request of the Yang family's in-laws, Zhonghai's Yuan family. He helped to eliminate the original underworld force in Zhonghai, Dongxing Gang. There were no other hidden intentions. This son of Yang Gongming isn't simple. He's definitely going to enter the next standing committee. Seems like the second seat of the military commission will fall into his hands," Lin Jigua analyzed with a complicated look. "Since the founding of the country, the Yang family and our Lin family have been the most strict. But now, our Lin family's direct descendants don't have a pillar like Yang Pejuan. How sad. Master, when I was investigating Commander Yang Pejuan, I accidentally discovered something. Although I can't confirm it, it seems very possible." Grey Robe hesitated and said it. "Oh? What is it?" Lin Jigua rarely heard Grey Robe speak like this. Grey Robe moved closer to Lin Jigua and whispered the matter. Lin Jigua's expression slowly changed from shock to unfathomable calmness. When Yang Cheng returned to the hot pot restaurant, Zhao Teng and Wang Jia had been waiting anxiously. They were relieved when Yang Cheng finally appeared. "Director, did you meet someone you know?" Wang Jia asked. "Sort of. We just chatted for a while." Yang Cheng smiled. "Let's go back to the company." After Yang Cheng sent Zhao Teng and Wang Jia back to Yulei Entertainment, he didn't go back to his office. He told the two that he was going to talk to the investor first. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Yang Cheng drove directly to Rose Bar. Since he was working part-time in Yulei's PR department, he reserved a seat purely to chat with these beauties. Therefore, it didn't matter if he went to work or not. It was a lot more relaxing since Lin Ruashi didn't have to worry about his attendance. There weren't many people in Rose Bar in the afternoon. When Yang Cheng walked in, Chen Rong was instructing a few waiters to clean the place. Wearing a black and white maid dress, Chen Rong had grown up. Seeing Yang Cheng, Chen Rong smiled sweetly. "Brother Yang, Big Sis isn't in the room. She went out this morning." "Really?" Yang Cheng didn't feel depressed that he didn't get anything. He asked with a smile, "How's your work? I heard from Qiangwei that you've started to take over some other businesses?" Chen Rong blushed. "I made a mistake in my investment last time and lost a lot of money. I'm a little scared now." "Don't worry. Since she asked you to do it, she must be prepared for you to fail. Many other CEOs only have a junior high school diploma. You graduated from high school and went to college. If you learn from Qiangwei seriously, you'll definitely be able to take charge in 2 years." Yang Cheng smiled mischievously. "When our Rongrong can be the big sister, I can take your sister Qiangwei away. I still have to count on you." Chen Rong pouted and nodded happily. Yang Cheng then dialed Qiangwei's cell phone and found out that Qiangwei had actually gone to the apartment of the Sea Eagles to see how the Sea Eagles were doing. Yang Cheng had asked her to take good care of the members of the Sea Eagles, and Qiangwei was indeed very responsible. Galloping all the way, Yang Cheng quickly arrived at the apartment building where the members of Sea Eagles lived. Under the guidance of a guard from Red Thorn's society, he arrived at the basement of the apartment building. This was an extremely spacious hidden space. It used to be a warehouse for some prohibited items, but now it had been refurbished and became a place for the Sea Eagles to store some precision instruments and advanced computers. After Yang Cheng walked into the basement, he immediately saw rows of advanced instruments arranged neatly. There were displays of different sizes, some displaying data, some displaying video images, and some displaying maps. All kinds of specialized information could only be understood by people who had gone through professional information military training. At this moment, Qiangwei, who was wearing a fiery red leather coat and had a graceful figure, was talking to Mullen, the captain of the Sea Eagles, with a few of her trusted subordinates. Xianxia had specially brought along a subordinate who was proficient in many foreign languages to act as a translator. Seeing Yangqing walk over, Xianxia walked up with a sweet smile and hugged Yangqing. "Hubby, your friends are too amazing. If I had them to help me back then, I would have destroyed the West Union Society and Dongxing a long time ago. I wouldn't have needed to spend so much time planning and scheming." Yangqing scratched Xianxia's nose. "The process of your own creation is the most beautiful. Using nuclear weapons to flatten a city is meaningless other than ending everything." Mullen looked at Yangqing and Xianxia enviously. "Your Majesty Pluto, are there many beautiful women like Miss Xianxia in Huaxia? Can you introduce me to one? I suddenly want to marry a woman from Huaxia." "You want to settle down in this country?" Yangqing asked curiously. "Why not? There are delicious food, strong liquor, beautiful women, and everything is cheap. This is heaven," Mullen said excitedly. Yangqing curled his lips and smiled bitterly. "Wait until you live here for half a year. If you still think it's suitable for you at that time, you can just let Xianxia be your matchmaker." After hearing the translation, Xianxia giggled and rolled her eyes at Yangqing. "I'm not going to be a matchmaker. I don't even have a proper identity. It's more appropriate to be a matchmaker for myself." "You're saying this again. If you say it again, I'll spank your butt." Yangqing playfully pinched Xianxia's butt. The soft and bouncy taste made him want to fondle it fondly. Rose's face was as red as blood. She bit her crystal-like lips and said, "Everyone is watching. Do you want me to lose face in front of my subordinates?" Yangqing glanced at the people in front of him coldly. Including the members of Sea Eagles, they all tactfully turned their heads away. Although they wanted to see, Pluto's cold eyes were not that easy to resist. "See, they don't see anything." Yangqing smiled evilly. Xianxia was helpless against her lover's shameless behavior. She smiled and punched Yangqing's chest a few times. "The computer system here has been set up. We can officially start using all kinds of monitoring devices. From now on, the places you asked to be monitored are all under our control. Now we're planning to go to the training room. A group of elites that I picked are being trained by the members of Sea Eagles. Hubby, do you want to go?" Yangqing nodded. He knew the strength of the members of Sea Eagles, so he wasn't very interested. However, Xianxia was very interested, so he didn't mind accompanying her. The training room was on the second floor of the apartment. The walls of the entire floor were opened up. It was designed to be like a karate training room with bright lights and high-quality wooden flooring. Opening the door, Yangqing and Xianxia walked into the room. A burly figure flew toward them. Yangqing's eyes were sharp. He took a step forward and caught the burly man with one hand. He spun in a circle and stabilized the burly man's body on the ground. It was a new member of Red Thorn's society wearing a blue martial arts suit. He was 1.8 meters tall. When he turned around, he saw that it was Yangqing and Xianxia. He immediately took 3 steps back respectfully. He was slightly trembling from excitement. He bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Yang." "Hello, President." Yangqing nodded and looked at the center of the training room. The new members of Red Thorn's society in blue suits were here for training. These people already had a good foundation in martial arts. What they needed was more professional guidance to make a breakthrough. There were only 2 members of Sea Eagles in white martial arts suits. One was a black member with braids, and the other was the female member, Adeline, who claimed that she wanted to lose weight. It was Adeline who had thrown the burly man. The loose martial arts suit looked a little tight on this white woman. Her breasts and perky but were still very attractive. When she saw Yangqing walk in, she smiled and said, "Your Majesty Pluto, Miss Xianxia, I'm so sorry. I used too much force." Yangqing smiled bitterly. "Adeline, don't use the training methods of Sea Eagles to train them. Their foundation is only at the level of ordinary Special Forces soldiers. You only need to use slightly higher strength and speed to fight with them. The main thing is to train their skills. Strength and speed need long-term training in the future." "Okay, men, continue," Adeline said to the male members in broken Huaxia language. Yangqing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard Adeline's words. Qiang Wei also heard something strange. She pinched the soft flesh on Yangqing's waist and said, "You only know how to think." At the same time, the 8 new members of Red Thorn's society swarmed up and began to fight with Adeline. Adeline easily avoided the punches and kicks of these young men. Almost every one of them was beaten to the ground in one move. They were so sore and numb that they temporarily lost the ability to fight. Qiang Wei was surprised. She knew the combat ability of her men very well. She didn't expect a woman like Adeline to have such terrifying martial arts. Qiang Wei originally thought that her martial arts were the best among women. But now it seemed that she couldn't even last 3 moves against Adeline. However, Adeline was only the most ordinary member of the Sea Eagles. As the captain, Molin's superior, and the leader of the Sea Eagles, what kind of strength did he have? That was the combat ability of the world's top mercenary. This was too terrifying. Adeline looked at the young men rolling on the ground and sighed. "If I used my real strength, you would all be dead now." This sentence in Huaxia language was quite accurate. It was so accurate that the male members who heard it had the urge to die. After fighting for the whole morning, they still couldn't withstand a single blow. Qiang Wei turned her head and looked at Yangqing, who was silent and smiling. "Hubby, compared to Adeline and the others, how far are you from them?" From Qiang Wei's point of view, Yangqing's skills must be much stronger than Adeline and the others. But now that she saw Adeline's speed and strength, she was curious about the result if Yangqing fought with Adeline. Yangqing smiled. "Baby, it seems that you still don't quite understand what I told you." "What do you mean?" Qiang Wei asked doubtfully. "Different worlds can't be compared." Yangqing shook his head and smiled. He walked forward and said to Adeline and another black member who were a little bored, "You guys come up together and fight with me." Adeline and the black member were stunned. Adeline, who was very arrogant just now, said timidly, "Your Majesty Pluto, do we really want to do that?" "Don't ask too much. Use all your strength, spare no effort, and attack me by hook or by crook," Yangqing said. Adeline and the black man looked at each other and nodded. Both of them exuded a chilling aura at the same time. The casual expression on their faces also disappeared. Adeline, who looked young and innocent, instantly turned into a cold and sharp sword. Not far away, Qiang Wei and all the members of the Red Thorns Society held their breath as they watched the changes on the scene. They suddenly realized that this was the true face of the Sea Eagles. Their usual relaxed and humorous behavior was completely on the surface. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Adeline and the black man moved, the sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard. The movement of their figures made Qiang Wei and the others feel dizzy. There was a muffled sound in the air as if the explosion was contained in a small area. Yangqing's body didn't seem to move at all. He just turned his body slightly on the spot and then turned back. Bang! Bang! Under everyone's baffled gaze, Adeline and the black man had just moved to Yangqing's side when they suddenly bounced back like steel bullets. They rolled and fell 3 meters away. No one saw clearly what Yangqing did. Yangqing stood where he was and clapped his hands. With an indifferent expression, he said to Rose and the people from Red Thorns Society, "Don't feel surprised. In this world, everyone has their own territory to live in. I'm just playing with Adeline and the others. I'm not interested in fighting them for real. Adeline and the others are just your coaches. Don't worry if you can't beat them because you don't live in the same world. So, train hard. You only need to defeat those who live in the same world as you. Then, you will be the strongest." Let's not talk about whether the Red Thorns Society listened to Yangqing's words, but Qiang Wei's eyes were filled with excitement. Although Qiang Wei knew that Yangqing was definitely stronger than Adeline, she didn't expect that Adeline, who seemed so strong in her eyes, was still defeated by Yangqing in one move. Men would feel unhappy when their beloved woman was stronger than them, but women always hoped that their man was the strongest. So, Qiang Wei was deeply satisfied. Adeline and the black man who got up from the ground not far away, their eyes were filled with helplessness and fanatical admiration. "Your Majesty Pluto, can't you fall a little lighter?" "The floor here is too hard," Adeline said in a low voice. "Don't you want to lose weight?" Who knows which part of your body will flatten a little if you fall, Yangqing said with a playful smile. Adeline blushed. She stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. Yangqing walked to Qiangwei and patted Qiangwei's face with a smile. Don't look at me like a fool. I still have something important to talk to you about. Qiangwei came back to her senses and asked, what is it? About making money. Yangqing winked at her. After discussing the cooperative investment project with Qiangwei in the apartment, Qiangwei finally decided to contact Wang Jia as soon as possible. But before that, Qiangwei still needed to acquire a small or medium-sized entertainment company, so that she could make the investment justifiably. For these things, Yangqing was just pulling strings, but he didn't want to pay much attention to the specific operation. The daylight hours in winter decreased sharply. Looking at the gloomy sky, Yangqing drove back to the villa in Dragon Garden. As soon as he entered the door, Yangqing was slightly surprised because he didn't see the sumptuous and hot meal prepared like usual. The living room was deserted, without a single person. Yangqing closed the door, walked to the second floor, and knocked on Mother Wang's door. The door opened. Mother Wang was wearing a thick coat, and her face was a little sickly red. Son-in-law, you're back. What time is it now? Looking at Mother Wang's muddle-headed look, Yangqing knew that she must be sick. He asked worriedly, Mother Wang, are you okay? Why do you look like you're sweating a lot? Sigh, there will always be some minor illnesses when I get older. I don't know why, I probably caught a cold last night, and I've been feeling dizzy and sleepy since this afternoon. I took some cold medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine to reduce the high fever, but I still overslept. Mother Wang sighed, Son-in-law, why don't you call Miss and go out to eat something today? I really don't have the strength to cook. Where's Ruashi? Yangqing asked in confusion. Miss must be working in the study. Sigh, if I don't call her, she won't remember to eat dinner. Mother Wang sighed, Son-in-law, go and call Miss, I'll go back to sleep. Mother Wang, I'll go out to eat and bring some back for you. Yangqing said. It's okay, I don't have much appetite. I'll be fine after a night's sleep. I'm sorry, young master. Mother Wang forced a smile and closed the door. Yangqing sighed with emotion. Although Mother Wang took good care of herself, she was still in her early 50s. If she really caught a cold, it would not be a small matter. He walked to the door of Lin Ruashi's study, and sure enough, light leaked out from the crack of the door. She must have been working since she got home. She didn't even notice that it was time to eat. Do. After Yangqing knocked on the door, it took a while for the door to open. Lin Ruashi was wearing pink pajamas with a fluffy belt tied around her slender waist. Her hair was a little messy, and because she had been in the study for a long time, she was a little short of oxygen. Her face was red, and her eyes were a little watery. She looked a little lovely. Have you eaten? Lin Ruashi asked. It's time to eat, but there's nothing to eat. Yangqing said. What do you mean? Lin Ruashi frowned. Yangqing told her about Mother Wang's cold. Lin Ruashi's eyes showed some worry, and she immediately wanted to go and knock on Mother Wang's bedroom door. Yangqing grabbed her arm, Don't disturb Mother Wang, let's go out to eat first. If you want to go, you go, I'm not hungry. Lin Ruashi directly refused, and at the same time, struggled to break free from Yangqing's hold on her arm. Yangqing smiled bitterly. That day, he couldn't help but kiss this woman, and his attitude was not good. Even if you want to be angry with me, don't make it hard on your stomach. You've been working since you came back, how can you not be hungry? Not hungry means not hungry. Lin Ruashi coldly said. Mother Wang needs to take medicine now, and we'll go out to eat and buy medicine. Don't tell me you don't even have the heart to buy medicine for Mother Wang? Yangqing had to change his way of saying it. Lin Ruashi's face showed some struggle, and finally compromised, Wait 5 minutes, I'll change clothes. Yangqing let out a sigh of relief, there was no way to play hard with this girl, and if he wanted to play, he had to beat around the bush. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ruashi changed into casual winter clothes and went out of the door, walking down the stairs. She wore a lavender tight-fitting sweater, a gray tassel scarf-style coat, and light-colored pants. Her long hair fluttered, and her skin was as white as snow, dazzling people. Yangqing smiled and asked, wearing so little, aren't you cold? Do you want to eat in the open air? Lin Ruoshi asked. That won't be the case, Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi didn't say anything more, and walked to the door to change into a pair of flat women's Nike shoes. Because she was nearly 1.7 meters tall, even wearing flat shoes, Lin Ruoshi's figure was enough to be proud of. Coming to the garage, Lin Ruoshi asked Yangqing, "Where are we going to eat?" "What do you think?" Yangqing followed her advice. Lin Ruoshi shook her head blankly, "I don't go out much, anything." "Then I'll drive, I'll take you there," Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi hesitated but still nodded, "Don't be too fast." Yangqing really didn't dare to be too fast, because the current relationship between the two of them was in a period of Cold War. If he angered Lin Ruoshi, this Cold War would become a tug of war. The white BMW drove to a night market street on the outskirts of the city. Yangqing didn't plan to go to a high-end restaurant to eat. It wasn't that he had to take Lin Ruoshi to eat some ordinary food, but he didn't like the environment of a high-end restaurant. Lin Ruoshi looked at the noisy night market outside the car window, and was a little lost in thought. In her opinion, these people who made a living in the night market seemed to live in another world. This wasn't an arrogant attitude, for Lin Ruoshi, it was just an instinctive feeling. Yangqing parked the car in a relatively spacious parking lot, surrounded by brightly lit small restaurants. The air was filled with the spicy smell of food, making people salivate faster. Lin Ruoshi was indeed a little hungry, so she asked, "What do you want to eat?" Yangqing pointed to the nearest restaurant with the crayfish sign. "Have you eaten that before?" "Crayfish? What is it?" Lin Ruoshi really didn't know. "Then I'll take you to eat this today," Yangqing said as he grabbed Lin Ruoshi's hand and walked in the direction of the store. Lin Ruoshi followed and shook off Yangqing's hand. "Let's go, why are you holding my hand?" "I'm afraid that you'll be taken away by bad people. Don't you see that there are so many people coming and going here? A beautiful woman like you is very dangerous," Yangqing said. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a 3-year-old child." Lin Ruoshi didn't have enough strength, and in the end, she still couldn't break free and followed Yangqing into the store. There were 3 empty small tables in the store. After Yangqing found a seat by the window and sat down with Lin Ruoshi, the young waitress who took the order came over and asked them what they wanted in Mandarin with a foreign accent. Yangqing looked at the menu a few times, ordered 2 crayfish, a few side dishes, and a bowl of pickled vegetable soup, and asked them to serve the dishes quickly. Lin Ruoshi listened to the dishes Yangqing said, and was stunned. She had been secretly learning to cook from Li Jingjing these days, but she had never heard of the dishes Yangqing said, so she asked curiously, "Are those dishes delicious?" "If they're not delicious, why would I order them?" Yangqing said with a smile. Lin Ruoshi didn't say anything else, and began to look around the small restaurant. The old wooden tables and chairs, the dirty water and rubbish everywhere on the tile floor. These things, in her opinion, were too disgusting. She really didn't understand why this guy didn't choose a good place and chose a place like this. Not long later, 2 big plates of fiery red crayfish were brought up. When Lin Ruoshi smelled the spicy smell, she just stared blankly, not knowing what to do. The crayfish was cooked with all kinds of sauces, and it was fiery red, and its appearance was so strange. Even if Lin Ruoshi ate Australian crayfish on normal days, it would be cut into pieces for her to eat, and she had never seen a whole crayfish before. Yangqing peeled off the shell of the crayfish, took out the meat with his hands, and ate it in enjoyment. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi didn't move for a long time, and only frowned at him, he asked, "What's wrong, you don't like to eat crayfish?" How do I eat it?" Yangqing stared blankly for a moment. "You see how I eat it, can't you just follow me? Don't you think it's dirty to use your hands like this?" Lin Ruoshi found it hard to accept. "Then how do you think I should eat it? If I don't peel it with my hands, then should I use my toes?" Yangqing said with a helpless smile. "At least use a pair of plastic gloves, the kind that's sterilized," Lin Ruoshi said. Yangqing was happy. "This isn't a star restaurant, just make do with it, don't be too picky." "Our great CEO Lin, don't tell me you don't even know how to peel a crayfish?" Lin Ruoshi felt a burst of anger. If this guy didn't bring her to this kind of place, would she need to stare at it and not be able to eat? Hardening her heart, Lin Ruoshi used her hands to grab a crayfish, and learned from Yangqing, and began to peel the shell. But the shell of the crayfish was not flat, a relatively sharp part of the shell, like a needle, pricked Lin Ruoshi's pink finger. Lin Ruoshi quickly put down the crayfish, grabbed her finger, and looked at it. It actually pricked the skin, and it was bleeding. Because there was still the crayfish's chili oil on her finger, when the chili oil came into contact with the wound, that burning pain almost made Lin Ruoshi cry. Seeing this, Yangqing immediately took a few napkins, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's the rush, take your time. Lin Ruoshi felt wronged. How unlucky was she to have met such a man, a good dinner, a quiet restaurant, and then go home. Why did she have to come to this broken place to suffer? The more she thought about it, the more her eyes reddened. She was just short of tearing up. Yangqing felt a burst of pity, but he also felt that it was very interesting. Lin Ruoshi was angry at this moment, but she didn't say anything. The expression was really colorful. Forget it, you don't need to peel, go to the bathroom to wash the wound, and wash the chili oil clean, Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi quietly stood up, wrapped her finger with a napkin, and silently walked to the small bathroom in the corner. After about 3 minutes, Lin Ruoshi washed her hands clean. Because the wound was small, the blood was also stopped. Walking to the seat, Lin Ruoshi, who didn't look good, suddenly saw that her empty plate was actually filled with a small pile of crayfish meat. The white and tender crayfish meat with sauce was shining under the light. It was very tempting. Seeing that she came back, Yangqing put a freshly peeled lobster meat on Lin Ruoshi's plate, and said with a smile, "When I was peeling, I didn't let my finger touch the meat. It should be quite clean. You can make do with a little. If it doesn't taste good, you can give it to me. When the other dishes come up, you can also eat." Lin Ruoshi looked at her plate full of lobster meat, and the large pile of lobster shells in front of Yangqing. The dissatisfaction she had with Yangqing, and even the layer of estrangement that couldn't be erased these days, disappeared in an instant. Yangqing, who didn't feel anything, asked with some distress, "Why don't you eat? You really don't want it? It actually tastes good." Yangqing. Lin Ruoshi looked at him with a complicated expression, and said, "Has anyone told you before that you are a fool?" Yangqing was stunned, and shook his head, "No. Now there is, you fool." After saying that, Lin Ruoshi sat down, and under Yangqing's stupefied gaze, she quickly devoured the lobster meat on the plate. Yangqing looked at her for a while, and then smiled and shook his head. After finishing what Yangqing considered to be an extremely difficult dinner, the two left the crayfish shop. The night market was filled with the smell of all kinds of snacks, but the two of them didn't have the space to try any. Lin Ruoshi looked around at the shops and asked, "Where can we buy medicine for Mother Wang?" "They don't have it on this street. You have to walk 2 streets to get it," Yangqing said. "Then why did you come here to eat just now?" Lin Ruoshi was a bit dissatisfied. To her, wasting time was not a good thing to do. Yangqing scratched his head and said with a smile, "I didn't think too much about it. I just suddenly wanted to eat some crayfish, so I came here." Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. Just as she was about to walk to the parking area, she was pulled back by Yangqing. "Let's not drive there. Let's walk there. Just treat it as a stroll after dinner to help digestion. It's at most 2 miles, it's very convenient," Yangqing said. "But that will waste a lot of time," Lin Ruoshi said awkwardly. Yangqing was depressed. "Miss Lin Ruoshi, why are you rushing home?" "Work," Lin Ruoshi replied without thinking. "Why do you work so hard?" Yangqing asked again. Lin Ruoshi quickly replied, "Of course it's to make the company develop better." "What about after the company develops?" Yangqing continued to ask. "In the future." "In the future." Lin Ruoshi couldn't say anything. She also couldn't say why she worked so hard. In the past, it was to compete with other companies. She was also young and was afraid that others would look down on her, so she worked day and night. But now, Yulei had almost no enemies to speak of. Speaking of social responsibility as an entrepreneur, Lin Ruoshi admitted that she didn't have such noble sentiments. So when Yangchen asked her why she worked so hard, she couldn't answer him. "If you haven't made up your mind yet, then I suggest you walk 2 miles with me." Newton discovered gravity when he was sitting. You silly girl, you're not as smart as Newton, but walking a few steps is more useful than him sitting. Life lies in movement. Yangqing made up a few words and then pulled Lin Ruoxi towards the pedestrian street. Lin Ruoxi only reacted after walking for a while. She glared at Yangqing coldly. Did you just call me a silly girl? Yangqing pretended to be serious and said, look at you, your reaction is so slow. If you're not a silly girl, then what are you? Lin Ruoxi turned her head away and ignored the rascal. The two of them walked along the brightly lit pedestrian street. On the ground were two elongated figures. Because they were in the suburbs, there weren't many pedestrians. Occasionally, they would pass by and take a few more glances at the two of them. Yangqing knew that no matter if it was a man or a woman, they wouldn't be able to help but take a few more glances at the two of them. In a sense, bringing a wife like Lin Ruoxi out on the streets was something that satisfied the vanity of a man. This kind of male instinct could be as small as a reptile or as large as a giant elephant. It couldn't be erased. Lin Ruoxi rarely walked on the streets, so she always felt a little uncomfortable. After much difficulty, the two of them found a chain pharmacy. After entering the door, Yangqing told the shop assistant in detail what medicine he wanted. In fact, Mother Wang had already taken cold medicine. He said he wanted to buy medicine mainly to trick Lin Ruoxi. But now that they were here, he had to put on an act. Lin Ruoxi didn't understand these things. She stood at the door and waited for Yangqing to buy the medicine. After he paid, they went out together. When they came to the street, Yangqing saw Lin Ruoxi walking with her head down. He knew that she didn't like the feeling of being stared at, so he suggested, honey, let's take the bus back to the parking lot. Bus? Lin Ruoxi raised her head in surprise. She hadn't taken public transportation for many years. You haven't eaten crayfish before, but you must have taken the bus before, right? Yangqing asked with a smile. You're the one who hasn't. Lin Ruoxi looked around and saw that there was a bus stop on the right. There was no one there, so she walked over. It was already 9 o'clock at night, and most people had already gotten off work. The nightlife hadn't officially started, so the bus route was almost empty. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a bus to the parking lot arrived. Yangqing accompanied Lin Ruoxi on the bus. After stuffing the coins into the bus, he found that there were only 3 or 4 passengers on the bus other than the driver. Lin Ruoxi found a seat by the side and sat down. The seat by the window was empty. It was obvious that she didn't want Yangqing to sit with her. Yangqing curled his lips and walked up with a smile. He patted Lin Ruoxi's shoulder and said, good girl, sit by the window. Lin Ruoxi raised her head and said expressionlessly, there are empty seats everywhere. Can't you just sit anywhere? Can't you sit more comfortably? Why must you sit next to me? If you don't let me, I'll kiss you. Yangqing said with an evil smile. Lin Ruoxi's pretty face blushed as she glared at Yangqing. Worried that this rogue would really dare to do that, she immediately moved to the window seat. Yangqing sat beside Lin Ruoxi with satisfaction. He even squeezed his butt closer to Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi was about to go crazy. How could this man be so shameless? She didn't let him sit next to her and even used that kind of shameful method to threaten her. If he wanted to sit, then sit. Why did he have to press down on her? You're really unreasonable. Why must you sit next to me? Aren't there a lot of seats in the bus? Lin Ruoxi angrily complained. Yangqing pursed his lips and smiled. He reached into his coat pocket and fiddled with something. He looked at Lin Ruoxi and said, there are a lot of seats in the bus, but there's only one seat next to me. Lin Ruoxi's moist eyes widened. She didn't say anything for a long time. She only felt her heart thumping wildly. There's only one seat next to me. But after a strange feeling passed, Lin Ruoxi slowly remembered something. She sneered and said, don't think that I'm a 3-year-old child. Do you think I don't know how many seats there are next to you? Yangqing Xianxia smiled, no matter how many there are, your current position is the position you should be in. It's not someone else. It's good now or in the future. At least, that's what I really think. Lin Ruoxi pouted and turned her head to look at the night view outside the window. She didn't want Yangqing to see her expression. But at this moment, Yangqing suddenly grabbed Lin Ruoxi's palm and put Lin Ruoxi's hand on his thigh. Lin Ruoxi's body trembled slightly. She immediately tried to pull her hand back and scold Yangqing. But she suddenly saw Yangqing take out a band-aid from his pocket. Yangqing grinned at Lin Ruoxi. "I bought it for you at the pharmacy just now. I brought my wife to dinner and made her bleed. I'm really a failure. I bought the best for you. I heard that it won't leave a scar. Let me stick it on for you." Lin Ruoxi stared at Yangqing blankly. For a moment, her mind was blank, and she couldn't think of anything. She watched as Yangqing tore off the packaging of the band-aid and carefully stuck it on her small wound. He even gently tucked it in. Lin Ruoxi's hand was white, tender, and soft. Yangqing held it in his hand and couldn't bear to let it go. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi didn't think that she would be in a hurry to pull her hand back. Yangqing took advantage of it and played with it between his hands. He pinched it left and rubbed it right. He jokingly said, "Looks like band-aids can also be used as decorations. At least it looks pretty on my wife's hand." Lin Ruoxi came to her senses and forcefully pulled her hand back. She thought about how she allowed her hand to be played with by Yangqing. She immediately blushed. She wanted to find a crack to hide in and break the metal sheet of the bus. "So, don't do this in the future." Lin Ruoxi didn't know what to do. Yangqing chuckled. He was obviously quite proud of himself for taking the upper hand. They returned to the parking lot and got on the bus. Yangqing buckled his seatbelt. He looked at Lin Ruoxi, who had her head lowered and blushed. He smiled and said, "Accompany me to see someone." Lin Ruoxi was still in a shy state. She asked in a low voice, "See who?" "A younger sister of mine. I just met her 2 days ago. I promised her that I would bring my wife to see her," said Yangqing. Lin Ruoxi raised her head in distrust and glanced at Yangqing. Yangqing smiled bitterly. "Good wife, do you think I would bring you to see a girl with that kind of relationship? You finally admit that you have a girl with that kind of relationship." Lin Ruoxi was angered by Yangqing's words and finally returned to her normal cold state. Yangqing felt that Lin Ruoxi wasn't as cute as before. He shrugged and didn't say anything. He started the car and drove in the direction of eastern Zhejiang. After a quarter of an hour, Yangqing drove to the street where he met Xianxia the other day. Sure enough, he saw Xianxia's night snack stall from afar. Yangqing got out of the car with Lin Ruoxi and walked to the cart together. Xianxia was wearing an old, dark green down vest and a furry scarf. Although she looked a little old-fashioned, her delicate facial features and big, lively eyes made the girl exude an unusual elegance amidst her simplicity. Xianxia had just sent a customer away when she saw Yangqing walking towards her. Yangqing was looking at her with a smile. "Brother Yang." Xianxia's pretty face revealed a surprised expression. She smiled and said, "How come you have time to come here?" Yangqing dishonestly took out a dried bamboo shoot from the mala tang section, took a bite, and said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to meet sister-in-law last time? Since I didn't bring her here for you to take a look, you have to give me a discount. 5% is not enough. At least 50%. Xianxia smiled and wrinkled her little nose. She looked behind Yangqing and saw Lin Ruoxi, who had just walked to the stall. However, when Xianxia and Lin Ruoxi saw each other's faces, they both froze on the spot at the same time. Their expressions froze in an instant. "Sister Ruoxi." "Xianxia." Seeing that the two women called out each other's names as soon as they met, the person in question, Yangqing, stopped chewing on the bamboo shoots and looked at both sides, asking, "You guys know each other?" Su Xianxia's face turned slightly pale, and she forced a smile. "Long time no see, Sister Ruoxi." Many expressions flashed across Lin Ruoxi's face. After the initial shock, she calmed down and looked coldly at Yangqing, saying, "The person you want me to see, is Xianxia?" "Yeah, a girl I just met a while ago." "She's very cute, right?" Yangqing said with a smile. Lin Ruoxi didn't answer. She turned to look at Xianxia, and there was some pity in her eyes. "Why did you suddenly leave? Do you know how worried the dean was for you at that time?" "I'm sorry, Sister Ruoxi, I didn't mean to make the dean worry, but there's no better way." Xianxia was silent, and her eyes were a little sparkling. Yangqing was stunned for a moment, and waved at Lin Ruashi. Wife, don't be so cold and murderous, you're scaring Xianxia. Lin Ruashi ignored Yangqing and walked closer to the small cart. She looked at the mala tang and various snacks on it, and then looked at Xianxia's clothes and thin face. After you left there, did you sell snacks here? Xianxia's body trembled slightly, and there was some panic in her eyes. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Ruashi. Why aren't you talking? Lin Ruashi frowned, and was a little worried. Yangqing had a helpless expression on his face. He smiled and said to Lin Ruashi, what do you take her for? A girl who relies on her own two hands to make a living. Every meal is exchanged with her own sweat and tears. Is there anything to be worried about? Xianxia raised her head and looked gratefully at Yangqing. Lin Ruashi's expression softened a little. She asked Yangqing, you seem to understand it very well? Do you know where Xianxia and I met, and how long have we known each other? Yangqing smiled and said, do you think I'm that stupid? Xianxia is an orphan like me. You must have met her at New Hope Orphanage a few years ago. Hearing Yangqing talk about his life as an orphan, Lin Ruashi's face was a little apologetic. She said in a low voice, I didn't mean that. When my mother and grandmother were still alive, I saw Xianxia at the orphanage. At that time, she was still very young. That year, when she was 15 years old, she suddenly left without saying goodbye. The dean was worried about her for a long time. I always thought that she had left Shanghai, but I didn't expect her to be here. I'm sorry, but I really can't stay there and trouble the dean's grandma anymore. Xianxia said, letting me be with a group of brothers and sisters who are so much younger than me, I definitely can't let them down. But you can't leave without saying goodbye. Do you know how sad the dean will be if you're like this? Lin Ruashi said. Xianxia lowered her head and didn't say anything. Yangqing frowned, let's not talk about the past. It's enough to say it once. I brought you here to meet this little sister of mine and get to know each other. You guys know each other, isn't it good to meet again after so many years? Why do you have to make Xianxia cry? Lin Ruashi explained, I didn't mean to make Xianxia sad, but she's only 18 years old this year. She's still a child who just got her ID. Such a young girl walking around in society, how can I not care about her? I don't see you care about me, your husband. Yangqing curled his lips. Yangqing. Lin Ruashi was a little angry. Alright, I'm just joking with you. Xianxia isn't a child who doesn't know anything. People always have to see more and experience more to grow up. Children of poor people have to take care of their family early. Look at Xianxia, can you see that she's only 18 years old? Yangqing said with a smile. Lin Ruashi looked at the more mature appearance of Xianxia. Indeed, she didn't look like an 18-years-old female high school student. Xianxia, your big sister Ruashi still remembers how old you are. She's still yelling at you about that matter. It seems that she misses you very much. I'm a little jealous. Yangqing winked at Xianxia. Lin Ruashi rolled her eyes at him and sat down gloomily. Xianxia raised her head and looked at the angry Lin Ruashi and Yangqing who was winking at her. She pursed her lips and smiled, I really didn't think that Big Brother Yang's wife would be Big Sister Ruashi. But for a good man like Big Brother Yang, Big Sister Ruashi must be very happy to be married to you. Xianxia, which eye of yours saw that he's a good man? Lin Ruashi said gloomily. She thought to herself, this guy is so hateful. Why does he always have women who talk about him? He doesn't even let go of a child like Xianxia. Xianxia didn't think much of it and said, last time I went to the police station, it was all thanks to Big Brother Yang. Cough cough. Cough cough. Yangqing immediately coughed loudly. How could she casually say that she beat someone up and went to the police station? This girl was really too young and insensible. Insensible. Sure enough. Lin Ruashi's cold eyes slanted over and her murderous aura leaked out again. Went to the police station? You seem to like it there very much. Tell me what happened. Hee, my good wife, I thought you didn't care much about my trivial matters. Just open one eye and close the other. The past is like smoke. Just let it go. Don't miss it. Yangqing played dumb. I'm not interested in your trivial matters. But why did Xianxia go to the police station? Lin Ruashi questioned. Yangqing had no choice but to narrate the events of that day. He only said that those people were deliberately looking for trouble and that they didn't know Xianxia. Xianxia knew that Yangqing had been covering up her bad deeds from the beginning to the end. She felt touched and sweet at the same time. She felt an unprecedented feeling for Yangqing's consideration for her. Under Yangqing's shameless request, Xianxia pouted and gave him half of the mala tang, which made Lin Ruoxi roll her eyes. Xianxia, listen to your sister. Take some time to go back to the courtyard. Even if you don't go to see your younger brothers and sisters, at least see Principal Cha. She raised you and has always been thinking about you. Lin Ruoxi persuaded. Xianxia's eyes were a bit gloomy. It wasn't that she didn't want to go back, but she didn't have the face to see the old lady. Yangqing saw through Xianxia's thoughts. He reached out and scratched Xianxia's white face. Girl, I'll take some time to take you back. According to your sister Ruoxi's orders, don't even think about running away. When did I say that I want you to take Xianxia? Lin Ruoxi said with dissatisfaction. If I don't go with her, Xianxia won't go. Isn't that right, Xianxia? Yangqing winked at Xianxia. Xianxia giggled. She was grateful in her heart and obediently nodded her head. Lin Ruoxi felt a wave of dizziness. While she was gnashing her teeth, she was also helpless. Compared to being angry at Yangqing, it was better for Xianxia to go back and see Principal Cha. After drinking 2 bottles of white wine and eating a dozen mala tang skewers, Yangqing reluctantly said goodbye to Xianxia. However, Xianxia angrily turned her head and ignored him. Sitting in the car with Lin Ruoxi said angrily, how could you do this? Is it easy for Xianxia to support herself with a small business? You have the nerve to ask her to give you a 50% discount and still eat and drink so much. Silly girl, Xianxia is just pretending to be angry. If I do this, she will only get closer to me. Trust me. Yangqing explained. Don't call me silly girl. Lin Ruoxi almost fainted. Xianxia is only 18 years old. If she was in school, she would be in the 1st or 2nd year of high school. You won't even let go of such a young girl? What are you thinking? I really like this child and see her as a younger sister. Yangqing smiled bitterly. Do you have a younger sister? Lin Ruoxi sneered. Yangqing chuckled. Of course. Next month, my aunt's 3rd sister's husband's granduncle's grandson's niece's daughter, who is also a distant cousin of mine, will be coming to Zhonghai. She might be staying in Zhonghai for a long time. When the time comes, she'll be staying at our house. As her sister-in-law, you better be mentally prepared. Lin Ruoxi was stunned. Her mind was a mess. Wait, whose daughter are you talking about? Anyway, only my cousin will come. When the time comes, ask Mother Wang to prepare an empty room so that we won't be in a hurry. Yangqing said. Why do relatives who have nothing to do with you have to live in my house? Lin Ruoxi said angrily. Aren't we husband and wife? Do we look like that? Lin Ruoxi asked with a sneer. Yangqing thought for a moment. Do we have to help each other in times of need? All right then, come, let's kiss. You can promise me after Yimo is done. Lin Ruoxi suddenly shrank back, but she was wearing a safety belt in the car, so it was difficult for her to escape. No. I promise. Seeing Yangqing gradually approaching her with an evil smile, Lin Ruoxi directly chose to compromise. Yangqing laughed heartily. I know you will definitely agree, just like I will definitely bring Xianxia back to the orphanage. Lin Ruoxi stared at the man in a daze, speechless. After returning home at night and giving the medicine to Mother Wang, the 2 of them returned to their respective rooms. Yangqing walked into his bedroom and suddenly saw snowflakes fluttering in the air outside the wide French window. In this big city of Jiangnan, although it was not common, it was not uncommon for it to snow. After all, it was close to the sea, and the sudden drop in temperature caused the water vapor to quickly condense. It's almost -7 or 8 degrees. Yangqing muttered. In the middle of the night, the temperature should be very low. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Yangqing picked up the phone. It was Mo Qianni. This woman was always so independent. She would never call him coquettishly. There must be something going on. Darling, did you see it? What? Snow. Are you excited? No, I'm just a little disappointed, Mo Qianni said. Why? Yangqing asked with a smile. Mo Qianni was silent for a moment. Because it's snowing, it means it's really cold. Her words emitted a strong sense of loneliness, which made Yangqing feel a little sad. I'll go to your house to accompany you, Yangqing said. Mo Qianni lived alone in a small apartment. She should be very lonely, especially on a snowy night like this in the steel forest. Don't come, I'm going to sleep soon. I'm not a little girl anymore, I'm not that young and immature. Mo Qianni said with a smile. Ah. What should I do? My little Xianxia is always facing me like a strong woman. How long will I have to wait before I can hug you to sleep? Yangqing joked. Mo Qianni scoffed, that's the real reason you want to come over. Heh. Yangqing smiled and didn't say anything. Mo Qianni was silent for a moment, then asked, Yangqing, are you free after work on Friday? What's wrong? I want you to accompany me to a banquet, Mo Qianni said. Yangqing smiled bitterly. It's the Liu family's banquet, right? How did you know? Mo Qianni asked in surprise. Because Ruashi said she would take me with her. Yangqing said. Mo Qianni sighed over the phone. Ruashi has never been there before. It looks like she's only going because of you. Yeah, occasionally doing this kind of thing, it makes me feel that she is a contradictory person. Yangqing said with a smile. Knowing that your husband is cheating on you, you can still do this. Do you think an ordinary woman can do this? Mo Qianni said. That's why I said he's a contradictory person. Mo Qianni said faintly, then I won't go. It will be very awkward to go there without someone accompanying me. Hearing the loneliness in Mo Qianni's voice, Yangqing felt a wave of heartache. He looked at the night sky outside the window and said, Darling, tomorrow, this city will be covered in snow, right? Yeah. What's wrong? Although I can't go out with you on Friday, let's go on a date tomorrow. Take it as my apology for neglecting you. Yangqing said. Mo Qianni chuckled. Do you really think you're an emperor or a saint of love? Go, I beg you. Yangqing said with a smile. Okay then, I will reluctantly agree to it, but I have to choose the location, Mo Qianni said. Thinking of the strange places he went to with Mo Qianni, Yangqing's heart palpitated, but he still agreed, let's have lunch together tomorrow, then we will leave, no matter where you want to go. Early the next morning, the whole of Zhonghai was indeed covered in snow. As soon as he went out, the cold wind that hit his face made Yangqing feel that winter was really coming. Yangqing wore a blue turtleneck sweater, a black coat, and a gray knitted scarf. Although he wasn't cold, at least he looked like a normal outfit for going out. After going to the market to buy breakfast, he went to the company's public relations department and found that many employees were late for work. Obviously, the heavy snow caused a lot of inconveniences to the traffic. After leaving the public relations department, Yangqing went straight to Yulei Entertainment Company. Although he didn't do any substantial work, he still paid attention to the company's operation so that Zhao Teng and Wang Jia wouldn't be disappointed. As soon as Yangqing entered Wang Jia's office, he saw Wang Jia happily hanging up a phone call. Seeing Yangqing enter the door, Wang Jia immediately stood up and said happily, Director, the company that you mentioned to invest in has confirmed that they will come to discuss the project in detail tomorrow. They are expected to invest more than 100 million. I really didn't expect there to be such an unknown but financially strong company in Zhonghai. Yangqing smiled. It must be a shell of a company that Qiangwei bought. Qiangwei's efficiency was really fast. The road has been paved, I won't participate in the process, Yangqing said with a smile. This is already a great achievement. Even if we get a loan from the bank, since our company has just been established, we won't be able to get a loan of 100 million, Wang Jia said excitedly. After discussing the future cooperation plans with Wang Jia for a while, Yangqing saw that it was almost time to arrive at the restaurant, so he left the company. After calling Mo Qianni, Yangqing drove to the roadside of Yulei Tower and picked up Mo Qianni. Mo Qianni's beautiful hair was let down and neatly combed to the side of her face. She was wearing a coffee-colored windbreaker with an orange-red low-collared sweater inside. Even though she was wearing a tight winter outfit, it couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. It was Yangqing's first time seeing Mo Qianni's fashionable winter outfit, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Mo Qianni was slightly proud. Is the outfit beautiful? It's not beautiful, but the person is beautiful, Xianxia said. Mo Qianni covered her mouth and laughed. You really know how to talk, I'll reward you with one. As she spoke, she moved closer to Xianxia's face and kissed him. Xianxia seized the opportunity and kissed her back, making her pout coquettishly. Tell me, where should we eat first? I'll point the way, you drive. Mo Qianni didn't say the place. Xianxia curled his lips. It seemed like it would be a strange place again. Under Mo Qianni's guidance, Xianxia drove for more than half an hour out of the city of Zhonghai. After another 40 minutes, the car drove through a long stretch of highway and arrived at a coastal mountain in the north of Zhonghai. Xianxia was stunned to see that on both sides of the highway were endless crop fields, which were now covered with white snow, reflecting a dazzling glow under the sunlight. Under Mo Qianni's guidance, Xianxia drove into a small farm. This kind of farm was a specialty restaurant opened by the local farmers. City people liked to eat in such a rural place when they had nothing to do. It was quiet and the taste was pure. Looking at the bamboo and wood houses, there were at least a dozen of them. In addition to the restaurant, there were also farm-style hotels. There were a few cars in the parking lot, because there weren't many customers on weekdays. Xianxia asked Mo Qianni confusedly, how do you know about this place? When I'm bored alone, sometimes I want to drive aimlessly to relieve my boredom, so I found this place, Mo Qianni said with a smile. Xianxia looked at Mo Qianni, who was smiling like a flower, and thought to himself, she must be very happy. She didn't come here alone, someone came with her. The food in the farm-style restaurant wasn't fancy, but it was very practical. Xianxia and Mo Qianni didn't drink. They ordered 4 dishes and a soup, sat in the small heated room, and had a hot lunch. After eating, Xianxia asked Mo Qianni, where are we going in the afternoon? Mo Qianni pointed at the hills outside the window. Amidst the white mist, the not-so-tall mounds of earth gave off a strong natural aura. Are we going to climb a mountain? Mo Qianni nodded. Yes, when I came here in the past, I heard from the farmers that we can go to the mountains there to see the sea. But when I'm alone, I'm always afraid. Today, I suddenly thought of this. Xianxia smiled. You also have something to be afraid of? Can't I? Mo Qianni rolled her eyes at him. Or do you want me to be fearless and chauvinistic? Ugh. Dear little Xianxia, let's go climb the mountain. Xianxia immediately stood up and said. Because it was only a hilly area and not a real mountain peak, the road up the mountain wasn't very steep. Although there were no specially built mountain roads, there were winding mountain paths that the locals walked on all year round. Because the leaves of the dense trees had withered, the forest had become somewhat bare. However, the evergreen pine and cypress still displayed the vitality of a deep green. Walking on the bumpy mountain road, because of the snow, the friction between their shoes and the ground made a kacha-kacha sound. Xianxia walked in front, looking back from time to time. Mo Qianni followed closely behind, not walking slowly at all. Mo Qianni stroked her messy hair, exhaling white air and said, Xianxia, I really like this sound. What sound? Xianxia asked. Your footsteps, my footsteps, the sound of friction against the snow, Mo Qianni said. Xianxia smiled. What's so special about that? On a cold day, in the desolate mountains, this place seems to be isolated from the rest of the world. Other than my footsteps, there is also the sound of someone else's footsteps. I can listen to that person's footsteps and walk behind him with my head down. Mo Qianni said with a smile. Xianxia paused his steps, turned around, and looked at the woman in the snow who was like a blooming flower. You've been to my hometown before. The Kuan Mountain Village is a mountainous area. When I was young, I walked on the snow-covered mountain roads and could only hear my own footsteps. At that time, I was so scared. No matter how hard I tried to breathe, I could still hear my own breathing, and even the sound of my heartbeat. It felt like I was the only one left in the entire world. Mo Qianni smiled and said, It's all good now, I can finally hear another person's footsteps. Fool. Xianxia looked at her pitifully. Since it's still early, let's go. It's useless to think about it. Mo Qianni wrinkled her nose and quickly followed Xianxia. Although it wasn't a very high hill, it was still a few hundred meters above sea level. Adding on the snow-covered mountain road, Xianxia didn't dare to walk too fast, so he walked and stopped. By the time Mo Qianni reached the top of the mountain, almost 2 hours had already passed. The top of the mountain was an uneven piece of land that was dozens of square meters in size. Other than a few weeds and a few rocks covered in moss, there was nothing else. The biting cold sea breeze whistled past her ears. Xianxia's ears were bright red, her face and the tip of her nose were also bright red. Xianxia lovingly caressed her somewhat dry face, took off his scarf, and wanted to wrap it around the woman. "I'm not cold, you can wear it." Xianxia still wanted to decline. Xianxia smiled bitterly, "If a man gives you a scarf, just accept it. Don't you think that if a woman says she's not afraid of the cold, a man will lose face?" "There's only you and me here," Xianxia said. "That's not how you use this sentence." Xianxia smiled and said, "If it was on a warm bed, I would like you to say this." "Damn it." Xianxia's dimples reddened as she obediently let Xianxia put the scarf on her. The soft texture carried the warmth of a man. The two of them silently looked at each other for a while before turning around to look at the seascape that they had wanted to see. From the top of the hill to the east, the boundless sea was as if it was beneath his feet. Looking down, it was sparkling with crystalline light. It was unknown if it was because it had just snowed, but the sun had revealed itself. The light was like tentacles, provoking the wisps of clouds that had been blown away in the sky. In the afternoon, the golden sea reflected the enchanting waves. The magnificent natural scenery was nothing more than this. Xianxia took a deep breath of the cold air. The cold wind messed up her hair, making her look disheveled and elegant. "Sure enough, it's just as those uncles said. It's beautiful here. If you like, I can bring you here often in the future. If you don't tell me, I might not come here in my life." Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. "I was born in the mountains. Even in a big city, I still want to come to a place like this. I always feel that this place belongs to me." "Xianxia, am I ridiculous?" "How could that be?" "I still feel that the market is more suitable for me to work than the office building," Xianxia said. Xianxia giggled. "You're really shameless." "Do I need to be ashamed when facing you and the sea?" Xianxia smiled in a relaxed manner. Xianxia's eyes were a little intoxicated. She stretched out her white, slender, jade-like hand, and her ice-cold fingertips brushed past Xianxia's face. "When I was young, the first time I saw the sea was when my father was still alive. At that time, he brought me and my mother to a distant relative's house. We saw the sea in a fishing village by the sea. My mother held my hand and asked me why the sea was lower than all the rivers. I didn't know at that time. My mother told me that because the sea has to accept all the rivers' water can flow into the sea. My mother said, 'Girl, if you get married in the future, you must be a woman like the sea. You only need to quietly put yourself at the lowest place, and you can always let all the rivers flow into your arms. Just like the sea, you can't see the edge, and you can let the people by the sea look at you with infatuation.'" Xianxia looked at Xianxia's dreamy eyes and pondered for a while. Smiling, he said, "Although my mother-in-law isn't a university professor, nor is she an expert, it seems like she's always able to say extraordinary things. I'm thinking, if I will never get married in this life, if I can be like the sea, will the people by the sea also look at me with infatuation? You must get married." Xianxia hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms. "If you don't get married but become the sea, there will be too many people looking at you with infatuation. Even if you are the sea, I will become the earth that carries you." Pfft. Xianxia leaned on Xianxia's chest and laughed. Her eyes were blurred as she said, "If you become the round earth, I don't want to become the sea." "Do you want to be spanked or kissed?" Xianxia asked as he looked at her with ill intentions. Xianxia blinked her eyes, and there was some grievance in her watery eyes. "Is there a difference?" "Then let's do it together." Xianxia kissed her. He held her waist with one hand and stroked Xianxia's perky buttocks with the other hand, feeling an unusually wonderful touch. The cold mountain wind outside seemed to have become a gentle spring breeze, but it wasn't cold at all. The two entangled for a long time. Xianxia was a little out of breath and struggled to break free from Xianxia's control. She begged, "Let's go down the mountain, it's going to get dark if we don't go down. Don't you think that here, we have a little bit of a pledge of undying love?" Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia flirtatiously rolled her eyes at him. "You're really getting better at talking." Are you this sweet to every girl? If that's the case, would I have the time to come all the way to this wilderness to drink northwest wind with you? You're the silly one. Mo Qianni complained. She struggled out of Yang Cheng's embrace and started to walk down the mountain. Yang Cheng didn't say anything and followed behind her. Don't walk too fast. Don't step on the ice. If you step on it, it's easy to slip. Mo Qianni turned around and smiled. I grew up in the mountains. Do I need you to teach me how to walk? Yang Cheng curled his lips and didn't say anything else. But before Mo Qianni finished speaking, Mo Qianni suddenly let out a low moan. Her left leg gave way and she half knelt down halfway up the mountain. Yang Cheng was startled and immediately ran forward to support Mo Qianni. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Qianni opened her mouth and her face suddenly turned pale. Cold sweat quickly formed and she couldn't speak. She could only let out a low moan as if she was in unspeakable pain. Yang Cheng looked at Mo Qianni hugging her left calf with tears in her eyes. His heart was burning with urgency. What's wrong? Yang Cheng asked again. My leg hurts. Mo Qianni said as if she was talking in her sleep. Yang Cheng didn't think too much and carried Mo Qianni in his arms. Mo Qianni's body was still in Yang Cheng's embrace. She used one hand to hit Yang Cheng with difficulty and said with difficulty, Don't worry, nothing will happen. I can hold on. If we walk too fast, it'll be dangerous. Yang Cheng didn't ask what was going on. As for whether the mountain road was slippery or not, it wasn't a problem for him at all. He was like a gust of wind as he stepped on the difficult mountain road and ran to the foot of the mountain. Because of the extreme pain, Mo Qianni couldn't feel anything strange in her semi-conscious state. Yang Cheng ran to the farm at the foot of the mountain with a gloomy face. He went to the accommodation department and asked for a guest room. When the waitress saw that Yang Cheng was carrying Mo Qianni seemed to be in a bad condition, she hurriedly went through the formalities. Yang Cheng carried Mo Qianni to the warm guest room and put the sweaty Mo Qianni on the single bed on the white sheets. Mo Qianni frowned and her face was pale. She looked more uncomfortable than death. Yang Cheng didn't care too much. He took off the tight cotton trousers from Mo Qianni's waist, revealing a pair of white warm trousers. Qianni, let me help you take a look. Yang Cheng said and started to take off Mo Qianni's warm trousers. Mo Qianni stopped him in a low voice, Don't look. It's okay. This matter isn't up to you. Yang Cheng didn't hesitate anymore and took off Mo Qianni's warm trousers. Mo Qianni only had a pair of sexy purple-black patterned underwear left inside. A pair of white and plump thighs reflected an ivory luster under the light. Her legs without the slightest bit of fat were like sculptures. They were exquisite like beautiful jade, and the smooth lines extended all the way to her cute little feet. However, Yang Cheng wasn't in the mood to appreciate this seductive scenery. His gaze was locked on the left calf that was causing Mo Qianni endless pain. He couldn't see anything abnormal there, but if he were to analyze it carefully, he would see a thin but small scar. Yang Cheng touched Mo Qianni's scar with one hand. It was obvious that she had undergone surgery, but the doctor's skills were very good. Perhaps it was because she had taken care of her body after surgery, but the scar was almost invisible. Yang Cheng silently circulated his true qi and extended the unique inner force of the endless resolve restoration scripture into Mo Qianni's area of pain. The blockage made Yang Cheng quickly realize that Mo Qianni's area of surgery had serious tissue damage. Even though it had recovered a lot, it was like a piece of wood that had been nailed in. It could no longer be considered a complete piece of wood. The warm inner force of the endless resolve restoration scripture quickly healed the old injured meridians. Gradually, Mo Qianni's eyebrows relaxed, and a trace of color returned to her face. Mo Qianni opened her eyes and looked at Yang Cheng with a blank expression. Thank you. She didn't ask how Yang Cheng did it. She had seen how extraordinary Yang Cheng was, so she was used to not asking about the past that Yang Cheng didn't want to talk about. Your old injury here is not light. In this cold weather, the cold wind is blowing, and if you get frozen, the inflammation will easily relapse, Yang Cheng said. I haven't had any pain in the past 2 years. I thought I was fine. I'm sorry for making you worry. Mo Qianni was like a child who had done something wrong. She said in low spirits. the scar on your calf almost extends to half of your calf. It doesn't look like a simple injury from a fall or a stab. Where did it come from? Yangcheng thought about it and asked. Hearing Yangcheng's question, Qianni turned her head away, as if she didn't want to say it. If you think it's something shameful, something that makes you sad, please tell me. Yangcheng solemnly said, if you acknowledge me, I don't want you to think that I'll feel ashamed because of something shameful. I won't think that you need to bear sad things alone. Qianni's expression was lonely, as if she didn't hear Yangcheng's words at all. Yangcheng's heart was a bit gloomy, and he bitterly smiled. It seems that I'm too proud of myself. But, your self-esteem is so strong, how could you tell me about your past? Who doesn't have a piece of unrecognized wilderness in their heart, a gray area that they don't want the people around them to see? I'm too greedy. Qianni's eyes were a bit watery, and her body slightly trembled. You rest, sleep here tonight, and I'll send you back tomorrow morning. Yangcheng stood up, turned around, and wanted to leave the room. Qianni's silence made his heart a bit confused. He needed to drink a few cups, or smoke a few cigarettes, to calm his mind. At this moment, Qianni faintly called out. Yangcheng. Yangcheng turned around. What, does it still hurt? Qianni shook her head, her clear eyes without a trace of impurities, like the most transparent crystal. My leg was broken by someone. Yangcheng's heart shivered, and he felt a chill in his mind. He didn't know what kind of emotion it was. When Yangcheng heard Qianni softly say that her leg was broken, Yangcheng felt his mind go blank for a moment. She actually played it down, saying it as if it was someone else's leg. Slowly walking back to the bed, Yangcheng squatted down and looked at Qianni's smooth and beautiful calf that seemed to be unscathed. Yangcheng looked for a while, and then pulled the quilt over Qianni's lower body. Don't catch a cold. Yangcheng didn't know what to say. He was a bit regretful that he let Qianni make the choice to say it. Qianni smiled sweetly. Because she used up too much energy, she couldn't open her eyes, but at this moment, she seemed to be very eager to see Yangcheng's face clearly. Do you remember what I told you before? I escaped when I was 13, stole someone's wallet, and came to Zhonghai to work, Qianni said. Before I met the old CEO, Ruashi's grandmother, I spent about 3 months washing dishes and vegetables in a small restaurant. Because I was too young, although I looked older than other children of the same age, if someone found out that I was a child laborer, I would be sent back to my hometown. Listening to Qianni's weak voice, Yangcheng felt a sense of guilt, and stopped her. Don't talk about it, it's all in the past, why make things difficult for yourself? Don't you want to share the pain with me? No, but... Then listen to what I have to say. Qianni pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes showed some gentleness. At that time, I only wanted to earn some money and go to junior high school. After all, the school fees weren't expensive at that time. If I could work and go to school at the same time, even if it was a little hard, I could bear it. But, that small restaurant owner, he always harassed me, behind his wife's back, always said some shameless things to me, and even touched me. That time, I was accidentally stopped by him in a small warehouse. He didn't let me out, he wanted to do that to me there. I used all my strength to bite him, and then escaped. But, that restaurant owner called the other waiters, said that I went to the warehouse to steal from the restaurant, and said that I was discovered by him, so I bit him. In the end, I was caught by the people in the restaurant. I couldn't escape, and in the end, the restaurant owner's wife took the opportunity to teach me a lesson. That woman didn't like me for a long time, so under the situation that the restaurant owner couldn't say anything, she used a rolling pin to hit me, saying that I was a thief, stealing things, biting people, and dared to run, so she broke my leg. At the end, Qianni's words seemed to be stuck. It was somewhat difficult for her to say it out. Yangcheng tightly clenched his fist, and asked, the woman who broke your leg and her husband, are they still in Zhonghai? Qianni's eyes were a little watery. They're not. It was the old CEO who helped me send them to prison, and then they never came out again. The old CEO also spent money to have my leg surgery, otherwise, there would be a lot of hidden dangers. No wonder you respect Ruashi's grandmother so much, her kindness to you is indeed too great. Yangcheng nodded with a smile. Although for Lin Ruashi's grandmother, helping Qianni may also be out of sympathy, and for the cultivation of a promising little girl, for Qianni, whether it was funding her path to success, or helping her to fix the person who made her so miserable. It was a kindness that was engraved in her heart. If it wasn't for that, perhaps Mo Qianni would have long been crushed like a petal into the mud. Do you know? I want to see you every day, all the time. But even though I know you are in the company, I never deliberately go to see you, not because of how deep the relationship between me and Ruashi is. We are good sisters, but in the face of love, I will not retreat, even if I am the third party. As long as you do not despise me, I will not feel so lowly. The reason why I do not go to see you, and not contact you, is because I do not want to let down the old CEO. If one day, Ruashi asks me to leave completely, I think it will be difficult for me to refuse, Mo Qianni said leisurely. Yangqing smiled bitterly. Maybe it is not to let you leave, but to ask me to leave. I do not think that in her eyes, I am more important than you. Mo Qianni said with a smile. I have already said, it is not that she cannot accept you, but that you are too difficult for her to accept. Yangqing reached out and held Mo Qianni's hand. It was cold and soft. When one day you dream of the old CEO, tell her that Yangqing asked you to pass a message to her. Mo Qianni asked hesitantly, what message? Just say, I am sorry, although it is difficult for you. Do not let Mo Qianni leave Yangqing, because the person who did wrong is not Mo Qianni, but the bad man who held on to Mo Qianni and refused to let go, Yangqing said with a smile. Tears instantly soaked the pillow under Mo Qianni's head. Because of the fluctuations in her emotions, the woman sobbed and her hands trembled uncontrollably. Yangqing quietly stroked the bangs on Mo Qianni's forehead. His mouth and nose were filled with an alluring fragrance. Yangqing did not plan to comfort Mo Qianni, nor did he plan to persuade her not to cry. At this moment, the tears made Yangqing feel that a crying woman was the most beautiful. Yangqing, my leg doesn't hurt anymore. Mo Qianni stammered. Yangqing replied, it's getting late. I ordered some food and asked them to bring it in. How about it? I said my leg doesn't hurt anymore, Mo Qianni continued. I know you don't hurt anymore, but you still have to eat. Yangqing said with a smile. Mo Qianni pouted, you took off my pants. Isn't this just helping you see what's wrong? Yangqing said awkwardly. But you've already seen everything. From my waist to my feet, you've seen most of my body. Mo Qianni said. Yangqing gradually understood the meaning behind her words. Suddenly, his chest felt a little hot and his eyes lit up. Little Xianxia, as compensation, do you want me to let you see more than half of my body? Mo Qianni's charming face turned red, and her eyes became a little blurry. Yes. Yangqing swallowed his saliva and didn't waste any more words. He suddenly jumped onto the bed, threw off his coat, and took off his pants and socks. When the high-spirited object appeared in Mo Qianni's vision, Mo Qianni's little heart trembled violently, but she didn't close her eyes. Instead, she revealed a somewhat confused look. What are you doing? I didn't tell you to take off the innermost part. Then what should I do? I've already taken it off. You saw it too. Yangqing licked his lips and said. Then I'll show it to you too. For a moment, Mo Qianni's charming face was infinitely charming. If you want to see, then do it yourself. With that, Mo Qianni lifted the blanket on her body, revealing a pair of white jade legs and a pair of purple and black lace sexy underwear. Yangqing's body slowly pressed down, one hand caressing Mo Qianni's face, the other hand extending to the edge of the lace underwear, where a ribbon with a bow was slowly loosened. What should I do, little Xianxia? I feel so hot. Yangqing exhaled hot air and said to Mo Qianni's exquisite little earrings. Mo Qianni's face was as red as blood, and there were traces of moaning in between her breaths. If it's hot, then take off your clothes. If I take it off, won't you see it all again? Then take off my clothes, I won't take advantage of you. When one after another, the restraints were thrown off the bed by Yangqing and scattered on the carpet in the room, the two young bodies on the bed were already entangled together. Yangqing hugged Mo Qianni's exquisite, smooth, and soft body in his arms. He wantonly kissed her sweet cherry lips and grasped the pair of softness in front of her chest. Little Xianxia, I'm cold down there, what should I do? Put on pants, Mo Qianni said hoarsely. Yangqing took a deep breath of the strong female hormones. It's too troublesome to wear pants, give me some warmth. Then come in yourself. Mo Qianni's pretty face was boiling hot as she muttered. A night of spring breeze blew through the jade door, stuffing 2 or 3 red plums. This cold night passed a little suddenly, but it was so simple and fulfilling. When the rain stopped, Xianxia was lying on the narrow single bed with Xianxia in his arms. Xianxia's head was resting on Xianxia's chest, and her face was still a bit flushed from the high court. Under the sheets, one of Xianxia's hands was still holding on to a ball of exquisite beauty, but Xianxia seemed to be too tired, and also seemed to be indulging in her lover's naughtiness. She only silently felt it and pretended not to know. Xianxia. After a long time, Xianxia finally raised her head and looked at Xianxia gently. I like you. I know. I really, really like you, Xianxia said stubbornly. Xianxia lovingly pinched the woman's chin. I said I know, even if you don't say it, I know you like me. That's not it. I like you. I like you more than you know. I like you more than you know. I like you more. Xianxia didn't let her continue. Even though he knew that this woman, who had just become a woman, was already unbearable, he still resolutely lifted the blanket and pressed this ignorant foolish woman under his body. After a period of light snow, the temperature in the entire Zhonghai region dropped to below zero. The facilities in the farm's guest room were not bad. At least the heater was turned on in time, and the entire house was warm, making people feel sleepy. Not to mention Xianxia and Xianxia, who fought hundreds of rounds on the bed at night. Because he was with his own woman, it was a night of ecstasy, and they were in the periphery of the metropolis, so Xianxia did not sleep vigilantly like before. He slept especially soundly that night. After a night, it was Friday the next day. Although he had to go to work early, Xianxia did not wake up as early as he usually did. When Xianxia opened his eyes, he vaguely discovered that Xianxia, who was beside him, had already woken up a long time ago. She was sitting alone in front of the dressing mirror in the guest room, taking out the toiletries that women always carry, and carefully dressing herself up. Xianxia smiled. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she would never think that she was too beautiful. She would always think of ways to beautify herself here and there. Xianxia had just lost her virginity last night, and suffered a series of bombardments. She thought that she would sleep until noon, but she actually had the strength to get up early to put on makeup. Xianxia slowly got off the bed and walked in front of the dressing mirror, behind Xianxia. In the mirror, the two figures were stuck together. Xianxia bent down and gently hugged Xianxia's soft waist from behind, and asked, "When did you get up?" Xianxia also saw Xianxia walk over to her side. Although the two of them were intimate last night, Xianxia felt a little shy. People were always like this. The closer they were to something, the more they treasured it, the more they would worry about losing it. 4 o'clock, I can't sleep. Xianxia said. Xianxia frowned. Little Xianxian, aren't you tired? Why did you wake up so early to put on makeup? You're also very beautiful without makeup. No, it's different. Xianxia stopped what she was doing, lowered her head, and said with a red face. Xianxia asked with a smile, what's different? My mother told me that if I get married one day, I must get up earlier than the man every day. Before the man gets up, I must dress myself up beautifully, so that the man can see me at first glance. Because this way, the man can feel that I really love him. Xianxia's heart was slightly touched. Listening to the woman's silly words, he lovingly placed his face on Xianxia's face and caressed it a few times. I have to thank my mother-in-law. She wasn't teaching you how to love a man with your heart, but she was handing a woman who deserves to be loved with my heart to me. Xianxia turned her head and pursed her lips into a smile. So what? It's not like I can marry you. I can only occasionally taste the feeling of waking up by your side. Are you asking me to divorce your good sister and then marry you? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked with a playful smile. Yes. Xianxia suddenly said very seriously, and then sighed, but I can't, I want to, but I can't, you understand. I understand, but it's not because I care about your friendship with the old CEO, it's because I can't do it. At least before I sort out my own feelings, I can't do that. Xianxia said in a low voice. Besides, I'm not the only woman in line. Xianxia asked mischievously. Xianxia's nerves tensed up, and he immediately stood up, coughed twice, and pretended to look at the sky outside the window of the room. It's getting late, let's prepare to return to the city. Ah, right, I'm thirsty, I'll go boil some hot water to drink. You're playing dumb again. Xianxia pouted and rolled her eyes. Then, she continued to fiddle with her face. After a warm and passionate night at the farm, when Yangqing drove Xianxia back to the company, he suddenly remembered that he forgot to call home again. Last night, he didn't plan to spend the night at the farm, not to mention that Xianxia's old injury was acting up again. Later, when the two of them were passionate, he forgot about the cold phone call. Yangqing smiled bitterly in his heart. After saying goodbye to Xianxia sweetly, he hesitated to call Lin Ruoxi. If she really wanted to play a cold war with him for a while, he could only bear it silently. After all, he promised her that he would let her know if he didn't return at night. After thinking for a while, Yangqing still dialed Lin Ruoxi's cell phone. It didn't take long for the phone to get through. What's the matter? Lin Ruoxi's voice was a little tired. It was rare for her to speak to Yangqing in such a weak voice. She didn't have a bit of arrogance. Last night. Yangqing gulped. I'm sorry. I was in a hurry, so I forgot to call you. I'm here to apologize to my wife. Lin Ruoxi was silent for a long time, then she asked, You didn't go home last night? Yangqing was stunned. Why didn't Lin Ruoxi know? I have been working overtime at the company all night. I didn't go home. Lin Ruoxi said. Yangqing just wanted to spit blood on the steering wheel. If this kind of blunder was heard by those who knew him, they would probably laugh. But then, he found something wrong. He frowned and asked, How can you work overtime all night? Are you really a workaholic? Do you think you're a triathlon world champion or some martial arts heroine from the deep mountains and forests? Aren't you afraid that one day you will faint in the office and no one will save you? What kind of metaphor is this? What's wrong with me working overtime all night? What's so great about you spending the night outside and not returning? Lin Ruoxi coldly retorted. Yangqing argued, That's not the same thing. I'm indeed at fault, but it's not right for you to waste your body like this. I told you long ago to let some of the people below you do it. You're holding it in your hands every day and doing it yourself. The people below you can't do anything and you're exhausted. Is your brain a pig? You dare call me a pig brain? Lin Ruoxi's voice rose an octave, as if she couldn't believe that Yangqing would scold her, but she really didn't know how to say anything bad. She said you for a long time on the phone, but couldn't say a word. Yangqing felt a little agitated and hurriedly said, Well, I'm not scolding you. I just feel that you will destroy your body sooner or later. I just want to persuade you to change your workaholic habit. You've been working overtime in the company all night. You definitely can't eat well and don't sleep. Although you're young, you have to know that it's easy for a woman to get wrinkles when she's so tired. Menopause comes early too. Pervert. You still care about my menopause? Lin Ruoxi was about to faint. I'm really analyzing it from a medical point of view. Yangqing coughed twice and said, Anyway, you're not allowed to work overtime all night in the future. If I find out, I'll kick down the door and rush into your office to drag you out. Or I'll stand next to you like an iron pillar. Let's see how you're going to work overtime then. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I still have a meeting later. Don't forget about tonight's Lu Family Charity Gala. I'll call you around 3 in the afternoon to tell you what to do. Lin Ruoxi said and immediately hung up the phone. In the office, Lin Ruoxi looked at the silent phone in her hand in a daze. She actually said so much nonsense to this rascal man, but why didn't she feel bored? However, Lin Ruoxi didn't think much about it. Although she worked overtime all night, there was still a lot of work to do. She immediately began to prepare for the meeting. Yangqing came to his office gloomily and found that Wang Jia and Zhao Teng were already waiting for him in the office. Why are you here so early? What's the matter? Yangqing was a little surprised. Zhao Teng smiled and stood up. Mr. Yang, this afternoon we decided to sign an agreement with Miss Situ to officially enter into a joint venture. So, I brought the contract for you to take a look. Yangqing didn't expect Cheng Wei to settle things so quickly. After receiving the contract without changing his expression, he quickly read it. The general content was similar to what he thought, but the specific cooperation project hadn't been determined yet. With this contract, we can get at least 200 million in cash. In addition to the funds we have now, have you decided what to do? Yangqing asked. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia looked at each other. Finally, it was Wang Jia who said, Director, according to our current situation, although we can sign some big-name producers and artists, it's still a little far-fetched to launch our own company's film and television works. It won't be very good for our company's publicity. We are thinking if we can carry out an audition according to what was mentioned before. Firstly, we have enough funds. Secondly, such an event can quickly increase the popularity of our company. That's a good choice. I personally support this. Yangqing nodded and said. Wang Jia hesitated again and said, but, for such an event, a very important point is the selection of the judges for the talent show. We don't think it's enough to have ordinary senior producers or musicians. So, I hope that director can help us think of whether we can invite some star judges with absolute appeal. Yangqing was secretly happy. It seemed that these two people realized that he had a strong backing and hoped that he could invite some big names to help. However, this wasn't a very difficult problem. I understand. Although it's a little difficult, it's not impossible. I'll give you an answer within a month. Let's start the overall planning of this event during this period. Yangqing said. Zhao Teng and Wang Jia revealed a satisfied smile. After chatting for a while, they left the office. After dealing with some trivial matters, Yangqing dozed off in the office for a while. At noon, he ran back to Yulei's headquarters to have lunch with Zhao Hongyan and the other girls. They chatted and laughed until it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the appointment with Lin Ruoshi. Punctually, Yangqing's phone vibrated at 3 o'clock. Yangqing picked up the phone. Lin Ruoshi's pleasant but emotionless voice came from the other end, "Come to the place where I parked my car." After that, Lin Ruoshi hung up the phone. Yangqing smiled bitterly. This woman really liked to hang up on him. It was as if saying bye-bye was an extravagant hope. However, if Yangqing cared about such trivial matters, he would probably be half dead from anger. After he ran to the place where Lin Ruoshi parked her car, he found that Lin Ruoshi and another tall man wearing a suit and tie were waiting for him next to the red Bentley. This was the second time Yangqing saw Lin Ruoshi together with a young, unfamiliar man. The first was Xing Xinlin, who was now beaten up and sent back to Beijing. This time, he saw another one, but just like the first time, Yangqing was a little unhappy. Hence, Yangqing's expression was obviously gloomy for a while. But when he got closer, that tall man humbly bowed and said, "Hello, Director Yang." Yangqing was stunned, then asked in bewilderment, "You are?" "I'm Li Ming from Yulei International Security Department. The CEO asked me to be the driving agent tonight," Li Ming said with a fawning smile. Yulei International was a big company. Even if Lin Ruoshi said she had a private security company, Yangqing wouldn't be surprised. Hence, when Li Ming said he was the driving agent, Yangqing immediately understood. Tonight was a large-scale charity gala. Other than a ball and an auction, there would naturally be a cocktail party. It would be troublesome to get caught by the police if they drove after drinking. If it was a normal day, it would be fine, but tonight, in public view, whoever lost face would be unlucky. Yangqing turned to look at Lin Ruoshi, who was minding her own business, and got into the car. Seems like I misunderstood her. Come to think of it, Lin Ruoshi didn't look like a woman with any male friends. Li Ming ran to the other side, opened the back door of the Bentley and let Yangqing get in, then sat back into the driver's seat and drove the car out of Yulei International. Yangqing sat beside Lin Ruoshi, looking at the unsmiling Lin Ruoshi beside him. She was still as cold as ice, but that beautiful side profile seemed a little gloomy and pale. She didn't sleep for the whole night and worked for most of the day. It wasn't easy for this woman to sit quietly with her eyes open. "You're very thoughtful. I didn't think of asking someone to help me drive." Yangqing tried to start a conversation. Lin Ruoshi was a little dissatisfied with Yangqing because of what happened in the morning. She didn't even need to think to know that this guy probably went out to have an affair last night. She glanced at him in annoyance. "Do you think I'm the same as you?" "What's the same?" "I don't do dirty things." Lin Ruoshi said bluntly. Yangqing was at a loss for words. He glanced at Li Ming, who was driving seriously in front without the slightest reaction, and awkwardly said to Lin Ruoshi, "Let's talk about this in private." "How can you say that I'm dirty in front of an outsider?" Lin Ruoshi sneered, "You dare to do it and you're afraid of others knowing?" "Don't worry, he is deaf now." Yangqing was speechless again. If this woman were to provoke her, she would really be a little terrifying. Because Yangqing could clearly see that Li Ming, who was driving in the front, had cold sweat seeping out of his forehead. At this moment, Li Ming was also complaining incessantly. He didn't expect that he would hear such a secret after helping the CEO drive. But for the sake of his job, there was only one thing he could do, to rot everything he heard into his stomach. The Bentley didn't go anywhere else, but returned to the villa in Dragon Garden. According to Lin Ruoshi, she needed to change her clothes first, and at the same time, she needed to change her car. The red Bentley Elegance was her usual car, and for such a solemn and large-scale banquet, she needed to change to another car that was suitable for the occasion. Every time such a time came, no matter how swift and decisive a woman was, she would need more time than a man. Yangqing entered his bedroom and took out a simple Armani low-collared suit that looked like a formal dress from those branded suits that were originally in the closet. He didn't button it up, and he tied a red butterfly collar in front of the snow-white shirt. He simply combed his hair. Although he didn't look very handsome, he was still a character that could step into that kind of banquet. At least, his temperament was not inferior to those ordinary playboys. He went downstairs and waited for about 40 minutes before Lin Ruoshi and Xianxia slowly walked down from upstairs. Yangqing wanted to slightly complain that he waited for too long, but when he turned his head, he only took a glance, and his entire person held his breath and couldn't speak. Dressed in a pure black silk evening dress, Lin Ruoshi, with her beautiful hair tied up high, seemed to have completely changed into a different person. The black silk dress that was higher than her chest was like a splash of ink, swaying with her footsteps. It was a dazzling contrast with Lin Ruoshi's exposed slender arms, elegant collarbones, and snow-white skin. Although it could be seen that Lin Ruoshi had a good figure, because most of the time she only wore loose pajamas and work uniforms, there was nothing special about her. At this time, the close-fitting evening dress completely wrapped that graceful figure. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, and with the black crystal high heels inlaid with beautiful South African diamonds, her perfect lines were like the most outstanding golden curves of a painter's work. What's more, this woman's terrifying financial resources allowed her to get a set of pure blue gemstones from God knows where. This kind of glowing, translucent sapphire was wrapped in an exquisite platinum frame, and at first glance, one could tell that it was all made by a world-class jewelry master. Yangqing had seen his fair share of jewelry, and he quickly recognized that it was the rarest cornflower blue produced in Kashmir. Several large sapphire and countless blue diamonds became Lin Ruoshi's necklace, earrings, and bracelets, especially the large piece of sapphire on the necklace on her chest, which was like a deep sea. This set of jewelry made the originally beautiful woman, who was originally above the common people, suddenly noble and elegant, graceful and luxurious. Usually, Lin Ruoshi only wore light makeup when she went out, but for tonight's banquet, she seemed to have specially put on some lip gloss and drew her eyebrows, making her exquisite and peerless facial features especially intoxicating. Seeing Yangqing sitting on the sofa and looking at her, Lin Ruoshi was a little shy at first. She hadn't dressed up like this for many years, but when she saw Yangqing's eyes full of infatuation, without the slightest impurity, Lin Ruoshi felt inexplicably happy. Walking in front of Yangqing, Lin Ruoshi said calmly, "Let's go." Yangqing came back to his senses and sighed, "Honey, let's not go." Lin Ruoshi came back to his senses and sighed, "Honey, let's not go." "It's not like that." Yangqing resisted the urge to turn into a hungry wolf and looked at the jasmine-like body fragrance in front of him, feeling a sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. "If you go to the banquet dressed like this, all the men will look at you, and I will be very hurt. You know, I was born selling mutton skewers, and small men like me are the most stingy." Lin Ruoshi couldn't stand such a scoundrel and funny reason, and bit her thin lips. "Don't joke around, it's just a change of clothes." "Won't I still be stared at if I go out on the street?" Yangqing thought about it and agreed. The last 2 times he walked on the street with Lin Ruoshi, they were also stared at by passers-by. Looks like I have to kidnap this woman to an uninhabited island in the future. No, I should bring all the women to the island, and let me look at them every day. Thinking of all kinds of dirty thoughts, Xianxia got up, walked out the door with Lin Ruoxi, and said goodbye to Mother Wang, who was at home alone. On the road in front of the villa, Li Ming was already standing next to a brand new black Rolls-Royce Phantom, and he opened the rear door. Xianxia had seen this car in Lin Ruoxi's huge underground parking garage, but he didn't expect it to really be useful. Normally, people didn't sit in a Rolls-Royce for its outstanding performance, but to a greater extent, it was for its appearance. Of course, there was no doubt about the comfort of sitting in this kind of car. When Li Ming saw Lin Ruoxi's dress for dinner, his body stiffened for a long time before he came back to his senses. Noticing Xianxia's somewhat displeased gaze, Li Ming immediately escaped into the car, not daring to look at Lin Ruoxi for even half a second. Not to mention that this woman was his immediate superior. How could this man be an ordinary person if he was able to marry this woman? Li Ming wisely chose to pretend to be deaf and dumb, and at most, he was intensely envious of Xianxia's luck with women. The Liu family's banquet was held in a 5-star resort-style hotel under the Liu family's Jade Clouds Corporation. As the second largest family in Shanghai, second only to the Yuan family, the Liu family naturally had to invite a lot of people to this kind of charity banquet, and the people's status were also not ordinary. Celebrities from all over would gather, and a noisy location was definitely not suitable, so they chose a resort that was close to the southern mountain forest area of Shanghai. The journey by car took no less than an hour. Sitting in the spacious back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Xianxia's mouth and nose could smell Lin Ruoxi's enchanting body fragrance that constantly emitted. His mood actually became unprecedentedly excited. Bringing a woman like this to attend a banquet was definitely a job that gave him both face and challenge. The two of them didn't speak, and Xianxia was also thinking about something in his heart. Suddenly, in less than 10 minutes, Xianxia felt a slight pressure coming from his left shoulder. Xianxia turned his head to take a look, and it was actually Lin Ruoxi who was too tired, dozing off in the car in a daze. As the car swayed, she gradually leaned on his shoulder. Not sleeping for a day and a night, and also working for half a day, it was already amazing that this woman could persist until now. In addition to speeding up the preparation to attend such a grand banquet, Xianxia suddenly felt somewhat sorry for Lin Ruoxi. Although he also had his own difficulties, it seemed that he had indeed made Lin Ruoxi work a lot for him, and it was quite distressing. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi seemed to have forgotten that the man beside her was Xianxia, and only subconsciously hoped to obtain a shoulder that she could lean on, so that she could rest a little. Xianxia also didn't make a sound, and quietly moved his shoulder to let Lin Ruoxi lean on it more comfortably, quietly letting her rest. The Rolls-Royce was extremely smooth, and the interior was very quiet. Li Ming, who was driving in the front, simply didn't dare to look at the situation in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Lin Ruoxi was like a child who was sleeping soundly, leaning on Xianxia's shoulder. Her delicate pink lips were slightly opened, spitting out an orchid-like fragrance, and there was a bit of naivety. Xianxia lowered his head, and a few traces of gentleness flowed through his eyes. He couldn't help but hope that the car could be a little slower, and let this woman who had worked so hard until now sleep a little longer. Time passed quickly in the car, and in the blink of an eye, nearly an hour had passed. Lin Ruoxi opened her eyes drowsily. When she was awake, she suddenly realized that she was leaning on Xianxia's shoulder. It was a little strange. The man beside her, who was motionless as a pillow, gave her an unprecedented sense of stability. Anqin. She seemed tired. How could she have such an absurd illusion? Lin Ruoxi silently moved her head away from Xianxia's shoulder. She touched her temples and made sure that her hair was not messed up. Then she asked lightly, "How long did I sleep?" "About 5 hours. The banquet is over," Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Ruoxi frowned and looked at the built-in exquisite clock in front of the car. After confirming that it was less than an hour, she turned her head and glared at Xianxia. "Don't be so mischievous. This kind of joke is not funny at all. If you don't let me laugh, I can't cry," Xianxia said helplessly. Lin Ruoxi ignored him and sat quietly on the side. Xianxia looked at her for a while and asked, "Did you have a good rest? You look much better." Lin Ruoxi still didn't speak. Obviously, she didn't want to pay attention to Yangqing. Yangqing had to give up. The two quietly waited until the car entered the Jade Clouds Group's resort. The surroundings were lit up with all kinds of brilliant lights. In the shade of the trees at night, the cold wind rustled. There were patrolling bodyguards on both sides of the road. Obviously, the Liu family attached great importance to this party. After driving on the spacious road of the resort for 5 or 6 minutes, the car stopped in a parking space on the side of the road. This road had long been filled with all kinds of world-class cars. Luxury cars like Audi A8 and Mercedes-Benz S-Series, which looked extremely luxurious to ordinary people, appeared so dim and unattractive in this place. Yangqing clearly felt that Lin Ruoxi's body was slightly stiff. But after taking a deep breath, she immediately calmed down. It could be seen that Lin Ruoxi was relatively alienated from this kind of occasion. Don't talk nonsense when you go down. Don't run around alone. Do you understand? Lin Ruoxi once again earnestly warned. Yangqing bitterly smiled. I am not a child. You are more troublesome than a child. Lin Ruoxi said without any politeness. Yangqing pouted and couldn't say a word. He had been looked down upon. At this time, Li Ming, whose nerves were similarly taut, solemnly ran to the back door, opened it, and bent over to stand at the side. Yangqing smiled and stretched out his left arm in front of Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi hesitated for a while, but she knew that she couldn't avoid it. She reached out her slender arms and hooked them around Yangqing's. Lin Ruoxi hesitated. In the end, she knew that she couldn't avoid it. So, when the owner of the car got off, many guests outside subconsciously looked over. Yangqing was the first to get off the car. This was a completely unfamiliar face. All the guests stared blankly for a moment. They all looked at each other and asked with their eyes, which family's young master was this? Or was he the son of a high-ranking official invited by the Liu family? Immediately, Lin Ruoxi, who was holding Yangqing's arm, walked out. She was like a powerful magnet, attracting almost everyone's gaze. The men's infatuation and the women's envy and jealousy. All kinds of complicated expressions were hard to describe. But most of them were questions. After all, Lin Ruoxi had almost never participated in this kind of public gathering of the upper class. She was also a stranger. Immediately, Lin Ruoxi, who was holding Yangqing's arm, walked out. She was like a powerful magnet, attracting almost everyone's gaze. The men's infatuation and the women's envy and jealousy. All kinds of complicated expressions were hard to describe. But most of them were questions. After all, Lin Ruoxi had almost never participated in this kind of public gathering of the upper class. She was also an unfamiliar face. The cold winter air would not be slightly weakened by the women's nude evening gowns. But the women always pretended to be unaffected, smiled reservedly, and could not shiver. Yangqing felt that it was not easy for women. He felt that as soon as Lin Ruoxi got off the car and was blown by the cold wind, she immediately moved closer to him imperceptibly. Yangqing laughed in his heart. An iceberg also knows the cold. Following the respectful invitation of the banquet waiter, the two walked to the entrance of the banquet hall. This was a huge 3-story Baroque building. The Athens-style stone pillars were so neat that they could not see the end of it. It was enough to prove the Liu family's wealth. When they came to the door, a middle-aged man in a black tuxedo, with shiny hair and 2 strokes of mustache, with a handsome face and a ruddy complexion, came forward with a few attendants of different ages with a smile. He greeted Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi from a distance. I'm really flattered. General Lin actually gave me face and came to this banquet personally. Haha, welcome. Lin Ruoxi whispered to Yangqing, this is the master of the Liu family, the host of this banquet, Liu Kongbai. Yangqing came to a sudden realization. This must be Liu Yan's father. He must have harmed quite a lot of women when he was young. As for the other guests who had doubts, when they saw that the host, Liu Kongbai, actually went out to welcome them personally and called out General Lin, most of them guessed Lin Ruoxi's identity after thinking about it carefully. A woman who had a net worth of tens of billions and owned an international company was much scarier than her appearance. In an instant, Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi became everyone's focus. Many people guessed that Yangqing was related to Lin Ruoxi. After all, the public knew that Lin Ruoxi wasn't married, nor did they hear that she had a relationship with any young master. Chairman Liu, you're being too polite. We're just juniors, there's no need to do this, Lin Ruoxi smiled faintly. Lu Kongbai hurriedly waved his hand and said, women are not inferior to men. When the old CEO of Yulei was still in office, I've said this before. Now that Yulei is in the hands of General Lin, it's already the overlord of Huaxia's fashion industry. As a businessman, I'm respecting a successful businessman by coming out to welcome you. Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything else. She just smiled and nodded. Lu Kongbai then turned to look at Yangqing. May I know who this is? Before Yangqing could say anything, Lin Ruoxi said, this is my husband, Yangqing. Yangqing turned around and looked at Lin Ruoxi in surprise. Although he knew that she was preparing to announce their relationship by inviting him to such an occasion, he didn't expect her to be so straightforward and expressionless. Lu Kongbai was obviously stunned for a moment too. At the same time, many guests around them were shocked too. In an instant, Yangqing became the focus of everyone's jealousy. Yangqing rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with a smile, Chairman Lu doesn't know me, but I know your son. Lu Kongbai immediately regained his composure and asked gently, Mr. Yang, you know my son, Lu Yun? Are you from the same school? We're not from the same school. We've only met before and had a small conflict. Yangqing said casually and added in his heart, if snatching your daughter-in-law is considered a small conflict. Haha, so it's called no discord, no concord. Everyone here is a guest, please come in. Lu Kongbai was a shrewd man. Before he figured out Yangqing's background, he chose to not continue the topic. Lin Ruoxi looked at Yangqing doubtfully. She couldn't understand why Yangqing knew Lu Yun and had a conflict with each other. However, it wasn't suitable for her to ask about it in such an occasion, so she could only keep it to herself. When the two entered the hall, Lu Kongbai whispered to a man beside him, investigate that man's background immediately. That man immediately responded and left. Lu Kongbai smiled again and went to welcome other important guests. Although the area of the hall was huge, it was also crowded. Most of them were socialites and rich. Ladies. The more people there were, the more mouths there were. While the waiters and waitresses were shuttling back and forth, the happenings outside the main door had already reached the ears of the people inside. The news of the mysterious young CEO of Yulei International bringing her husband, an unfamiliar man named Yangqing, to the party spread like a whirlwind. Therefore, when Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi entered the hall, they immediately felt a lot of gazes. Lin Ruoxi easily became the center of attention. Her black silk evening gown and cornflower sapphire jewelry made her elegant and refined, like a tulip that bloomed at night. She was noble and charming. Both men and women found it hard to resist her sudden charm. Yangqing didn't feel good. I shouldn't have come. Sure enough, I'd been seen naked by her. On the other hand, Lin Ruoxi wasn't nervous at all. She seemed to have gotten used to being the brightest color in the crowd. She took the champagne from the waiters and walked into the center of the hall with Yangqing. Many self-proclaimed successful male entrepreneurs and sons of officials felt jealous and disdainful when they saw Lin Ruoxi holding on to Yangqing's hand. From their perspective, this unattractive and unfamiliar man definitely couldn't be compared to them, the so-called elites. Lin Ruoxi was still young after all. Her heart was clouded by lard, so it was inevitable that she couldn't judge a man correctly. One had to admit that men's thinking ability could be crazy sometimes. At this moment, they didn't even want to consider whether Lin Ruoxi, who managed a huge business empire, had a small brain capacity to judge a man correctly. Therefore, a few well-dressed, educated, wealthy men approached Lin Ruoxi at the same time. Yangqing noticed the intentions of these men, but he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't go up and punch them one by one. But he thought that Lin Ruoxi wasn't the kind of woman who was easy to get along with, so they couldn't take advantage of her. A man with slightly short hair, a regular face, and a tall and straight figure came forward, holding a glass of sweet red wine in his hand. He said with a modest smile, I've long heard of Miss Lin's good name. Today I see you in person. The saying is true. The two handsome men who were following closely behind gritted their teeth. They had accidentally walked a little slower, allowing this fellow to seize the initiative. While the man praised Lin Ruoxi, he directly put Xianxia aside and didn't take him seriously. Lin Ruoxi glanced at him lightly and asked, "What do you do?" Seeing that Lin Ruoxi actually asked him, the man immediately felt that there was a chance. While he was ecstatic, he kept calm and said proudly, "I'm Xianxia, the general manager of Guangda Building Material Group. I think General Lin must have heard of me." So lewd? The name almost made Xianxia spit out the champagne in his mouth. Lin Ruoxi frowned and said, "I don't know. I've never heard of you." After that, she took Xianxia's arm and walked away in the other direction without looking back. Xianxia was left standing in the same place, holding the wine glass, and his face turned pale. On such an occasion, directly saying "I've never heard of you" was much more unpleasant than directly cursing. It was equivalent to determining the identity of this person and didn't treat him as an equal at all. In other words, this person didn't deserve to talk to her. Several young people who didn't get the first opportunity all showed a look of relief. Seeing Xianxia being angry but not daring to speak, and being ridiculed by the people around him for overestimating himself, they all had a lingering fear. They didn't expect that Lin Ruoxi would be so direct and ruthless to reject them. It seemed that her iceberg personality was indeed true. Xianxia was secretly happy, but he asked Lin Ruoxi curiously, "Don't you businessmen like to say that one more friend means one less enemy, and harmony brings wealth? Aren't you afraid that he'll stab you in the back after what you did today?" Lin Ruoxi coldly said, "If there is a first, there will be a second. I don't like it, so it's better to cut off their thoughts at once. As for friends and enemies, I only believe that as long as I am stronger than them, they will never even be able to touch my shadow." Yeah. Not cute at all. Too domineering. Xianxia joked. Lin Ruoxi glanced at him with dissatisfaction, then let go of Xianxia's arm and walked forward alone. At this time, Xianxia noticed two beautiful figures walking in front of him. They were both wearing orange evening gowns, but the difference was that the elder sister's hair was tied up high, while the younger sister's shoulder-length hair was neatly combed. They were Kai Ning and Choi Yun. Xianxia was stunned at first, but then he understood. The Kai family should be a noble family, so it made sense for the Kai sisters to come to this banquet. However, it was fine that Choi Yun came, but Kai Ning, who was one of the important figures in Group of 8, actually came to this banquet. It was probably not as simple as giving face to the Liu family. "Ruoxi, I really didn't expect you to come to this kind of place. I thought you would hide every day for the rest of your life." When Choi Yun saw Lin Ruoxi, she seemed especially happy. She walked forward and held Lin Ruoxi's hand, smiling sweetly. After changing into a more ladylike outfit, Choi Yun didn't look as heroic as she did in her police uniform. She looked bright, and her unique short hair made her look a little special. "Yonian, you're talking nonsense again. When did I hide? I just don't attend this kind of banquet." Lin Ruoxi argued, then nodded and greeted Kai Ning, "Sister Ning, long time no see." Kai Ning was a typical lady from a noble family. She received traditional education in the Tang sect of Sichuan since she was young, which gave her the tranquil aura of an ancient painting. At this time, she looked at Lin Ruoxi with a smile. "If I knew you would come, I would have asked my parents to come as well. They haven't seen you for many years." "Uncle and Auntie Kai didn't come?" Lin Ruoxi asked with some regret. "Mom and Dad got tired of this kind of activity long ago. Sister happened to be at home, so they asked us to come together." As Choi Yun spoke, she saw Xianxia. Because of the watch incident last time, she glared at him angrily and continued to say to Lin Ruoxi, "I just didn't expect you to bring him along, Ruoxi." Xianxia felt helpless in his heart. He couldn't say anything, but it seemed that this woman, Choi Yun, really hated him. Didn't he just confiscate a watch from her? Did she have to be so cold? When Kai Ning saw Xianxia, her emotions were a little complicated. She was the only one who knew the true side of this man. She was very clear that at this moment, Xianxia was like a beast in sheep's clothing. Especially when she chased after the Yamada no Sanin, Xianxia's angry words and domineering style made her feel a little wronged. So she simply nodded to Xianxia and didn't say anything more. Many people in the venue saw Lin Ruoxi and Xianxia standing together and chatting with the Kai sisters. They all showed a bit of envy. The Kai family was a military giant. As long as one came into contact with a higher level of society, they would basically know about the strong political and military power of the Kai family. Just now, Lin Ruoshi decisively rejected So Slutty, and now she was chatting happily with the Kai sisters. It was enough to prove one thing. Even if they were in the same venue, there was still a great divide between people. Imperceptibly, among the people who originally wanted to have some relations with Lin Ruoshi, most of them directly gave up the idea. After all, they also knew their limits. However, when Lin Ruoshi chatted with the Kai sisters, Yangqing felt lonely alone. He looked up and saw a group of people he didn't know. Their laughter was very fake, and it made Yangqing feel bored. At this time, a few tall Caucasians walked in from the entrance of the venue. They had blonde hair and blue eyes, and they looked like pure Caucasians. The Caucasian men were dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they looked a lot more burly. The women were dressed sexily, and their breasts and buttocks were extremely proud. The appearance of this group of people surprised many of the guests present. Originally, they thought that this charity dinner was only for Zhonghai. They didn't expect that there would be international friends participating. However, Yangqing immediately felt a few unusual auras. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Kai Ning. As expected, Kai Ning's brows were deeply furrowed, as if there was a thick cloud that couldn't be dispelled. Noticing Yang Cheng's gaze, Kai Ning came back to her senses and then turned her head, pretending that she didn't see anything. Yangqing secretly laughed. He knew it. If it was an ordinary dinner, Kai Ning wouldn't come for no reason. She really had a special strategy. At this time, a somewhat familiar figure walked out from the crowd. There was a slightly arrogant smile on his face. He was wearing a white suit and a red tie. The handsome Lu Yun, as the young master of the Lu family, finally walked towards Yangqing. How rare, I didn't think that Mr. Yang would come to this place and that we would have the opportunity to meet again. Lu Yun had a kind smile on his face. His handsome appearance had won him the favor of a large number of rich ladies. Yangqing seemed a little gloomy. At this moment, when Lu Yun greeted him, he could only bite the bullet and greet him. Although he knew that Lu Yun didn't have good intentions, he could only face it calmly. It's rare, but I'm not looking forward to it, Yangqing said with a smile. Lu Yun laughed and said, I just heard from my father that Mr. Yang is actually married and your wife is actually General Lin from Yulei International. I'm really envious. Lin Ruoshi and the Kai sisters stopped talking and started to look at Yangqing curiously. The three of them didn't know why Yangqing and Lu Yun would know each other. If you're done being envious, leave quickly. Yangqing waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more. Lin Ruoshi frowned. This time, she brought Yangqing here in hopes that Yangqing could build a good relationship with a big family like the Lu family and push him into the upper class. She didn't want to see Yangqing treat Lu Yun like this, so she immediately tried to salvage the situation. Yangqing, don't joke around. Yangqing was depressed. Does it look like I'm joking? Lu Yun seemed to have something on him and felt proud of himself. He then looked at Lin Ruoshi and there was a flash of passion in his eyes. He said with some sincerity, this must be General Lin. Although it's our first time meeting, my father has mentioned many times that General Lin's business talent is outstanding and he's a role model for people of the same generation to learn from. I didn't expect you to marry Mr. Yang at such a young age, it's really a surprise. Lu Yun didn't praise Lin Ruoshi's appearance like the others, but from the perspective of business, this obviously made Lin Ruoshi like it more. How did young Master Lu know my husband? I'm a little curious, Lin Ruoshi asked casually, but she was really puzzled. Yang Chen inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Lu Yun had been waiting for this sentence. It's a little hard to say, I think we should talk about it in private. Lu Yun said innocently and sadly. Seeing this scene, anyone who saw it would think that Yangqing owed Lu Yun something. Many people began to look at Yangqing strangely. Suddenly, Lu Yun exclaimed, I'm sorry. I didn't see that Chief Kai was there. That would be much easier. It seems like Chief Lin and Chief Kai are close friends. Chief Kai also experienced what happened that day. Why don't Chief Kai explain it on my behalf? That's not something I want to recall. Lu Yun sighed. Yangqing secretly scolded this guy for being too wicked. You can't bully people like this. Letting Choi Yun say it is worse than letting him say it. Choi Yun was also a straightforward girl. She lived for more than 20 years with the concept of fair law enforcement. In this case, she wouldn't even frown if she were to put righteousness before family, let alone Yanqing, who just hurt her self-esteem. Seeing Lin Ruoxi looking at her with a bad expression and asking her, Choi Yun pursed her red lips and whispered softly in Lin Ruoxi's ear. In fact, Lin Ruoxi had already been in contact with Anqing's incident. After all, she sent lawyer Zhang to bail Yanqing out. However, Choi Yun didn't say much at that time, and Lin Ruoxi didn't want to hear it, so she gradually forgot about the incident. In this way, Yanqing's position was even more awkward. Most people knew that Choi Yun was the chief of the West Side Police Department. Since the dispute between Yanqing and Lu Yun was actually brought to the police station, then the matter must be serious, and it might even be a scandal. Of course, the one that deserved to be smeared was Yanqing, and Lu Yun was the victim. After Choi Yun briefly explained that Yanqing spent the night with Lu Yun's fiancée, Anqing, was caught by the anti-pornography police, and had a conflict with Lu Yun and Anqing's father, and Zai Huan, Lin Ruoxi's face was completely pale. The coldness in her eyes was several times colder than the howling north wind outside. Yanqing felt his scalp going numb as he smiled stiffly. It's in the past. It's all in the past. I'll explain it to you when I get back. Actually, I'm also a victim. You don't have to explain. It's your business, and I've never been able to control you. When Lin Ruoxi finished speaking, she felt exhausted. It seemed that she made a mistake to bring him to this place. If she didn't come, then she wouldn't know about the matter between him and Lu Yun. Even if she was kept in the dark, it was better than knowing that this man actually hooked up with someone else's fiancée and was even arrested by the anti-pornography police. That's right, she had once told him that they should live their own lives and not interfere in each other's private life. But after experiencing so many things, she finally admitted that he was her husband in front of everyone. She never expected that in the blink of an eye, he would become a wild man that hooked up with someone else's fiancée. Without a doubt, this was as painful as a sharp knife cruelly cutting off Lin Ruoxi's self-esteem. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Lu Yun's mouth before he said, General Lin, don't be sad. This matter will slowly calm down with time. Although my fiancée, Miss Anqing, has made some mistakes, it won't affect my determination to marry her. It won't be long before I complete my wedding with my fiancé. General Lin, don't be too harsh on Mr. Yang. Humans will always make mistakes. When Lu Yun finished speaking, he looked at Yanqing with a sigh and walked away from Yanqing. In that instant, he said in a voice that only Yanqing could hear, I want you to lose everything. Yanqing's face was expressionless as if he didn't hear Lu Yun's provocation. In fact, Yanqing wasn't in the mood to care about Lu Yun at this moment because Lin Ruoxi's mood seemed to have reached an extremely low state. Fortunately, only a few people heard the series of subtle changes, so it didn't cause a large commotion. So after Lu Yun left, the situation calmed down. When Choi Yun saw Lin Ruoxi's desolate expression, she couldn't help but regret speaking so bluntly. At the same time, she looked at Yanqing apologetically, but Yanqing didn't have the time to care about her. Walking forward, Yanqing said in a low voice, I know it's unnecessary to explain. I'm just a person who can't let you be at ease. I just hope that you won't be too sad. It's not worth it to hurt your body. Lin Ruoxi raised her watery eyes, which were slightly red. I should have known. Pick up your sympathy. I'm not that stupid. When she finished speaking, Lin Ruoxi walked alone to a corner of the venue. Choi Yun and Kai Ning followed with concern. The two sisters also had different expressions. Other than concern for Lin Ruoxi, there was also a hint of guilt. After all, they seemed to have concealed a lot. Yanqing felt a wave of irritation in his heart. It wasn't because of Lu Yun's interference, but because of the women around him. This wasn't a problem that could be solved by giving up. No man would want his woman to belong to another man at the same time. Similarly, a woman wouldn't want her husband to be someone else's husband. It wasn't that Yanqing didn't know this, but the rotten and muddle-headed life in the past, as well as the indelible past, made him not have the courage to reject a woman who truly loved him. He clearly felt that he liked them, and he couldn't even guarantee that he wouldn't like more people in the future. Moreover, the tenderness of those women was hard for him to bear, let alone hurt them. But when he thought of Lin Ruashi's cold and resolute eyes, as well as her temperament that was extremely similar to a certain person, Yangqing was extremely afraid that she would really leave him. Because he had lost her before, he treasured her even more. Just when Yangqing felt a headache and wanted to find a place to drink alone, the host of the evening party, Lu Kongbai, suddenly walked in front of him with two subordinates. "Mr. Yang, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Is our host not treating you well enough?" Lu Kongbai chuckled and asked. Seeing Lu Yun's father, Yangqing wasn't in a good mood either. He simply shook his head and planned to leave. "Mr. Yang, I heard that you're related to my future daughter-in-law, Anxin?" Lu Kongbai suddenly asked. Yangqing turned around and asked, "Your son warned me just now. Do you want to do it too?" No. Lu Kongbai waved his hand and smiled. "I'm old, I don't want to meddle in young people's affairs. My son, Lu Yun, has always been very opinionated. Since he chose to marry Anxin, I, as his father, will only support him. However, I hope that Mr. Yang can be harmonious. Although the CEO of Yulei International is a big shot, it doesn't mean that I, Lu Kongbai, will care about him." Yangqing smiled. This guy seems to think that I'm relying on Lin Ruashi to challenge Lu Yun. He actually showed that he wasn't afraid of Lin Ruashi at all. Actually, from Lu Kongbai's perspective, there was indeed a basis for what he said. Although Lin Ruashi controlled Yulei International and was extremely wealthy, she was definitely one of the top 10 wealthiest families in Zhonghai. In terms of liquidity, she was much stronger than the Lu family. However, a family was a family. The Lu family didn't only have wealth, they also had connections and power. Compared to a pure enterprise, Lu Kongbai was much more confident. Yangqing said indifferently, "Think whatever you want. I was having a headache over women's matters. However, I don't have a good temper. Since you insist on making me compromise on Anxin's matter, I'll have to think of a way to get Anxin back as soon as possible. By then, if you and your son are dissatisfied, you can come at me. Mr. Yang, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. It's not like I don't know what you did in the past." Lu Kongbai's expression didn't change, but his eyes were gloomy. Earlier on, he had already gotten someone to investigate. Although Yang Chen was an overseas returnee, he started off as a mutton skewer seller in the market, so he didn't put him in his eyes. To him, this was no different from squashing an ant. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Just as he was about to walk away to drink alone, two of Lu Kongbai's subordinates blocked his way. Many of the surrounding guests were paying attention to the commotion. Some were curious, while others were ready to watch a good show. However, Lin Ruashi and the Kai sisters had gone somewhere else in the venue, so they didn't pay attention to the commotion. "Mr. Yang, I'm the host here. If my attitude isn't friendly, I don't think anyone can keep you here," Lu Kongbai said with a fake smile. At this moment, a slightly lazy voice came from the side. "Who's being unfriendly?" Lu Kongbai and Yangqing were stunned. They turned around and saw a charming lady wearing a crimson pleated evening gown walking over with a glass of Bloody Mary in her hand. It was Tang Wan, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. Tang Wan's long hair was slightly curled and tied up at the back of her head, leaving a few strands hanging in front of her forehead. Her enchanting face was filled with a confident and reserved smile. Her voluptuous figure was proudly wrapped in the fiery red evening gown. Every step she took could cause a soul-stirring sway. Ever since they abruptly parted at the seaside that night, Yangqing hadn't seen Tang Wan for a long time. Tang Wan wasn't a clingy little woman either, so she didn't contact Yangqing. Both of them were a man and a woman who were so mature that even if they had feelings and desires for each other, they weren't the type who couldn't stand not seeing each other for a few days. Therefore, they weren't surprised. "Miss Tang, how have you been?" "I'm very glad to be able to see you tonight." Lu Kongbai seemed to be more familiar with Tang Wan. He walked forward and greeted her with a smile. Tang Wan greeted him and seemed to be surprised to see Yangqing. "Yangqing, why are you here too?" Yangqing laughed in his heart. This woman was really good at acting. As an actress, she would definitely be a movie queen. However, since she was kind enough to help him out, he should just accept it. He smiled and said, "I came with my wife. Master Lu is discussing with me about his son." I see, Tang Wan had actually noticed Yongqing long ago. She also knew that Yongqing mentioned that his wife was Lin Ruoxi. Although she felt it was unbelievable, she couldn't help but come over to help when she saw that. Yongqing seemed to be troubled by Lu Kongbai. She said, Chairman Lu, I'm friends with Yongqing. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Can I catch up with him for the time being? Lu Kongbai was shocked. This woman wasn't a simple businesswoman. The people who had connections behind her weren't as simple as Lin Ruoxi. It wasn't convenient for him to have a direct conflict with her. Therefore, he pretended to be indifferent and said, It's my honor to have Miss Tang here. How can I mistreat my distinguished guest? Please help yourselves, I'll go and entertain the other guests. After he finished his sentence, Lu Kongbai immediately left with his subordinates and greeted the other guests with a smile. The surrounding people who were prepared to watch the show didn't see anything exciting. Most of them were shocked when they saw that Yongqing was actually in contact with Tang Wan. They initially thought that he was just a gigolo who relied on Lin Ruoxi to get in. They didn't expect him to have other connections. One must know that Tang Wan was a beauty that everyone in the upper class of Zhonghai coveted, but no one dared to touch her. Her background was also a little confusing. However, the Maple Group under her name was undoubtedly a place for the rich to squander their money. Although it wasn't listed, its assets were definitely much more terrifying than some listed companies. Seeing that Lu Kongbai had left with his subordinates, Tang Wan walked forward and looked at Yongqing with a faint smile. Not bad, the dream goddess of countless men in Zhonghai has already been in your room. Who? Yongqing asked. Still playing dumb with me? I saw everything. So your wife is Lin Ruoxi, Tang Wan glared at him. Yongqing smiled bitterly. He didn't only have one woman. Moreover, he hadn't even been to Lin Ruoxi's bedroom before. I thought the dream goddess of men was you. Tang Wan blushed. There was a tinge of mischievousness and shyness in her charm. Aren't you afraid that your wife will give you a hard time if she finds out that I'm close to you? I've already angered her to the point of vomiting blood. Why would she care about this? Yongqing thought to himself. Then, he said, the truth is the truth. I can't treat other women like broken shoes when my wife is around. That's too inhumane, isn't it? Is this the sophistry of a playboy? Tang Wan smiled and asked. I don't like the word playboy. It's too pretentious. I'm the kind of person who would take a few more glances at a beautiful woman. If I meet someone I like, I won't reject them. Yongqing said bitterly. Tang Wan looked at him strangely and asked, Did you quarrel with Lin Ruoxi? How did you know? But it's not a quarrel. It's just a little depressed. Yongqing said. Tang Wan took a sip of the cocktail in her cup and said, I can tell at a glance. A young man trapped in love. Yongqing smiled. Women always like to say that they're young. Why do you always want to pretend to be old in front of me? Don't you like this type? Tang Wan asked with a charming smile. Yongqing curled his lips. He did prefer mature women. It might be because of the heavy taste that he had cultivated over the years. After all, women in the West tended to be more mature. No matter what, I have to thank you for helping me out. This father and son pair with the surname Lu don't seem to be very friendly towards me. Yongqing said. How did you offend them? The Lu family in Zhonghai isn't someone anyone can offend. Tang Wan asked with a frown. Yongqing rubbed his nose. He didn't hide anything and simply told her what happened with Anqin. Tang Wan was dumbstruck. In the end, she laughed out loud. You didn't even let Lu Yan's fiancé go. I really have to give it to you. You can still laugh? Aren't you jealous at all? Yongqing said unhappily. Why would I be jealous? I'm not a little girl who can't figure it out. I'm also a bad woman who seduces a married man. Why would I care if a bad man like you has one or two other women? Tang Wan lowered her voice. Just when she was about to say something, she suddenly saw someone walking over. Her expression changed. She immediately changed the topic and said, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll leave first. I'll call you when I'm done. Yongqing was a little confused. He saw Tang Wan retreat into the crowd as if she was running away. Just when he was feeling puzzled, a few Silhouettes walked towards him from the side. Yangqing turned around and saw that they were people he knew. Yuan Hui, Yang Jieyu, and her husband, as well as Zhonghai's municipal committee secretary, Fang Zhongping. Seeing Yang Jieyu, Yangqing still felt a little strange. There were some things that the two didn't say, but they weren't stupid. They could roughly guess what was going on even if they didn't say it. However, the more plausible it was, the more confusing it was, the more neither of them dared to say it. Fang Zhongping, on the other hand, looked gloomy. When he saw Yangqing, he forced a smile, but his gaze seemed to be following the direction where Tang Wan left. Yangqing was slightly surprised. Could Fang Zhongping be one of Tang Wan's pursuers? However, he didn't think too much about it, because he had enough troubles tonight. I didn't expect you to be here, and I didn't expect you to be General Lin's husband. You've really surprised us, Yuan Hui said with a smile. The Yuan clan was the biggest clan in Zhonghai. Attending the Lu clan's banquet was obviously a friendly gesture to show respect to the Lu clan. Yangqing could accept this humble and decisive clan master, who was obviously much better than Lu Kongbai. He asked, "How's Yuanya's injury?" Yuan Hui laughed and said, "That kid is recuperating at home every day. He's almost recovered. The doctor said that his body is much healthier than before, but he has put on some weight." Yangqing wasn't surprised. He didn't lose his endless resolve restoration scripture to Yuan Yi for nothing. "Yangqing, do you know Tang Wan?" Fang Zhongping suddenly asked. Yangqing was stunned for a moment, then he nodded his head and said, "Yeah, but we haven't seen each other many times." Fang Zhongping seemed to have come to a realization and heaved a sigh of relief. Yuan Hui and Yang Jieyu had different expressions on their faces, but they didn't say anything. Yang Jieyu thought of something. With a kind expression, she said to Yang Chen, "I've met your wife just now. She's really a beauty. Even us women can't get jealous of her. However, she doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Did you fight with her?" Yangqing wasn't used to Yang Jieyu's intimate tone, so he nodded his head. "It's a small conflict, but it's my problem. She's with the Kai sisters, so she should be fine. But Yangqing, it's not that I want to criticize you, but a husband and wife should be more tolerant of each other. Your wife manages such a big international company, so it's inevitable that she has a temper. But since she married you, she will always like you. You have to be more considerate of her." Seeing that Yang Jieyu was acting as a peacemaker, Yangqing smiled bitterly in his heart. How could outsiders know that there were so many things between him and Lin Ruoshi? He could only accept it humbly for the time being. Yang Jieyu smiled and sighed, "I heard from Little Yi that you already have a family, so we were curious about your wife. But now, it seems that you're living a better life than we imagined. You're so outstanding, and you have such a wife. If you have a child in the future, it will definitely be a happy life." Child. Yangqing listened to Yang Jieyu's description. It seemed like a beautiful blueprint, but was it possible for him and Lin Ruoshi? After today's party ended, they would probably be strangers again when they returned home. "I shouldn't have come to this kind of evening party. It's really one wave after another." Yang Jieyu seemed to be emotional as she said, "It's a pity that I heard that your parents aren't around. If your elders were here, I believe they would be proud and happy for you guys." When he said that, Yuan Hui unconsciously pulled his wife's hand, hinting for Yang Jieyu to stop talking. Yang Jieyu helplessly shut her mouth. She was also a little embarrassed. Yangqing faintly smiled and didn't mind it too much. In the eyes of the surrounding people, this scene wasn't as simple as just a casual chat. Originally, they thought that Yangqing only attended the party because of Lin Ruoshi. They didn't expect him to know Tang Wan. Not only did he know Tang Wan, but he also seemed to have a close relationship with the couple from the biggest family in Zhonghai, the Yuan family. What's more, Secretary Fang from the Fang family even talked to him in a friendly manner. These three people were much more important than Lu Kongbai from the Lu family, especially since many people knew that Yang Jieyu had a strong background in Beijing. At this moment, when they saw her talking to Yangqing so long-winded, they couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that this lucky guy called Yangqing was one of the members from a big family in Beijing who hid their identity? At this moment, Lin Ruoshi, Choi Yan, and Kai Ning, who were already at a corner of the hall, realized that Yangqing was chatting with Yuan Hui, his wife, and Fang Zhongping. They were also a little surprised. Kai Ning was still fine as she knew some inside information, but Lin Ruoxi and Choi Yun didn't expect Yangqing to be friends with people of that level. Lin Ruoxi had mixed feelings. She brought Yangqing here to let him get to know more people of the upper class. She didn't expect him to not only be friends with Yuan Yi from the Yuan family, but also with Yuan Hui, his wife, and Fang Zhongping. However, Yangqing had never mentioned these things to her. She even foolishly wanted to help him gain a foothold in Zhonghai. It seemed like he had been mocking her actions in his heart. Yangqing didn't know that he had suddenly become the focus of the evening party, and that Lin Ruoxi's resentment towards him had increased by another level. At this moment, Yuan Hui said, "Just now, it seemed like Lu Kongbai didn't like you. If he really dares to do anything and needs our help, just let us know. We are indebted to you, so we don't wish for anything to happen to you." "I really hope that he dares to do something," Yangqing thought and replied, "I understand, thank you." After chatting for a while, the evening party entered the dancing stage. Dazzling lights began to flow on the dance floor of the entire hall. Not far away from the dance floor, the accompaniment band that was specially invited from Vienna began to play a melodious waltz tune. Many men and women of all ages began to spread out on the dance floor with their own dance partners and began to dance with different steps. After Yuan Hui invited Yang Jieyu in a gentlemanly manner, the couple went down the dance floor and began to dance gracefully. Fang Zhongping looked at them enviously and sighed faintly. He walked to the corner of the dance floor and sat down silently. Yangqing didn't plan to dance either. Just when he was about to find a place to drink, he suddenly saw Lu Yun appear at the corner of the dance floor where Lin Ruoxi and the Kai sisters were standing. Yangqing frowned. He knew that something bad was about to happen, so he walked over. At the same time, Lu Yun stretched out his arm and made a standard dance invitation gesture. He showed a handsome smile to Lin Ruoxi. "Miss Lin, as the host tonight, may I have the honor to invite you for the first dance?" Lu Yun's actions were obviously provoking Yangqing. Just now, he instigated Lin Ruoxi and Yangqing to separate unhappily. Now that he had the home advantage, he naturally came to invite Lin Ruoxi for a dance. Lin Ruoxi was also in a dilemma. Of course, she didn't want to dance with this man. She wasn't stupid. She knew that Lu Yun had the intention of deliberately making Yangqing lose face. However, Lu Yun was the only son of the Lu family and the host of tonight's ball. In such an occasion, there was nothing wrong with his status or etiquette to invite her for a dance. She couldn't say that she didn't know how to dance, nor did she have a reasonable reason to reject him. What should she do? Seeing that Lin Ruoxi was in a dilemma, Choi Yun said to Lu Yun, "Young Master Lu, Ruoxi doesn't like to dance. You should ask someone else." Lu Yun still smiled gently. "Chief Kai, my invitation is very sincere. I hope that you won't interfere." Kai Ning pulled her sister's hand to stop Choi Yun from saying anything. After all, this involved the relationship between the Kai and Lu families. It wasn't appropriate for her to interfere without reason. "Hey, where did you come from? As her husband, I haven't even danced with her yet. What are you doing?" At this moment, Yangqing stood in front of Lin Ruoxi and said to Lu Yun. Lin Ruoxi and the Kai sisters were shocked to see Yangqing walking towards them all of a sudden. Their expressions were complicated. Lu Yun sneered. "Is that so? Mr. Yang hasn't danced yet. I thought Mr. Yang was going to dance with Miss Tang. Miss Tang is also a rare beauty. Mr. Yang can be said to have a lot of luck with women." Yangqing laughed weirdly. "Are you jealous or admiring me? Why do you think that as long as a woman appears around me, she will be related to me? Isn't that the case?" Lu Yun said disdainfully. Yangqing pointed at the Kai sisters behind him. "What about them? Chief Kai has arrested me many times." "Stinky Yangqing. Why are you pointing at us? Do you want to die?" Choi Yun's pretty face turned red as if her tail had been stepped on. Although she knew that Yangqing was bickering with Lu Yun, she still felt a little strange in her heart. Lu Yun couldn't say anything. After all, the Kai sisters were not ordinary women. He could only casually smile and say, "I was wrong. At least there are some exceptions." But Mr. Yang, I don't think Miss Lin will be willing to dance with you, her husband. Yangqing expressionlessly turned around and looked at the silent Lin Ruoxi. Their eyes met and it seemed that there was an endless amount of complicated thoughts going through their minds. Suddenly, Yangqing took 3 steps back and raised his arms. He got up and spun around, taking the standard steps of the waltz. After a few well-practiced steps, he bent down in front of Lin Ruoxi and stretched out his arm, making a perfect dance invitation gesture. Not only Lu Yun, who was prepared to watch a good show, but even the Kai sisters were in disbelief. This was the first time in her life that Lin Ruoxi's mind went blank in public. She never imagined that Yangqing would really invite her to dance. What surprised her even more was that this mutton skewer seller really knew how to dance. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi shyly felt her heart palpitate. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Ruoxi raised her slender hand and placed it in Yangqing's. It's very impolite to refuse. I don't want to be an uncultured person. That's why I'm dancing with you. Don't overthink it. Yangqing bitterly smiled. I'm not overthinking it. I just want to dance with you. Yangqing led Lin Ruoxi to the center of the dance floor, accompanied by the Danube's round dance tune. Slowly, he stroked Lin Ruoxi's back with one hand, feeling the smoothness under the silk dress, and crossed his fingers with the other hand, looking at each other. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. Lin Ruoxi's body trembled instinctively, and for a moment, she even forgot what the start of the waltz was. In fact, although Lin Ruoxi had received the etiquette education of the upper class since she was a child and learned all the necessary dance steps, the person who taught Lin Ruoxi had always been a woman. Therefore, it was the first time that Lin Ruoxi danced with a man. Her first dance was with this man, and the two of them had an unpleasant quarrel just now. Needless to say, Lin Ruoxi felt that it was a little ironic. Because the couple Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi were too eye-catching, many people stared at them from the beginning of the dance. Lin Ruoxi had always been a quiet person. She had never participated in a banquet like this before, let alone being watched as she danced. As a result, her body was slightly stiff, and her dance movements weren't very coherent. If you are stiff, it will be very ugly when you jump out. Yangqing said with a faint smile. Lin Ruoxi bit her thin lips and said, You'd better take care of yourself. After a simple exchange, Lin Ruoxi finally relaxed. Thinking that it was a dance, it didn't matter if she was hugged by him. Anyway, people were hugging each other in all directions, and some young people would even occasionally take the opportunity to kiss each other. Ballroom dancing was a traditional dance step recorded in the 11th and 12th centuries, but before the 17th century, it had always been a dance for the European royal family. After the French Revolution, it gradually flowed into the people and gave rise to a variety of more eye-catching dance steps. Later, it was popularized by the American society, and gradually formed the current national standard, which was the waltz, rumba, and other similar dances. Because there were many kinds of dances, the people who learned them were not all the same. Therefore, there would be some differences in the dance steps. Lin Ruoxi had been taught traditional ballroom dancing, which was used for social etiquette. She didn't dabble too much in it, so although her dancing was standard, most of the movements were constrained by dogma, which was very standard. After dancing with Lin Ruoxi for a short while, Yangqing couldn't help smiling. Darling, do you know how I feel when I dance with you? What? Lin Ruoxi asked in a low voice. She wondered if she hadn't studied for a long time and made a mistake. I feel like I've returned to medieval Europe, dancing the most traditional ancient ballroom dance with a noble lady at a palace ball. Although the dance steps are very elegant, it's like a puppet. There's no tension at all, Yangqing said. Lin Ruoxi was not stupid. She rolled her eyes at Yangqing. You can just say that I'm dull. You don't have to beat around the bush. When I was learning, my teacher taught me this. How do you think I should dance? Do you want me to teach you? Yangqing winked at her. Lin Ruoxi was a bit unconvinced and angrily said, You only know how to dance. What right do you have to teach me? Who said I only know how to dance? I only dance to match your steps. In fact, even if it's the most traditional dance, as long as you change some of the details, it's still very interesting. Yangqing said with a ruminating tone. Lin Ruoxi naturally wouldn't believe him. In her eyes, Yangqing being able to dance was already a strange thing. How could he have studied it? Thus, with the intention of watching a joke, she said, "Okay, you tell me what to do. I'm warning you, if it's a stupid move, I won't cooperate with you." It seems like our General Lin is a timid woman. At least when it comes to dancing, she can't let go. Yangqing said with a sigh. Lin Ruoshi said with a mocking smile, "You don't need to goad me. If you want to dance, then don't dance. Then you should relax a bit. If you use your muscles and bones like this, how can I guide your movements?" Yangqing said. Lin Ruoshi hesitated a bit. Her heart was a bit worried. But as the dance moved, her heart also relaxed a bit. She clenched her teeth and began to relax her body's movements. Suddenly, just as Lin Ruoshi was about to take a step back, Lin Ruoshi felt one of Yangqing's hands let go of her waist. Immediately after, a skillful force moved to her other hand and her body smoothly took 2 steps back. "It's about to start." Yangqing said this and a series of movements followed. Lin Ruoshi felt that Yangqing's hands were constantly displaying all kinds of skillful forces. Sometimes, it was coordinated with her legs to make her dance faster and bigger with the rhythm. The accompanying music started to speed up, and the original waltz became a bit like a tango. Lin Ruoshi felt that the huge crystal chandelier above her began to spin rapidly. Her body followed the control of Yangqing's 2 hands and catered to different trajectories. As long as she stretched her body naturally, she could make all kinds of movements that she hadn't thought of before. The dance steps of the two suddenly became completely different from the male and female partners around them. Especially the occasional exaggerated dance movements. It was like professional figure skating. The high-speed rotation and separation were a perfect match. From time to time, Lin Ruoshi would feel her waist being hugged by Yangqing with one hand and her body would be in the air for a short period of time. In fact, because the frequency of Yangqing's movements was too fast, Lin Ruoshi didn't have the chance to feel what she was doing. She just followed the directions of various forces and her body naturally danced. Many of the dancers around them stopped and watched with interest as the two of them waltzed in a relaxed manner. Many of the people present had been to many Western countries. They could easily recognize that the two's dance was full of strong Western folk dance style. It was casual and natural. Lin Ruoshi's black silk evening gown seemed to be extremely tight at this moment. There were many times when Lin Ruoshi was so frightened that she thought her gown would split open. The skirt was like a blooming black lotus, flying with the dance steps, revealing a small section of white and tender calves. Many young women enviously watched the two of them dance excitedly, while many men subconsciously decided not to dance tonight because their dance steps seemed a little too old-fashioned. The person with the strangest expression was Lu Yun, who had planned to make a fool of Yangqing. At this moment, there was a smile on Lu Yun's face, but it was gray. His eyes reflected the figure of the man and woman on the dance floor, as if he wanted to burn them. Tang Wan, who was drinking cocktails in the corner, watched for a while. The Kai sisters were also a bit surprised. The Yangqing they knew had never shown such a side. When the waltz came to an end, many of the people at the side were not satisfied enough. They shouted for Yangchen and Lin Ruoshi to dance again. Lin Ruoshi was panting. Her pink face was full of red, and her eyes were moist. It was the first time she danced so passionately. In the end, there were even many movements where her body was completely on Yangcheng's body. It was only with Yangcheng's strength that she could perform those difficult movements. At this moment, when she stopped, Lin Ruoshi realized how bold she was. Her face was even redder, and she didn't dare to look up at Yangqing. Yangqing didn't feel that it was too difficult. In fact, Lin Ruoshi's basic skills were very good. He only needed to give her a little guidance, and many of the movements would come naturally. "Do you still want to dance?" Yangqing asked with a smile. Lin Ruoshi lowered her head and shook it gently. "Isn't this kind of dance more interesting than taking the stiff route?" Yangqing asked happily. Lin Ruoshi suddenly asked, "Have you danced with many women?" Yangqing was speechless. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Why do you ask? You are very familiar with it. You used to dance like this abroad, right?" Lin Ruoshi raised her head, and he couldn't see any expression. Yangqing carefully replied, "I danced in some bars. You know, the bars abroad are more open. It is normal for people to dance together, and the movements are much more exaggerated. Lin Ruashi nodded. I seem to understand why you are like that. You must have been living abroad. It must be very. Very what? Yangqing asked. Lin Ruashi sighed. Let's not talk about it. Let's go. I'm tired. Yangqing felt helpless for a while. Why did she stop halfway? What kind of habit is this? Isn't she making me anxious? However, from the looks of it, Lin Ruashi didn't seem to be in a cold war with me anymore. This is also good news. However, what they didn't expect was that after Yang Chen's interference, basically no one danced on the dance floor anymore. Everyone felt that their dance steps weren't pleasing to the eye, so they started drinking and chatting, pretending to be busy. As the host, Lu Kongbai directly walked up to the stage and announced that the dance party would end early, and the main event of the night, the charity auction. An event like a charity auction was nothing more than a way for the rich to spend a large sum of money. In this society, if you didn't have money, you would be looked down upon. But if you had money, you would be scolded for all sorts of reasons. If you were stingy and used your own money, you would be scolded. If you donated money, people would say that you were giving empty promises. So rather than being scolded for not donating money, you might as well donate and get some benefits. However, the Lu family's charity auction wasn't purely for fame. The Lu family had their own auction house, which meant that many of the auction items were genuine and valuable. Therefore, many of the rich people present came to this party for one or a few things. Following the attendant's guidance, the guests walked into the side hall. Rather than calling it a side hall, it would be more accurate to call it a large conference hall. However, the conference hall was filled with neatly arranged tables and chairs. There were already fruits and wine on them, as well as colorful number tags. According to the number on the invitation, Yangqing followed Lin Ruashi to the table prepared for the two of them and sat down. Coincidentally, their seats were behind the Yuan couple. As soon as they sat down, Yuan Hui and his wife, who were sitting in front of them, turned around and smiled at Yangqing and Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi didn't understand why Yangqing was so familiar with the Yuan family. Although Yangqing had said that he was going to celebrate Yuan Ye's birthday, Lin Ruashi knew that in such a large family, the children's social network was different from that of their parents. At least, knowing their son before taking over the family head position didn't mean that their parents were on good terms with them. No matter how she thought about it, she didn't think that Yangqing had any reason to be acquainted with the Yuan couple. However, even though she was curious, Lin Ruashi didn't plan on asking Yangqing. Yangqing looked around and saw that the Kai sisters were sitting at a table in the first row, while the foreign guests that caught Kai Ning's attention were sitting at a few tables behind them. They were chatting and laughing, looking relaxed. The Lu family's auction house was a regular large-scale company. Naturally, the items auctioned this time would not be ordinary. When an auctioneer in a white tuxedo walked onto the stage, he immediately began to display the first item. On the huge LED display screen, there was a 3D rotating pattern of blue and white porcelain. As soon as this item appeared, it immediately caused many people below the stage to exclaim in surprise. Clearly, it was quite extraordinary. The auctioneer introduced in a loud voice, "Distinguished guests, the first item for sale in our Lu auction house today is a Yuan dynasty blue and white vase with twining branches and peony patterns." Many of the people present were famous antique collectors. I don't need to explain the value of this item. The Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain is the rarest blue and white porcelain in the world. It represents the period when our Xianxia ancient plain porcelain turned to colored porcelain. The painting style is magnificent, vigorous, bold, and complex. Each item is a rare treasure. This item is well preserved and was provided by a foreign friend. The starting price is 5 million Huaxia dollars. The bidding begins. As the begin was announced, many antique enthusiasts began to fight to raise their number plates. 6 million. 8 million. 9,800,000. I bid 12 million. The voices of people shouting prices rose one after another. Soon, the price of this Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain had exceeded 20 million. Yang Chen listened to the group of rich people who wanted to join in the fun and shouted their prices as if they were throwing pieces of paper. Smiling, he asked Lin Ruashi, who was silent, "Dear, why aren't you saying anything? This item has a lot of potential to increase in value." Lin Ruashi said lightly, not interested. Of course, Yangqing knew that this girl was not poor. She was probably too shy to participate in the bidding in front of so many people, so he didn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, someone had already shouted a high price of 43 million, which was equivalent to the total assets of several small enterprises. Although this Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain could be sold for a sky-high price of hundreds of millions, this was, after all, a middle-upper quality item. It was not the most representative of the famous pieces. Therefore, many collectors and big bosses present at the scene regretfully put away their number plates, feeling that there was no need to compete anymore. The people present at the scene already represented the affirmation of their social status, so there was no need to make everyone unhappy for this little bit of money. The auctioneer began to shout, "Guest number 57 bids 43 million, 43 million going once, 43 million. Before the auctioneer continued to shout, Yuan Hui, who had been sitting in his seat and watching others bid, suddenly raised his number plate and said solemnly, "I bid 50 million. As soon as he shouted, the guest who had originally bid 43 million immediately fell silent. Not to mention that he did not have the funds to add more. At the very least, if he competed with the Yuan family, it would be obvious that he did not want to stay in Zhonghai anymore. Moreover, Yuan Hui bid 50 million, not because this item was really worth that much, but nothing more than symbolically participating in the auction and buying the first item at a high price to show off the demeanor of the top family. Unsurprisingly, everyone chose to remain silent. After the auctioneer said 3 times, Yuan Hui spent 50 million to buy the first item. When the first round ended, Yuan Hui turned around and smiled. At Yangqing, I know nothing about antiques. I guess many people will laugh at me for being a fool. Yangqing shook his head, it will be worth 50 million in a few years. Just leave it at home. Oh, do you know about antiques? Yuan Hui asked curiously. Lin Ruashi and Yang Jieyu also looked at Yangqing with a little doubt. Yangqing smiled faintly, I did some research when I was bored overseas. People of all trades, ignorant and incompetent, it's about people like me. Of course, this was a lie. Yangqing knew the price of many antiques. It was only because many people had given him some Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain that he remembered some knowledge about it. As for where those things were kept, Yangqing did not pay much attention at all. Someone must have kept them for him. Haha, this is not ignorant and incompetent, this is all culture, Yuan Hui laughed. Many people here rely on their sense of smell to develop their business to this day. They come here to participate in this kind of auction to spend money for their reputation. They are even envious of the so-called ignorant and incompetent. As they chatted, the auction continued. The second and third items were moved onto the screen one after another. Ruby jewelry, famous oil paintings from the Western Middle Ages, and ancient calligraphy scrolls from Xianxia, all of them were famous items that were worth more than 10 million. However, after receiving the first item, Yuan Hui did not bid any more. Lin Ruashi was as quiet as usual, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Yangqing felt a little bored. The game of the rich was actually very monotonous. They didn't know where the money would flow to. Other than bringing them a momentary pleasure, it only left a greater emptiness. To put it bluntly, it was not as exciting as smoking a cheap strong cigarette. However, when the fifth item was brought out, Yangqing instantly felt a little strange. He saw that on the big screen, there was a small dark golden wine glass. This kind of Gothic-style wine glass was usually filled with wine. The shape of the wine glass was roughly cylindrical, the mouth of the glass was relatively wide, the bottom was round, and the foot was high. The body of the glass was simple, there were some vague lines, and there were a few metal scratches, but overall, it could be distinguished that it should be a wine glass made of rare metals such as gold and silver, used by nobles. Yangqing suddenly had a clear understanding. No wonder Kai Ning would come, and no wonder the aura of those few white people was so strange. It seemed like what Maekdon said on the internet was true, but he never would have thought that the legendary Holy Grail would actually appear at this charity auction. Almost at the same time, Yangqing felt a faint cold wave at the back of the venue. The surging energy wave was like an abyss, and Yangqing immediately determined the identity of those white people. TSK. How generous, so many people came. Yangqing said to himself. What did you say? Lin Ruoshi thought that Yangqing was talking to her, so she frowned and asked. Yangqing smiled, my good wife, this glass is not bad. Drinking a glass of wine at night will help you sleep and look good. You should buy it. If you want to buy it yourself. The starting price is 2 million, it's not expensive anyway, Lin Ruoshi said indifferently. Yangqing curled his lips, he didn't have money. At this time, the auctioneer introduced everyone. This collection was provided by a seller who asked for confidentiality a few days ago. It is estimated to be a wine glass from the first year of the Christian era. It has a long history, and its origin is full of mystery. This is the biggest characteristic of this collection. No one can give a specific name. Today, the starting price is 2 million, but the real value is hard to estimate. I hope everyone can seize the opportunity. Before the auctioneer finished, a blonde girl in a dark red evening gown with a hot figure sitting at the back of the auction shouted in choppy Huaxia language, 10 million. Many of the people present gasped when they heard the sexy lady's bid. The starting price was 2 million, yet she directly bid 5 times the price. Was this foreigner crazy or did her family print money? However, some people also expressed their understanding. Foreigners would definitely want to buy these antiques back to their hometowns. It was the same logic as how people from Huaxia would buy antiques from other countries back to Huaxia. Therefore, when they heard the foreign lady bid 5 times the price, no one dared to make a sound. The people at the scene weren't fools. Although such an antique looked rare, if it was appraised accurately, its price wouldn't be too high. However, many people were surprised by the sudden appearance of the foreign guests. These people were all unfamiliar faces, and no one knew why they would suddenly appear in the Liu family's banquet. However, this situation put the auctioneer in a difficult position, because there wasn't a number plate on the Western ladies' table. This meant that the guests at this table weren't invited to participate in the auction. They were only here to watch. Therefore, when the lady finished her bid, the auctioneer didn't know what to say. Lu Kongbai, who was sitting at a corner of the hall and watching the auction quietly, also revealed a surprised expression. He asked an assistant beside him, didn't that lady say that she's from the British Chamber of Commerce? Why is she still participating in the auction? The assistant answered nervously, yes, according to the information sent up, Miss Lilith is indeed one of the important members of the British Chamber of Commerce. She also seems to have the bloodline of the British royal family. As for why she suddenly participated in the auction, I'm also very surprised. You let the guests in without investigating clearly? Lu Kongbai reprimanded unhappily. Then, he said, since it has started, quickly send a number plate up. We'll talk about other things after the auction ends. Yes, the assistant immediately ordered someone to send a number plate to the table of foreigners while sweating profusely. Seeing that someone had come to the rescue, the auctioneer heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, guest number 137 bids 10 million going once. Just when everyone thought that no one would be able to compete with these foreigners, Kai Ning, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly raised her number plate. 12 million, Kai Ning's beautiful face was expressionless as she shouted sternly. Many guests had a strange look on their faces as they looked at Kai Ning, who had suddenly interfered. Why would the unrelated Kai family participate in such an auction? Did that cup have some special meaning? The Caucasian lady called Lilith smiled charmingly. The seductive charm of a Western woman made many men's eyes burn instantly. 15 million. As soon as she finished, Kai Ning immediately increased the price. 18 million. Under the gaze of everyone in the venue, this inconspicuous little cup was about to break through 20 million in the midst of the shouting of the two women. Many of the collectors began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their judgment. Or were these two women crazy? Yangqing frowned slightly. He could understand why the foreigners would pay a high price for the cup, but why would Kai Ning do that? Could it be that Yellow Flame Iron Brigade was interested in the Holy Grail? But even if he was interested, how could it be so easy to obtain? To those Europeans, the Holy Grail was related to the foundation of both parties. No matter who obtained it, it would have a huge impact on their strength. Why would they hand it over to the Easterners for safekeeping? If it wasn't handled properly, it would only become a hot potato. People who originally didn't want to fight with Yellow Flame Iron Brigade would target it, and they would fall into a situation where they were outnumbered. However, Yangqing knew that it was useless to say such a thing. Although he didn't understand why Yellow Flame Iron Brigade would send Kai Ning into the venue to fight with the group of Caucasians, at the very least, Yellow Flame Iron Brigade had the intention to go against them. How worrisome. Yangqing thought gloomily. At this time, the bidding had reached its climax. After Lilith called out the sky-high price of 25 million, Kai Ning still didn't back down and called out 27 million. Lilith finally couldn't stay calm anymore. Like the others at the same table, she stared coldly at Kai Ning, who was sitting in front of her. Kai Ning seemed to feel the stares from Lilith and the others. She turned around and glanced back at them without showing any weakness. Lilith suddenly smiled meaningfully and stood up. Following that, the group of foreigners also stood up. Under the surprised gazes of many people, the group of people filed out and left the venue directly, as if they had given up on the fight. The auctioneer wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was already stunned, and immediately shouted, 27 million once. 27 million twice. 27 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the guest at table number 5. Just as the auctioneer finished shouting this, a loud, muffled sound traveled into the ears of everyone present. Boom, boom, boom. The violent tremors caused the guests in the venue to panic. It was obviously the sound of high explosives exploding, or even like a missile bombing. After the entire venue shook violently, most of the lights dimmed and went out, and the venue was plunged into darkness. Women's screams and men's curses mixed together, and many bodyguards nervously started to seal off the entrances. However, it was too dark inside, and the situation was chaotic. The bodyguards were completely at a loss. Damn it! What's going on? Lu Kongbai, who was sitting in the corner, stood up angrily when he felt the tremors. He didn't understand why there was such a sound, and he didn't know where the explosion happened either. The alarm suddenly sounded, and the crimson-red alarm light suddenly flickered in the venue. Obviously, it was an automatic backup power supply. The situation was far worse than what Lu Kongbai and the guests had imagined. The auction that was going well just a moment ago suddenly turned into a horrifying situation. Reporting to the chairman. Something big happened. An assistant who received a call shouted, I received a signal from the security team. Our auction house's storage room was blown up from the inside. Many items were destroyed by the explosion just now, and it's hard to estimate the exact loss. What? Lu Kongbai was exasperated. He suddenly realized that this was definitely a planned conspiracy, but he couldn't figure out why such a thing would happen. Quick, call the police. Call the police. All security personnel, search for the culprit. Quickly let the people from the auction house check what's lost. Lu Kongbai commanded loudly. While the hall was in a mess, Yang Chen's spirits were lifted. Although the lights in the venue had been switched off, it didn't affect Yang Cheng's vision. Yang Cheng could easily see that Kai Ning was the first to execute her qinggong. She leaped out of the venue when no one was paying attention. Yang Cheng wasn't sure if the explosion was caused by the group of foreigners, but there was no doubt that there was a connection. Thinking that Yellow Flame Iron Brigade might start a war with them tonight, Yang Cheng felt a headache. If they wanted to die, it had nothing to do with him. However, if they suffered heavy losses, it would mean that the defense of Huaxia would be a huge problem. He wouldn't be able to live in peace here, and many people around him would be in danger too. Moreover, many people in the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade were friends with him. If he were to watch them die, he would have to be thick-skinned to continue living in this country. No matter what, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Yang Cheng noticed that although Lin Ruashi was a little nervous, she was calm by nature and didn't scream or scream like other women. Instead, she was just paying attention to her surroundings. Yang Cheng walked to her side and said, I'm going out to take a look. You stay with the two from the Yuan family. If it gets too late, don't wait for me, I'll go back myself. Lin Ruashi was stunned. She didn't understand why Yang Cheng was going out to take a look. Just when she wanted to say something, she felt that Yang Cheng had already left her side. The electrical system of the resort had already been paralyzed. There were scattered people and messy security teams everywhere. In the dark, Yangchen quickly arrived outside the resort without any interference. His sharp senses captured a trace of cold air. It was a little familiar, but also a little strange. He looked in a direction not far away. It was the forest behind the resort, which was blocked by a high metal fence. It was late at night, and there weren't any stars or moon. The whole forest was shrouded in darkness, looking gloomy and mysterious. Yangchen didn't hesitate anymore. He followed that trace of air, and when no one was paying attention, his body started to jump into the forest at a speed that was hard to catch. Like a black shadow, he shuttled through the forest without any obstruction. In the blink of an eye, he was deep into the forest. In the depths of an unknown mountain forest, a few figures shrouded in large black cloaks were moving toward the east of the mountain forest at a speed that exceeded the limits of humans, like ghosts whose feet did not touch the ground. We'll reach the coastline of Xianxia in another 13 miles. The submarine that will pick us up is there. We'll be able to reach Anqing when we get there. A leader shrouded in a black cloak spoke in English in a deep voice. Archimonde, the execution of this plan is much easier than I imagined. I'm feeling a little uneasy, another man said in a deep voice. No matter what, we've obtained the Holy Grail. What we need to do now is to send it back to the Elder Council, the man called Archimonde said. Another leader laughed weirdly and said, Mobzas, your old habit of being oversensitive is acting up again. Don't you think it's more exciting to have some people obstructing us? I heard that Lilith is coming this time. I really miss that chick whose sweet blood I can smell from a mile away. Charlie, don't let your guard down if you still want your other hand to be chopped off by Lilith, Archimonde snorted and said. Charlie, who was under the black cloak, let out a cold snort and didn't say anything else. The three of them led a total of 9 men in black cloaks behind them. They maintained a terrifying speed and swept through the forest like a black whirlwind. But after advancing for more than a mile, Archimonde, who was the leader, was the first to stop. Be careful. After a warning, 3 high-intensity incandescent lights suddenly lit up in the dense and dark forest about 100 meters in front of them. The 3 lights were covered by a cross-shaped lampshade. The outer shell of the lampshade was suffused with a metallic silver color, shining brightly. The strong lights directly lit up the dark forest as if it was daytime. The 12 men in black cloaks seemed to be directly exposed under the spotlights and had nowhere to hide. At this moment, the cloaks of the 12 men finally revealed complicated dark golden patterns that were originally invisible. They looked like some kind of totems, but there was no pattern to them. Damn it, it's the Silver Cross Mass. The lackeys of the Vatican. Mobzas roared angrily. Don't act rashly for now. We have the initiative now. The key is to find an opportunity to send the Holy Grail out, Archimonde said in a low voice. From behind the 3 lamps, dozens of figures gradually emerged. Because of the light, these people's faces were a little dim. However, these 12 men shrouded in black cloaks were obviously not unable to see clearly because of the light. They immediately recognized a few familiar faces. Charlie laughed and said, Archimonde, is that old guy from the Vatican going all out this time? Am I seeing things? Why did the high-ranking and powerful Captain Gabriel of the Red Cross come all the way here to make life difficult for us? A burly man wearing the heavy armor of a medieval European royal knight walked to the front with heavy steps. His beard was unkempt, his face was square, and his curly chestnut hair fluttered in the night wind. There was no emotion in his gray eyes, and an ancient aura exuded from his every move as if it had been aged. The man reached out his hand and took a huge one-handed sword from his back. The one-handed sword seemed to be an antique as well, and there was a red gem branded on the sword hilt. A white cloth fell off the sword, revealing the huge sword body that was full of rust. The whole sword gave off a decayed yet unyielding aura. Gabriel calmly looked at the 12 black figures confronting him, and said in slightly vague Italian, Archimonde, hand over our Holy Grail. Gabriel, you're still so arrogant and conceited. Do you think we'll hand over the thing in our hands so easily? Archimonde sneered under the cloak. You filthy monsters, do you think that you'll be protected by the Lord after snatching the Holy Grail? A slightly young voice was heard, and a tall, fair-faced man from the west stepped forward. He wore a chainmail and held a thin one-handed sword in his hand. Little guy, it doesn't seem like it's your turn to speak here, Archimonde said in disdain. The young man sneered, "Big bat, open your eyes and look carefully. I'm Arthur Evans, the youngest genius Templar of the Vatican. After tonight, you'll tremble at the sound of my name." "Ha ha ha ha, Gabriel, it seems like the quality of your Vatican's fresh blood is getting worse." Archimond laughed. Gabriel remained silent, but Arthur seemed to be greatly humiliated. Just as he was about to step forward and make a move, he was blocked by a middle-aged man who walked forward. The man had a thin face, a slightly tall figure, and jet-black hair. He shook his head at Arthur and said, "Don't be instigated by Archimond, he's trying to provoke you." "I know, but I'm not afraid of him at all." Arthur snorted, but didn't move forward. Archimond replied with an "Oh, Sir Thomas, long time no see. Is this young fellow your disciple? When did the Templars lower their standards?" Thomas said indifferently, "Archimond Marquis, hand over the Holy Grail. You have no chance of winning tonight. Army leader Gabriel, me, Arthur, and the 20 holy knights of the Pope's guards behind us. With just you 3 elders and 9 servants, you're no match for us." Archimond sneered, "Of course I recognize you guys. We've been fighting for more than 10 centuries. However, I'd like to know, where are the other friends behind you from? They don't seem to be from the Vatican." Mopses said unhappily, "Archimond, is there a need to guess? Only the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade can make the Vatican declare war on us with such great fanfare." "We're not your friends," a young man said in English as he walked forward. "I'm the leader of the second team of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, Xianxia. According to the orders from the higher-ups, we're cooperating with the Vatican to snipe you heretic invaders and take back the Holy Grail." Xianxia's expression was one of satisfaction. Behind him, the members of Second Dragon Group also followed. At the same time, Kaining also walked forward from the back. Behind her was a row of fully armed water dragon special forces. "Meddlesome Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, don't you know that interfering with the matters of the Vatican and the Dark Parliament is beyond your authority?" Charlie said coldly. Xianxia said in disdain, "We, the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, only acknowledge the existence of the Vatican. You heretics should have been sent to the gallows long ago. Filthy monsters that suck human blood. If you weren't in Europe, we would have killed you all long ago." Kaining frowned and said to Xianxia, "Don't say anything more. We're just here to help." Xianxia smiled gently at Kaining and immediately shut up. At this moment, Gabriel seemed to have lost his patience. His one-handed sword that was more than 2 feet long and 3 centimeters thick suddenly stabbed into the ground. "Archimond, do you want to fight or run? Choose quickly. If you hesitate any longer, I'll make the first move." "Gabriel, don't you think that outsiders shouldn't interfere in our matters? You actually formed an alliance with the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. You've really fallen," Archimond said regretfully. "These matters have nothing to do with me. I'm the commander of the Red Cross Army. We, the Red Cross Army, only obey the Pope's oracle. I'm only responsible for fighting. Since you think so, then there's nothing more to say. Old friend, we haven't fought for many years. I hope your body hasn't rusted like your sword." After Archimond finished speaking, his figure that was shrouded in a cloak suddenly flew out. A tall and skinny man wearing an ancient tailored suit with a face as white as a sheet of paper pierced through the silence of the night like a black lightning bolt. The fingertips of Archimond's right hand were dyed with 5 dark rainbows in an instant. His fingernails quickly extended by 1 centimeter. The trajectory of his fingers in the dark night cut through the air, making a sharp piercing sound. "Humph." Gabriel grunted. He pulled out the sword in his hand from the soil and slapped it heavily with the back of the sword as if it was a flat board. It looked like a simple slap, but it blocked all angles. In a situation where speed didn't allow it, Archimond could only resist it. Clang! Archimond stretched out his scarlet bloody claw without fear. Red flames flashed in his eyes as he clashed with the rusty sword. "Holy Crosslight!" Archimond roared. A milky white halo appeared on the back of the sword. A small cross-star mark suddenly enlarged and turned into a huge crosslight that shrouded Archimond. Sacrifice! A drop of blood seeped out of Archimond's fingertip and formed a pale green flame in midair. It collided with the crosslight halo and produced a corrosive sound. Then, it disappeared. After a round of battle with Gabriel, Archimond retreated more than 10 meters. He said to Mobses and the rest behind him in an undetectable voice, quickly leave in a roundabout way before they completely surround us. Mobses and Charlie also knew that they couldn't break through the encirclement by force. They didn't care if Archimond was in danger or not. Their footsteps flew as they tried to escape to the seaside from the forest on the other side. Don't even think about escaping. Do you think we're just decorations? Church Templar Arthur held his sword with one hand and slid to the front of Mobses and the rest with 2 steps. A pure and holy light appeared on the blade of his sword. With thousands of complicated sword shadows, it enveloped Mobses, who was at the front. Little guy, don't look down on me. Mobses was a little annoyed. Obviously, the young Arthur made him very uncomfortable. He raised one of his hands that was hidden under his cloak. A long sword that was condensed by the unique blood spell of the blood race appeared in his hand. The long sword that was glowing with a bloody light pierced through the sword's shadows and crushed all of Arthur's attacks. The bloody sword strangely turned violent in the air. The strong airflow made Arthur take a few steps back uncontrollably. You want to stop me, Mobses? You've underestimated the great elder of the blood race. But just when Mobses thought he had broken through the blockade and was about to lead the people behind him to leave, dozens of cold stars suddenly appeared in front of him. Quickly dodge. The valiant speed of the blood race saved them, but there was still a blood slave who didn't dodge in time and was hit by a few of the stars that were flying towards him. Ouch. With a tragic scream, that blood race started to burn under his cloak. He rolled on the ground in excruciating pain. It's a silver needle. Is it Huaxia's hidden weapon? Charlie speculated angrily as he looked at the irrecoverable servant. Kai Ning, who had changed into a tight-fitting battle suit, stood out from the darkness in front of him. There wasn't the slightest bit of joy or worry on her cold face. In one of her hands, she was still holding a delicate needle-hidden weapon. 27 torrential pear blossom needles. Although it's not purely mechanical, it might be enough to deal with you guys. The woman who had returned to her Flower Rain form from the group of 8 answered Charlie's question. Flower Rain's sudden attack destroyed the idea of Mobses and Charlie leading the rest of the servants away. The Water Dragon Special Task Force locked onto them again and the members of Second Dragon Group surrounded them. Yongyi looked at Flower Rain with pity. Ning Er, just stand behind me. I'll protect you. Flower Rain looked at Yongyi impatiently. Do you think I need your protection? Hee, although your hidden weapons are powerful, you're still a girl. These guys aren't humans. I'm worried that something might happen to you, Yongyi explained. Flower Rain was helpless against him, so she ignored him. Archimond and Gabriel's battle was on track. They were evenly matched. However, if one observed carefully, Gabriel still had some strength left. Archimond, on the other hand, was struggling and wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Mobses and Charlie led the remaining 8 servants of the blood breed and gathered together. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. They could imagine that since Flower Rain had targeted them with silver weapons, the guns of the Water Dragon Special Task Force would probably be filled with silver bullets as well. It was undoubtedly a weapon that would cause great damage to the blood breed. If it was on a normal day, the blood breed's natural terrifying speed could effectively avoid these attacks. However, under the illumination of the Vatican's mass cross, the advantage of the blood breed's ability at night was completely worn down. It even hindered their performance. Just as Thomas and Arthur were about to join forces with the members of the dragon group to attack them, a woman's charming laughter suddenly came from the dark forest in the west. Almost everyone stopped moving. After all, a person who appeared in such a situation wouldn't be ordinary. Flower Rain frowned. She remembered this laughter. It was the woman who tried to buy the Holy Grail at the auction but was disrupted by her. As expected, Lilith, who had changed into a black suit and a white shirt, looked heroic but still charming and bright. Another handsome man with the same blonde hair walked out of the forest with 13 white men in black suits with numb expressions. Seeing Lilith's appearance, Charlie sucked his red lips. A few rays of evil light shot out from his eyes. Lilith, you came at the right time. Lilith smiled playfully, glanced at everyone present, and said in a charming voice, Cousin Charlie, how's your hand? Charlie laughed and said, thanks to you, my hand hasn't grown back yet because of your butcher knife. My lovely cousin Lilith, you really love me a lot. TSK. Dear Cousin Charlie, I've already said that I'm not interested in doing that kind of thing between close relatives. Moreover, you've joined Savath while my parents and I are loyal Camarilla members. Of course, I'll resist if you force me, Lilith said with a smile, sounding a little apologetic. Stop talking nonsense with this woman, Charlie. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Lilith, Zobo, although your Camarilla believes in different doctrines from us, we're all from the blood race. You wouldn't want to hit us when we're down, would you? Mob's eyes gleamed as he asked. The young man called Zobo laughed heartily and said, Respected Elder Mobses, of course we won't help the Vatican and Yellow Flame Iron Brigade to go against you, but we'll definitely take back the Holy Grail. You. Mobses was exasperated. Yong Yi, who was already very impatient, said angrily, Stop being so arrogant. Do you think we'll be afraid of you just because you have a dozen more bats? This is Xianxia, we, the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, are the ones who decide whether you'll stay or leave. The smile on Lilith's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with a kind of arrogant coldness. Little fella, although I don't really like those people from Savath, I hate those who look down on the authority of the blood race even more. Even Legion leader Gabriel didn't say anything. Who do you think you are? If you want to fight, then hurry up, Gabriel suddenly spoke and said briefly. Archimonde took this opportunity to catch his breath and retreated to the side of Lilith and the rest. With a serious expression, he said, Tell me your request. As expected, Uncle Archimonde is the most sensible. Lilith laughed happily. It's very simple. Make a blood oath. After we help you escape, hand over the Holy Grail to us, Camarilla. This is extortion. This is extortion. Lilith. Are you worthy of the noble bloodline of your ancestor, the Witch of the Night, with your despicable behavior? That's my business. Moreover, we, the Witch of the Night, like to be sinister and vicious the most. Elder Mobses. Lilith said coldly. Archimonde's expression was also extremely gloomy. However, after staring at Lilith's fair and flawless face for a long time, he nodded and said, I agree. It's better for the Holy Grail to fall into your hands than the Vatican's. Archimonde. You're making a decision on your own. Mobses shouted. Do you want all of us to die and let the Holy Grail fall into the hands of those flies? Archimonde questioned. Charlie stopped Mobses and said, Archimonde is right. At least, if we join hands tonight and get rid of these lackeys of the Vatican and the group of important fellows from the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, it'll be something to vent our anger. Mobses snorted, but didn't object anymore. Archimonde didn't waste any more time. He reached out his hand and drew a blood-colored rune in the air. He sighed and said, The blood oath is completed. Lilith, do it. Stop dreaming. Since you guys want to die together, come at me. Yongyi sneered and waved his hand. Water Dragon Team 1, let these stinky bats have a taste of the silver bullets that have been prayed for. A row of Special Forces soldiers from the Water Dragon team immediately raised their guns and pulled the trigger. Retreat. Under Archimonde's command, all the blood breeds at the scene flashed out of their original positions at a speed that was difficult to catch. However, because the submachine gun was too concentrated, there were still more than 10 blood breed servants who were penetrated by the silver bullets. They started to burn on the spot. However, only a dozen servants were eliminated. When the Water Dragon troop was looking for a target again, Lilith, who had moved behind them at some point in time, suddenly pulled out a scimitar that was flowing with moonlight. The scimitar seemed to be transparent, and it had circles of ripples on it. It was extremely alluring. However, the murderous aura and the heavy aura of death burst out in all directions in an instant. Following that, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. It was as if countless ghosts started to scatter in all directions of the forest. Dodge quickly. Paladin Thomas shouted, but he didn't make it in time. Although the Water Dragon team was the elite of the elites, they weren't experts like the Dragon team or the Group of 8. Most of them relied on their own equipment. Under such circumstances, they couldn't dodge in time. A glistening curved blade slashed across and cut out a stream of air. Before the dozen or so Water Dragon Special Forces soldiers could understand what was going on, their heads were completely separated from their necks. Blood splattered everywhere. The red threads seemed to be attracted by some huge force and were all drawn into the curved blade in Lilith's hand. The blade absorbed the blood and emitted a bewitching red glow, looking even more ferocious and terrifying. The 20 paladins immediately pulled out their night swords and stood in front of them. A strong holy aura swept through the area for a while before dispersing the sinister ghosts. The blade in Lilith's hand is one of the 13 magic weapons of the blood breeds, the Butcher's Blade. The moment it was born, it absorbed 5 million ghosts. It is a terrifying weapon used to execute blood breeds prisoners. It can seal the self-recovery ability of the blood breeds. Against other races, it can also absorb blood and souls to strengthen itself in battle. Thomas explained with a serious expression, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. If you're not careful, you'll be doomed." Yongyi and the others finally realized how serious the mission was. They were so shocked that they stopped moving forward. As for Lilith, she held the butcher's blade and stood in front of a pair of paladins. She was like a flower and her blade was like a demon. She smiled sweetly. "If she's so scary, then don't let her touch you." Flower Rain seemed to have made up her mind. She said to the others, "Leave Lilith to me. I'm fast and can attack from a distance. I'll deal with her. I'll leave the others to you." Yongyi said loudly, "How can you do that?" Ning you can't. Then you'll deal with her? Flower Rain asked. Yongyi suddenly felt suffocated. The image of Lilith's mysterious curved blade appeared in his mind. He immediately flinched and said stiffly, "All right then. Be careful." Flower Rain ignored him and took a step forward. Her hands were already full of silver needles as she stared sharply at Lilith in front of her. At the same time, the battle began. Yongyi led the members of Second Dragon Group while Gabriel led all the forces of the Vatican. They fought against the blood breeds led by Archimond and Zobo. Blood-colored light and milky white holy light flashed continuously in the forest. The low-level blood clan servants and holy knights were quickly whittled down in the fierce battle. "Hee. I wanted to fight you in the auction house just now. Do you know that I hate beautiful women? I hate beautiful women even more than that." Lilith looked at Flower Rain who was walking towards her and said with a charming smile. "That's unfortunate. I'm the type you hate the most," Flower Rain said coldly. Lilith's expression instantly turned gloomy. "Since you know, then you should know that you have to die." As soon as she finished speaking, Lilith's figure began to blur from where she stood. The moment she appeared again, she was already a foot away from Blossom Rain. The butcher's knife drew across the moonlight like ripples and was about to cut Blossom Rain's face. Flower Rain's body suddenly slid down at an unbelievable angle. After she dodged in a nearly flat position, her body rose into the air along a towering tree nearby. Then, cold silver needles fell from her hands. Too slow. Lilith waved the butcher knife in her hand casually and all the silver needles were blocked by the light of the knife. Without waiting for Flower Rain to fall, Lilith leaped up and slashed at Flower Rain's chest with the light of the knife again. The corner of Flower Rain's mouth curled into a smile. Suddenly, as she was falling, a withered leaf happened to be under her feet. Flower Rain's toes tapped on the leaf lightly. It was as if she had borrowed a great force. Her body suddenly exerted strength and shot towards the ground at a rapid speed. Lilith's face was filled with fear. She didn't expect Flower Rain to accelerate her fall by stepping on the leaf in the air. "You're the one who's too slow." The moment Flower Rain finished speaking, her other hand had already shot out 27 torrential pear blossom needles towards Lilith's lower body. Lilith was in the air with the knife above her. She wanted to block it, but it was too late. She widened her eyes in horror. Seeing that the short but thrilling battle was about to end, a chill suddenly gushed out from the bottom of Flower Rain's heart. Oh no! The moment Flower Rain reacted, she immediately turned around. She saw Lilith, who had an evil smile on her face and her beautiful face had turned ferocious. She didn't know when, but she had already appeared behind her and waved the butcher knife in her hand which was emitting a bloody light. In midair, the torrential pear blossom needles pierced through Lilith and turned into a bloody mist. Blood clone? The name of the legendary blood race's blood spell appeared in Flower Rain's mind like lightning. However, it was too late. As the butcher's knife approached, Flower Rain felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. The howling of thousands of ghosts cut through her ears, but she wasn't afraid. Her biggest feeling was regret. Am I going to die just like that? Is my life going to end just like that? Countless images appeared in her mind. Since she was born in a prestigious family like the Kai family, her life seemed to be destined to be extraordinary. She went to school when she was young. Before she graduated from primary school when she was 11, she was sent to the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade for training. Then, she was taught by the masters and uncles of the Tang sect. In his impression, other than practicing hard day and night, he was alone in a simple and unadorned wooden house, listening to the sound of heavy rain pouring down on the great land of Sichuan. That night where there was no sound and only the sound of the rain accompanied the night felt like it was yesterday. Gradually, he didn't understand why he was still alive. He clearly had a home, parents, and relatives, but he couldn't go back, couldn't see them, and couldn't think about them. He was always praised by the organization and the sect, but he never felt the slightest bit of joy. For more than 20 years, she felt like she was living in a lost jungle. She could survive, but she couldn't get out no matter how hard she tried. When she finished her apprenticeship, she asked her master, "Master, why do people want to live?" She remembered that her master thought for a long time before telling her, "Because everyone else wants to live." Yes, it was that answer that made her feel that life should be like this. Who knew why she was living? Wasn't she living for others? Complicated thoughts flashed through her mind like an electric current. Flower Rain closed her eyes, and an indescribable smile appeared on her elegant and cold face. However, the pain she was prepared to endure didn't come as expected. Flower Rain instantly felt that her delicate and sensitive waist was surrounded by a fiery arm. Her body seemed to be carried by someone effortlessly, as if she was a bag. She seemed to feel the instantaneous movement, but before her brain could react, it was over. What happened? Hey, even if you think you can't escape, you should at least try. Why are you waiting for a knife? You're not ugly, why are you waiting for plastic surgery? Do you want to go to the hospital for plastic surgery? In the wilderness, you don't even need a big knife to cut your butt. This somewhat annoying yet familiar voice brought Flower Rain back to reality. When he opened his eyes, the light in front of him was a little messy. Amidst the light and darkness, the figure of a man stood proudly. He had a cigarette in his mouth, and his nostrils seemed to be puffing out white smoke. He looked like a ruffian, which formed a sharp contrast with the heavy atmosphere at the moment. It was him. Fiercely breaking free from the arm that was wrapped around her, Flower Rain turned around and was astonished to see Xianxia rolling his eyes at her with a helpless and depressed expression. Why are you here? Flower Rain's face was a little red. This was the first time in her life that she had been hugged by a man and had such close contact with him. At this moment, Xianxia's appearance not only surprised Flower Rain, but also the surrounding people felt their hearts skip a beat. Just now, they thought that Flower Rain was going to be cut in half by Lilith's butcher knife. Unexpectedly, a shadow suddenly swept across the scene, and Flower Rain's body was moved away from her original position. When the scene froze again, this man was already standing there, hugging Flower Rain. The members of Yong Yi and Second Dragon Group recognized Xianxia. They were both happy and hateful. They were happy that Xianxia saved Flower Rain, but they were hateful that he actually dared to hug Flower Rain. The people from the Church and the Covenant of Darkness, on the other hand, looked horrified. To be able to save someone from Lilith's butcher knife like that, it wasn't just a matter of courage. In terms of speed, he was definitely much stronger than Lilith. Although Lilith's age couldn't be compared to the previous generations of blood breeds, she could be ranked in the top 10 among the blood breeds because of her noble bloodline and the holy weapon. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to answer Flower Rain's question. He suddenly felt that the cigarette in his mouth had been extinguished. It turned out that he was moving too fast just now. The sudden cold air caused the cigarette to freeze and extinguish. Xianxia spat out the half-smoked cigarette helplessly. Do you think I'm willing to be here? Xianxia said unhappily, you people of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade are really busy. The Vatican and the Dark Parliament are fighting over the Holy Grail. That's their internal affairs. They have been fighting for more than 10 centuries. Why are you interfering? Do you think they will harm the civilians of Xianxia? The blood breed has a seclusion rule. The armed forces of the Vatican are also hidden underground forces. What benefits do you guys get by doing this other than asking for trouble? Flower Rain was at a loss. This is an order from the higher-ups. Moreover, isn't the Dark Parliament the evil party? It seems like you guys don't understand the blood breed at all. I'll tell you after this is over. Xianxia sighed and said, originally, I wanted to watch you guys fight at the side. But you're going to die soon. I thought about it and decided to come and save you. Flower Rain was stunned. He appeared because of me? She felt a little strange, but she couldn't help but ask curiously, why? Because of me? Think about it. You and Choi Yun are sisters. Choi Yun and my wife are also good sisters. My wife calls you sister. You helped me out during the bank robbery. We've crossed paths a few times in the past. I don't know many people in the country, so I can't say that I'm close to you. If you die, although it has nothing to do with me, when I think about how some people will feel sad for you, I'll have to play a part in watching you die. As Xianxia spoke, he took out another cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself. In the dark night, the white smoke was particularly eye-catching. After leisurely inhaling, he continued, your luck isn't bad. If it was a few years ago, I definitely wouldn't have helped you. But now that I'm married, I'm living like a human. No matter what, I have to do something a human should do. Flower Rain, who was discouraged by this ridiculous reason, didn't ask any more. She couldn't help but regret her initial expectation. What was she thinking? Wasn't he such a strange person? However, at this moment, the appearance of Xianxia made everyone present have different thoughts. The battle had reached its climax. The Vatican only had Gabriel, Thomas, Arthur, and 7 or 8 holy knights left. The members of Second Dragon Group from Everlasting Night were also injured. Lilith, Archimond, and the other 4 elders of the Dark Parliament were left with only 4 blood slaves. But because Lilith and the Butcher's Knife's perfect coordination was too powerful, no one knew the true outcome of the battle. However, because the Holy Grail was still in the hands of the Blood Race, the Vatican definitely wouldn't let it go. As such, the appearance of Xianxia, who could intimidate everyone, would mean the end of this battle no matter which side they sided with. Mister, although I'm very curious about who you are, right now I just want to know which side you're on. Lilith could sense Xianxia's strength the most. At this moment, she put away her water-like butcher knife and asked cautiously. Although Everlasting Night hated Xianxia, he knew that he had to pull Xianxia to his side in order to survive. Thus, he immediately said, do you still need to ask? Didn't you see that he saved our people just now? Naturally, he's on our side. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Holy Grail and get out of Xianxia. Xianxia glared at Everlasting Night coldly. Which King ear of yours heard that I'm on your side? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll be the first to kill you. Do you think your life is worth saving? His merciless words directly shoved Everlasting Night's arrogance back into his stomach. Everlasting Night's face alternated between green and red, but he didn't dare to say a word. He was afraid that Xianxia would really ignore them and even attack him. He had experienced Xianxia's terrifying pressure and witnessed his terrifying speed just now. How would he dare to go against him? At this moment, Gabriel's heavy armor was also scratched, but his overall strength was strong and he wasn't injured. He frowned and asked Xianxia, your strength is far above mine. Could it be that you're also after the Holy Grail? I'm not even sure if your Holy Grail is real or fake. Why would I be interested in it? Moreover, the word eternal life doesn't mean much to me. Xianxia laughed mockingly. Then what do you want to do? Archimond asked nervously. Xianxia thought for a while and said, I just want to live here peacefully. So, you guys can't kill too many people from the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade all at once. Of course, if they insist on killing you, I can help you block them. I personally don't have any feelings for the Vatican and the Dark Parliament. To me, you guys aren't good or evil. So, I advise all of you to disperse and pretend that nothing happened tonight. So many honorable knights have died, how can we just let it go so easily? Gabriel said in a deep voice. Gabriel, I think it's not that you're unwilling to let it go after people have died. It's because the Holy Grail is in our hands that you guys can't eat and sleep in peace, Mobsus said ferociously. Lilith smiled and said, I wonder what your name is. It seems that even if we're willing to leave Xianxia, the other party won't be willing. Do you have any wise ideas? Yangqing smacked his lips and said, since you guys want to fight to the death for the Holy Grail, how about this? Give me the Holy Grail and I'll destroy it on the spot. That way, there won't be anything left to fight for. No. Gabriel, Archimonde and the rest shouted at the same time. Yangqing's face turned ugly. You guys can't do this and you guys aren't willing to do that. Do you guys think I'm here to ask for your opinions? Don't provoke me. I'll do it myself and it won't benefit any of you. Your Excellency, don't go too far. Although your strength is outstanding, I don't think we'll be trampled on by others, Archimonde said solemnly. Yangqing didn't have the patience to continue. If he delayed any longer, Lin Ruashi would probably go home first and he would have to walk to get a cab home. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to do that in the middle of the night? Since you guys aren't willing to compromise, I'll search your bodies one by one to see who has the item. If you guys aren't willing to give it to me, I'll take it myself. As soon as Yangqing finished his sentence, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already by Charlie's side. Charlie was horrified. Before he could retreat, he felt Yangqing's hand grabbing onto his arm. A bone-chilling murderous aura and an overbearing sense of oppression made Charlie's soul, which had experienced a long time, palpitate. He actually forgot to resist. Yangqing quickly searched his body and confirmed that the item wasn't on him. Then, he threw Charlie away and pounced on his next target, Mobza's. Everyone present watched in disbelief as Yangqing toyed with the elder Charlie like a toy. At this moment, they realized that what Yangqing said about taking it himself was true. But just when everyone was feeling helpless and glad that Yangqing didn't kill him, Yangqing's figure suddenly froze on the spot. How could this be? Yangqing's face suddenly sank as if he had seen an unbelievable scene. He stared at Mobza's who was only 3 feet away from him. At the same time, under everyone's puzzled gaze, Mobza's actually disappeared into thin air. Mobza's! Archimonde and the rest shouted. Obviously, they didn't understand the situation, but their hearts were burning with anxiety. Before everyone's shouts ended, a small dark golden wine glass actually floated in midair at the place where Mobza's originally disappeared. In this incomparably strange scene, Mobza's never appeared again. The wine glass, on the other hand, fell alone, rolled on the grass, and coincidentally landed on Yangqing's heel. Such a scene had already exceeded the thinking abilities of most of the people present. They simply could not imagine what had happened. There were no energy waves, no fancy concealment, and a life just disappeared into thin air. Moreover, it was an elder of the blood race. This was simply an unsolvable problem. Before everyone could come back to their senses, Yangqing bent down and picked up the dark golden wine cup on the ground. The rim of the wine cup was engraved with ancient patterns from the Western era. Other than looking a little old, there was nothing special about it. However, Yangqing did not feel too excited about holding the so-called Holy Grail in his hands. It was as if in the eyes of these two groups of people, the thing that could grant people eternal life was simply a piece of scrap metal. It's you. You killed Mobza's? Archimonde asked tentatively. Yangqing turned around and sneered. I can tell you clearly that I did not kill him. But how he died, I don't need to explain it to you. Now, the Holy Grail that you have been dreaming of is in my hands. What do you plan to do, Your Excellency? Lilith looked at the Holy Grail in Yangqing's hands. There was some desire in her eyes, but she rationally suppressed herself and did not dare to take even half a step forward. Yangqing played with the cup in his hands and murmured, this thing might have really been the Holy Grail in the past. But unfortunately, it is now just an antique. There is no point in telling you the reason. Since it is already useless, it will become a reason for you to continue fighting. Then, let it disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the people around to react, Yangqing squeezed the Holy Grail with his right hand. The metallic Holy Grail was twisted and folded into a lump of metal by Yangqing's strength, as if it was made of cardboard. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched Yangqing casually destroy the Holy Grail. You actually dared to destroy the Holy Grail. Holy Knight Thomas roared angrily, this is an insult to the Lord. A provocation to the Vatican. Gabriel and the others, as well as Lilith and the other vampires, felt like they were in a dream. Two groups of people had risked their lives for this item, and now it was gone just like that. Xianxia directly threw the lump of metal on the ground. Don't you think it's strange? If it's really the Holy Grail, why did I destroy it so easily? The reason why the Holy Grail is special is because it contains the divine power of Jesus Christ. It has nothing to do with the special material. What's so strange about that? Thomas was still unable to control his emotions. Xianxia sneered and said, if that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. In short, as you can see, the Holy Grail is gone. Whether you want to fight me or go back to where you came from and leave Xianxia, it's up to you. However, I can tell you very clearly that if you choose to make a move, then all of you will die. It's not that I'm arrogant, it's just reality. Of course, I think you can fight me to the death for your so-called faith. Isn't that what you people from the Vatican like to do the most? As soon as Xianxia finished his words, everyone at the scene became silent. In fact, the mysterious disappearance of mobs had already made everyone give up on the idea of fighting. People were usually very afraid of the unknown. They were a little worried that they would also disappear suddenly. Thomas and Gabriel looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. On the other hand, the Covenant of Darkness did not feel too depressed about losing the Holy Grail. After all, the Holy Grail belonged to the Vatican. Their biggest goal was to prevent the Vatican from obtaining it. If they brought it back to Europe, the biggest use would be to become a symbol of victory. Perhaps they could research some things. After all, the believers of Satan would not obtain eternal life from God. If they were to say that they had failed this time, it would be the inexplicable loss of an elder-level vampire like Mobsas. As for the servants of the blood race, they were basically used as sacrifices. Therefore, they did not know what to do next. Facing such a situation, Archimond, Zobo, and the rest of the remaining vampires all looked at the strongest person on their side, Lilith. Lilith seemed very calm. After a slight surprise, her beautiful scarlet eyes gradually turned sapphire blue, and she regained the appearance of a charming blonde. Lilith used some unknown method to hide the cruel light of the butcher's knife behind her back. There was no trace of it. It was obvious that she was going to stop. Lilith walked forward with a sweet smile and looked at Xianxia with an ambiguous gaze. Sir, I like the way you speak. I seem to know who you are. I apologize for offending you on behalf of the Covenant of Darkness. Have you made up your mind? Xianxia did not think that he could hide his identity. After all, although the Covenant of Darkness was not a secret organization that belonged to any country, it was an organization with a larger and deeper history than any other organization. Its intelligence network was naturally spread all over the world. Lilith nodded. Of course. I fully believe that you have the ability to let us leave the land of Xianxia safely. Since the Holy Grail no longer exists, it's time for us to set sail for Europe. I wish you a pleasant journey back, Xianxia said with a smile. Lilith pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, she leaned forward and whispered something in Xianxia's ear that only Xianxia could hear. Xianxia was not afraid that Lilith would suddenly attack when she got close. After all, although Lilith was powerful, she was only at their level. In his eyes, her butcher's knife was just like the Holy Grail that could be crushed with a pinch. Besides, Lilith did not have any killing intent at all. After Lilith finished speaking, she moved her head away from Xianxia's ear. Then, she looked at Xianxia with eyes full of expectation and nervousness. She did not look like the she-devil from before at all. She looked more like an ordinary gorgeous Western girl. Xianxia touched his chin embarrassedly and chuckled. This wretched look made everyone present dumbfounded. What's wrong with these two? As a woman, Flower Rain felt disgusted. This man was actually so close to a female vampire and even looked like he was flirting with her. Really, really shameless. However, no matter how she felt, it felt like she was jealous. This made Flower Rain's thoughts uncontrollably messed up. Do you really want to do that? Xianxia asked softly to confirm. Lilith's fair face was flushed and her eyes were sparkling. Can I? Then I'll sacrifice myself. Xianxia said righteously. Lilith's face lit up. She suddenly pounced forward and hooked her slender arms around Xianxia's neck. Two rosy, delicate, and flowery lips pressed onto Xianxia's mouth. Following that, an ice-cold and smooth tongue extended out and kissed Xianxia. This scene directly stunned everyone present. They couldn't understand at all. How did the two of them suddenly become entangled in wet kisses? Flower Rain directly turned her head away as she couldn't bear to take another look. She silently muttered bad things about Xianxia. But she wasn't related to him, so why should she care about his trivial matters? Oh right, I must tell Lin Ruashi when I get back that Xianxia went behind her back to kiss and hug another woman. Xianxia only separated from Lilith after enjoying the sweet taste of a lady from the blood clan for a while. He smiled and said, "Alright, I'm done here. You can leave with your people." Lilith looked at Xianxia reluctantly. After a charming smile, she turned around and made a gesture to Archimond and the other members of the blood clan. Under the watchful eyes of the Vatican and the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade, the group of blood clan disappeared from the forest in the blink of an eye. Xianxia looked at Gabriel and the rest. "Are you guys planning to start a war with me by staying behind?" Gabriel said with a gloomy expression, "Although I really want to try to fight, now is not the time. We will leave Xianxia, but please remember that you destroyed our Holy Grail today." Although they hated Xianxia to the core, Gabriel and the rest still calmly decided to return to the Vatican first and investigate Xianxia's identity before making a long-term plan. After saying that, Gabriel brought the indignant Thomas, Arthur, and the rest of the Holy Knights and left the scene. In the end, only Flower Rain, Yongyi, and the rest of the members of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade were left. Although Yongyi was unhappy that Xianxia finished everything as an arbiter, he didn't dare to argue with Xianxia. After glaring at Xianxia hatefully, he waved his hand and planned to leave with his heavily injured team members. Flower Rain wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, she stood on the spot and looked at Xianxia, as if waiting for something. "Ming-Er, why aren't you leaving?" Yongyi asked anxiously when he saw that Flower Rain wasn't leaving. Flower Rain didn't look at him. She only said, "I'll contact someone to deal with the aftermath later. You can leave with your people first." "No, I can't let you stay with such a dangerous person," Yongyi said loudly. "I'll stay with you." Flower Rain glanced at him impatiently. "You know he's dangerous, but you still want to stay with him. Can't you tell that he doesn't like you?" Yongyi looked at Xianxia carefully. Seeing that Xianxia didn't have any reaction, he became even more uneasy. Although he wasn't convinced, he felt that his life was more important. He could only look at Flower Rain a few times and left the scene with his team members. Flower Rain sighed softly. "What a coward." Xianxia watched the scene quietly. He smiled and said, "Although he's a coward, he's still an interesting guy." "Aren't you leaving?" "Yes, but before that, I have a lot of questions to ask you," Flower Rain said. "What questions?" "You said that we don't understand the Dark Parliament. Are they vampires that harm humans? Is that wrong?" Flower Rain asked. Xianxia then remembered that he said he would explain to them. He organized his thoughts and said, "I have to start from the history of the blood breeds. But because the history of the blood breeds is too long, I don't know much. So I can only tell you the general situation of the Dark Parliament. Before the Middle Ages, the blood breeds could be said to be the rulers of Europe. They were indeed a cruel race. However, because of the existence of the Roman Vatican, humans started to fight back. Although the blood breeds were strong, they couldn't withstand the siege of thousands of civilians. So, in order to continue their bloodline, the blood breeds chose to hide from the world. The blood breeds formed a secret party called Camarilla. This organization is an important part of the Dark Parliament. They have 6 main commandments. The biggest one is to hide from the world, hide among humans, and give up the ruling position of the world. Since then, the word blood breeds has become a legend. Nowadays, people don't treat the blood breeds as reality anymore. Flower Rain frowned. She heard Lilith mention Camarilla at the beginning. It seemed that she and her family were members of that organization, while the others were from another organization. "That organization called Savath, what is it?" Xianxia said, "Savath is known as the devil party among the blood breeds. They are extremists and don't like to hide from the world. Any blood breeds or heretics can join them." But because they are weak, they are not as strong as Camarilla in the Dark Parliament. Today, the Arcarans and the others snatched the Holy Grail to strengthen their appeal and compete with Camarilla for status and resources among the blood breeds. Lilith and that Zobo are here to restrict them. Flower Rain was enlightened. In other words, if the Holy Grail falls into the hands of the blood breeds, there won't be any harm to humans? That's right. So the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade has been used by the Vatican as a hired thug. Yangqing shook his head and smiled. Actually, although the Vatican looks like a righteous organization on the surface, it is just an organization that fights against the Dark Parliament. They are only fighting their own battles and won't involve the interests of the countries. So, I advise you not to get involved. Flower Rain nodded. I will report this to the general. Damn the Vatican, we trusted them wrongly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yangqing saw that it was almost time to go back. Otherwise, he would really have to call a taxi. Flower Rain hurriedly stopped Yangqing. What about the Holy Grail? Is it real? Can it make people immortal? Speaking of the Holy Grail. Yangqing's expression didn't look good. He sighed and said, I don't know. This problem is very complicated. In short, the disappearance of mobs just now is a much bigger problem than you can imagine. But this isn't something you should care about. Just go back and tell your general about it. Flower Rain was slightly disappointed. She vaguely felt that it was just Yangqing who didn't want to tell her the inside story. Then just now Lilith. How could you guys do that? Flower Rain hesitated for a long time and finally said it. She endured the awkwardness and said, Aren't you afraid that I will tell Ruashi? We just got back together and now you want to be at odds again? Yangqing hurriedly turned around and said with a fawning smile, Please don't tell her. Just now Lilith said that she wanted to kiss me with the pure heart of a fan towards her idol. I've never kissed a vampire in my life. You know that I'm not immune to beautiful women. Moreover, kissing a Westerner isn't a big deal. I just couldn't help but want to try it. I really didn't mean anything else. This was the truth. Yangqing really wasn't interested in Lilith, who was a blood breed of unknown age. He was just curious about the taste. Flower Rain was speechless. This man is really unreasonable. Is kissing a vampire interesting? Who knows how much dirty blood that mouth has sucked? So disgusting. Flower Rain threw out these 3 words angrily. She turned around and left the scene using her qinggong. Only Yangqing was left standing at the same spot. He touched the back of his head in confusion and muttered to himself, Didn't this woman say that she was going to clean up the mess? Why did she leave first? The robbery incident at the auction caused the Liu family's banquet to come to an abrupt end at the climax. The guests fled in all directions. Liu Kongbai was in an extremely bad mood. He even scolded his son, Liu Yun. He thought that Liu Yun neglected his duty and didn't supervise his subordinates properly. The person who was especially angry after the incident was Choi Yun. As the chief of the police station, such a thing happened under her watch. What was even more depressing was that the robbers were nowhere to be found even though it was a huge robbery. However, after the incident, the sudden disappearance of her sister and Yangqing's abrupt departure made Choi Yun feel a trace of abnormality. However, she kept it in her heart. At the entrance of the resort, under a few evergreen pine and cypress trees, the dim light shone on 2 black sedans. Beside the flower bed by the road, Lin Ruashi, who was still wearing her black silk evening dress, looked at the venue from afar. In the silent and cold night, she felt a little disappointed. Yangqing left suddenly without saying anything else. He only said that he was going to check on the situation. However, almost an hour had passed, yet there was no movement from him. This made Lin Ruashi worry that he might have encountered an accident. Lin Ruashi didn't think that she cared about him that much. However, since she had been with him for a long time and they were husband and wife, Lin Ruashi believed that even animals should have deep feelings for each other, let alone a living person. It was normal for her to be worried. Therefore, with a little anxiety, Lin Ruashi decided to wait at the entrance of the resort. However, she waited for almost an hour. After all, it was winter. Although it wasn't the coldest season in the southern cities, Lin Ruashi's nose was already red from the cold. She couldn't help but hug her arms and keep rubbing them. At this time, Yang Jieyu, who was wearing a mink coat, got out of the purple Cadillac that was parked in front of them. She gracefully walked to Lin Ruashi's side with a white velvet vintage coat in her hand and gently draped it over Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi didn't refuse. Although she was surprised that the Yuan couple wanted to stay with her to wait for Yangqing, she was too embarrassed to ask. You child, just let the driver wait for Yangqing. Why do you have to wait for him? It's too cold outside. Yang Jieyu said, her heart aching. Lin Ruashi pursed her lips and smiled, but because she had been frozen for a long time, her face was a little stiff, and her smile was very forced. I feel cold myself. How can I let others suffer for me? Who asked me to bring him here? Now that he's nowhere to be seen, if something really happens, it'll be my fault. He's a living person, what could possibly happen to him? But you, a girl, if you keep freezing like this, you'll definitely get sick. Yang Jieyu said with pity, Yangqing is also immature. How can he leave you alone and make you suffer while waiting for him? Lin Ruashi didn't reply to this topic. She took the opportunity to ask, Mrs. Yuan, how did you and Patriarch Yuan get to know Yangqing? I only know that he got to know your sons through games, but I didn't expect him to know you too as well. After all, they were from the #1 family in Zhonghai, so Lin Ruashi's tone was relatively polite. Yang Jieyu seemed to have expected Lin Ruashi to ask this question. She smiled and said, Little Yi introduced us to him. I think he's a good young man, so we've interacted a few times. But we haven't known each other for a long time, so he didn't tell you, right? Lin Ruashi believed about 70 to 80%, but she was a little unhappy that Yangqing kept it a secret from her. But when she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel sad that she didn't care about his daily life at all. Miss Lin, when did you meet Yangqing, and when did you get married? My husband and I are very curious. Miss Yangqing is not bad, but he doesn't seem to be the type that Miss Lin likes. He looks very ordinary, doesn't have a career, and usually doesn't do proper work. What do you like about him, Miss Lin? Yang Jieyu asked with concern. Lin Ruashi was suddenly speechless. What did she like about him? If she asked this question in reverse, she might be able to say one or two things about him that she didn't dislike, but liking him was really a headache. After holding it in for a while, Lin Ruashi said, maybe he's more open-minded and doesn't care about every little thing. To put it bluntly, he was heartless. Just like tonight, he just left. Yang Jieyu nodded with a strange expression and didn't ask any more. At this time, Yuan Hui got out of the car and complained, Jieyu, Miss Lin, quickly get in the car. I'll wait for Yangqing. Did he take the wrong medicine? Why didn't he inform us when he went out on such a cold day? He left his phone in the car, Lin Ruashi said with a frown. I really have to give it to him, Yuan Hui was a little annoyed. He walked to Yang Jieyu's side and whispered into her ear, this nephew of mine is really worrisome. Yang Jieyu rolled her eyes at her husband, but she felt it deeply. Ever since she met Yangqing, all kinds of exciting things had happened. If it wasn't for the fact that she was born in a prestigious family and had been through a lot, she really couldn't take it. Seeing the intimate little actions of Yang Jieyu and her husband, Lin Ruashi was a little envious. They were a well-matched couple who had lived together for more than 20 years and could still be so close to each other. They must be very happy. When she thought of the guy in her family who left her alone after the explosion and robbery, Lin Ruashi was annoyed. What am I doing? Why am I waiting for him here? In the midst of her annoyance, she heard someone shouting in front of her. You haven't left yet? I told you to go back first. Lin Ruashi raised her head and saw Yangqing running over with a smile on his face. Yang Jieyu and Yuan Hui heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yangqing return safely. Lin Ruashi said unhappily, go back first? Do you want to spend the night here? It's fine as long as I call. Yangqing said. It's at least 40 minutes walk from here to the nearest place where I can take a taxi. If the newspaper reports that you've frozen to death tomorrow morning, and they blame it on me, wouldn't I feel wronged? Lin Ruashi said. Yangqing thought that it would take him less than 5 minutes to get there, but he knew that he couldn't say it at the moment. He also felt grateful and warm for Lin Ruashi's willingness to wait for him in the cold. No matter what the reason was, there were still feelings between the two. It's my fault. I walked for a while and forgot the time. I apologized to my wife. Let's go back to the car. Don't freeze. Yangqing said with a smile. I don't need you to say it. Lin Ruoshi got in the car without looking back and slammed the door. Yang Jieyu glared at Yangqing and said, You're too much. How can you run around at this time? Go back and comfort your wife. Yangqing felt a little strange for Yang Jieyu's concern as an elder. He already knew the relationship between the two, but they didn't point it out for some reason. At this moment, receiving Yang Jieyu's intimate expression, Yangqing smiled unnaturally. I know. Thank you for accompanying Ruoshi. You guys should go back. Yuan Hui patted Yang Cheng's shoulder and hugged Yang Jieyu as they got in the car. The Cadillac drove away. Yang Cheng returned to the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Lin Ruoshi, who was beside him, looked out the window without saying a word and ignored Yang Cheng. The driver, Li Ming, didn't dare to breathe. He felt that his boss's mood wasn't right, so he drove quietly and didn't say anything. Yang Cheng thought about it and finally felt that he should express his apology. Otherwise, he would probably be in a cold war for a few days. Therefore, he organized his words and was ready to admit his mistake. But before Yang Cheng opened his mouth, Yang Cheng's phone vibrated. Yang Cheng picked up the phone in the car and was surprised to see that an unknown number had called his phone more than 10 times. He didn't pick up because he didn't bring his phone to the party. Yang Cheng picked up the phone and asked, Who is this? Is this Mr. Yang? Yes. Yang Cheng heard the unknown man's voice and was a little anxious. I'm from Zhonghai Mental Hospital. The patient you placed here, Lin Kuan. Do you still remember him? Of course. Yang Cheng glanced at Lin Ruoshi who was beside him. He hadn't paid attention to Lin Kuan who had gone crazy for a long time. As far as he knew, Lin Ruoshi didn't visit him even once. It was obvious how much of a failure this guy was. Something happened to him. A few hours ago, his condition suddenly worsened and he jumped down from a high place. In the end, he had a cerebral hemorrhage and the resuscitation didn't work. The man said. Yang Cheng's expression froze. He wasn't happy or worried. He just didn't expect this guy to leave the world so suddenly. We called Mr. Zhang Hu, but Mr. Zhang Hu said that it's up to you to decide how to deal with this matter, so we called you. Yang Cheng sighed, I understand, I'll go to your place tomorrow to deal with it. Do what you have to do now, money isn't a problem. Alright, call this number if you need anything, the man said and hung up. After about an hour, the two of them returned to the villa at Dragon Garden after a long journey in silence. Before they entered the house, Yang Cheng called out to Lin Ruoshi, I have something to tell you. Lin Ruoshi frowned, if it's about what happened just now, you don't have to say any more. I'm not interested in listening to your explanation. It's about your father, Yang Cheng said with a straight face. Lin Ruoshi was stunned. She seemed to be unfamiliar with the word father. She looked at Yang Cheng coldly and gestured for him to continue. I told you before that he's crazy. You didn't ask me which hospital he was in, so I'm sure you haven't visited him. I know you hate him. The hurt he caused you can't be explained in a few words. I understand how you feel, so I didn't tell you before. But just now, someone from the mental hospital called and told me that his condition suddenly worsened. He jumped down from a building and had a cerebral hemorrhage. In the end, the resuscitation didn't work and he passed away. When she heard the words passed away, Lin Ruoshi took half a step back. Her body trembled and her eyes were slightly watery. Yang Cheng sighed, no matter what, go to the hospital with me tomorrow. Legally speaking, he's still your father. It's better for you to sign off on the cremation of his body. Lin Ruoshi stood at the door for a long time before she asked in a clear voice, actually, I've thought about asking you where he is. I'll bring him back to the old house and send someone to take care of him for the rest of his life. Is it the house you said he wasn't willing to give you? Yang Chen asked. That's right. After he went crazy, I took back the house, but I've never gone back. I realized that I'm still afraid of going back there. I'm afraid of thinking about my grandmother, my mother, and the past. Lin Ruashi wiped the corner of her eyes and took a breath of cold air to hold back her tears. It's just that I never expected that he would leave before I made up my mind. Lin Ruashi bitterly smiled. She turned around and opened the door. It's Saturday tomorrow. Let's go in the morning. Yongchen replied. He looked at the graceful yet lonely back view as she walked into the house. His heart felt heavy. After a night, Lin Ruashi woke up early in the morning. She changed into a simple black jacket and black trousers. Her hair was tied up simply with a black hairband. When Mother Wang saw Lin Ruashi's outfit, she was stunned. She asked carefully, "Miss, are you going to attend an old man's funeral?" Lin Ruashi didn't seem to have slept well. Her eyes were bloodshot. She told Mother Wang everything about Lin Kuan without hiding anything. Mother Wang was an old member of the Lin family. When she heard the news, she sat down on the chair and only came back to her senses after a long time. The extremely pale Wang Ma's expression changed for a long time before she said, "I'll go with Miss and young Master Kuan. I'll send young Master Kuan off one last time. Once he's dead, all grudges should be resolved." After a simple breakfast, Yongqing drove his BMW and drove Lin Ruashi and Mother Wang to City 1 Hospital. Lin Kuan had a routine checkup and treatment at this hospital before he died. Therefore, he was sent here directly after his death. The family of the deceased had to go through a series of procedures. It definitely couldn't be done in a short time. After seeing Lin Kuan for the last time in the mortuary, Lin Ruashi and Mother Wang looked very pale. They supported each other and signed all kinds of documents under the guidance of the nurse. Just as Lin Ruashi and Wang Ma were feeling depressed, a tall, square-faced doctor who looked to be in his 50s, with white hair and a white coat walked to the side. After looking at Yang Chen and the other two, he asked Yang Chen with a friendly expression, "This is Miss Lin's husband, right?" Yang Chen was stunned. Seeing that Lin Ruashi didn't respond and continued to sign the documents, he nodded. "I'm Mr. Lin Kuan's previous attending physician. My surname is Bao. I have some small matters that I need to discuss with his family. Since Miss Lin is busy, as her son-in-law, please come to my office," Dr. Bao said. Seeing that Lin Ruashi didn't seem to have any objections, Yongqing didn't have the heart to let her work more, so he followed Dr. Bao into his office. After entering the spacious and bright office that smelled like medicine, Dr. Bao asked politely, "May I know your name, sir?" "My surname is Yang," Yongqing said after sitting down. Dr. Bao smiled as he walked to the water dispenser and poured a glass of mineral water for Yongqing. He then returned to his seat and took out a folder from his desk drawer. After searching for a while, Dr. Bao took out a stack of photocopied information and placed it in front of Yongqing. Yongqing frowned and asked, "Doctor, what is this?" "It's a medical record." Dr. Bao had a strange smile in his eyes. "This is my patient, Lin Kuan. Ever since he came to see me, I have kept his medical record. However, this isn't the original copy but one of the photocopies. Why are you showing this to me?" Yongqing had a bad feeling. Dr. Bao pouted his lips. "Mr. Yang, you can take a look, especially the second page of the medical record. You'll know after reading it." Yongqing picked up the medical record and flipped it open slowly. When he flipped to the second page, a gleam of light flashed across his eyes and his face sank instantly. "Dr. Bao, what do you mean by this?" Yongqing squinted his eyes and stared at Dr. Bao, who was smiling weirdly. "Mr. Yang, you're a man worthy of envy. You have such a beautiful wife and she's a woman who owns tens of billions of assets. I think Mr. Yang must be an extraordinary person, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to marry such a woman as your wife," Dr. Bao praised. Yongqing sneered. "Tell me what you really think." Dr. Bao chuckled. "Actually, I'm not thinking about anything else. I'm just wondering what kind of impact it would bring to such a beautiful couple and such a wealthy family if some of the contents in the medical record were to be known by the outside world. Not only me, but also the company and the society." Yongqing almost knew the real reason why he was called in. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Dr. Bao, what kind of figure do you need to ensure that the contents of the medical record won't be leaked?" "Mr. Yang, you're indeed a sensible and forthright person. I like it." Dr. Bao laughed, raised his hand and put up an index finger. "That's the figure. 1 million? Yangqing asked. Dr. Bao shook his head. 10 million? Yangqing asked with a smile. 10 million is too degrading for the CEO of Yulei International. Dr. Bao shook his head and smiled. Yangqing patted the medical record in his hand. So, you're saying that you want 100 million? Not more, not less. Just 100 million Huaxia dollars. It won't have any financial impact on Mr. Yang's family, but it can ensure that Mr. Yang's family can live peacefully for the rest of their lives without any worries. Dr. Bao smiled evilly. Yangqing smiled, not knowing if he was happy or sad. 100 million, to buy a lifetime of peace. Hee, it's really cheap. That's right, it's so cheap. Compared to the information in the medical record, it's really nothing. Dr. Bao sighed. I didn't want Miss Lin to be too sad, that's why I told Mr. Yang about this. Mr. Yang, you have to understand my good intentions. Yangqing nodded his head, seemingly agreeing with him. Seeing that Yangqing didn't say anything, Dr. Bao asked anxiously, Mr. Yang, I wonder if it can be settled? Yangqing appeared to be in a difficult position. Dr. Bao, I'm thinking of giving you 100 million so that we can be more harmonious and let bygones be bygones. But you don't know that my wife is in charge of the money in my family. I really can't afford to give you 100 million. Dr. Bao's face suddenly turned ugly. He kept the medical record on the table and stuffed it back into the folder. It seems that I've invited the wrong person. I have to invite Miss Lin in personally. Don't. Yangqing smiled and dissuaded him. It's such a small matter. Why bother my wife? She's tired enough now. Humph, Dr. Bao sneered. This isn't a small matter. To me, keeping this secret is of utmost importance. If I don't get some benefits, I'll be letting my conscience down. Mr. Yang, if you can't afford it, don't waste my time. Yangqing shook his head and sighed. Although I don't have the money to give you, Dr. Bao, I have a way to keep this secret. Dr. Bao frowned and asked doubtfully, what is it? Yangqing grinned evilly, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Dr. Bao, actually, as long as you're dead, this matter can also be covered up. The sudden change in Yangqing's expression made Dr. Bao jump up from his seat in shock. However, before Dr. Bao could shout in fear, Yangqing had already appeared behind Dr. Bao from his seat. A hand stretched from the back to the front, and two steel-like fingers grasped Dr. Bao's throat. Dr. Bao was tall, but at this moment, the murderous aura that Yangqing suddenly emitted made his hair stand on end, and there was a sense of helplessness and fear in his heart. You can try to shout. I'm confident that I can crush your throat before you shout. Don't think that I don't dare to, I can't stand being goaded. Yangqing sneered cruelly in Dr. Bao's ear. Dr. Bao forced himself to calm down, but he was just an ordinary person after all. How could he withstand the murderous aura that was brewed from Yangqing's bloody path? No matter how he tried to calm down, he became more and more terrified, and he almost lost control of his bowels at any time. Yangqing took the folder from Dr. Bao's hand easily and took out a thin piece of A4 paper from the folder. While Dr. Bao was trembling with fear, Yangqing held the A4 paper with two fingers on his left hand and threw the paper, which was more than 10 cups bigger than a poker card, out as if he was throwing a poker card. Screech! The paper seemed to have turned into a metal UFO in an instant. It flew in a straight line and embedded itself into the lime wall. Dr. Bao was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and he even forgot to breathe. The legendary martial arts master could injure people by plucking leaves, but the man beside him could turn an ordinary piece of paper into a weapon that was scarier than a knife. Yangqing was very satisfied with the deterrent effect. Dr. Bao, take a guess. If I threw a small piece of paper at a certain part of your body when no one was paying attention, who would know that I was the one who did it? Mr. Yang, don't kill me. I don't dare to ask for money anymore. I definitely don't dare to tell anyone. Dr. Bao realized that he had offended someone that he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Although money was good, what was the use of money if he was dead? Furthermore, could he extort someone who could do such a thing? Yangqing didn't really want to kill him. After all, killing a doctor in a hospital was a difficult matter to deal with. He just wanted to use a ruthless method to dispel his greedy thoughts. After letting go of Dr. Bao, Yangqing patted his shoulder. Who knew that the moment he patted him, the doctor would fall to the ground on his butt? Yangqing sneered and said, "Keep the medical record. If you want to die, you can publish the contents of the medical record. I will let you have a good death." Dr. Bao's smile was uglier than crying. He quickly said, "No, no. I will deal with all the copies today." What a good doctor. If I get sick next time, I will definitely come to you. Yangqing winked at him and walked out of the office leisurely. After leaving the office, Yang Cheng's face turned serious. The contents of the medical record appeared in his mind. Yang Cheng sighed in his heart. The world was unpredictable. If Lin Ruoxi saw that kind of thing, it would definitely cause an uproar. At the very least, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Yang Cheng decided to bury what he saw today in the bottom of his heart and bring it to the grave. That would be the best choice. When they walked to the room where Lin Ruoxi and Mother Wang were in, Mother Wang looked up and asked Yang Cheng, "Young master, what did the doctor say?" Yang Cheng smiled. "Nothing serious. He just talked about the medical record before he died and explained the reason for the failure of resuscitation. It's all in the past. Let it all be in the past." Mother Wang nodded and turned to Lin Ruoxi. "Miss, it's done. Let's go back now. You don't look very well. Go back and have a rest." Lin Ruoxi stood up weakly and looked up at Yang Cheng. She said softly, "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for? That person has been giving you trouble since you first met him. Now that he has left, I only found out about it through you," Lin Ruoxi said with a lonely expression. Yang Cheng sighed in his heart. Although Lin Ruoxi hated Lin Kuan, she still couldn't completely let him go. Just like how she hated Lin Jigua, she listened to his grandmother's words and used the Lin family's rules to restrain herself. She endured the pain and got married to him. Thinking of this, Yang Cheng felt that his idea of hiding the medical record was right. Just when the three of them were about to leave the hospital, Lin Ruoxi's phone rang. Lin Ruoxi looked at the number and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She looked at Yang Cheng and said, "It's Jingjing. She's the girl that you met at the orphanage. She's calling." Yang Cheng was stunned. He saw that Lin Ruoxi's mood had improved. She picked up the phone. Li Jingjing's sudden call seemed to make Lin Ruoxi feel much better. After chatting for a while, she seemed to have agreed to something and hung up the phone. With a smile. Yang Cheng was a little surprised. How did Li Jingjing and Lin Ruoxi's relationship suddenly improve so much? Could it be that both of them liked volunteering at the orphanage and became the perfect bridge to become good friends? Although he had deliberately drawn a line with Li Jingjing because of his relationship with Old Li and his wife, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much about the friendship between the two women. "Miss, you look so happy. Which friend is it?" Mother Wang also hoped that Lin Ruoxi could walk out of the shadow in her heart as soon as possible, so she asked with a smile. Lin Ruoxi nodded, "Yes, it's the teacher girl that I mentioned to Mother Wang last time. She asked me if she could come to our house tomorrow. It's the weekend, so I agreed." Wang Ma seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Yang Chen with a strange smile, and said, "That's a good thing, I'll go buy more ingredients tomorrow." Yang Chen didn't understand why Mother Wang showed such an expression, but he didn't think much about it. He was just hesitating if he should go out tomorrow to avoid Li Jingjing. But after thinking about it, avoiding her was not the right thing to do. It was obviously telling Li Jingjing that there was something wrong with him. It was better to be a stranger like last time. It was more direct. The three of them drove back to the villa in Dragon Garden. Wang Ma busied herself with cooking in the kitchen. Lin Ruoxi seemed to be mentally and physically exhausted as well. She silently walked upstairs, but unlike usual, she walked straight to the bedroom instead of the study where she worked. Yang Chen was considering sitting down to watch TV leisurely while waiting for lunch, but his phone suddenly vibrated. Yang Chen looked at the number. It was the captain of the Sea Eagles, Mullen. "Your Majesty Pluto, a lady came to us and wants to see you." Mullen's tone was a little helpless, as if he had encountered some small trouble. Yang Chen was stunned. Someone wanted to see him, but they didn't come to him. Instead, they went to the Sea Eagles that he was hiding in Zhonghai. This was clearly a domineering approach. What's her name? Xianxia asked with a frown. That lady didn't want to tell me her name. She said that you'd know her if you came, Molan grumbled over the phone. Xianxia hung up and sat on the sofa for a while. He seemed to have guessed who it was. Seeing that there were still 3 hours until lunchtime, she wasn't in a hurry, so she ran into the kitchen to inform Mother Wang and ran out the door again. He drove to the apartment where the sea eagles were, and Molan was already waiting for him at the door. Although it was winter, Molan wore a white short-sleeved shirt as he stood at the door. He didn't seem to feel cold at all. Don't you think it's weird to dress like this? Xianxia said. Your Majesty Pluto, Huaxia's winter isn't cold. As a Special Forces soldier who operated in the Arctic Ocean all year round, he wouldn't be affected unless it was minus 20 degrees Celsius. I know it's not cold. You're not cold, and I'm not cold either. But as a normal person, you have to feel normal. If other residents see you dressed like this, they'd think you're crazy, Xianxia said. Molan blinked and nodded with a smile, but he didn't seem to regret it. With Molan leading the way, Xianxia arrived at the conference room on the top floor of the apartment. In the huge conference room, there was already a beautiful figure sitting alone, drinking coffee. Xianxia directly told Molan to leave. Molan knew that the two definitely had something to discuss, so he tactfully excused himself. Xianxia opened the door and walked into the conference room. After confirming who it was, he had a strange smile on his face. Elder Lilith, why haven't you returned to Europe? The woman who had come was Lilith, whom he had just parted with last night. It wasn't strange at all that she could find her way here. After all, the Dark Parliament's intelligence network had been extended for more than 10 centuries, and it truly covered the entire world. At this moment, Lilith was wearing a casual beige wool sweater and a pair of tight-fitting light-colored jeans. Her blonde hair was draped behind her head, and she didn't have any makeup on her charming face. Her naturally beautiful, delicate, and white skin appeared even more dazzling under the sunlight. For a member of the blood race at Lilith's level, the sunlight could only limit a little of her strength. Lilith didn't directly answer Xianxia's greeting question. Instead, she continued to sit on the leather chair by the window, enjoying the warm sunlight shining in through the window. It's been a long time since I've been able to bask in the sun so easily, Your Majesty Pluto. In Europe, I wouldn't dare to go out and bask in the sun so openly. The people from the Roman Curia are too annoying, even more annoying than a follower, Lilith complained. Xianxia wasn't surprised that Lilith knew his identity. With her intelligence, she should have figured out who he was last night. He pulled a chair over and sat next to Lilith. Glancing sideways, he could see Lilith's voluptuous breasts and the delicate contours of her face. While staring with slight appreciation, he said, "Ordinary people must think that the blood race is afraid of the sun and hates garlic, but a member of the blood race like Miss Lilith definitely wouldn't care at all." Lilith smiled and said, "That's something that only some rich young masters are afraid of. Let me tell you a secret, Your Majesty Pluto. I like to eat garlic-flavored potato chips the most, but my family hates the taste, so I always eat it secretly at home." Xianxia felt that it was a little weird to discuss food with this female vampire, so he changed the topic and asked, "Do you want to drink? I can get someone to bring some good wine up." "No need, I rejected it just now." Lilith turned her head and looked at Xianxia. "Your Majesty Pluto, aren't you going to ask why I came to find you? I think that's something you should be in a hurry to say. After all, the longer you stay here, the more dangerous it is for you to be targeted by the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade. They seem to have reached a certain consensus with the Curia. Although your strength isn't bad, if you're surrounded by many people, you won't be a match," Xianxia said. Lilith said confidently, "Your Majesty Pluto doesn't have to worry about this. I still have enough strength. With the few people from the Curia in Huaxia, it would still be difficult for them to join forces with the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade to deal with me." Xianxia suddenly had a question. "Miss Lilith, may I ask which generation of the blood race are you?" Lilith had a strange smile on her face. "The 4th generation." "Why? Is this worth paying attention to?" Xianxia's face turned pale and he pouted. "As far as I know, the 3rd generation of the blood race is known as the golden generation that can stand shoulder to shoulder with God. But that's the blood race from more than 10 centuries ago. Miss Lilith, I suddenly regret kissing you last night. According to the time, the fourth generation of you isn't young anymore. I was wondering why you became an elder at such a young age. Looks like you have a technique to preserve your youth. Lilith laughed so hard that her back was bent on the leather chair. Although I'm the fourth generation, I'm a noble pure-blooded blood race. My mother gave birth to me through childbirth. So, I'm actually only over 200 years old. I'm still very young. Over 200 years old. Still very young. Xianxia touched his face and regretted asking too much. That kiss last night was 2 centuries long. But he couldn't help but ask curiously, so the blood race can reproduce like humans? I didn't know that before. Yes, but the more powerful the blood race is, the more difficult it is to reproduce. Also, that method will greatly reduce the strength of the blood race, especially the females. My mother wouldn't have given birth to me without my father's protection, Lilith explained. Even if the strength of the third generation of the blood race is reduced, I don't think any enemies would dare to attack them. Xianxia chuckled. Lilith's eyes glittered. Although my parents' generation is known as the generation that stands shoulder to shoulder with God, as Your Excellency Pluto, you should know very well that there's still an insurmountable distance between them and God. Even our ancestor, Cain, was only a demigod. This time, Xianxia was slightly moved and narrowed his eyes. Miss Lilith, it seems that you know something about God. Lilith said a little proudly, I inherited my mother's bloodline. My mother is a pure descendant of the Night Witch. Our ancestor, the witch Lilith, is the wife of the demon god, Satan. Xianxia knocked on the armrest with one of his fingers and said, no wonder. If that's the case, you do have a reason to come into contact with that aspect. Yes, that's why when Elder Mobses mysteriously disappeared last night, although the others didn't know what happened, I've seen many scrolls that have been passed down in the family, which recorded some information about the gods. Plus, your appearance and your angry reaction, I could roughly guess some of it. Lilith didn't smile cheekily this time. What she said was obviously very serious. Xianxia said calmly, your guess is more or less correct, but I'm still confused as to why this happened. It's definitely not done by someone I know. I know. That's why I'm here today, hoping to discuss something else with Your Excellency Pluto. Lilith smiled. Xianxia gestured for her to continue. Your Excellency Pluto, as far as I know, you returned to Xianxia for personal reasons. But there's one thing I'm sure of, you definitely don't want anyone to disturb your peaceful life. But like last night, Xianxia didn't seem to be peaceful, especially when you're here. The protective umbrella of the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade is especially important. At least it can let you have no worries, Lilith said. However, because of the Vatican's involvement, the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade seems to be standing on the opposite side of us. What do you want to say? Just say it. Xianxia said. We, the Camarilla, have always followed the Treaty of Seclusion, but those people from the Vatican don't seem to know how to cherish our tolerance. So, after a discussion in the Camarilla Elders' Council, the Chief Judge has ruled to let me be the representative, hoping to form an alliance with Your Excellency Pluto. This is to prevent the Yellow Flame Iron Brigade from leaning towards the Vatican unscrupulously when there's a conflict of interest in the land in the East. After Lilith finished speaking, she looked at Xianxia with anticipation. Xianxia was silent for a while, then said, I don't object to this matter, but Molan will be directly linked to you. I don't want to have too much contact with the Camarilla, after all, I live in this country. That's enough, we just need a form of deterrence, Lilith said in surprise. Xianxia looked at the time, is there anything else? I'm going on a date with my family for dinner. Lilith hesitated for a while, then asked, Your Excellency Pluto, there's another question. Because it might be related to the safety of the Blood Clan, I'd like to confirm with you. You want to ask, was the mysterious disappearance of Mobses last night because of the Blood Clan itself, or because of the Holy Grail? Xianxia asked. That's right, and that Holy Grail, can it really make people immortal? Lilith asked the biggest doubt. Xianxia's mind replayed the scene of Mobses disappearing into thin air last night. When he recalled the Holy Grail falling into his hands, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Lilith, did you know that everything in the world is actually immortal? Xianxia said. Lilith's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that such words would come out of Xianxia's mouth so seriously. How is that possible? Even though we vampires are theoretically immortal, we still age and die very slowly. We can't be considered immortal at all. How can other creatures be immortal? Lilith murmured. Xianxia stood up from his seat and walked to the window. He looked at the wide field of view outside the apartment building and the crisscrossing and densely packed roads of different sizes in the city. Countless vehicles and pedestrians flowed in this city without end. Lilith, you know about the Russian roulette, right? Xianxia asked. Lilith nodded. I know. It's a game where two people take turns to shoot themselves after loading a bullet into a revolver with 6 bullets. It's a game of gambling on fate. That's right. If this game ends, one person will definitely be shot. Xianxia revealed a strange smile. However, if you believe in quantum mechanics and parallel space theory, then you can assume that no one will die at the end of this game. Lilith was already more than 200 years old. In her eyes, she had witnessed the development of scientific theories such as quantum mechanics and parallel space theory. This was because when Einstein died, Lilith was already old enough to be a great-grandmother. However, even a vampire who had lived for a long time still revealed a blank expression when she heard Xianxia's bold and imaginative remarks. Xianxia also knew that Lilith might not be able to understand, so he continued to explain. The parallel space theory states that this world is formed by countless parallel spaces folded together. This means that in every space, there are the same things. They are connected to each other, but they are different individuals. In quantum mechanics, the world was made up of different microscopic particles. Whether it's a creature or a thing, the particles that form them are constantly in motion. In other words, in this universe, there are countless you, countless me, and countless similar worlds. It's just that all of us and all the spaces are folded together. And what constitutes all of this is constantly changing particles. As for what kind of particles they are also constantly changing, Xianxia said. Lilith seemed to have understood a little. But what does this have to do with the Russian roulette? Smiling, Xianxia said, the Russian wheel is actually just an example. In fact, any bullet that hits a person's vitals, such as the temple, will instantly explode. According to quantum mechanics and the parallel space wheel, no matter how small the probability, there would always be a space in which the bullet would pass through where the microscopic particles happen to be scattered. Therefore, in that space, the bullet would not penetrate the temple of the deceased but would pass through the head of the person without damaging the tissues of the person's body. In that case, the people in that space are alive. Lilith's eyes widened as if she found it unbelievable. If the person standing in front of her was not the Netherworld King who made her unable to resist, she would even think that this man was talking nonsense. How could there be such a terrifying and bizarre thing? Your Majesty Pluto, according to what you said, why do people in this world still die? Lilith asked. Xianxia smiled. You said it yourself. It's a human who died. Lilith was suddenly enlightened. Are you saying that God really doesn't die? Xianxia's lips curled into a bitter smile. I'm guessing you've read about it in your family's historical records. But you probably don't really believe in the immortality of the gods. Actually, that wasn't something too mystical. The gods were indeed immortal, but it wasn't the so-called divine power or the so-called reincarnation. According to science, the reason why the gods didn't die was because of the infinite existence of parallel dimensions. No matter what kind of injuries and illnesses they suffered, there would always be a space that was not injured, and there would always be a space that was free of illnesses. However, except for the gods, all other creatures couldn't transcend the original space they were in. So, they would die with fatal injuries, but the gods could be reborn from parallel dimensions. Lilith was silent for a long time, as if she was digesting the bizarre theory that Xianxia had said. Then, she asked in confusion, but, according to your Majesty Pluto, aren't the gods already extremely old? Even if they constantly escape death through parallel dimensions, they can't escape the decay of their bodies, right? Yes, but this involves some areas that you don't need to know. I can only tell you that the gods have a way to restore their youth, Xianxia said. You're smarter than I thought. You understood at once. Lilith rolled her eyes at Xianxia. I'm already more than 200 years old. I didn't live in vain. After thinking for a while, she said, I finally understand why the gods made the Treaty of Gods to restrict the fighting between each other. Since everyone is immortal, then there is no point in fighting. Instead, it will only cause unnecessary destruction. That's right. However, the gods aren't absolutely immortal. They can still fall. It's just that it's very complicated and not something you should know. All in all, although destroying the parallel space doesn't affect the gods, it's a huge disaster for other races. Yang Chen's face turned slightly gloomy. He said, Mobsas is a living sacrifice. Lilith's eyes widened. Did Elder Mobsas really disappear into thin air because of the space shattering? I'm still confused. Who was it that destroyed the parallel dimension last night and snatched the Holy Grail under my eyes? Yangqing sighed. It must be a god. I feel that he's definitely not weaker than me, maybe even stronger. Even if I unsealed myself and used the method of controlling parallel dimensions to track him, I wouldn't have been able to catch him. He snatched the Holy Grail? But isn't the Holy Grail still in your hands? Lilith asked doubtfully. Yangqing shook his head. That's not the Holy Grail anymore. Although I'm not sure if the Holy Grail had any magical powers before, I can conclude that the Holy Grail that fell to the ground has been stripped of some important things. It was taken away by that robbing god. What's left is just an antique metal cup with no value at all. Lilith heaved a sigh of relief. In other words, that god doesn't have a grudge against the blood race. He's after the Holy Grail. Yangqing nodded. That's right. I've said so much to tell you that you can go back to Europe without worry. That guy isn't targeting the blood race. Also, you don't have to worry about the so-called immortality. If you can obtain immortality just by drinking some holy water, then gods are too worthless. The female blood race member smiled sweetly. Your Majesty Pluto, you've told me so much important information. Are you interested in me? Yangqing hurriedly waved his hand and smiled stiffly. Although I like mature women, Miss Lilith, with your real age, you're old enough to be my ancestor. I think it's better to forget about it. Annoying. Lilith pouted coquettishly and stomped her feet angrily. Until we meet again. After saying that, the female blood race member swept out of the conference hall like a gust of wind and disappeared without a trace. Yangqing spread his hands helplessly. He seemed to have touched on Lilith's reverse scale. It seemed that regardless of whether it was humans or the blood race, women were very sensitive about age. However, Lilith's departure made Yangqing's heart sink a little. The god that appeared last night clearly had the strength of a main god. However, among the main gods that he knew of, none of them had that kind of energy fluctuation. Who could it be? Could it be some nameless god from ancient times? Impossible. Since the creation of the world, the most powerful gods were the 12 main gods. Among the gods that he knew of, there were still a few that he hadn't heard of. Could it be one of them? However, if it was really a main god, why didn't he want to show himself? Why did he want to snatch the Holy Grail? Why did he not hesitate to openly violate the Treaty of Gods and use his godly power? Yangqing felt a headache coming on. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to discuss this with the others in the future. He hoped that it wasn't a terrible situation. Right at this moment, Mother Wang sent a text message to ask if Yangqing was going home soon. Only then did Yangqing realize that he had stayed for too long. He hurriedly replied that he would be home soon. 20 minutes later, Yangqing returned to the villa. In the living room, piping hot dishes were already laid out. Lin Ruoshi and Mother Wang had already sat down and were ready to eat. Lin Ruoshi had rested for a while. Her complexion looked better, but she still looked a little bleak. Seeing that Yangqing had rushed back from outside, she was not in a hurry to eat. She said softly, "Go wash your hands before eating. Be more hygienic." This was the first time that Yangqing heard Lin Ruoshi ask him to be more hygienic. He chuckled and did not mind. He ran into the bathroom to wash his hands and came out. Mother Wang had already scooped rice for him. Yangqing picked it up and wolfed it down. "Eat slowly. No one is fighting with you." Lin Ruoshi frowned and complained. Yangqing smiled awkwardly and slowed down his movements. He also felt that it was rather inelegant. After all, there were two women beside him. But not long after, Lin Ruashi seemed to feel that something was wrong. She said, "Why are you only eating meat dishes? Eat more vegetables. You need to replenish your vitamins and water in the winter." This time, Yangqing really stopped moving. He felt that this meal was too strange. He raised his head and stared at Lin Ruashi as if he wanted to study her. Lin Ruashi was at a loss for what to do. She frowned and said, "What's wrong?" "Eat." "Wife, you are very strange today. Are you not feeling well?" Yangqing asked with concern. "No." "Why do you ask?" Lin Ruashi said. When Mother Wang saw the couple's expressions, she understood what was going on. However, she lowered her head and did not speak. Yangqing shook his head and sighed, "Why do I feel that you have suddenly become the kind of housewife who cares about this and that? Your usual coldness is gone." "I'm not used to it." Lin Ruashi's face turned cold. "You think that I'm caring too much about you?" "No, no." Yangqing quickly denied and smiled, "You're right. That's how you should care." After saying that, he quickly picked up a few cabbages and put them into his bowl. Lin Ruashi glared at him and held back the smile on her lips. She cleared her throat and slowly chewed. When Mother Wang saw this, she lightly shook her head and smiled. The next day happened to be Sunday, and it was also the day that Li Jingjing said she would come over. Mother Wang went out early in the morning to buy a lot of fresh vegetables and meat, as if she was going to treat them well. Yangqing did not deliberately avoid her and watched the television downstairs, waiting for Li Jingjing to come over. What made Yangqing feel surprised was that Lin Ruashi was also wearing an apron and was busy with something with Mother Wang in the kitchen, as if they were going to cook. Although he did not dare compliment Lin Ruashi's cooking skills, Yangqing treated it as if she was playing around and did not think too much about it. When it was almost noon, the doorbell rang. Lin Ruashi hurriedly ran to the door in her plush slippers and opened it. At this time, she was much more humane than usual as she welcomed Li Jingjing with a smile. It was clear that her feelings for Li Jingjing were very good. Li Jingjing, who was wearing a white down jacket, walked into the room like a flower. The girl seemed to have matured a lot, and the intellectual temperament of a teacher also carried a bit of charm. Yangchen watched as Lin Ruashi held Li Jingjing's hand and said a lot of intimate words to her. Contrary to her usual taciturn attitude, he felt that it was a little unbelievable. He secretly thought that their relationship had improved too quickly. However, he didn't know that Lin Ruashi had been secretly learning cooking skills from Li Jingjing. "Yeah, Jingjing, why did you bring things?" When Lin Ruashi saw the bag in Li Jingjing's hand, she complained, "Didn't I say that I would treat you to a meal today? Why did you bring things?" "It's my first time here, so of course I have to pay attention to my etiquette." Li Jingjing smiled and said, "Big sister Lin, I'm sure you don't lack anything, so I didn't bring anything else. I only brought some dried vegetables that I made at home. It would be good for stewing meat." When Lin Ruashi heard this, she smiled and took the bag before leading Li Jingjing to the sofa in the living room to sit down. "Yangqing, Jingjing is a guest. Why aren't you getting up to greet her?" Lin Ruashi saw that Yangqing was sitting there watching the news, so she frowned and said in displeasure. Yangqing smiled at Xianxia and greeted Li Jingjing, "Welcome, Miss Li." Hearing Yangqing call her Miss Li, Li Jingjing's face turned slightly pale, but she forced a smile and nodded. Lin Ruashi didn't notice anything strange and just thought that Li Jingjing was shy. She said to Li Jingjing, "I'm helping Mother Wang cook. We'll be able to eat soon. Why don't I go and help too?" Just as Li Jingjing was about to get up, Lin Ruashi held her back. "No need. I told you to eat my cooking." Seeing that Lin Ruashi was very stubborn, Li Jingjing didn't say anything more and sat down with a smile. When Lin Ruashi ran back to the kitchen, Li Jingjing and Yangqing were sitting on the sofa. They were very close to each other, but they seemed to be incomparably distant. Yangqing was also quite emotional. Not long ago, the two seemed to be very close. But now, he had cruelly drawn a line between the two of them. But this was also for the good of old Li's family, so he could only harden his heart. Li Jingjing's eyes were staring at the TV screen, but she didn't pay any attention to the news. Her mind was in a mess and her eyes were filled with a complicated look. The two sat quietly for almost half an hour. Mother Wang and Lin Ruoxi in the kitchen brought out the dishes and called Yangqing and Li Jingjing to eat. Yangqing turned off the TV and walked over alone. Li Jingjing tidied up her depressed expression and also walked to the table and sat down. Mother Wang politely welcomed, "Miss Li, it's your first time here. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat more." Li Jingjing didn't seem to be anything strange. She smiled quietly and responded. The sumptuous dishes on the table looked very dazzling. Yangqing didn't say much and buried his head in the rice and ate in big mouthfuls. Lin Ruoxi saw that Yangqing was eating very happily. She also ate a bit of every dish and was quite satisfied with the taste. At this time, Yangqing vaguely praised, "Mother Wang's cooking is always so delicious. You can't blame me for eating so fast. I really can't stop." Mother Wang chuckled and said, "Young master, today's dishes weren't cooked by me." Yangqing stared blankly and looked at Lin Ruoxi in astonishment. "Darling Ruoxi, did you cook all of it?" Being called like this by Yangqing in front of Li Jingjing, Lin Ruoxi's face couldn't help but turn red. She rebuked in her heart and said, "Can't I?" This time, Yangqing had a whole new level of respect for her. "You improved so much in such a short time?" Lin Ruoxi said with a bit of arrogance, "Isn't it just cooking? I learned from Li Jingjing a few times. As long as I learn seriously, it's not difficult." Yangqing felt a faint warmth in his heart. This woman actually secretly learned cooking from Li Jingjing behind his back. Although she was a little silly, she was also very cute. No wonder his relationship with Li Jingjing deepened so quickly. It turned out that they had become master and disciple in cooking. Big sister Lin is very talented. I actually didn't teach her much. Li Jingjing praised in a timely manner, but there was a bit of bitterness in her eyes. Seeing the intimate interaction between Lin Ruoxi and Yangqing, she clearly didn't feel good. Half an hour later, lunch was over. Yangqing pretended to yawn a few times and used the excuse of taking a nap to go upstairs to his bedroom. But in reality, when he saw Li Jingjing's occasional resentful gaze, Yangqing always felt bad in his heart. Lin Ruoxi unhappily rolled her eyes at him. "Other than eating, I only sleep." It seemed that she was addicted to doing housework. Lin Ruoxi followed Mother Wang into the kitchen to wash the dishes and let Li Jingjing watch TV in the living room. Li Jingjing sat on the sofa for a while. After a few minutes, she seemed to have made a decision. She took a deep breath and stood up, walking towards the stairs. She walked all the way to the second floor and walked to the bedroom that Yangqing entered. Thud, thud, thud. A brief moment later, the door opened. Yangqing wasn't asleep and was still wearing a sweater. When he saw Li Jingjing standing by the door, he was left speechless. Li Jingjing's face was filled with resentment as she looked at Yangqing. "Big brother Yang, can I say a few words to you?" Yangqing's heart softened when he saw the girl's expectant look. He took a few steps back and allowed Li Jingjing to enter the room. He turned around to avoid looking at her face and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." When Li Jingjing entered, she did not close the door and sobbed, "Big brother Yang, are you really going to be so heartless?" "It's not that I'm heartless, but it's the most suitable choice in my eyes. I believe that you understand what your father said back then." Yangqing sighed, "You are a good girl, I know that, but I also know that you still have parents, and they don't want to see you like that. But big brother Yang, have you ever thought that even if you really cut off all ties with me and pretend not to know me at all, can I really let my parents live in satisfaction?" Li Jingjing said with a sad smile. Yangqing did not turn around. Hearing Li Jingjing's words, Yangqing was silent. His mind was in a mess. Too many memories of Li Jingjing's past appeared in his mind. From the time he first met her after returning to the country, from the shy and timid girl who followed him and called him big brother, to the mature and independent female teacher. Although it was only a year, their feelings had taken root and sprouted. It was like a flame facing the wind, difficult to suppress. He still remembered walking home at night, and the girl secretly watching him leave from the window. He still remembered accompanying her to parties and watching him sing and smiling sweetly. "I only want love, I only want big brother Yang to pay attention to me and only love me. But, the only thing I want is also the only thing I can't get." He still remembered that evening when the sun was setting, the girl's ethereal and soft voice still echoed in his ears. Just when Yangqing was lost in his thoughts and lost himself, he felt a soft body sticking to his back. A pair of delicate arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Li Jingjing buried her head in Yangqing's back, sticking close to him, and whispered to herself, "Big brother Yang, I can't forget. We've been through so much, and you've done so much for me. How can I forget you? How can you choose to cut off my feelings for you like this? I can't forget for even a day that you dealt with Chen Dihai and Chen Feng for me. You took me to buy clothes and said that I was your princess. You went to the party with me and sang in front of me." Yangqing wanted Li Jingjing to remove her hands from his body, but he was afraid that this action would make the girl's heart completely turn to ashes and hurt her too much. "Jingjing, let's have a good talk. This isn't a question of whether you want to or not." Yangqing sighed and said. Li Jingjing's mood suddenly became a little agitated and loudly said, "No. Big brother Yang, how can you reject me like this? Did you forget that day when you were in my house? I was taking a bath, but you rushed in. How can you be so cruel to me?" Clang clang clang. The crisp sound of porcelain shattering rang out at the door. Yangqing suddenly woke up. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't hear someone coming up the stairs to the door. Turning his head in shock, Yangqing was stunned. He saw Lin Ruoshi standing at the door with a face full of panic, grief, and despair. She covered her mouth with one hand and tightly gripped her apron with the other. The tears in her eyes didn't fall. On the floor, there were broken porcelain pots and freshly cut fruits. All of them were scattered on the ground. It was a complete mess. "Sister Lin." Li Jingjing let go of Yangqing's hand. Like a child who had done something wrong, she drooped her head and shrunk to the side. "Ruoshi, Don't say it. I don't want to hear it." Lin Ruoshi quickly turned around and ran away. Soon, there was a loud sound of the door closing. Obviously, she ran back to her room and closed the door. Yangqing was stunned for a long time. He turned around and looked at Li Jingjing, who didn't say a word and seemed to have exhausted all her strength. With a complicated expression, he said, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Hearing Yangqing's sudden question, Li Jingjing's delicate body trembled slightly. She remained silent and continued to lower her head, not saying a word. From taking the initiative to visit his home, knocking on his door, saying these words to him, taking the initiative to hug him, and even saying those ambiguous words in front of Lin Ruoshi, Yangqing quickly judged that this was definitely not a coincidence. Yangqing looked at her for a while and sighed deeply, but he did not force the girl to say anything. "I don't know why you did this, but I believe that the Li Jingjing I know will not deliberately plot and use such dark means to destroy other people's feelings." Yangqing stared at Li Jingjing and said, "Now, if you don't want to say it, I won't ask any more. But I hope that this is the first and last time in your life that you are not like you." After Yangqing finished speaking, Li Jingjing finally could not hold it in anymore. Her tears fell to the ground and she sobbed. Yangqing did not comfort Li Jingjing because there was someone who needed comfort waiting for him at this time. Walking to the door, Yangqing looked at the broken porcelain pot and scattered fruits on the ground. Vaguely, Yangqing felt a pain in his heart. At this moment, her heart should be broken like this porcelain pot. Yangqing wasn't a fool who was indifferent to relationships. After spending some time together, Lin Ruoshi had become more talkative towards him. She had started to meddle in his affairs and ask about his past. Today, they met again. She had secretly learned how to cook to show her virtuous side to him. Even if these signs could not show that this woman had fallen in love with him, it was enough to prove that she was trying to accept him, try to love him, and try to be a qualified wife. However, the words that Li Jingjing said while hugging him were tantamount to a poisonous sharp knife, piercing this woman's proud and pure heart. In front of her, he had always pretended not to know Li Jingjing, and Li Jingjing had always hidden that she knew him from her. Lin Ruoshi trusted Li Jingjing so much and treated her like a good friend. But, she never imagined that she would be betrayed by both her husband and her good friend. Moreover, the betrayal was so thorough, so heartless and cruel. Yangqing always hated himself for not being loyal enough and bringing trouble to women. But this time, Yangqing hated himself the most. Whether Li Jingjing did it on purpose or not, she was at fault. Yangqing walked to the door of Lin Ruoshi's room. With his keen hearing, he could vaguely hear sobbing in the room despite the excellent soundproofing. Xianxia stretched out his hand, wanting to knock on the door. However, he retracted his hand midair. He wanted to explain, but what could he explain? He didn't know why everything had turned out this way. After standing at the door for a long time, Xianxia returned to his room. At this time, Li Jingjing was already sitting on the floor. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. When she saw Xianxia walking back, she didn't dare to look at Xianxia. Xianxia slowly sat down on the bed. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "Jingjing, say it. Why did you do this? If you don't say it, then perhaps our fate as friends will be broken." Li Jingjing raised her head with tears in her eyes. She looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother Yang, I will say it. But, please come with me to a place, okay?" "Where?" "City number 2 hospital." Li Jingjing's words made Xianxia feel that things weren't simple. He didn't ask any more. After leaving the villa with Li Jingjing, he quickly drove to city number 2 hospital. When Li Jingjing led the way, the two walked to an intensive care unit. From the glass window outside the ward, Xianxia saw the patient lying on the bed in the ward. "Old Li?" Xianxia was stunned. The sleeping patient lying inside turned out to be Li Jingjing's father, his friend Old Li. Li Jingjing said softly, "Brother Yang, do you still remember that day when I came to the hospital with my father and happened to bump into you?" Xianxia carefully recalled it. It was indeed once. That day, he deliberately treated Li Jingjing coldly, and he also greeted Old Li. "In fact, during that time, my father had been saying that he was not feeling well. I brought him here to check his body, and the result..." Li Jingjing choked and said, "The result was a liver tumor." Xianxia's heart turned cold. He seemed to think of something, but he didn't speak. Li Jingjing continued, "At that time, our whole family was scared. The doctor said that if we didn't do the surgery in time, the cancer would spread and we would never be able to save him. However, we couldn't get the money for the surgery. I told my father that maybe I could borrow it from Brother Yang, but my parents strongly opposed it and scolded me. They said that if I were to trouble you again, my father would rather drink pesticide and die quickly than do the surgery. I was so scared then, afraid that my father would suddenly leave. However, I had just become a teacher. Even if I took a loan from the bank and mortgaged our house, I wouldn't be able to get enough money," Li Jingjing said. At that time, someone suddenly appeared. He said that if I did what he said, he would pay for all the surgery fees for my father. Xianxia sighed in his heart. It was indeed as he had guessed. He asked, "Who was it?" Li Jingjing raised her head slowly. "Brother Yang, do you still remember that time when you accompanied me to buy furniture and the person we met on the way?" Xianxia recalled for a moment and suddenly realized, Xinxinlin. That time when he accompanied Li Jingjing to buy furniture in the furniture city, he accidentally met Xinxinlin. Although he felt that his smile was very strange, nothing special happened after that. He didn't expect that he had his eyes on Li Jingjing all along. "Yes," Li Jingjing said, "he said that as long as I followed his instructions, he would pay for all the surgery fees. He's really patient." Xianxia initially thought that after Xinxinlin was defeated by Lin Ruoxi in the business field, he would withdraw from this war. He didn't expect that he would keep Li Jingjing as a chess piece. Even if he lost in the business field, he didn't plan to let him and Lin Ruoxi have an easy time. The two of them slowly walked to a secluded corner of the pavilion outside the hospital. Li Jingjing told Xianxia about the details of the development of the matter, allowing Xianxia to completely understand what was going on. It turned out that after Xinxinlin found out that Li Jingjing and Xianxia had an ambiguous relationship, he sent someone to investigate Li Jingjing's family background and unexpectedly found out that Li Jingjing and Lin Ruoxi were volunteering in the same orphanage. However, not long after, they were brutally attacked by Lin Ruoxi and Xinxinlin withdrew from Zhonghai. Thus, the information wasn't put to use immediately. After Old Li fell ill and was hospitalized, Xinxinlin appeared again and told Li Jingjing that the woman that she often met in the orphanage was Yang Cheng's wife. He also told Li Jingjing to use the opportunity in the orphanage to improve her relationship with Lin Ruoxi and then find an opportunity to play tricks between the two of them. Without a doubt, this was half a threat and half a provocation towards Li Jingjing. Xinxinlin knew that because of Yang Cheng's sudden coldness towards Li Jingjing, Li Jingjing was jealous of Yang Cheng's wife and was worried about her father's surgery fees. Due to these two reasons, even though it was painful, she endured it and agreed to it. Moreover, Li Jingjing was only an ordinary young female teacher. She wouldn't dare to go against a wealthy family like the Xing family. As long as Xing Xinlin threatened her, Li Jingjing wouldn't dare to divulge all of this. After that, Li Jingjing hid everything and quickly developed her relationship with Lin Ruoxi. Furthermore, through Lin Ruoxi's sudden suggestion of cooking, she found an opportunity and staged this scene today. This was also the result that Xing Xinlin wanted to see. Xing Xinlin wanted to use Yulei International's foundation to gain a firm foothold, but he didn't want to lose in the business field. Hoping to get Lin Ruoxi, he naturally lost in the love field. However, it must be said that this time, he cunningly made use of Li Jingjing to come between Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi. Even if he couldn't get Lin Ruoxi, it was enough to cause a huge crisis in the relationship between the two of them and hurt both parties involved. He made a comeback. After Yang Cheng's expression changed for a long time, he said, "Jingjing, you should know that he was making use of you. You should have told me earlier." Li Jingjing said mournfully, "I know I did wrong, Brother Yang, but I really lost my mind at that time. Every time I saw you, you didn't even look at me and treated me so coldly. I would have bad thoughts about Sister Lin. I couldn't control it no matter what. I know I was wrong now, but I hurt you and Sister Lin. I really don't know what to do. Brother Yang, you won't forgive me anymore, right? People always make mistakes. I shouldn't have been so cold to you all of a sudden. Maybe between people, if there's more understanding and tolerance, this incident could have been avoided and Xing Xinlin wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of him." Yang Qing sighed and said, "Since things have already come to this, you should take good care of your father. Don't mention this incident to him. Just say that it's a charity donation from an unknown person. I'll go back first." "Brother Yang!" Li Jingjing cried and stopped Yang Qing, who had turned around. "Is there anything else?" Yang Qing felt very tired. You really don't like me anymore?" Hearing this question with a trembling voice, Yang Qing froze on the spot. Seeing that Yang Qing didn't respond, Li Jingjing's tears fell down once again. Her heart was like dead ashes, and she said in a tone as if she was talking to herself, "Brother Yang, I know you must hate me now. Hate me for being hypocritical and stupid, but please listen to what I have to say. Do you know how I've been living these days? I can't eat, I can't sleep, these are the most basic things. After falling asleep, I wake up in the middle of the night. Because I don't know how the person I love the most suddenly became a stranger, and he didn't even look at me. I also don't dare to confide in my parents or anyone else. I'm afraid they'll hate me, so I can only hide in a place where no one is around and cry. But the real pain is, the person I cry for doesn't seem to think of me at all. I'm the only one like this. It's as if that person has forgotten me and is alone with another woman. I really want to die, but I can't die, because I'm afraid I won't be able to see that person again. I won't be able to see you again, Brother Yang." Yang Cheng's hands tightly clenched into fists, trembling, and then slowly loosened. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and strode away without looking back. Li Jingjing seemed to have exhausted all the strength in her body. She knelt on the ground and looked at Yang Cheng's receding figure with lifeless eyes. In the lonely winter, she was like a delicate flower that couldn't withstand the devastation, silently withering. Walking out of the hospital and back to his car, Yang Qing locked the door, rolled down the window, and started smoking in silence. The white smoke drifted out from the car window into the air. In the empty parking lot, it seemed very quiet and peaceful. Yang Qing tried his best to erase Li Jingjing's last words and that heart-wrenching expression from his mind. He sorted out his thoughts and went through the entire incident and the current situation. Although it was Xing Xinlin's way of taking revenge, it was also because he didn't handle it properly and gave Xing Xinlin an opportunity. Yang Qing didn't really hate Xing Xinlin as he thought too highly of him. Of course, he definitely didn't like him. However, no matter in the business world or in love, scheming against each other was a very normal thing. It wasn't strange for him to have fallen this time. However, Yang Qing also realized that although Xing Xinlin's company had left Shanghai, the troubles related to him might not be completely cut off. It seemed like he had to take some measures. Of course, the simplest and most direct method was to kill him. However, Zhang Xinlin wasn't the only member of the Zhang family in Beijing. Killing one person would affect the entire family. Even if he killed him secretly, with the Zhang family's power, it wouldn't be difficult for them to trace it back to him. Even if they didn't dare to fight him head-on, it was hard to perfectly guard against the people around him. A cornered dog will jump over a wall, and a cornered rabbit will bite. Since he had returned to the country, he hoped to live a peaceful and comfortable life. He couldn't continue his days of killing whoever he disliked. Not to mention other things, although his brain was still stable, it was hard to guarantee that he would lose control if he had too many murderous thoughts. If he lost his rationality and the people who understood him weren't by his side, it wasn't impossible for him to do something horrifying and irreversible. If there was anything in this world that Yangqing was truly afraid of, it would be himself who had lost his rationality. After thinking about it, it seemed that getting someone else to help him get rid of Zhang Xinlin was the most appropriate method. As for who would do it, it was a problem that needed to be considered. Just as Yangqing was thinking, his phone vibrated. Yangqing took a look and saw that it was Molin, the captain of the Sea Eagles. "Your Majesty Pluto, there's an abnormal situation at your residence," Molin said in a serious tone. Yangqing frowned. "Tell me in detail." "Through our surveillance equipment, we reported to the team members on duty that 10 minutes ago, we found no less than 20 people, who have received professional training and are similar to foreign mercenaries, hiding near your residence. There's also a Lincoln car with an unfamiliar license plate parked behind your house. I can't tell what's going on inside. It seems to be waiting for you to return to the villa." Yang Cheng's face turned cold. It seemed that before he could make a move, someone else would be too late. Was this the so-called first move to gain the upper hand? "Help me keep an eye on them. Don't let them do anything dangerous." "Yes, Your Majesty Pluto. As long as you give the order, our 2 members on duty can eliminate those mercenaries within 5 minutes. Their strength can only be considered second-rate in the international arena," Molin said expectantly. Yangqing smiled. "No need. I know your hands are itching, but I want to do it myself. But they aren't worthy enough for you to personally deal with them." Molin seemed a little surprised. "Molin, sometimes, the reason for making a move is more important than the goal," Yangqing said plainly. Molin didn't say anything else. He seemed to sense that Yangqing wasn't in a good mood. 10 minutes later, Yangqing returned to the Dragon Garden Villa. He seemed to be completely unaware of the various hidden corners around him. He only walked into the house with a gloomy expression. At home, Mother Wang sensed that something was wrong. When she saw Yangqing return, she asked with concern, "Young master, what happened just now? Why did Miss suddenly run into her room and not come out?" Yangqing smiled gently. "Don't worry. It's a little complicated, but I'll take care of it." Mother Wang saw that Yangqing wasn't willing to say much, so she didn't ask any more. However, she was deeply worried, and it was obvious that she couldn't let it go. At this moment, the villa's doorbell rang. Mother Wang was slightly surprised. She wanted to open the door, but Yangqing stopped her. "Mother Wang, I'll open the door," Yangqing said. Walking to the door, Yangqing opened it. There were 2 familiar faces outside the door. However, Yangqing was a little surprised to see them. One of them was naturally Zhang Xinlin, whom Yangqing had expected. He was still as handsome as ever, and was looking at Yangqing with a teasing expression. The other person was actually Su Jihong, who had escaped overseas after his accomplice, Dongxing, was annihilated. Su Jihong seemed to have aged a few years. He was originally in his 20s, but there were a few signs of aging on his face. His beard wasn't very smooth, and his hair had grown a lot longer. He was wearing a slightly untidy suit, and the way he looked at Yangqing was like a venomous snake that wanted to devour and bite him. "Long time no see, Yangqing," Su Jihong said with a hideous smile. With a smile on his face, Yangqing made way for him indifferently and made a pleased gesture. "It has indeed been a while. It seems like your food hasn't been that good recently. Don't you want to come in and have a seat?" Zhang Xinlin said teasingly, "Seems like you don't really like the present I gave you, or are you pretending to dislike it even if you like it? What do you think?" I really don't know about that. Oh right, Ruashi should be at home too. Why isn't she coming out to welcome you, senior? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ruashi's cold voice came from the house. I just came down, I hope I can still welcome you in time. As expected, Lin Ruashi slowly walked down from upstairs with Mother Wang by her side. Mother Wang must have gone upstairs to call for her when she saw the guest. Lin Ruashi's eyes were a little red, but she seemed to have calmed down. However, the cold expression on her face seemed to have returned to the time when Xianxia first met her, like an unmelting ice and snow. Seeing Su Jihong, Lin Ruashi didn't seem to be surprised. She asked faintly, "You're still a wanted criminal, aren't you afraid of being caught?" Su Jihong looked at the woman he used to pursue, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. With young masters around, I won't be caught so easily. Seems like you guys have made some kind of deal. Lin Ruashi glanced at Xianxia. Senior, although I did something merciless to your company. But personally, I have always respected you. However, I want to ask you a question. Were you the one behind Qingqing's incident? Xianxia's eyes glowed. He looked at Xianxia and said to Lin Ruashi, although I didn't plan to hide it today, I admire your sharp mind for being able to guess that it was me who set it up so quickly. But so what? Although I'm the one in charge of Li Jingjing's matter, if it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia had a guilty conscience and had some kind of relationship with Miss Li, how could everything have succeeded? If there's one, there will be a second. You should be able to guess this. So, you should be thanking me. After all, I helped you see what kind of person your husband is. What kind of person he is my business. Xianxia, you're despicable, after getting confirmation, Lin Ruashi said without hesitation. Haha. Xianxia seemed to have heard a joke. Despicable? Lin Ruashi, I brought you guys the opportunity to develop Yulei, but you single-handedly destroyed my Changlin media and plotted against my brother Su, destroying the Su family's tens of years of foundation in a day. Do you think you have the right to say that others are despicable? In the business world, only the strong prey on the weak. Since you guys have joined this game, you should abide by the rules and accept your failure. Venting your hatred in the business world onto your personal feelings, and you didn't even hesitate to implicate others. This only makes me feel disgusted. Lin Ruashi said mercilessly. Xianxia and Su Jihong's faces were a little gloomy, while Xianxia was a little emotional. He seemed to have underestimated Lin Ruashi's mental endurance. He didn't expect her to realize that Li Jingjing's incident wasn't so simple so quickly. However, even so, it would be hard for her to forgive herself so easily. You're just like this. Your pride, your cruelty, haven't you realized it yourself? Don't make it sound so nice, saying that other people's families are ruined is just asking for trouble. Don't you know that you're the executioner in all of this? I hate Xianxia, but Xianxia is just an accomplice, a sacrifice that you implicated. Lin Ruashi, don't think that just because you're pretty, you're good at doing business, and you can defeat others in the business world, others should just silently endure everything. Let me tell you, today, you will realize how wrong you are. Su Jihong seemed to be unable to control his emotions. After roaring angrily, he took out a black automatic pistol from the inside of his suit and aimed at Lin Ruashi's forehead. Lin Ruashi didn't panic or dodge, and Su Jihong didn't have the intention to shoot immediately. Xianxia's nerves tensed up for a moment, but he didn't rush to disarm Su Jihong. The current situation was a little strange. Facing the black muzzle, Lin Ruashi didn't seem to care at all. Her gaze was a little complicated, and no one knew what she was thinking about. She seemed to be touched by Su Jihong's crazy words. Why, do you know that you're wrong? But it's too late, the Su family no longer exists. My father and mother committed suicide by drinking medicine because of you. Do you know how I've been living overseas during this period of time? It's true that I have food, clothes, and a place to live, but do you know how I feel? It feels like there's a knife scraping on my heart all the time, and blood is flowing nonstop. Su Jihong's eyes were filled with hatred as he hissed, do you think I'm the only one who hates you? Think about it carefully, for Yulei International to reach where it is today, how many opponents have you killed along the way? How many families have you single-handedly destroyed? Do you think they would feel good in their hearts? Today, I'll let you pay back the debt you owe. You want to kill me? Lin Ruashi seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be talking to herself. Killing you would be letting you off lightly, Su Jihong laughed. Maybe before I kill you, we can have some fun. No matter what, I've chased you for so many years. Lin Ruoshi didn't say anything, as if she didn't care about all this. She just looked at Su Jihong without backing down. Seeing this gaze, Su Jihong was so angry that he laughed instead. It's still this gaze. Do you know, I hate this kind of indifferent gaze the most? Do you think you're a goddess? What right do you have to look at me like that? Xing Xinlin patted Su Jihong's shoulder and sighed, Young Master Su, everything will be settled today. You don't have to be so agitated. After I'm done, you can do whatever you want with this woman. With that, Xing Xinlin took a stack of documents from an attendant behind him and smiled at Lin Ruoshi. General Lin, before you're taken away by young Master Su, I hope you can finish signing these documents patiently. This way, it will be of great benefit to your company. What? Lin Ruoshi asked. This is the transfer certificate of Yulei International shares. I think since you're about to leave this world soon, you might as well hand over 90% of Yulei International shares and your billions of assets to the country. I'll definitely help you manage the foundation you've built, Xing Xinlin said with an evil smile. Lin Ruoshi said with a slightly mocking tone, it seems that you're not doing well. You're actually anxious to the point of forcing me to transfer my shares to you even if you have to bear the slanderous gossip. Is it because the failure I gave you caused you to lose the support of your family? Is that why you joined hands with Su Jihong? Xing Xinlin's face darkened, do you know? Just like young Master Su, I really hate women like you who usually don't speak but always have a lot of thoughts. Your words make me lose face. Back then, Changlin Media's huge failure had indeed caused Xing Xinlin to lose a large amount of support from the Xing family in Beijing. Even though some elders still trusted him, most of them started to doubt him. Xing Xinlin's prestige could be said to have plummeted, and he was no longer being taken care of by his family. Harboring the hatred in his heart, Xing Xinlin contacted Su Jihong, who was far away overseas. After reaching an agreement with Su Jihong to take revenge on Lin Ruoshi and Yanqing, Xing Xinlin made use of his connections with the customs and other agencies to let Su Jihong bring people and a large amount of cash back to the country. After handing over a large amount of money to Xing Xinlin then relied on the Xing family's reputation to conceal Su Jihong's identity and secretly waited for this day to come. I'm very glad that you don't like me. Lin Ruoshi said coldly, I can transfer my shares and assets to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Xing Xinlin frowned, speak. You guys can kill me if you hate me, but you can't kill Yanqing. Killing him doesn't mean much to you guys, Lin Ruoshi said. Yanqing suddenly raised his head and looked at the expressionless Lin Ruoshi in disbelief. This woman, at a time like this, actually thought of saving him first. Doesn't she hate me for hurting her heart so many times? Doesn't she care that I hid it from her and lied to her about so many things? Haha, what a deep love between husband and wife. Xing Xinlin looked at Yanqing viciously, then said to Su Jihong, Young Master Su, what do you think? Su Jihong smiled weirdly, he's just a man who sells mutton skewers, and he really thinks he's some kind of treasure. Humph, it's fine if you don't kill him, but at the very least, you have to make him unable to be a man for the rest of his life. An evil light flashed in Xing Xinlin's eyes, this is not a bad suggestion. No way. Lin Ruoshi said angrily, the one who destroyed your company and drove you into a dead end is me, not Yanqing. If you guys hurt him, I won't sign it even if I die. King B TCH, if you don't want to sign it, you can sign it even if you die. Su Jihong seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot startled the entire hall. Mother Wang, who was standing behind Lin Ruoshi and had been extremely nervous, immediately screamed in fright. However, the bullet didn't follow the original trajectory and hit Lin Ruoshi's forehead. The gun in Su Jihong's hand was instantly knocked away by a strong force, and the bullet hit the ceiling, leaving a trail of sparks. Lin Ruoshi originally closed her eyes and waited for death, but the sudden change of events made her open her eyes in confusion. However, she saw Su Jihong glaring at Yanqing. Yanqing, do you think that you guys won't have to die today after knocking away my gun? There are still 20 mercenaries outside who kill without blinking, you guys can't escape. You can try, Yanqing said indifferently. Su Jihong snorted coldly and waved his hand. Furball, who had been hiding behind Su Jihong as if he was watching a show, walked up with a smile. He still had that messy hair, a dirty coat, and stubble on his beard. This wretched-looking, tall, and filthy servant was unswervingly loyal to his master, Su Jihong. No matter if Su Jihong was a noble young master in the past or a fugitive now, Su Jihong would always follow him. Furball, haven't you always wanted to have a match with Yangqing? Today, before you send him to his death, you can have some fun, Su Jihong sneered. Furball chuckled and said to Yangqing, I knew you had some skills in the past, but the young master stopped me. A few days ago, because of the two of you, I could only become a fugitive. It's been a tough life. Today, you're going to die, so let's have a little fun. Lin Ruashi came back to her senses and understood that it was Yangqing who saved her in that instant. Her emotions were complicated, and seeing that Yangqing was about to fight Furball, she hurriedly shouted, No. He used to be a special forces soldier, you can't beat him. Humph, why not? It's useless even if you want to escape. Today, we have the final say, Su Jihong sneered. Yangqing smiled at Lin Ruashi and gave her a reassuring look. On a day like today, it seemed like he had to make some things public in front of this woman. No matter what happened between the two of them in the future, hiding his past seemed rather selfish. However, Lin Ruashi could not understand Yangqing's calm expression. Her heartbeat involuntarily sped up, feeling that something unimaginable was about to happen. Harry Ball flung his coat to the side, leaving only a black sweater inside, tightly clinging to his muscular body. Making a martial arts stance, he winked at Yangqing. Yangqing glanced at him. Although you're a little sloppy, you're very loyal to your master. Looking at your stance, you should be an Aikido expert, but you're not my opponent, so you should give up. I can let you live and collect your master's corpse later. Furball was stunned, as if he was surprised that Yangqing had seen through his background in an instant, but then he chuckled and said, You said it yourself, I'm loyal to our boss. My life was given to me by the boss, so even if I lose to you today, I'll still give it my all. Fine then. Yangqing sighed and extended his right hand toward Furball's neck. He planned to deal a fatal blow so as to save Furball too much pain. On the side, Lin Ruashi and Mother Wang saw that Yangqing had suddenly become a different person, steady and domineering. This feeling caused the two to freeze in place as they looked at Yangqing with misty eyes, as if they did not recognize this man that they had spent so much time with. At the same time, Furball instantly sensed that Yangqing's slow-motion attack was actually so oppressive that it found it difficult to breathe. He was indeed an Aikido master, and he was particular about using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to fight strength. Against Yangqing's slow-motion attack, he was somewhat flustered, so he tried to dodge and attack from the side. However, Yangqing's hand suddenly sped up, following Furball's movement trajectory, and unexpectedly grabbed Furball's neck a step ahead. Furball's two hands almost simultaneously tried to block Yangqing's arm. However, when Furball's hand came into contact with Yangqing's arm, Furball was horrified to discover that Yangqing's arm was like the coldest composite metal. Despite being hit by his full strength, Yangqing's arm didn't even budge an inch. How is this possible? Furball inwardly screamed. He had known Yangqing for so long, and he had always treated him as a toy, but only now did he realize how wrong he was. Had he never been on the same level as him? But the next moment, he lost the chance to think. Croc. Yangqing did not give Furball any extra time. With a slight twist of his hand, Furball stopped breathing. This sloppy man, whom he had interacted with ever since he first met Su Jihong, had finally left this world in such a simple and straightforward manner after so long. Furball? Su Jihong let out a cry of shock, as if he could not believe that his most loyal subordinate, who had followed him for so long, had his neck snapped by Yangqing in such a short period of time. Xing Xinling used to be an outstanding special forces soldier, so he had a rough idea of Furball's combat strength. He finally realized that the situation in front of him was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. He abruptly pulled Su Jihong's hand and exited the house. Then, with a wave of his hand, 20 masked mercenary soldiers armed with submachine guns, who had been lying in ambush around the villa, rushed out from various dark corners and bushes, and aimed their guns at the door. The two bodyguards also stood in front of Xianxia and Su Jihong, nervously looking at Yangqing, who was standing by the door. Inside the door, Lin Ruoshi, who had seen Yangqing kill a person in the blink of an eye, widened her watery eyes and was speechless. Everything in front of her had subverted all her senses of Yangqing, as if she had come to another world. As for Mother Wang, she had already fainted on the ground the moment the person died and was unconscious. Shoot! Shoot! Kill this man right now. Xianxia no longer cared about snatching Lin Ruoshi's assets. At this moment, he only wanted to get rid of this dangerous man immediately. The 20 international mercenaries were all brought back from overseas by Su Jihong. Although they weren't the best and weren't even the best, they were all from the regular army of a small South Asian country. They had been operating in the international waters and disputed territories all year round and were originally tough outlaws. Although they saw that Yangqing had extraordinary skills, they weren't afraid at all. Although the Type 56 semi-automatic submachine guns that had accompanied them for many years were full of holes, they still shot out deadly sparks without hesitation. Da-da-da-da. The 20 rifles that had a shooting range of close to 300 meters shot at the same time, aiming at various parts of Yangqing's body. The firepower was extremely concentrated. The piercing sound of the machine guns seemed to have caused the entire ground to tremble. Xianxia and Su Jihong's faces were filled with ferocious and crazy smiles, because they were sure that Yangqing would be smashed into pieces in the next moment. Lin Ruoshi, who was standing at the same spot in disbelief after seeing Yangqing kill people, suddenly woke up from her daze. Her panic and confusion were swept away at this moment, and what was left was a bone-chilling palpitation. However, the bloody scene that they had expected was different. The 20 mercenaries aimed and fired at the same time, but there wasn't even a single drop of blood. Everyone present felt their vision blur. The place where Yangqing was originally standing had already disappeared. In the hall behind Yangqing, a black high-end water dispenser was shot into pieces by the machine guns. The 20 mercenaries instantly felt lost, but soon after, an overwhelming murderous aura suffocated their battle-hardened hearts. Pa! Hearing a dull thud, everyone turned to look at the edge of the battlefield. Yang Chen had moved to the leftmost side of the 20 mercenaries. He stood next to the mercenary at the side and slapped the strong mercenary's head with a seemingly slow but fast slap. That mercenary didn't even have time to defend himself, and his head was hit by the slap. Like a brittle watermelon being hit by a huge iron plate, it was instantly smashed into pieces. Red and white objects, as well as various head organs connected to flesh and blood, scattered in all directions like a rain of blood, splattering on the faces and bodies of some of the surrounding mercenaries before landing on the green lawn. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the mercenaries who were numb to killing couldn't imagine such a straightforward but extremely cruel method of killing. When the soldier, whose head no longer existed, slowly fell to the ground, Yangqing's eyes, which were already slightly red, swept across the other people present, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. "You like this kind of death, huh?" This question, which seemed to come from the netherworld, caused everyone to shiver and almost had the urge to flee. Lin Ruoshi, who had just calmed down, covered her mouth with one hand to prevent herself from screaming. It was like watching a horror movie, making her forget to breathe. She didn't even dare to look at the man she seemed familiar with. Just when everyone was shocked by Yangqing's bloody methods, Yangqing's figure moved again. Yangqing's movement trajectory was difficult to predict, and he was so fast that he left after images where he stood. However, every time he stopped, he would be at the side of a nearby mercenary soldier, and from an angle that couldn't be defended against, he would reach out and smash the soldier's head. Only muffled smacking sounds could be heard, and in the blink of an eye, another 7 or 8 soldiers were easily beaten into headless corpses by Yangqing. Devil! Devil! Everyone only had this line left in their hearts, and their legs began to turn to jelly, because this man's speed simply made them lose the courage to even run away. A kind of complete powerlessness and weakness made it so that they didn't even have the time to express their fear. Da-da-da. An extremely well-trained soldier fired at Yangqing's afterimages, but he didn't expect that he would hit one of his own soldiers into 1,000 holes. In the next moment, Yangqing appeared behind the shooter, and with a slap of his left hand, another life was taken. The huge lawn seemed to have become a charaba, with flesh and blood all over the ground, and corpses all over the ground. The dark red blood had irrigated the yellow lawn, and it was especially glaring in the winter. In less than half a minute, only Xianxia was left on the lawn, where there were more than 20 people standing just now. He stood in front of Xinxinlin and Su Jihong with two red palms that were slowly dripping with blood, and his clothes that were dyed red. Only then did Xinxinlin realize that the heads of the two bodyguards in front of him had already been smashed by Xianxia like smashing watermelons before they could even react. There was even a bloody smell on Xinxinlin's face. "You guys shouldn't have come back. Otherwise, I would have considered letting someone else kill you guys. That way, you guys wouldn't have died without even a head." Xianxia actually had a bit of pity on his face, but the scarlet color in his eyes became more and more intense. He slowly walked towards Xinxinlin and Su Jihong. Although Xinxinlin was from the special forces, he had never seen such an extraordinary battle. His legs also went soft, and he wanted to shout for help, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Su Jihong's eyes almost widened, and he couldn't think at all. In fact, the moment Harry Ball died, he already had a strong feeling of uneasiness. At this moment, he was already like a wooden stake. Lin Ruashi, who was in the house, saw everything unknowingly, and her face was already filled with tears. She didn't know why, but after seeing such a cruel scene, she actually only felt a little disgusted, but not a bit scared, even if the air was filled with the intense smell of blood. This man's back view was cold and solemn, like a back view that was illuminated by a pale light on a dark stage. It was so strange, yet so pitiful. "Xianxia! Stop!" A hurried female voice suddenly shouted from not far away. A black 5 Series BMW, which was driving at a speed of 150 to 60 kilometers per hour, drove to the front of the house from afar. After a sudden turn, 3 anxious figures ran out from the car. Xianxia glanced at them indifferently. They were Kai Ning, Sky Dragon, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and another unfamiliar skinny and tall man. "Xianxia, I'm Mo Feng from the group of 8 from Beijing." The tall and skinny man said loudly, "You can't kill Xinxinlin. If you offend the Xing family, it will bring you even more trouble." Sky Dragon frowned and said, "Xianxia, calm down first. This isn't something that can be solved by killing people." Xianxia was indifferent, and the scarlet color in his eyes didn't change at all. However, Xinxinlin, who just felt that he was going to die, shouted in surprise, "Cousin Mo Feng, you're finally here. Quick, save me." Mo Feng nodded solemnly and said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, you've already killed so many people. You should be satisfied and stop. The general sent me and Sky Dragon from Beijing to stop you from killing Xinxinlin. It's for your own good. He's the most valued descendant of the Xing family. If you kill him, the Xing family won't let this matter go. Be satisfied." Xianxia suddenly laughed out loud and looked at Mo Feng with a playful gaze. "You're Xinxinlin's cousin, right?" "That's right, but my suggestion is for your own good. If you kill him, can you kill everyone from the Xing family?" Mo Feng questioned. Xianxia had a look of realization and said coldly, "Whether or not I can kill everyone is my business. However, since you're his cousin and you've come to me, if you dare to stop me, I'll kill you. First and then him." "You. Don't be too arrogant." Mo Feng was so angry that his face turned red. Due to his arrogance, he wanted to attack Xianxia immediately. However, Sky Dragon, who knew how terrifying Xianxia was, immediately grabbed Mo Feng when he heard Xianxia's murderous words and shouted, "You can't go and die." Sky Dragon was the leader of Group of 8, so Mo Feng couldn't break free even if he wanted to. Xianxia didn't care about Mo Feng anymore. His body teleported again and appeared in front of Xinxinlin and Su Jihong. "Since you're here to take revenge on me, then you can all die together." After he finished speaking, his left and right hands slapped their heads at the same time. Just like everyone else who died before, the heads of the two geniuses turned into 2 clouds of blood mist under Xianxia's palms with their final look of despair. Kai Ning closed her eyes and turned her head away, not daring to look at this scene. Sky Dragon let go of Mo Feng, who was completely stunned. Mo Feng, whose eyes were red, was stiff all over, as though he couldn't believe that everything had happened under his eyes. Xianxia turned around and asked Mo Feng, "How is it?" "I've killed him. If you want to die with him, I can help you." The corner of Mo Feng's mouth twitched violently as he said in a hoarse voice, "You're a beast, a beast." "I'm a beast, so I kill beasts too." Yangqing grinned and said, "If you want to make a move, then hurry up. If you want to scold me, then I won't accompany you. If I didn't have some friendship with the two beside you, I would have killed you right now. So, if you want to live, you'd better disappear quickly." Sky Dragon looked at Yangqing with a complicated and helpless expression and pulled Mo Feng. "Let's go. You can't stop your cousin's death. The general didn't give you the order to make a move. We can go back now." Mo Feng clenched his fists tightly and looked at Yangqing one last time before returning to the car with Sky Dragon. Kaining looked at Lin Ruoshi, who was in a daze, and sighed faintly. She said to Yangqing, "We've temporarily sealed off this area. No one will enter. I'll get someone to cover up the traces of fighting here. However, the Xing family won't let this go so easily. You'd better be prepared. If you cause too much of a commotion, even if we don't want to, we'll definitely come out to stop you." Yangqing was silent. Kaining hesitated for a while and finally said, "She must find it hard to accept. Go and comfort her." After that, Kaining quietly returned to the car, which quickly left the scene. Yangqing took out a small medicine bottle from his coat pocket and poured out 2 pills before swallowing them quietly. He painfully closed his eyes for a while. When he opened them again, the scarlet color in his eyes gradually dissipated. After letting out a long sigh, Yangqing turned around and walked back into the house. His mood was heavier than when he had just killed someone. Lin Ruoshi stood at the same spot. Ever since Yangqing started killing people, she hadn't moved even half a step. At this moment, seeing the man whose hands were covered with blood and half of his body was dyed red, as if he had been soaked in blood, Lin Ruoshi finally subconsciously took half a step back. Yangqing raised his lowered head and noticed the panic in Lin Ruoshi's eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sad smile. "Scared?" Yangqing asked in a low voice. Lin Ruoshi's 2 white hands clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. Her delicate body trembled slightly. After a long time, she shook her head. It's all right." Yangqing laughed at himself, "You don't have to say that. Sooner or later, you'll see this scene, see me like this. In the past, I deliberately avoided it, but today, I think there's no need to hide anymore. As long as it's a normal woman, oh no, as long as it's a normal person, they wouldn't want to see me like this." Lin Ruoshi looked at Yangqing with tears in her eyes. Hearing Yangqing's words, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She wanted to say something to comfort him, but there were too many questions, too many complicated thoughts. When the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say a word. What kind of person was he in the past? Why did he kill people so cruelly? How many people did he kill in the past? Was he a murderer? An international fugitive? A terrorist? Or something else? Lin Ruoshi suddenly felt afraid. The man in front of her was obviously the same, but incomparably unfamiliar. Although he was smiling at her, the two of them seemed to be separated by an endless chasm. This kind of feeling, other than heartache and fear, there was actually no trace of joy, even if she relied on his strength to survive. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi had fallen into a silent state, Yangqing felt a kind of uncomfortable but relieved feeling spontaneously. In the end, he still had to face all of this. It was a punishment, but also a kind of redemption. After a moment of silence, Yangqing sorted out his thoughts and said sincerely, "Ruoshi, I know that you definitely wish for me to disappear from your sight right now. Tonight, you will probably have nightmares, right? I'm sorry, I also didn't want this to happen. But, the matter that happened to Jingjing today. Although it was Xing Xinlin who instigated it, it is also my responsibility. I have indeed done a lot of things to let you down. I am not a good husband. Even now, I can't do it for you. I can't give up the other women who love me with their lives. Some you know, some you don't, but to me, they are all the same. They are the third party, but they are also the people I like and care about. I admit that I am very greedy, I am very hateful, I do not want to lose you, but I do not want to lose any of them. When I saw you running back to your room today, I also looked down on myself a little. Therefore, although I could have chosen not to attack those people just now, I still did it in front of you. If I choose to continue staying here, then I should tell you the real me. What you see, my hands that are filled with dirty blood, are my real hands. In the past 10 years of my life, I have already lost count of how many lives I have taken away. My methods are even crueler than those just now. Stop talking. I won't listen. Lin Ruoshi suddenly shouted twice, interrupting Yang Cheng's words. This woman who had always been calm and even a little mechanical suddenly shouted emotionally, causing Yang Cheng to be stunned on the spot. If I don't allow you to say it, you are not allowed to say it. Who wants to know what you were like in the past? You used to be a mutton skewer seller. Do you think I will believe your fabricated story? I don't want to listen. Lin Ruoshi turned around and squatted down. It was unknown where she got the strength from, but she helped the fainted Mother Wang up, dragged her to the sofa, and then said to Yang Cheng, "What are you still doing? You are so dirty, why don't you go take a bath?" Yang Cheng smiled bitterly. "Ruoshi, I have chosen to be honest, you don't need to help me escape. To be honest, I am very grateful that you did not run away because of me, I am sincere." Lin Ruoshi's body trembled slightly, turned her head, and said coldly, "I don't know what you are talking about. It doesn't matter if you understand or not. I've already let you see something that I hoped you would never see. I know you can't accept it, but who can?" Yang Cheng said softly, "I am very grateful that you have tried to accept me, but I think it is time for me to leave. At least, you will not be threatened like just now because of me." Hearing the word leave, Lin Ruoshi's face showed some panic, but when she saw Yang Cheng's determined look, it was not nonsense. "Don't be too arrogant, Yang Cheng." Lin Ruoshi suddenly turned around, and said coldly, "When did I say that I want to accept you? What does your affairs with other women have to do with me? Do you think that I will really fall in love with you? Don't think that I like you just because I treat you a little better. Even if it is a cat or a dog, after staying in my house for a long time, my attitude will become better. Yang Cheng, let me tell you, you married me with a contract, before the contract. I will not allow you to leave. Do you hear me?" Looking at Lin Ruoshi who was crying so loudly that her eyes were red, Yang Cheng was stunned, and could not say a word. "Isn't it just that I am good at killing people? Isn't it just that I am cruel? Didn't you hear just now, since I took over Yulei International at the age of 20, I have stepped on the corpses of other companies, made countless people lose their jobs, and broke countless families in an instant. Just like the last time I used you in Xianxia, and used a conspiracy to get rid of Changlin Media and the Su family. If we are talking about cruelty, how much better am I than you? Just like Su Jihong, there are many people in Zhonghai who want to hold a gun to my forehead and shoot a hole. But so what, this is how I grew up. If I didn't do this, there would be no Lin Ruoshi living in front of you now. You destroy people's lives, I destroy business opponents, and destroy the future of families. Do you think that you are so great in front of me? Ruoshi." Yang Cheng was stunned, and called out slowly. Lin Ruoshi closed her eyes, and let her tears stop. Because she was too emotional, she was panting. After a moment of silence, she continued with a somewhat reminiscing tone, "In the days before my grandmother passed away, she told me a story on her sickbed. Once upon a time, there was a highly poisonous scorpion. He wanted to cross a fast-flowing river, but the scorpion could not swim, so he asked the frog to take him across the river. The frog was unwilling, and thought that the scorpion would sting him. But the scorpion said, 'If I stung you, I would also drown in the river, so why should I sting you?' The frog thought that it was very reasonable, so he agreed. However, when the frog carried the scorpion to the middle of the river suddenly became rapid, and the scorpion was afraid. At the moment of fear, the scorpion stung the frog. The frog was immediately poisoned, and wanted to sink into the water. Confused, the frog asked the scorpion, 'Why did you sting me? Wouldn't you die like this?' At that time, the scorpion said, 'I don't want to either, but this is how I live. I know that I won't have a good ending, but I still stung you like crazy. This is an instinct that I can't resist.'" Yang Cheng felt an electric current flashing through his brain, and his body trembled. Lin Ruoshi bit her lips miserably, stared at Yang Cheng's face, and sneered, "Now, do you understand why I always keep people at arm's length? Do you understand why I'm always alone? Just like you think that you will kill me because of your instinct, I am also afraid that my instinct will kill others. You and I are both poisonous scorpions, and we are both living monsters because of our instinct. In the eyes of others, we are crazy. We won't be able to stab anyone to death. Only we will get ourselves killed. When Lin Ruashi finished speaking, the two of them once again fell into a long silence. After a long time, Yangqing smiled sadly, raised his head and asked, "Dear, how long do we have left in the contract?" A trace of clarity flashed through Lin Ruashi's eyes, and she said lightly, "Another year and a half. How about shortening it? Let's wait for another half a year." Yangqing said, "Just let us two scorpions. After another half a year, even if we are the same kind, after all, there is a difference in our levels, and we will be tired of it." Lin Ruashi said calmly, "I accept." Yangqing smiled and nodded, "I'm going upstairs to take a shower. I will clean up the blood on the floor later. You take care of Mother Wang and comfort her." "Got it." After watching Yangqing walk back upstairs, Lin Ruashi felt exhausted and sat on the sofa. The conversation just now made her feel mentally and physically exhausted. Various past events flashed through her mind, and Lin Ruashi was finally able to calmly analyze and solve the doubts of the past. When she was on the balcony of the cafe and was about to jump off the building, why did he suddenly teleport from a far distance to her back and hug her? In the face of those criminals that Lin Kuan found, he easily repelled them all. When she and Mo Qianni were kidnapped by Lin Kuan, why could he save the two of them from the hands of the bandits by himself while talking and laughing? Also, when he went on a business trip in Hong Kong, so many dangerous things happened, but he brought Mo Qianni back without any injuries. Recently, when she and Mother Wang were kidnapped in such a hidden place, they were unexpectedly found and brought back to the police station. But she didn't know who provided the specific coordinates. All of this, she didn't think much about it before, but now it seemed that it was related to this man. Was he the one who had been silently protecting her, protecting this little family? Lin Ruashi had a lingering fear. Fortunately, she thought of the story of the scorpion just now and didn't let him leave immediately. Although it was only for half a year, perhaps after half a year, she could calmly accept it. After all, she was probably just not used to him suddenly leaving. She wouldn't really fall in love with him. It must be, Lin Ruashi said to herself in her heart. After this terrifying bloody battle, a group of professionals immediately rushed over to clean up the scene. On the lawn outside the villa, the corpses and blood were carefully covered. After half an hour, the outside was as clear as it was in the past. Mother Wang was frightened. It took her nearly an hour to wake up from her coma. When she woke up, she was covered in cold sweat. When she saw Lin Ruashi sitting beside her unharmed and smiling at her, Mother Wang was both sad and happy. She hugged Lin Ruashi and cried again. When she asked what had happened, Lin Ruashi didn't tell the truth. She only said that someone had come to rescue them and that Yangqing had only killed Furball. But because it was self-defense, the police didn't question him after they came. Although Mother Wang had a lot of doubts, she knew that Lin Ruashi and Yangqing were fine, so she didn't ask any more. After all, she was an old and wise elder. There were many things that she didn't need to understand too clearly. Mother Wang was more concerned about the safety of the younger generation. After washing off the blood, Yangqing changed into a clean set of clothes and came downstairs. Seeing that Mother Wang was fine, he smiled and said, "Mother Wang, you were frightened. It won't be like this next time." Mother Wang said sorrowfully, "It's not a big deal that I was scared. Fortunately, Miss and young master are fine. Those people were too bold to come here in broad daylight. Miss, why don't we move and find a safer place? I heard that the Huarong Beauty Courtyard in the east of the city isn't as good as here, but the security guards are very diligent, and they're all retired special forces. It's much safer than here." Lin Ruashi comforted, "It's fine, Mother Wang. This time, it was Su Jihong who caused such a commotion. Now that he's dead, we can still live peacefully like before. We've lived here for so long, and we've never had any trouble." Mother Wang sighed before she said, "I've said it before. We need a man at home. If it wasn't for young master, we wouldn't have been able to wait for someone to save us." Sigh. Lin Ruashi recalled how Yangqing saved her several times in the past. She couldn't help looking at Yangqing with a complicated expression. Yangqing didn't think too much about it. He only thought that Lin Ruashi was still in a state of shock and bitterly smiled with an apologetic expression. After Mother Wang went upstairs to rest, Lin Ruashi didn't follow her up. Although she was exhausted, she still stayed downstairs and asked Yangqing, who was watching television as if nothing had happened. Yangqing, what happened to Jingjing? Yangqing was a little surprised. Lin Ruashi clearly knew that he was going to confess his past to her, but she didn't have the slightest intention of asking about it. Instead, she asked about Li Jingjing's situation first. However, Yangqing didn't hide anything. He told her how he got to know Li Jingjing's family, his relationship with Li Jingjing, and everything that happened after that, including Xing Xinlin's plan. After listening, Lin Ruashi thought for a while and said, in other words, when I first met her in the orphanage, she didn't know who I was. That should be the case. Xing Xinlin was the one who told her about our relationship, Yangqing said. Lin Ruashi suddenly said happily, I knew it. She's a kind girl. Yangqing asked doubtfully, you don't hate her? Don't you hate her for deceiving and using you? Lin Ruashi rolled her eyes at him. Why would I hate her? She was forced to do that. Besides, you're a playboy. Why did you let a girl suffer? Do you think that I'll be jealous of you? Yangqing curled his lips. It seemed that the Lin Ruashi of the past had returned. This woman had started to criticize and attack him again. Oh right, how's Jingjing's father's illness? No, Xing Xinlin is dead now. There might be a problem with her father's surgery fees. I have to go and take a look, Lin Ruashi said worriedly. Yangqing was speechless. It seemed that Lin Ruashi really liked Li Jingjing. She was already in this state, yet she was still so concerned about her family's affairs. Lin Ruashi immediately asked Yangqing about Old Li's hospital and ward number. Immediately after, she prepared to go to the hospital. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. Do you need to be so anxious? You just went to the edge of life and death in the afternoon, and you're already concerned about someone else's life and death? Do you think that I'm as heartless as you, tormenting a girl's heart? Jingjing must have been heartbroken. She was a kind-hearted person. I'll go now and tell her that I don't blame her. At the very least, she can quickly walk out of her sadness. The longer this matter is dragged on, the worse it will be. Lin Ruashi wore her high heels. Just when she was about to leave, she turned her head and asked, You're not coming with me? Yangqing bitterly smiled. If I go, the effect might be bad. Lin Ruashi lowered her head and thought for a moment. That's true. Although we aren't what she thinks, if we go together, it will definitely make her sad. This time, it was Yangqing's turn to roll his eyes. Lin Ruashi really considered everything for Li Jingjing. He said, Why don't you take Jingjing as your godsister? I think you're emitting the radiance of a mother. Lin Ruashi glared at him. I'm not going home for dinner. Then, she ignored him and directly ran out of the door. After Lin Ruashi left, Yangqing leaned back on the sofa and stared at the ceiling. Countless thoughts surged in his mind. In the end, he smiled self-mockingly. Even a woman like Lin Ruashi could jump out so quickly. Why should he be so attached to today's matter? The days will go on as usual. What should be said, what should be said, what should be done, and what should be done? Wasn't there still half a year left? The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Who can say or understand the future of the two? After watching TV for a while, Yangqing felt a little hungry. However, he couldn't wake up Mother Wang. Just when he was thinking about whether or not he should practice his long-lost cooking skills, his phone vibrated. When Yangqing saw it, he was happy. It was actually Tang Tang, who was immersed in the sweetness of the couple. It was rare for her to call him. Ever since that girl saw the relationship between her and Yuan Yi, she only talked to him a few times on the internet. She didn't even call him. He didn't know why she suddenly called him so late. Uncle. As soon as he picked up, Tong Tong's voice sounded sorrowful. Are you free now? Yangqing was stunned. Yes, what's wrong? I'm at the commercial street next to the intersection of Central 3rd Road. Can you come pick me up? Tang Tang said. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you doing now? Running away from home again? I don't want to either. Uncle, I'm so cold and I don't have any money on me. Please come and save me. You should remember to run away from home. Why don't you bring any money? And why did you call me? Call Yuanyi. Yangqing said gloomily. Tang Tang was embarrassed and said, I also quarreled with brother Yuanyi. Yangqing felt a headache coming on. He thought that this girl had grown up a little, but it seemed like he had misjudged her. Helpless, Yangqing went out and drove the car, speeding to the place Tang Tang mentioned. Under the bright lights of the night, the two sides of the commercial street were filled with resplendent lights, bustling with activity. On the side of the bustling street, Yangqing saw Tang Tang excitedly waving her hand at him on a cold chair. Although she was wearing a down jacket and a hat, it was still cold for a girl to sit outside for a long time on a night that was a few degrees below zero. Looking at Tang Tang's red nose, Yangqing couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch her forehead. You're really addicted to running away from home. Didn't I teach you last time? Be content with what you have. Don't always find fault with your mother. Tang Tang pouted and said, Uncle, don't lecture me first. I haven't even eaten lunch, and now my chest is sticking to my back. Take me to eat first. Yangqing was speechless. I don't think I'm your uncle, I'm your father. Hee hee. That's fine too. As long as you give me food to eat, it's fine. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue and said. Yangqing didn't know what to do with this eccentric girl. He looked around, and brought Tang Tang to the nearest northeastern dumpling restaurant. On such a cold night, eating piping hot dumplings wasn't a bad choice. When the fragrant, white dumplings were served, Tang Tang didn't care about the heat and started to take big bites. Yangqing frowned and said, Aren't you afraid of being burned? Tang Tang muttered as she chewed, Dumplings are only delicious when they're hot. Besides, I'm hungry. Yangqing didn't want to disturb this girl who had been starving for half a day, and waited for Tang Tang to finish the big bowl of dumplings. She burped in satisfaction, then asked, Tell me, why did you run away from home this time? Tang Tang blinked her eyes, and there was a hint of resentment on her face. Uncle, you don't know, but for the past 2 days, my father has been coming to meet my mother for some reason. He even said that my mother is looking for a man and said some unpleasant words. My mother was very angry and quarreled with my father. In the end, both of them were in a bad mood. Yangqing knew that Tong Tong's father was Fang Zhongping, but he didn't expect Fang Zhongping to have such a side to him. He didn't know what kind of man Tong Tong's mother found to make Fang Zhongping so irrational all of a sudden. What does that have to do with you running away from home? Yangqing asked. Tang Tang snorted, Of course it has to do with me. I lived with my mother, but whenever my mother was in a bad mood, she would look at me as if I was an eyesore. I only joked with her a little, and she said that I was like my father, always talking nonsense and causing trouble for her. Yangqing frowned, Can't you bear with it? Your mother is in a bad mood. I endured it, but I can't always endure it. After that, I called Yuanyi. Yuanyi treats my mother even better than Auntie Yang, even closer than his own mother. I asked him to save me, but he actually became my mother's accomplice, and even helped my mother say that I was wrong. Tang Tang said angrily. Yangqing smiled. This Yuanyi was really funny. He actually knew how to curry favor with his mother-in-law so quickly. So you ran away from home? Yangqing asked with a smile. I don't want to see my mother, and I don't care about Yuanyi anymore. They only know how to bully me. Tang Tang said. Her eyes were still a little moist, and her pitiful look made one's heart ache. Yangqing didn't know how to persuade her. After paying the bill, he took Tang Tang for a walk on the street. When they walked to the small park at the end of the commercial street, Tang Tang suddenly stopped and said, Uncle, let's go in and sit down, okay? Are you tired? Yangqing asked. No, I just want to sit here for a while. Yangqing saw that it was past 8 in the evening, and it was still early to get home. He followed the girl's wishes and found a wooden chair in the park to sit down. Tang Tang leaned towards Yangqing. After all, it was already winter, and the temperature at night was still very low. Yangqing looked at her pitiful look and felt rather sad. He took off his coat and wanted to put it on Tang Tang. Tang Tang immediately refused. Uncle, you'll catch a cold if you do this. I won't catch a cold. Yangqing said, and this was the truth. Why won't you catch a cold? Tang Tang didn't believe him. She pushed the coat back to Yangqing and said with a smile, "Uncle, just let me lean on you. It won't be cold if there's someone sitting with me." Yangqing thought for a while, then opened the coat and put half on himself, and the other half on Tang Tang. He let Tang Tang lean on his shoulder for the night. Tang Tang was quite satisfied. She leaned on Yangqing's shoulder and yawned. Yangqing smiled bitterly, "Girl, don't sleep. You'll really catch a cold if you sleep." "I'm not sleeping, I'm looking at the stars." Tang Tang pouted and said. Yangqing looked up. The sky tonight was relatively clear. Although there weren't many stars in the Milky Way, they were sparsely scattered. In the city, this kind of scenery was very rare. "It's such a waste for you to be with an old man like me at such a romantic time. You should find your Yuanyi." Yangqing joked. Tang Tang wrinkled her nose, "That's not it. Lovers are lovers, and uncles are uncles." Yangqing chuckled and didn't say anything. "Uncle, I used to come to this park with my mother. Back then, my mother wasn't as busy as she is now. I haven't come here with my mother for a long time," Tang Tang said gently. Yangqing silently looked down at the girl. No wonder she suddenly said she wanted to sit here. "How long do you plan to sit here?" "I think it's about time, I'll send you back," Yangqing said. "No, uncle, can I go to your house to sleep tonight?" "I don't want to go back, I get upset when I see my mother," Tang Tang begged. Yangqing frowned and sighed. He pointed to the stars in the sky and said, "Girl, do you know what I think of every time I look at the stars?" "What?" "I can only think of one word, miracle." Yangqing said, "This universe is so big, there are so many stars, but among these many stars, we humans just happen to grow up on this planet called Earth. Each of us is as insignificant as a speck of dust in the universe. However, it is us specks of dust that will meet each other in the vast universe, become husband and wife, become children, become teachers and students, become friends. Every relationship between people is a miraculous fate. Your mother gave birth to you, and you became your mother's daughter. This is something that cannot be changed, nor can it be replicated. Think about it, this is such a small probability, but it happened. Isn't this a miracle? The unhappiness in your heart, what does it count for in the entire universe? Can it be more precious than the relationship between you and your mother? Put yourself down a little and look at the stars in the sky. Don't you feel that your behavior is very childish?" Tang Tang was silent for a long time. She looked a little ashamed. "I know I was wrong, uncle. Then I'll have to trouble uncle to send me back." Yangqing reached out his hand and patted the girl's head, saying, "Then quickly get up, your mother should be looking for you anxiously." N. Just as the two of them stood up from their seats and were about to leave the park, a slightly anxious and graceful figure walked over from the path in front of the park. A woman with long, slightly curly hair, wearing a brown velvet coat and high boots made of sheepskin walked up to them. She was dressed fashionably and had a slender and voluptuous figure. A familiar delicate and charming oval face came into Yangqing's sight. It was Tang Wan, whom he had met at the gala 2 days ago. Tang Wan's face was full of anxiety. She was surprised to see Yangqing, and she was also stunned for a moment. While she was surprised, she looked around and saw Tang Tang leaning against Yangqing like a little bird. Tang Tang was still wearing Yangqing's coat, and she was sticking close to Yangqing. Seeing Tang Wan suddenly appear, she was stunned for a moment, and then she said timidly, "Mom. Why are you here?" Yangqing turned his head abruptly, wondering if he had misheard, but then he heard Tang Wan's angry shout. "Why are you guys together?" When Tang Wan saw Tang Tang and Yangqing together, and she was wearing Yangqing's coat, she instantly thought of Yangqing's dissolute nature. When she thought that Yangqing had an affair with her own daughter, the vigilance and protection of a mother immediately rose to the peak. Could it be that this man deliberately got close to her, and then did something to her daughter behind her back? Hearing this, Tang Tang was a little incredulous, and asked doubtfully, "Mom, you guys know each other?" Without waiting for Yangqing to say anything, Tang Wan asked again, "Why are you wearing his clothes?" "You girl, let's not talk about running away from home, how can you just casually lean on a man like this? Are you trying to anger me to death?" Tang Tang was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what to say. Yangqing knew that Tang Wan had misunderstood their relationship, Tang Wan, it's not what you think. Then what? Yangqing, my daughter is only in her 3rd year of high school, how can you do it? How can you do this? You really disappoint me. The incomparably agitated Tang Wan's eyes were filled with anger. She walked forward and fiercely grabbed Tong Tong's arm, causing Yang Cheng's coat to fall to the ground. Go. Come home with me immediately. See if I don't lock you up for 3 months. Ignoring Tong Tong's cries and explanations, Tang Wan, who was like a volcano erupting, immediately left the park with Tang Tang. Yang Cheng was stunned for a long time, then he picked up his clothes from the ground and sighed. He was really unlucky today. But he didn't expect that Tong Tong's mother was actually Tang Wan. No wonder he met her in Li Jingjing's office, and coincidentally, Tang Tang was Li Jingjing's student. He finally understood why Tang Wan was so similar to Tang Tang when she talked about her daughter. Yang Qing smiled bitterly, this time he was wronged. No matter how dignified and steady she was, Tang Wan became a protective mother, as if she had changed into a different person. Why else would it be said that in this world, besides men and women, there was a third type of person, and that was mothers? However, Yang Qing didn't plan to call to explain. Right now, Tang Wan was definitely angry, and when she calmed down, she would naturally be able to distinguish the truth from the lies. It was boring to walk outside alone, so Yang Qing put on his coat and hurried back to the parking lot. Tomorrow was Monday, so it was better to go home early and sleep. In the early morning of Yanjing, in a large house in the suburbs adjacent to another province, there were many trees and flowers planted in the quaint courtyard. Despite the dry climate and extremely low temperature, the pine and cypress trees were still green. 2 snow-colored white plum trees stood proudly in the wind, emitting a fresh fragrance, filling the entire courtyard with a pleasant fragrance. A large go board was carved on a bluestone table, with black and white pieces scattered around. A purple clay teapot was placed in the corner, with white mist rising from the mouth of the teapot. Around the courtyard, in the hidden corners, stood a few tall and straight figures, silently guarding. At this moment, an old man dressed in an old-fashioned black cotton jacket and cotton pants, with gray hair and some age spots on his face, a slightly short stature, and a rather handsome face, bent his back and crawled out from behind a few pine trees. He held a small shovel in one hand, and a few withered weeds in the other. His body was covered in dust, and he looked a little disheveled. The old man placed the shovel by the table, and the weeds were spread under a pine sapling, before he turned around and sat on the bluestone stool. He picked up the purple clay teapot, put the mouth of the teapot to his mouth, and drank a few mouthfuls of tea. The tea was quickly finished, and the old man picked up a hot kettle from the side, and brewed himself a cup of tea. Then, he began to ponder the endgame on the go board. An amiable old woman wearing a thick gray shirt, with gray hair on her temples and slightly drooping cheeks, entered the courtyard from the corridor, and came to the bluestone table. She smiled and bowed, "Master, Commander Yang is back, he's waiting to see you outside." The old man slowly picked up a white piece, raised it, and suddenly dropped it on the go board. Paw on the go board, the black piece was in a precarious situation. The old man turned his head, and said slowly, "Let him in." "Yes." The old woman slowly walked out. Not long after, a tall and burly man wearing a dark green military uniform with the rank of general walked into the courtyard. His handsome face was as sharp as a knife, and as soon as he saw the old man, he immediately became spirited, and showed deep respect. It was Yang Pejuan. "Father, I'm here." Yang Pejuan bowed to the old man, and said respectfully. The old man beckoned him over. "Pejuan, sit down. Help me take a look. Is this black chess piece still alive?" Yang Pejuan acknowledged and did not ask any more questions. He straightened his back and sat on the stool opposite the old man. After a serious look, he frowned and pondered. After a long time, he said, "Black has reached a dead end. There is no solution." "Is that so?" The old man nodded. He didn't say whether it was right or wrong. He raised his head and smiled at Yang Pejuan. His white beard trembled slightly. "You must be tired to rush all the way from the Jiangnan military region to see this old man." "I'm not tired. I just hate that I can't always be by father's side," Yang Pejuan said loudly and sincerely. "Hee hee. The old man laughed, seeming to be very happy. I, Yang Gongming, only have you and Jiayu in this life, a boy and a girl. Jiayu married to Zhonghai, and my only son is also in the Jiangnan military region. In the eyes of outsiders, I can be considered a lonely old man. Yang Pejuan frowned and looked a little helpless. Father, the election is coming soon. I have more than 80% confidence that I can return to Beijing. By then, I can spend more time with father. Oh yes, Lier can also come back here to accompany you. Yang Gongming seemed to have thought of something and said, I heard that many people are jealous of you for the position of vice chairman of the military commission. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I don't have much time left in this world. You relied on yourself to get to where you are today. While I am still clear-headed, I can help you a little. Yang Pejuan suddenly raised his head. Father, don't say that. You are healthy and strong. You still have a lot of time in the future. How can you say that you don't have much time left? Birth, old age, sickness, and death are all human relationships. When the child grows up, the parents will also grow old. When the child becomes a parent, the parents will also reach the end of their life. I, Yang Gongming, have lived a life that is far more vigorous, glorious, and fulfilling than others. There is nothing to be concerned about. Father. Pejuan. Yang Gongming said, when you were young, you were steadier than your peers. You looked at the big picture, did things cleanly and knew when to give up. Therefore, among your peers, even if their family background was stronger than yours, they would at most be major generals. Like you only need one step to enter the core circle of power of our Huaxia. I have always been proud to have a son like you. It is also the glory of our Yang family. It's all thanks to father, otherwise, I wouldn't be here today, Yang Pejuan said. Yang Gongming didn't deny it. He picked up the purple clay teapot and took a sip of tea. He then continued, it's true that I gave you my legacy. But the reason why I could give it to you was because of your cooperation. Yang Pejuan was stunned. He didn't understand what Yang Gongming meant. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Yang Gongming's mouth. He took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Pejuan. Yang Pejuan had a bad feeling. After receiving it with both hands, he opened it and took a look. With just one look, Yang Pejuan's expression changed drastically. Father. How? How could this be? Yang Pejuan's face was ashen and his eyes were filled with shock. This document was actually a DNA test report. It was unknown who had secretly obtained Yangqing and Yang Pejuan's DNA and carried out the test. The result was self-evident. Yang Gongming sighed and said, you don't have to be surprised. Actually, when you and your wife secretly gave birth to him and sent him away, I already knew about the existence of that child. This sentence was like a clap of thunder in Yang Pejuan's mind. Then father, why did you? Why? Yang Gongming smiled bitterly. Back then, it was an important juncture for me to compete for the position of the Politburo Standing Committee. If I succeeded, our Yang family would be able to enter the ranks of the top families in Yanjin. If I failed, I couldn't guarantee that my entire family would be devoured by our opponents. You and your wife didn't get married, but you had that child. This would definitely be a scandal in a family like ours. I was extremely unwilling when you decided to send the child away, but I had to bear with it and pretend that I didn't know about it for the sake of the entire family. I just didn't expect that you wouldn't be able to find that child. Yang Pejuan's face turned red and white. He thought that only he and his wife knew about it, but his father had been hiding it in his heart and pretending that he didn't know about it. Pejuan, if what happened back then happened in an ordinary family, there wouldn't be any problem with you, your wife, and that child. That child would only be the treasure of the family, how could they bear to abandon him? Yang Gongming said with a pained expression, but it's hard for you to be born in such a family. But since you didn't bear to abort the child back then, there's no reason for you to refuse to find the child now. Now, even if our Yang family is shrouded in a shadow because of that child, we won't be swallowed up like before. Under such circumstances, there's no reason for us to pretend that we don't know about it anymore and let our blood and flesh wander outside. This isn't something that the Yang family should do. Yang Pejuan's expression changed a few times. He asked, "Father, who sent this report?" Yang Gongming sighed and said, "It was sent by the head of the Lin family, Lin Jigua." The Lin family. Lin Jigua. Yang Pejuan's expression turned slightly gloomy. Lin Jigua is only a major general in the National Security Bureau. He doesn't have any actual military power. How dare he interfere in the private affairs of the Yang family? Could it be that he wants to use this matter to attack my prestige in the military and the status of the Yang family so that he can help some other family to get promoted? Yang Gongming frowned and said, "Pejuan, although Lin Jigua is only a major general, don't underestimate him. The Lin family isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. However, before you enter that circle, you won't know Lin Jigua's real identity. You have to treat Lin Jigua as an elder. This is my warning to you." It was rare for his father, who had already retired, to admonish him in such a serious tone. Yang Pejuan immediately agreed. However, his heart was filled with doubts. Lin Jigua was not only a major general? What was that? After a moment of silence, Yang Pejuan said, "Father, since you have already revealed this matter and hope that that person will return to the Yang family, then as your son, I have no reason to refuse. However, you also know that it will be the day of my election soon. I hope that after the election, I will find that person and explain this matter to him." There was a slight disappointment in Yang Gongming's eyes, but he still nodded. "I am already a grandfather. You are the father of that child. Since this is your choice, then it's not appropriate for me to say anything more. This family will eventually be handed over to you. I only hope that you can treat that child well. Although I don't know how he grew up, I think that it won't be easy for him." "Understood, father." Yang Pejuan stood up. "If father has no other instructions, I want to return to the army first." "Go, I have wasted too much of your time." Yang Gongming waved his hand. After Yang Pejuan left, the old woman walked back. She smiled at Yang Gongming and said, "Master, the matter that you wanted me to send people to investigate has been clarified. Young Master Chen is indeed married. Moreover, his wife is the granddaughter of General Lin Jigua. However, she is not the daughter of the main wife." "Is that so? No wonder." Yang Gongming nodded. The old woman still smiled and said, "But no matter what, young Master Chen's return is considered a happy occasion for the Yang family. I wonder how young Master Lai will react when he knows that he has an older brother. Young mistress should be the happiest. After all, her long-lost son has returned." Yang Gongming picked up a black chess piece and sighed. Life is like a game of chess. It's hard to predict. Pa. When the black chess piece fell, the black chess pieces that were sent to the Silk Road instantly came to life and counterattacked the white chess pieces. On Monday morning, after buying breakfast, Yang Qing ran to the office of Yu Lei's PR department. He wasn't greeted by the crowd he expected. Instead, he saw a group of women gathered together and chattering about something. Yang Qing put down his breakfast and took a closer look. It was a group of female PR girls discussing around a huge map of Japan. Seeing Yang Qing approach, Zhang Kai, who was arguing with a few girls, immediately changed her target. She left the girls behind and ran to pick breakfast. "Mrs. Zhang, can you have some professional ethics? Why are you going to eat in the middle of a conversation?" one of the girls yelled. Zhang Kai picked up a bag of fried dumplings and took a bite. Her lips immediately felt oily. "Do whatever you want. I'm going with Sister Mingyu anyway." Yang Qing asked Zhao Hongyan, "What are you guys discussing?" Because the office was heated, Zhao Hongyan only had a purple sweater on. She looked gentle and charming. She smiled and said, "They're debating whether to go to Narita Airport in Tokyo and have fun in Tokyo, or to go directly to Hokkaido." For the year-end trip, the entire PR department chose Japan. Yang Qing was also in the PR department back then, so he was naturally included. However, Yang Qing back then was a little different from now. Because of the incident with Yamada sect, Yang Qing felt a little strange about going to Japan. However, there was no need to avoid it. He just thought to himself that if he really went to Japan, there would be a lot of trouble. After being reminded by Zhang Kai, Yang Qing suddenly remembered that he was going to Japan with Lu Mingyu. Now, it seemed that there weren't many opportunities to be intimate in China. Going there could make up for his regrets. However, he didn't know what Beauty Lu was thinking. After listening to the female colleagues arguing in the office for a while, Yangqing didn't understand anything. So, he ran out of Yulei's headquarters and returned to Yulei Entertainment across the street. When he entered his own office, it was already filled with people. Other than his right-hand men, Zhao Teng and Wang Jia, there was someone he didn't expect, Qiang Wei. She was wearing a gray coat with a white silk scarf, black lace stockings, and a pair of light brown high-heeled boots. Her hair was slightly permed and dyed with a few strands of seductive red. Rose, who was dressed in winter clothes, looked a little less lazy and sexy, and more simple and sexy like a city beauty. It was Yang Chen's first time seeing this woman in his office, so he felt that it was rather fresh. He winked at Rose, who responded with a reserved smile, making Yang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. "Director, you're here. Miss Situ has been waiting for a long time," Wang Jia smiled widely. Her face was like a blossoming flower. Obviously, she had a good time with Qiang Wei. Zhao Ting quickly got up and brewed a cup of hot tea for Yangqing. He passed it to Yangqing and said, "I heard from Miss Situ that you're close friends with the director. She asked us to speak freely. We're talking about next year's talent show." Yangqing sat back on his rotating leather chair. Intrigued, he asked, "Did you manage to come to a conclusion?" Wang Jia said, "After some discussion, we decided to name the activity Star of Yulei. Although it's a bit tacky, it can raise our banner. Plus, there are a lot of talent shows nowadays. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?" Yangqing didn't really care about the name. "I'm fine with it. How are we going to do it? Is the plan ready?" Actually, the whole process isn't that difficult. Yulei has organized all kinds of large-scale modeling competitions before. There's not much difference in nature in organizing a talent show like this. Zhao Ting said, "But the judge we need to choose is an important problem. That person must be famous and influential enough. Also, it can't be the judges that other talent shows use. It's best if it's an international judge. After all, Yulei is an international company. Yulei Entertainment has to face the whole world in the future. So, who are we looking for?" "Director, you said you could solve this problem last time. I wonder." Yangqing smiled and turned to ask Qiang Wei, "Who do you think is more suitable?" Qiang Wei shook her head. "I don't know. I don't care about the entertainment industry. I'm just here to make money. I'll listen to you. I don't care about the entertainment industry either. Fortunately, I know a friend in the entertainment industry." Yangqing smiled mysteriously at the three of them and quickly pressed a few buttons on his desk. A computer screen was projected on the snow-white wall of the office. The blinds on the window were closed and the screen on the wall became clear. Yangqing opened MSN on the computer. After entering an account, he logged in and went online. Not only Wang Jia and Zhao Teng, it was also Qiang Wei's first time seeing Yangqing on MSN. However, she didn't know who Yangqing's friend was and waited curiously. After going online, Yangqing had more than 10 friends in his friend list. He couldn't tell who they were. Yangqing chuckled. "I'm lucky. She's online." As he spoke, he opened a female friend's dialog box. Without saying much, he opened the video call mode and waited for the other party to accept. The female friend accepted after about half a minute. It seemed like the video was lagging due to the network. After a while, the other party's face finally appeared on the screen. However, the moment it appeared, Wang Jia and Zhao Ting both screamed in shock. "Oh my god! Kristen! Am I dreaming?" Although the video was a little blurry, the other party's face could still be seen clearly. On the spacious king-level pink bed in the background, a blonde woman in silk pajamas was looking sleepy at Yangqing's profile picture with a charming smile. The blonde woman looked like she was in her 20s. Her skin was as white as jade. Her figure wasn't hot, but it was just right. Even if she was wrapped in loose pajamas, the perfect curve of her chest was still very eye-catching. She had an angelic face and a high nose bridge that highlighted the heroic spirit and sexiness unique to Western women. That graceful and refined temperament wasn't something that could be brought by pure beauty. On the contrary, it made people feel that it was because of that temperament that this woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Even with the aesthetic standards of Eastern people, this woman's beauty was so impeccable. Looks like I sent the video at the wrong time. Kristen, are you going to sleep? Xianxia asked in fluent English and American. Kristen teasingly stroked her golden hair. Yang, although it's very rude, please believe me when I say that you never look at the other party's time zone when you send a message. When Zhao Teng and Wang Jia heard that Xianxia really called the woman Kristen, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Qiang Wei saw that Xianxia was talking to a foreign woman who was so beautiful that even women would be jealous of her. She couldn't help but feel upset. She asked Wang Jia, "Is this woman very famous?" Wang Jia whispered excitedly, "Miss Situ, don't you want to watch the movie?" Kristen Stewart, Hollywood's hottest diva. She was the Best Actress and the Best Supporting Actress at the Oscars. She also won the Best Actress award at 5 international A-level film festivals. Last year, she was recognized by the Grammys for Best Country Album and Best Female Singer. It's said that she's only 26 years old. She's a genius among geniuses. Whether she's abroad or in Xianxia, she's the idol and dream goddess of countless men and women. Although Qiang Wei really didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, she still knew about the Oscars and the Grammys. It sounded like this woman was indeed extraordinary. But how did Xianxia know her? On the other side, Xianxia and Kristen were already conversing fluently in English. After some small talk, Xianxia directly stated the main purpose of the video call. When Kristen heard that it was for her to be a judge for a talent show, she seemed to not know Xianxia. She looked at Xianxia strangely and then giggled. She looked at Xianxia seductively and said, "Yang, it seems that you've been living a very special life since you returned to Xianxia. I'm really curious about how you're like when you're sitting in an office meeting with your subordinates." "So, you've agreed to it?" Xianxia said with a smile. "I can participate. I've planned to give myself a good holiday this year, but I can't participate in every talent show." "So, you'll still have to invite other judges," Kristen said bluntly. Before Xianxia said anything, Wang Jia, who couldn't wait any longer, said in her not-so-standard English, "We definitely won't trouble you too much, Miss Kristen. In fact, as long as you're willing to appear once and be a judge for our final competition, our event can be completed perfectly." Xianxia was depressed. This was too easy for Kristen, but since Wang Jia had already said it, he couldn't say anything else. He said, "The one talking to you is my assistant, Wang Jia. She'll talk to you about the specific work in the future. I'm just using my thick skin to invite you to Xianxia." Kristen yawned and stretched her body seductively. She said, "Understood. You know my contact information. I'm sleepy now. Good night, Yang." "Good night." After the video was turned off, Xianxia canceled the projection and opened the blinds. Wang Jia and Zhao Teng, who were still in a state of excitement, felt like they were dreaming. There was nothing but excitement in each other's eyes. Incidentally, the way they looked at Xianxia was also filled with admiration. After Xianxia wrote an email addressed to Wang Jia, he sent the two of them out to work, leaving only Qiang Wei in the office with a strange expression on her face. "What's wrong, Qiang Wei babe? Your lips can already hang a teapot on them, Yang," Qing said while looking at Qiang Wei's pouting lips. Qiang Wei's eyes were like a scanner, sweeping across Xianxia's body. "Tell me the truth. How many more women like that woman do you have abroad?" Xianxia was stunned. He finally understood the reason for Qiang Wei's displeasure. He smiled and said, "Qiang Wei babe, you're really wrong this time. Kristen isn't my woman. At least I'm not capable enough to sleep on the same bed as her and not be kicked out. We're just friends who have a good relationship." Seeing that Xianxia didn't seem to be joking, Qiang Wei found it unbelievable. She said, "You'll actually let go of such a beauty? Do I look that thirsty?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. It seemed like he was really a beast in the eyes of the women around him. Qiang Wei didn't say anything. She just pursed her rosy lips and turned her bright eyes elsewhere. She had an expression that said, "That's right." Xianxia touched his forehead in distress. No wonder Tang Wan didn't listen to his explanation last night. After talking with Qiang Wei and dealing with some simple matters in the office, Xianxia looked at the clock on the computer. It was not lunchtime yet, so he stood up and said, "Let's go out for a walk. We won't sit in the office today. Let's play with my little girl Xianxia for a day." Xianxia was slightly surprised. "A day? Why? You don't want to play with your husband for a day?" Yangqing asked with a smile. "That's not what I mean. I'm just a little surprised that you will have a day to accompany me." Xianxia beamed with joy. Yangqing felt a little upset. Why did he say that he was a beast? These beauties around him all owed him a lot. After leaving the company with Xianxia, they got in Yangqing's car. Xianxia asked several attendants of the Red Thorns Society to go back first. After all, when she was with Yangqing, she didn't need to guard against enemies and opponents. "Where are we going?" After buckling the seat belt, Xianxia asked excitedly. Yangqing thought for a moment. "It's winter. It's so cold outside. It's boring in the city. Why don't I take you to the mall? Although I know you don't lack clothes, I don't think you women will refuse this kind of thing." Xiangwei's eyes lit up. Obviously, even a powerful mafia boss couldn't resist the temptation of the mall. Because it was Monday and morning, there were not many people shopping in the mall. Yangqing took Xiangwei to the famous Golden Palm building in Zhonghai. Most of the high-end international brands were here. Ordinary citizens wouldn't come here to buy clothes, so it was a good place for the two to date and hang out. Although the two had known each other for almost a year and had long been intimate with each other, it was the first time for Xianxia to go shopping with her beloved man, which made her particularly excited and radiant. Holding Yangqing's wrist, they took the elevator to the first floor of the building. The glamorous and fashionable clothes around them were secondary. Xianxia enjoyed their time together. The mall was very quiet as there were almost no customers. There were only salespeople waiting respectfully for customers and smiling at them as they walked by. Yangqing saw Xianxia, who seemed to have returned to her teenage years, and couldn't help but laugh. "If your underlings see you like this, it will be very difficult for them to respect you in the future." "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I will soon step down as the president and become a serious boss of an entertainment company. It will be better to leave the respect of those people to Rongrong," Xianxia said indifferently. Yangqing asked, "Are you planning to pass the position to Rongrong so soon?" Yangqing didn't expect that Qianrong, who was coincidentally brought to Zhonghai, would one day be supported by Xianxia to become the president of the Red Thorns Society. Although he knew that Qianrong had made rapid progress and was naturally intelligent, Xianxia was at her peak. It was a little unexpected for her to step down. "In fact, I have always had an idea. I want to integrate the illegal and illegal businesses of the Red Thorns Society into a legal company and then become a listed group. In that case, the president of the Red Thorns Society will not be suitable for the leader of the group," Xianxia said. Yangqing suddenly understood. He reached out and scratched Xianxui's delicate face. "So you want to be the president of a listed company? I was thinking that even if Rongrong really has the ability to manage the Red Thorns Society, the underlings will not follow Rongrong's orders after you leave." Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "I'm doing this so that one day I can leave that circle completely. At least, I can be with you openly and stand in front of the world. I will also face everyone's eyes calmly. I've said that I don't care about your background in the underworld." Yangqing frowned and said, "Don't always feel sorry for yourself. It will make me angry. I know you don't care, but I do." Xianxia mumbled and said, "All right, I've been doing this all along. It's not bad for the future of me and Red Thorns Society. Hubby, don't worry about it." Yangqing had no choice but to stop talking about this topic. He took Xianxia to the nearest Prada boutique and began to shop leisurely. Prada's products were founded in 1913. Since its launch, it had been favored by the upper class of Europe, especially Italy, including the royal family and nobles. The excellent traditional quality continued to this day, combined with the most avant-garde development elements, and had a strong vitality. Of course, the premium Prada products were quite expensive because many Prada products would continue to increase in value after a few years and had high collection value. Although Yangqing didn't have much money on him now, he still had more than 1 million yuan in savings. He took Xianxia to shop in such a shop, and he wasn't afraid that he would lose face and have to rely on Xianxia to pay the bill. Xianxia wasn't short of money. She didn't feel much when she saw the dazzling lineup of 5-digit prices in the boutique. When Xianxia walked to the new Prada Fianchetto autumn and winter women's shoes counter, her eyes were instantly attracted by a pair of pointed stilettos decorated with crimson bows. The shop assistant, who had been quietly and respectfully following by the side, cleverly stood up and introduced with a smile, "Miss, this pair of fianchettos is very suitable for your elegant and noble temperament. This is a new style released this year. It continues the crocodile leather material and the classic embroidery, and is in line with the street trend of the 1950s. If you pair it with black stockings and a thick knee-length skirt, it would be a very fashionable match. There are less than 20 pairs of this pair of shoes in the entire Xianxia, and it's a global limited edition collection. We were only allocated this pair, so if you like it, you can't miss it." "How much is it?" Xianxia asked faintly. This pair of shoes didn't have a price tag, so the price would fluctuate according to the market. The shop assistant ran to the computer and looked it up. She smiled and said, "Miss, the latest market price is 110,000 Xianxia dollars." Hearing 110,000, even though Xianxia wasn't short of money, she suddenly turned her head and frowned. "Are you sure? 110,000? Isn't a normal fianchetto available for around 10,000? The shop assistant still smiled humbly and said, "I'm not wrong, miss. This pair of shoes shone brilliantly at the birthday party of the new British princess a few days ago. It was highly praised, so it's in high demand in the upper class." Xianxia hesitated. Even if she really liked this pair of crimson stilettos that matched her style, and she had the capital to buy it, it was still a bit too much to spend 110,000 on a pair of shoes. "Do you like it?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Xianxia pouted. "Well, the color and pattern look really beautiful, but 110,000 is too expensive. Even my most expensive shoes don't exceed 20,000. "Then I'll buy it for you," Xianxia said. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before she immediately shook her head. "Forget it, hubby. It's not worth spending so much on a pair of shoes. I'm not doing it for the shoes, I'm doing it for you." Xianxia smiled as he took out his bank card and handed it to the shop assistant. "I'll take this pair." Hearing Xianxia's reason, Xianxia felt a sweetness in her heart. She couldn't help tiptoeing and kissed Xianxia's cheek. Xianxia looked at the satisfied Xianxia and sighed, "I rarely have time to accompany you. It's rare for us to be together today, so just accept this gift from me and let me feel better." The shop assistant didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary man would buy the most expensive shoes in the store without hesitation. She said with great envy, "Miss, you're so lucky." Then she immediately swiped her card to help Xianxia pick up the shoes. After paying the bill, Xianxia received the crimson bonnet decorative shoes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Women's money was really easy to earn. He didn't see anything special about these shoes, but they actually cost him 110,000. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't care about money, ordinary men wouldn't be able to bear it. No wonder men hated to accompany women to shopping. They loved their legs and their wallets even more. Before Xianxia could finish playing with the shoes, Xianxia took the shoes and said to Xianxia, "Come, sit on the stool." As he spoke, he pulled Xianxia to the sofa at the entrance of the store for customers to rest. Looking at Xianxia in puzzlement, Xianxia asked, "Hubby, what are you doing?" Squatting down, Xianxia held onto Xianxia's slender calf and raised his head with a smile, "You bought such an expensive pair of shoes. If you don't immediately put them on for me to see, I will feel unbalanced." Xianxia's face blushed. She finally understood that Xianxia was actually taking off her shoes and putting them on for her. Taking off one of Xianxia's boots, Xianxia held Xianxia's delicate little foot and pinched it a few times. It was soft and meaty and very comfortable. "Baby Xianxia, don't use your hands when you give me a massage in the future. Your feet are too cute." Even when they were entangled on the bed, Xianxia's sensitive and meaty little feet had never been grasped and played with by Xianxia like this. In front of a few shop assistants, her boots were taken off, and she was kneaded and pinched. Xianxia was both happy and shy. There were all kinds of feelings that were hard to describe. "Hubby, don't be like this. They are all watching." Xianxia bit her lower lip and said anxiously. Xianxia smirked, "What are you afraid of? They don't know us." After saying that, Yangqing picked up the newly bought winter shoes and slowly and gently put them on for Qiangwei. They fit perfectly. Connected to the calves wrapped in black silk, the crimson bow ornamental shoes made them look agile and light. 110,000 is really worth it. It seems that this pair of shoes was waiting for you to appear. Yangqing, who had seen too many luxury goods, still had a certain appreciation and couldn't help but exclaim. When watching the man in front of her carefully put on the red stilettos, Qiangwei felt that her heart was about to melt. The romantic scene that she had never dreamed of in the past actually appeared in front of her eyes. Yangqing picked up the other shoe and planned to put it on for Qiangwei. However, just as Yangqing took off Qiangwei's other shoe, a few women in professional suits came around the corner of the shop in front of them. One of them was a young woman wearing a simple black suit. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she had an elegant and refined temperament. The other women seemed to be accompanying staff, and they were explaining something to the woman. The moment Yangqing saw the woman, his body stiffened and his hands stopped moving. Qiangwei turned her head in confusion and looked at the women who were walking over. When she saw the stunning woman who was leading them, she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Although it was the first time Qiangwei saw that woman, she had already remembered her appearance through the information. It was Lin Ruoxi. When Yangqing and Qiangwei saw Lin Ruoxi also saw Yangqing, who was slightly at a loss. From Lin Ruoxi's point of view, she just happened to see Yangqing kneeling in front of a graceful woman, holding a brand new crimson high heel, grabbing one of the woman's small feet, as if he was going to help the woman wear the shoe. This was undoubtedly an extremely ambiguous action, so ambiguous that it would make outsiders blush. What made Lin Ruoxi's heart instantly cold was that the woman's appearance was extremely outstanding, with bright eyes and white teeth, red lips and white skin, and a lazy and charming temperament. As a woman, Lin Ruoxi was very clear that such a woman had a strong attraction to men. Although she knew in the past that Yangqing had confessed that he had a lot of women outside, but what she heard and what she saw with her own eyes, this kind of difference was huge. Lin Ruoxi's face did not have the slightest strange expression, but in her cold eyes, there was a bone-chilling aura. The kind of torment in her heart, only she could feel it. Even though she was already mentally prepared, Lin Ruoxi still felt as if her heart had cracked at this moment. A kind of exhaustion and powerlessness that came from the soul corroded Lin Ruoxi's entire body. If it wasn't for the last trace of rationality and tenacity, Lin Ruoxi could even be sure that she would have fainted on the spot. Did I actually care that much? But how could this hateful man be like this? Was this how he treated other women outside? He didn't even hesitate to kneel down and help other women wear shoes. When she thought about how this guy had just said shorten it to half a year in front of her yesterday, Lin Ruoxi really wanted to rush up and slap him. Was she that bad, changing things for him, thinking for him, and even learning how to be a wife for him? In the end, was she really not as good as these women outside? For them, he could kneel down. She clearly hinted that she was not willing to divorce him, but he cruelly reduced an entire year. With all kinds of thoughts in her mind, Lin Ruoxi had already walked to Yangqing and Qiangwei's side. Yangqing did not stand up, still maintaining his original posture, and Qiangwei, after a short period of surprise, calmed down. After all, she was also a woman who had seen the wind and waves. Even if it was the identity of a mistress, facing Lin Ruoxi for the first time, Qiangwei did not choose to retreat. Lin Ruoxi stopped, turned her head, and looked at Qiangwei, who was sitting on the sofa. One was as cold as an ice mountain, the other was casual and generous, not the slightest bit. After a subtle contest between the women, Lin Ruoxi turned her head, and looked at him. The shoes are very beautiful, very suitable for your woman. Lin Ruoxi said coldly, without the slightest trace of emotion. Yangqing knew that he could not avoid it, and said with a slightly bitter smile, "Is that so? I think so too. Do you have a job here? Golden Palm Tower is a property under my company. Is it strange that I'm here for an inspection?" Lin Ruoxi said. Yangqing was stunned. Lin Ruoxi's assets were too terrifying. How could a random high-class department store be hers? What a coincidence, she had to be here for an inspection today. He did not know if the heavens were deliberately playing tricks on him, but Yangqing could imagine that at this moment, Lin Ruoxi's heart must be in a perilous storm. However, since he had already told her that they would be separated in half a year, then perhaps he could use this opportunity to let her see through him, and from then on, no longer have any tolerance towards him, which was also a good thing. Their marriage had already begun in a ridiculous manner, and other than all kinds of headaches, he had brought her all kinds of dangers. It seemed like it was time to grit his teeth and separate from Lin Ruoshi. This would only be good for her. After Lin Ruoshi finished speaking, she took one last look at Xianxia, then looked at Yangqing resolutely, and led the group of building managers away without looking back. I never thought that my first meeting with the Empress would be like this. It's over, she seems to be in a very bad mood. Xianxia said softly, hubby, does she hate me to death now? Yangqing raised his head, and said with a comforting smile, don't think too much, be good and put on your new shoes, then I'll take you to lunch, and we'll continue shopping after that. Xianxia resentfully said, it's all your fault, you insist on wearing shoes for me like this. She must think that I'm a vixen, and that I'm the one who wants to break you up. Yangqing frowned and said, silly girl, why would you think that? Even if I were to separate from Ruoshi, I wouldn't give up on you. You are different from her. Xianxia blinked her eyes, hubby, between you two. Did something happen? How could she leave so easily and let me go just like that? Don't ask. In short, whether you're a fox spirit or a spider spirit, don't think about other people's business when we're dating. Yangqing reached out and pinched Xianxia's nose, causing the latter to grumble. When Yangqing brought Xianxia to the elevator, intending to go to the restaurant in the building to eat, Lin Ruoshi, who was leading a group of executives to inspect, suddenly stopped after walking for a long distance. A staff member who was introducing the operation of the building asked in confusion, General Lin, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath, her eyes slightly moist. She turned her head and said, let's end the inspection here for today. I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do, so I'll hand over the rest of the details in the form of a report. I'll be leaving first. Yes, General Lin. A group of executives immediately sent Lin Ruoshi away, but most of them were confused. Taking the elevator to the underground parking lot, Lin Ruoshi almost ran back to her red Bentley. As soon as she entered the car, Lin Ruoshi couldn't hold back anymore. Tears flowed out of her eyes, and her whole body leaned on the steering wheel, trembling. Yangqing, who came to the Western restaurant with Xianxia for dinner, sat down and ordered the dishes. His mind was a little erratic. Lin Ruoshi's resolute gaze kept popping up in his mind. That familiar, unforgettable gaze always stirred him up. Right now, she should hate me to death. Maybe she even regretted saying yesterday that she wanted to maintain their relationship as husband and wife for another 6 months. Xianxia's mind was clear. She said softly, hubby, you don't feel good, right? I can tell that you seem to be purposely making Ms. Lin angry. Yangqing's expression changed slightly. Why do you say that? I'm not sure either, but I have this feeling. Hubby, can you tell me why you did that? This isn't like you. I can tell that both of you actually care about each other. You're not the kind of man who would purposely hurt a woman. Xianxia asked. Yangqing was silent for a while. He knew that there was no point in hiding it from Xianxia, so he simply told Xianxia about Su Jihong and Zhang Xinlin. I killed Zhang Xinlin, so the Zhang family in Beijing might fight me to the death. Furthermore, my past isn't something that a woman like her, who grew up in a peaceful environment, can imagine. There are countless people in this world who hate me to the core and want to take revenge on me. I'm fine, but my wife on the surface will easily become a target. Furthermore, someone like me, whose hands are stained with blood, doesn't deserve to get married and have a family. Those things will only become a beautiful weakness, a target for those who want to deal with me. Previously, someone kidnapped Ruoshi. Fortunately, I managed to exchange the coordinates of the kidnappers in time and saved her life. I can't guarantee her safety every time, because it's unfair for her to face so many threats to her life. Yangqing said. Xianxia didn't expect that there would be so much inside information. After listening to it, she said faintly, there are always things that people have no choice but to do in this world. But hubby, isn't this too cruel? Although it's my first time meeting her, as a woman, I can tell that she actually doesn't want to be separated from you. Who knows? To be honest, I still can't figure out what she's thinking. But, it's better to be sad than to live in fear because of me. We can only take it one step at a time, Xianxia said. After the main dishes were served, the two quietly finished their lunch. In the afternoon, when Xianxia was preparing to continue shopping with Xiangwei pulled Xianxia and said, "Hubby, I've shopped enough. Let's go back to my place, okay?" "But it's still early." Xianxia asked in confusion, "Won't you feel bored like this?" Xiangwei blushed and whispered something in Xianxia's ear. "Seductress, you really miss that thing so much." Xianxia smiled. Xiangwei shyly lowered her head. "Who told you not to look for me for so long?" In the face of Xiangwei's initiative, Xianxia didn't have too much desire in his heart. Instead, he was moved. It wasn't that Xiangwei really had that kind of need. This was obviously a woman who felt distressed about his low mood and wanted to use this way to let him vent and forget his troubles. How could he let go of such a silly woman? However, even if he knew, Xianxia didn't say it out. After leaving the building with Xiangwei, he drove back to the big bedroom behind the Rose Bar. He really needed a channel to vent. Outside the house, the north wind was whistling, and the temperature was 3 feet cold. Inside the house, there was a warm dim yellow light. The two of them, who hadn't been here for a long time, were like dry firewood and a raging fire. They kicked off their shoes, untied their clothes, and quickly tangled together on Rose's soft bed. When it stopped, Xianxia hugged the warm and plump body in his arms and kissed Xiangwei's forehead. He said softly and deeply, "Thank you. I feel much better now." Rose raised her smooth chin and brushed it across Xianxia's chest. She said with a fragrant voice, "Hubby, do you know? On the day you took me for the first time, I prayed to the heavens in my heart. No matter in my next life or the next, no matter how many times I reincarnated, I would always be this man's woman. Even if I'm not his wife, I'm still willing to be his lover. But now, I don't think so. I feel that this life is enough. There's nothing more satisfying than this life. I can't be greedy, because I feel that I'm the happiest woman in the world." Xianxia felt a burst of pity in his heart, but he couldn't say anything. Xiangwei pouted her red lips as she looked at Xianxia and said, "Promise me, my man. No matter what happens in the future, don't treat me like how you treated Lin Ruoxi. I can't leave you. I'm not as beautiful as Lin Ruoxi, and I'm not as rich as her. I'm not worthy of you. Other than loving you more than you love me, I don't have any conditions that surpass you. So, if you don't want me one day, then I'll lose everything." Staring at the woman's deep eyes, Xianxia felt a dull pain in his heart. Lying on Xiangwei's bed in the evening, he accompanied Xiangwei to watch TV dramas for the whole afternoon. Xiangwei lazily yawned and blinked her eyes as she asked Xianxia, "Hubby, when are you going back tonight?" "Why would you ask that? It's not like I have to go back." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're not going home tonight?" Xiangwei was a little startled as she continued, "But it's already like this during the day. If you still don't go home, so what? There's still half a year left, and it will pass in the blink of an eye. I don't think she wants to see me right now. After all, we're not on the same path, and sooner or later, we'll walk on different paths." Xianxia steeled his heart and dialed home. He told his mother Wang that he wouldn't be going home tonight, but he didn't explain the reason. A complicated expression appeared on Xiangwei's face as she sighed, "Truth be told, I do hope that you two will separate from each other. Even if I've never wanted to be your wife, I still don't think it's good for you to do this all of a sudden." Xianxia pinched Xiangwei's cheek and said, "Don't overthink it. Actually, everything has been wrong from the beginning, isn't it?" Xiangwei did not speak. She looked a little sad, but no one knew if it was for Xianxia, Lin Ruoxi, or herself. "Although it's a little awkward for you to meet her today, it's also an opportunity for her to give up on me." After Xianxia finished speaking, his heart felt heavy for some reason. He shook his head and didn't want to think about it anymore. He patted Xiangwei's cheek and said, "Darling, get up. We'll deal with proper business after dinner." "Proper business?" Xiangwei was briefly stunned before she immediately recalled what proper business was. Her face blushed as she patted Xianxia's chest a few times. She couldn't be bothered about it anymore. The winter night came earlier than usual. Lin Ruoxi drove home. She got out of the car with a pale face and a tired figure. Looking at the warm lights in the house, his expression was a little complicated. Did that person come back? After what happened in the day, how could she meet him? Ignore him? Scold him? Or should he pretend to be normal? Lin Ruashi knitted her eyebrows in distress, but she couldn't think of a reason. Didn't they decide without hesitation to be a fake couple? Why do I feel more and more uneasy about him leaving me in the future? There was still half a year left, but only one day had passed, and his heart ached terribly. That damned man, was he trying to show off to her? Was he trying to tell her how amazing he was? Lin Ruashi walked back into the house in a daze and smelled the aroma of food. Mother Wang had already prepared the food, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Miss, you're back. Son-in-law has something to do tonight and won't be coming home. It's just the two of us eating. So we didn't prepare much. Mother Wang said with a smile. Lin Ruashi was stunned. He's not going home? Yeah, I just called, Mother Wang said. Oh. Lin Ruashi felt wronged, and her heart seemed to be in pain. He didn't even want to call her, and brazenly told her that he spent the night with another woman, and refused to go home? In half a year, he was already so impatient. Lin Ruashi's face became even more haggard. She silently sat down and ate with Mother Wang. Under the bright yellow light, the scene of the two women eating seemed to have returned to the cold and cheerless times of the past. It took less than half an hour to finish the meal. Mother Wang was cleaning up the dishes by herself. Seeing that Lin Ruashi wanted to help, she immediately said, Miss, you don't look so good. You must be tired from work. You should go upstairs to take a shower and rest. Don't do anything. It's okay, Mother Wang, I'll help you. Lin Ruashi shook her head and said. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Lin Ruashi put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She jogged to the door and opened it. The person standing at the door was not what she had expected, but it was also someone she knew. It was Choi Yun, who was dressed casually. Lin Ruashi was slightly disappointed, but she still smiled and asked, Yonyan, why are you here so late at night? Come in quickly. Choi Yun wore a white down jacket. Under her short black hair, her charming oval face looked especially fair and beautiful. Seeing that Lin Ruashi didn't look so good, Choi Yun walked into the house and sighed, I heard from my sister that you already know a lot of things, right? That day, when she returned home, she told her about how Zhang Xinlin teamed up with Su Jihong to take revenge on Lin Ruashi. At this point, there was no need to hide too much. After all, they were all involved. She probably hoped that Choi Yun could comfort Lin Ruashi as a good sister. Lin Ruashi nodded and forced a smile, I'm fine. You don't have to specially come to see me. How can you be fine? Your face is so skinny, and your complexion is so bad, Choi Yun said unhappily. She looked at the living room and asked, where's that bad guy? Lin Ruashi felt a pain in her heart, he has something to do tonight. He won't be back. What? Choi Yun was furious, what can he have to do? How can he be like this? After such a horrible thing happened, you're already so haggard, and he still doesn't come back tonight. Lin Ruashi pulled Choi Yun to the sofa in the living room and sat down. She made tea for her and said, don't mind him, let him do what he wants. I actually feel more peaceful when he's not here. Choi Yun looked at Lin Ruashi's seemingly indifferent face, but every word she said was filled with difficulty. She couldn't help but pull Lin Ruashi's hand and let Lin Ruashi sit next to her. Ruashi, tell me the truth. What happened to you too? You're not the kind of person who would be scared by a dead person. You look like this, I'm so scared. What happened to you? Choi Yun asked nervously. It seemed that Lin Ruashi's sudden change was hard for her to accept. Lin Ruashi's eyes were slightly red, it's nothing, we just didn't rest well. We're really fine. Choi Yun was anxious, how can you be fine? I've never seen you so listless since you were young. Even when Granny Lin passed away, you weren't this depressed, did you know? You're like a shell without a soul now. When I saw you just now, I almost couldn't recognize you. When you saw me just now, your eyes were clearly disappointed. What were you disappointed about? It's because the person who came home wasn't Yangqing, right? You must be very sad in your heart. Why don't you say it out loud? Why do you have to endure all of this alone? If you really want to accept him and love him, you have to tell him. What's the use of me wanting to accept him? Lin Ruoshi suddenly raised her head. She couldn't suppress her emotions and looked at Choi Yun with sparkling eyes. In another half a year, he said, in another half a year, we'll end all of this. But in less than a day, he's sweetly dating another woman in front of me, and he's clearly telling me that he's spending the night with another woman and won't be coming home. He's telling me that he's already made up his mind to leave this family, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with me. Lin Ruoshi smiled sadly and said, I don't want to hide it from you. Anyway, you'll know everything in half a year. Choi Yun was stunned. What do you mean, what? Half a year? Lin Ruoshi wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and told her about the marriage contract she signed with Yangqing. However, she didn't say that she lost her virginity to him that night. She only said that they met by a small accident. In other words, your marriage is fake, right? Choi Yun was shocked. She felt like she was dreaming. Yes, but it doesn't matter if it's fake or real. Since he's already like this, then let's wait for half a year and let everything end. Lin Ruoshi said coldly. You're lying to yourself. Choi Yun looked at Lin Ruoshi pitifully. If you really don't care anymore, then you won't be in so much pain. You won't be willing to wait for this half a year to end. Ruoshi, why don't you fight for it? I just lost my mind. Lin Ruoshi's face turned cold. Yonyan, do you know that he held another woman's feet and put shoes on in front of me today? I won't like a man like him even if I die. Don't worry, I'll be fine in 2 days. You don't have to worry. Choi Yun's pretty face changed slightly and she felt uncomfortable in her heart. However, seeing that Lin Ruoshi seemed to have made up her mind, she didn't say anything more. She sighed and didn't know how to comfort her. After chatting for a while, Choi Yun took the initiative to leave early so that Lin Ruoshi could go to sleep. After saying goodbye to Lin Ruoshi, she walked out of the villa and returned to her Audi car. Choi Yun couldn't calm down for a long time. As long as she thought that the marriage between Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi was just a contract and not real, Choi Yun couldn't control the suppressed feelings in her heart because of their friendship. It turned out that everything was fake. He and Lin Ruoshi weren't husband and wife at all. Everything was just an empty shell. No wonder he was still flirting with another woman. Choi Yun quickly figured out the unreasonable things in the past. Her feelings for Yangqing surged like a tide. Even if she felt that she had wronged Lin Ruoshi, people would always have a selfish side, not to mention a woman standing in front of love, right? However, as long as she thought of how Yangqing rejected her gift that day, Choi Yun gritted her teeth in anger. Just you wait, I won't give up so easily, Choi Yun muttered to herself and drove away. Early the next morning, Yang Chen's phone vibrated when the sun rose. Yangqing was hugging Changwei as they lay under the warm blanket. He took the phone and glanced at it. The number seemed familiar. The moment he picked up the phone, a voice Yangqing didn't want to hear even if it killed him. Look at the time. Are you still sleeping? It was Abbess Yun Miao, the old Taoist nun. Yangqing let out a long sigh and yawned. Abbess, can't you look at the time? It's only 6 in the morning. It'll take me an hour to get to work. Humph, when I was your age, I'd wake up before 5 to train. By this time, I'd be carrying 2 buckets of water from the foot of the mountain to the top. Abbess, that's the Shaolin temple, right? Do you Ame women do that too? Yangqing asked, annoyed. Shut up. I'm talking about serious business. Yangqing woke up from his drowsiness. The nun's voice was a little too loud. Even Changwei, who was woken up, had a terrified but cute expression on her face. Then tell me what serious business you have. Yangqing said helplessly. Abbess Yin Miao snorted and suddenly asked, how's Hui Lin doing? Is she getting used to living at your place? Hui Lin? Yangqing asked curiously. What do you mean by coming to my place? Is she here? Abbess Yin Miao shouted, what? You don't know that she's in Zhonghai? She didn't contact you yesterday? Her train arrived in the afternoon. Yangqing was stunned. Didn't she say that she would call him when she arrived? She didn't even contact him. How would he know if the nun had arrived? Abbess, I really don't know. She didn't call me. Did you remember wrongly? I personally sent her on the train. How could I remember wrongly? This is the first time she left me alone. Could she have gotten lost? That's not right. I gave her my phone. If she has any problems, she can call you. Abbess Xianxia said anxiously, go to the train station immediately and look around. You must find my granddaughter. If anything happens to her, I'll make you return my precious granddaughter even if I have to risk my life. Damn it, this has nothing to do with me. How would I know when your granddaughter arrived? What could possibly happen to a living person who knew martial arts? Yangqing was at a loss, but he didn't dare to talk nonsense with this old Taoist nun who didn't have the nourishment of love. He could only turn off the phone and get up in a hurry. Xiangwei asked in confusion, honey, how do you know a nun? An old woman who has a husband but still deceives herself to become a monk. Ignore her. Yangqing muttered. Then what about her granddaughter? Xiangwei looked at Yangqing strangely. Don't think too much about it. Why are you gossiping too? Do I look like the kind of person who would attack a little nun? You do, Xiangwei said without hesitation and tried not to laugh. A few black lines hung on Yangqing's face, but he couldn't say a word. Half an hour later, Yangqing drove to the train station in Zhonghai. He ran into the station, which was empty in the morning. There weren't many people walking around the hall. Yangqing scanned the rows of seats and corners. Just when he was about to suspect that Hui Lin had left, a figure sitting alone near the door attracted his attention. Her long hair was let down and combed neatly to the sides. Her oval face was fair and supple. Even in winter, it didn't feel dry at all. Her beautiful facial features were still exquisite, but she seemed to be tired. She had a sleepy and cute expression on her face. She pouted her pink lips and looked like she was stuttering. She changed out of her Taoist robe and put on a light coffee-colored coat that an ordinary girl would wear in the city. Black tight-fitting trousers accentuated her perfect figure and a pair of leather boots with a mane. Yangqing almost couldn't recognize the Hui Lin who had transformed from a little nun into a modern city girl. Walking to the girl, Yangqing looked at the pink suitcase beside her and then at the dozing Hui Lin. He frowned and asked, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call me? Hui Lin seemed to have woken up from her drowsiness. When she heard the voice, she stood up from her seat and rubbed her eyes to wake herself up. She looked at Yangqing nervously and timidly, looking pitiful as if she had been bullied. You. Why are you here? Why am I here? Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your grandma called me and said that she was going to kill me. How could I not look for you? Didn't I ask you to call me? Why are you sitting here all the time? Don't tell me you've been sitting here all night. Hui Lin shrank back in fear and nodded her head pitifully. Yangqing really didn't know what to say. Although there was heating in the train station, it wasn't as if she was a homeless wanderer who had no one to rely on. What was this supposed to mean? Why didn't you call me? Yangqing asked again. Hui Lin looked away and said faintly, I felt embarrassed. Yangqing smiled bitterly. What's there to be embarrassed about? Don't tell me you really think that I'll treat you as my wife just because your master said he wants you to be my wife? In my eyes, you're just like a little sister. Since you're in Zhonghai, just treat me as your distant relative. Why are you embarrassed? But we're not relatives. Hui Lin replied faintly. It was hard for Yangqing to communicate with this naive girl. He took a deep breath and pulled Hui Lin's suitcase. Let's go, I'll bring you to where you're staying. You don't have to help me. I'll pull it myself. Hui Lin immediately grabbed her suitcase with a blushing face. Yangqing glared at her. Why are you snatching it? Your master asked you to come here. Just listen to me and follow behind me. Oh. Hui Lin immediately retracted her hand and followed Yangqing to the car park with her head lowered. When they were on the highway back to the villa, Yangqing called Abbess Xianxia and told her that he had found Hui Lin. However, when Abbess Xianxia asked why she had only arrived now, Yangqing immediately passed the phone to Hui Lin and asked Hui Lin to explain herself. When Hui Lin said that she was too shy to call Yangqing to pick her up, Abbess Yun Miao immediately scolded Hui Lin to the point that Hui Lin was about to cry. After that, Abbess Yun Miao only said that Hui Lin was to stay at Yang Cheng's house. As for what she did, it was up to Yang Cheng to decide. However, she was not allowed to stay at home all day. Yang Cheng could tell that Abbess Yun Miao wasn't sending him a wife. She was sending him a daughter. She was already an adult. Not only did he have to take care of her food and lodging, she even had to help him find a job. As for a place to stay, Yang Cheng initially wanted to let Hui Lin stay elsewhere. After all, he and Lin Ruoxi were at an awkward stage. However, Hui Lin was so innocent. It wouldn't be reliable to let her stay outside alone. Since he had promised Abbess Yun Miao to take care of her, he couldn't be too cruel. He could only bite the bullet and let her stay with him. When they arrived at the villa in Dragon Garden, Lin Ruoxi had already left for work. There was only Mother Wang who was clearing the dining table at home. When Mother Wang saw Yang Cheng bringing an unfamiliar, beautiful girl into the house, she asked curiously, "Young master, this lady is?" "Oh, she's my distant cousin. She wants to do some internship in Zhonghai. She'll be staying at our house for the time being." "I've told Ruoxi before," Yang Cheng said. When Mother Wang heard that she was Yang Cheng's relative, she immediately welcomed Hui Lin warmly. She brought her luggage upstairs and quickly arranged a guest room for Hui Lin. There were many empty rooms in the house, and they were cleaned by professionals. She could move in any time, so it wasn't a problem. Hui Lin went into the room to tidy up her luggage. When Mother Wang heard that she hadn't had breakfast, she immediately ran downstairs and made some simple dishes. She scooped out the leftover porridge and asked Yang Cheng to call Hui Lin down to eat so that she wouldn't starve. It was obvious that Hui Lin, who looked cute and pretty, easily won Mother Wang's favor. Yang Cheng didn't have time to go to work, so he wasn't in a hurry. He went upstairs and knocked on Hui Lin's door. There was no response. Yang Cheng didn't think much and pushed the door open. When he entered the room, he was overjoyed. Hui Lin was wearing clothes and pants. She didn't even take off her shoes. She had fallen asleep on the big bed. She was cold and hungry for a whole day on the train and didn't sleep at all. It must have been hard on her. She had never traveled so far in her life. Moreover, she was in an unfamiliar city. She sat alone in a train station filled with strangers. After a whole night, Yang Cheng calmed down and felt pity for her. Walking to the bed, Yang Cheng pulled up the blanket and covered Hui Lin with it. However, just as the blanket was covered, Hui Lin opened her eyes abruptly. She sat up and looked at Yang Cheng warily. Her big eyes were filled with agitation as she retreated to the other side of the bed. "You. What are you doing? Don't do anything rash." Yang Cheng was frustrated. "What are you doing?" "I'm afraid you'll catch a cold, so I'm covering you with the blanket." Only then did Hui Lin notice the blanket in Yang Cheng's hands. When she thought about how she had misunderstood him, she immediately blushed. Actually, she was only vaguely aware of the affairs between men and women. Before she left, Abbess Yun Miao had forcefully instilled some things into her mind. She only understood half of it. However, she was a young girl in her 20s after all. She would definitely be shy and yearning for the affairs between men and women. Hence, when she saw Yang Cheng, the only man who had left a mark in her heart that she didn't reject, she would definitely have a strange feeling. "So. Sorry, I was too nervous," Hui Lin said shyly. Yang Cheng shook his head helplessly. "Since you're not going to sleep, go downstairs and have breakfast. Mother Wang has prepared it for you." "Oh." Hui Lin replied obediently. At the same time, in a hidden and seemingly ordinary old building in Beijing, in a quiet office, Lin Jigua put down the newspaper in his hand and took off his presbyopic glasses. He asked Grey Robe, who was standing respectfully beside him, "Hui has arrived at Ruoxi's house, right?" "I've just received a report that Yang Cheng has brought Miss Hui home." "Master, you can be at ease now." Sigh. What's there to be at ease about? Grey Robe, do you know that I really hope that Ruoxi and Hui can get along well? However, I'm also worried about how they would react if they found out that they're blood-related sisters. Hui is gentle and pure by nature, so she might not reject me that much. However, you know how much Ruoxi hates me. Once she finds out the truth, she might not be able to calm down. Lin Jigua frowned. Grey Robe was silent. He had been by Lin Jigua's side for a long time, so he naturally knew what was going on. Oh right, Lin Jigua suddenly thought of something and asked, after I gave the DNA test to Yang Gongming, did the Yang family do anything? Grey Robe revealed a playful smile. Master, that was a clever move. Old Yang thanked Master for telling him that his eldest grandson was still alive. He also appeared on behalf of Master to meet the head of the Xing family. Oh? Yang Gongming finally showed himself again? There's hope for his long-lost grandson to return home. As an old man, he naturally doesn't want to see anyone hurt him. Moreover, Yang Qing is in the right, so old Yang won't have any psychological burden. According to the reports from his subordinates, the Xing family's original plan to secretly gather forces to deal with Yang Qing has been stopped, Grey Robe said. Although the Xing family is powerful, it can't be compared to the Yang family. Not to mention that Yang Gongming has students all over the world, even with his son Yang Pejuan and son-in-law Yuan Hui, they are enough to catch the attention of Guangyao. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yang family is small in numbers, they would have long been respected in Beijing. Lin Jigua chuckled and said, I didn't expect that kid Yang Qing to have such connections. However, even if the Xing family stops now, it doesn't mean that they won't make a move in the future. Keep an eye on them and don't let your guard down. Yes, Master. In the evening, Lin Ruoshi got off work and returned to the villa. As soon as she entered the villa, she saw an unfamiliar young girl wearing a pair of fluffy slippers walking out of the kitchen with a pot of steaming braised vermicelli. It was Hui Lin. Hui Lin put down the pot of vermicelli and saw Lin Ruoshi standing at the door. Both of them had a strange feeling when they looked at each other. Although it was the first time they met, they felt a sense of familiarity and even intimacy. Sis, you're back. Hui Lin opened her mouth almost instinctively and said weakly. Lin Ruoshi thought for a while and asked, You're that guy's distant cousin? Hui Lin was a little nervous and hesitated for a while. Then she remembered that Yang Qing had asked her to enter the house as his cousin, so she nodded and said, yes. Lin Ruoshi was slightly surprised in her heart. Could it be that she doesn't know that I'm married to Yang Chen? If she knows, she should call me sister-in-law or something like that. Although I don't care about it, but this girl called me elder sister. Lin Ruoshi didn't know why, but she felt especially close in her heart. Since you're here, stay here. If you need anything, just let me know. Lin Ruoshi didn't have a bad impression of such a girl. She was so obedient and helpful on her first day. Even if she was a relative of Yang Qing, that evil man, Lin Ruoshi had to accept it. Yang Chen took a shower upstairs and saw that Lin Ruoshi and Huilin had already sat down and were ready to eat, looking very natural and amiable. He muttered in his heart. Although he didn't want to admit it, they didn't know each other since childhood, but the existence of blood ties was difficult to erase after all. These two women sitting together were so cold and quiet, even their temperaments were very similar, but Lin Ruoshi was a little colder. When Lin Ruoshi saw Yang Qing, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She simply pretended that she didn't see him. She silently scooped the rice and ate by herself. Yang Qing was not surprised. He sat beside Hui Lin and said to Hui Lin, don't stand on ceremony. Eat more. You're so skinny. If you get even skinnier the next time you go back, your grandma will definitely think that I'm mistreating you. She will definitely come and kill me. Grandma doesn't kill people indiscriminately, Hui Lin defended herself. Yang Qing coughed twice and signaled Hui Lin with his eyes not to say anything. How could a girl her age say something like killing indiscriminately? Sure enough, Lin Ruoshi looked at the two of them with a strange expression, as if suspecting that she had misheard. Of course your grandma wouldn't kill people. Shouldn't she go to jail for killing people? Yang Qing helped Hui Lin cover it up. Hui Lin realized that she had said something wrong. She looked at Lin Ruoshi with her dark eyes and felt relieved. Halfway through the meal, Lin Ruoshi asked casually, what's your name? Hui Lin was a little nervous. She said timidly, Hui Lin. Yang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl didn't stupidly say that her common name was Hui Lin. Hui Lin. Lin Ruoshi frowned. Although she felt that the name was a little strange, she didn't think too much about it. How long are you staying here? Are you here for work? Yangqing wanted to help Hui Lin answer no, but unexpectedly, Hui Lin suddenly nodded. That's right. Sister, can you help me find a job? Hui Lin looked at Lin Ruoxi expectantly. Yangqing turned around abruptly and was completely dumbfounded. This girl was still looking for a job in Zhonghai? She really wasn't going back to Amei? Lin Ruoxi didn't think too much about it. In her opinion, a girl like Hui Lin should be of working age and had come all the way to Yangqing. Although Lin Ruoxi found it strange that Yang Chen, who had been abroad for a long time and had such a complicated background, still had relatives, Hui Lin looked weak and had a pure personality. Lin Ruoxi thought that she should be an ordinary girl. Finding a job and finding a man was probably what the elders in the family expected of her. It had to be said that because Yangqing said that Hui Lin was his distant cousin, Lin Ruoxi was quite concerned. After all, since they knew each other, Yangqing didn't have any relatives or friends. It was rare for a girl to come to Lin Ruoxi, and she was quite pleasing to the eye. Therefore, Lin Ruoxi was willing to help her. Finding a job depends on what you are good at. Have you graduated from university? Lin Ruoxi asked. Yangqing laughed inwardly. This girl had been living with her grandmother in Shu Mountain since she was young. How could she have the chance to go to university? She was probably taught by a one-to-one private tutor since she was young. After all, the Lin family had the resources to train their only granddaughter. But unexpectedly, Hui Lin suddenly nodded and blinked her bright eyes. She said seriously, I have a university diploma. I'll show it to my sister. After saying that, she didn't wait for Yangqing to say anything. She put down the bowl and chopsticks and ran upstairs in a hurry. Yangqing was confused. Why was it completely different from what he had imagined? How could this little nun have a university diploma? Seeing that Yangqing didn't believe her, Lin Ruoxi frowned and said, Don't you know whether your cousin graduated from university or not? What kind of brother are you? I really don't know. Yangqing said with a bitter face. Lin Ruoxi snorted coldly and didn't give Yangqing any face. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, such an innocent girl would definitely be ruined by you. Yangqing curled his lips. He felt a little upset. Didn't they agree to divorce in half a year? Even if she found out that he was having an affair, they had already talked about it a long time ago. He didn't hide it from her on purpose. Did this woman have to be so unhappy with him? Moreover, the two of them had never made any vows of eternal love. When they got married, they had said that they wouldn't interfere with each other's private life. He couldn't even be considered as betrayal. However, Yangqing also knew that this was not the time to annoy Lin Ruoxi, so he just ate without saying a word. After a while, Hui Lin, who was wearing loose white home clothes, trotted down from upstairs like a ball of white cotton. She put a stack of red certificates and some unknown books in front of Lin Ruoxi. She said shyly, These are my diplomas and certificates. Sister, you can have a look. Lin Ruoxi didn't expect Hui Lin to have so many things. She casually took a look and her expression became a little interesting. She looked up and down at Hui Lin in confusion. Hui Lin's face looked like it was about to drip blood. Mother Wang advised, Miss, don't look at Miss Hui Lin like that. Look at how embarrassed she is. Lin Ruoxi retracted her gaze and sighed softly, I didn't mean to look at you that way. I'm just surprised. I didn't expect you to have already gotten 2 master's degrees from Tsinghua University at such a young age. Yangqing, who had just drunk a mouthful of hot soup, almost spat it out. He looked up and took a closer look at the certificates in Lin Ruoxi's hands. Wasn't that right? It seemed like Abbess Yin Miao had used her connections to get all sorts of identification and education certificates for her granddaughter. Even though Lin Ruoxi found it strange, she didn't say anything since she was holding a genuine diploma and certificates in her hands. She flipped through them again, and her expression became even weirder. She asked, You're also the grand prize winner of the National Pipa Performance Competition and the Guqin Performance Competition? Among the pile of certificates in Hui Lin's hands, there were 2 certificates that were the grand prize winners of the National Pipa Performance Competition and the Guqin Performance Competition. Hui Lin didn't stay silent this time. She smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, I got them when I was 17. Grandma brought me to the competition." These two certificates were genuine. After all, Abbess Xianxia had taught her granddaughter in the traditional way. Other than martial arts, Hui Lin was also proficient in the four arts. However, other than special times like competitions, Hui Lin spent most of her time studying on the mountain. Following that, Lin Ruoshi's expression became more and more interesting. Among the pile of documents in Hui Lin's hands, there were first prize of the 3rd Huaxia sword dance competition, first prize of the 2nd National Youth Go competition, honorary member of the Huaxia Calligraphy Association, honorary member of the Huaxia Artists Association, gold medal of the 7th National Youth Dance Competition. In the end, when Lin Ruoshi looked back at the two master's diplomas from Tsinghua University in Economics and Advertising Media, she felt that they were nothing. Even someone as proud as Lin Ruoshi felt ashamed of the girl in front of her. How much power was hidden in her petite body for her to be able to do so many things at once? Seeing that Lin Ruoshi wasn't saying anything, Hui Lin was a little worried and asked, "Sister Lin, is it not enough? I still have a few certificates, but they're all second place. Should I bring them over too?" End of chapter 297. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.